Chapter 1122 Walking past the legion of silent shadows, to stand between the 5 dark suns of his lightless soul, Sunny summoned the memory forth. Soon a round hand mirror of dark silver appeared in the air in front of him. Its front looked like a pool of still mercury, while its back was decorated with beautiful engravings. Sunny saw his pale reflection in the silver mirror and suddenly felt an eerie chill creep up his spine. That memory gave him a very ominous feeling. When he took the mirror, it felt strangely heavy in his hand. Not a weapon, and not an armor. A tool, then, or a charm? He hesitated for a moment and summoned the runes. Strings of shimmering symbols appeared in the air, surrounding the hand mirror. He read them, frowning slightly. Memory, mirror of truth. Memory rank, ascended. Memory tier, Estes 7. Memory type, tool. The first 4 strings held no surprises. The next few, however, Sunny's eyes widened slightly. What? Why is that name here? The first word in the description of the Mirror of Truth was not one that he had expected to see today, but one that he knew all too well. That word was Weaver. Sunny glanced at the hand mirror with a tense expression, a deep scowl appearing on his face. Then he slowly turned back to the runes and continued to study them. Since the start of the Antarctica campaign, he had often encountered hints and mentions of Ariel, the demon of dread. So why did Weaver's name suddenly show up in the runes of a memory? There was only one way to find out. The description read, Memory Description. Weaver was known as the Master of Lies, while Ariel was known as the Keeper of Truths. The two were not close and rarely met, which was why Ariel was surprised to find Weaver staring at his pyramid one day. Isn't it beautiful, this tomb of mine? Have you come to admire it? Ariel said. After a moment of silence, Weaver responded, I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing. Then Weaver asked, But you seem to feel too much, demon of dread. Your face is unsightly. You are smiling, but there are tears streaming from your eyes. Why? Ariel laughed. I'm not sure. He laughed and cried as he looked at the tomb, saying, I built it to bury the truth. Truth is the most hideous thing in the world, Weaver, and knowing it is a cruel torment. I mean to bury the truths that I cannot endure at the heart of this tomb and be free of them forever. Weaver remained silent. After a while, Weaver spoke. It seems to me that you already did. And you already are. With that, the demon of fate turned and walked away without looking back. Walking away, Weaver whispered, You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Just like Weaver in the description, Sunny remained silent for a long time. Wait. The tomb of Ariel is not the burial place of Ariel, the demon of dread. Instead, it's the tomb that he built. That information alone was worth a lot. However, there was so much more in that strangely verbose description. Like the fact that Ariel had apparently constructed the Black Pyramid to hide ugly truths from existence. Or rather, those truths that he could not bear to know. Wouldn't that mean that the clan, or person, to conquer the pyramid would learn all those secrets? But even more than that, Weaver's appearance in the description of the Mirror of Truth was itself very interesting. Sunny remembered the exact words. I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing. Since Weaver had just been called the Master of Lies in the previous string of runes, wouldn't it mean that Sunny should take these words with a grain of salt? So the demon of fate had actually known of the existence of the tomb, had seen it before, had come to look at it again on purpose, and felt a great deal of things as a result. Maybe. Sunny thought about it for a while, then shook his head. I'll probably only know if I actually look at it myself. With that, he shifted his gaze and glanced at the runes describing the enchantments of the Mirror of Truth. Or rather, an enchantment. There was only one. By now, Sunny knew that more powerful enchantments demanded more space within the weave, which meant that, for a memory of the 7th tier to possess a single enchantment, that enchantment had to be a really powerful one. He read the runes, memory enchantments. Searching reflection, enchantment. Description, catch the visage of a being into the mirror of truth. Activate the enchantment to destroy the mirror and gain 1 power of the reflected being for a period of time that depends on its potency. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What? His hand trembled. Wouldn't that make him a discount Mordred? What the hell? He stared at the mirror, not knowing how to feel. On one hand, being able to steal an ability of any being, be it a human or a nightmare creature, was crazy. On the other hand, the mirror of truth would be destroyed in the process, and the stolen ability would only persist for a period of time, which was still incredible. But damned Prince of Nothing could do it any time he wanted, for as much time as he needed. Sunny shook his head. No, this is an amazing memory. It's just that Mordred is seriously broken, and he even seems to be immortal to boot. Where's justice in that? Grimacing, he left the soul sea and opened his eyes, staring silently at the roof of the tent. His mood was not great. It did not remain foul for a while, though. That was because after a few minutes of sulking, Sunny couldn't help but start thinking about whose ability he could steal. Nephis had really outstanding abilities, except for her ascended one, which was rather strange and all but useless. Cassie had great ones too. But why settle for those? What about Whispering Blade and Beastmaster, a transformation ability of a saint in his hands? That would be a fun trump card to have. Hell, he did not even have to limit himself to saints. There was a corrupted titan somewhere in East Antarctica. There was the winter beast, too. Sunny did not notice as a smile appeared on his face. And so, he fell asleep, smiling. His last thought was, not bad for a day's work. Sunny had been really exhausted after the long battle. However, due to the blessing of spirit and the blessing of flesh enchantments of the Shroud of Dusk, he only needed a few short hours to recover from the heavy fatigue. He woke up feeling rested and refreshed, but also strangely forlorn. Sunny had not dreamed in a long while, but tonight he did. The dream had already disappeared from his memory, but the feeling of sorrow and loss remained, pressing at his heart. He let out a sigh. I actually had a nightmare. Wow. As if the waking world is not nightmarish enough already. Sunny was in a subdued and contemplative mood. Before falling asleep, he had been thinking about how to use the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Now that he had woken up, however, he found his mind drifting to its description. No matter how he looked at it, the conversation between Weaver and Ariel was really too strange, especially the words Weaver had whispered at the end. You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why would the demon of fate, who was known to weave countless lies, admonish Ariel for discarding the truth? Unexpectedly, Sunny thought of the sin of Solace. Not its enchantments, and not even its description, but the name of the cursed sword itself. Why was Solace a sin, exactly? The description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk spoke about how the Sibyls found salvation and solace within the tomb of Ariel. However, in the end, they too were destroyed. Dusk had been the last of them. The hideous truth enchantment of the sin of Solace, meanwhile, was supposed to grant revelations to those who succumbed to madness. Revelations of truth, which Ariel had described as the most hideous thing in the world and the source of cruel torment. So, wasn't Ariel himself the sinner then? He had committed a sin by seeking solace and forgetting the truth. Perhaps Weaver, as a masterful liar, knew the value of truth just as well as the demon of dread and felt contempt for those who squandered it. Perhaps there was more to this story. In any case, Sunny turned slightly and glanced in the direction where Kai was sleeping restlessly. He had never really considered his friend's flaw a heavy one to carry. What was so terrible about knowing when people lied? However, with that knowledge came the knowledge of truth. Kai, just like Ariel, was cursed to learn many things that he would rather not know. Would his friend also be forced to seek solace in oblivion one day? Sunny raised his eyebrow. Oblivion, huh? That was another thing. There was the demon of oblivion as well, although that one was hard to remember. Of all of the 7 demons, Oblivion was mentioned the least. In fact, Sunny would have never even known of hers, their existence if not for Noctis, who had mentioned the demon of Oblivion once in passing, saying that their name was long forgotten. Actually, just remembering the fact of Oblivion's existence was not easy. Noctis, meanwhile, was the one who had helped the Sun Prince erase some memories. The eccentric sorcerer had been close to Adre, the blessed of heart god, who was the god of memory as well. Was that why he could remember the demon of Oblivion? Shadow God, by coincidence, was the god of solace. Sunny covered his face with a hand and suppressed a frustrated groan. Ah, what a mess. What was he thinking about? Oblivion. I was thinking of the demon of Oblivion. Noctis had helped Sun Prince erase a few important memories. But how, exactly, had Ariel retrieved the memories of truth out of his head and hid them in the heart of his tomb? Had he received help from someone as well? An easily forgotten sibling, perhaps? It was a bit suspicious that he had not known the source of his tears when speaking with Weaver. Sunny was not sure, but he felt that there were actually not 2, but 3 demons somehow connected to the Black Pyramid. The demon of dread, the demon of fate, and the mysterious demon of Oblivion. His theory about the last one, however, was completely unsubstantiated. Maybe it was simply the result of him just dreaming about something he could not remember. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then summoned the endless spring and drank some water. After that, he silently sent his shadows out. The emissaries of both valor and song were currently in the camp, so he could not pass up the opportunity to try and glean some of their secrets. As the shadows prowled the army camp, he thought about the searching reflection enchantment one more time and summoned his runes. Sunny had not taken a good look at them in a while. The shimmering symbols ignited in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. Class, tyrant. Shadow cores, 5 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 503 out of 5,000. Memories, silver bell. Puppeteer's shroud. Midnight shard. Extraordinary rock. Endless spring. Dark wing. Moonlight shard. Weaver's mask. Autumn leaf. Cruel sight. Covetous coffer. Heavenly burden. Memory of fire. Memory of ice. Strike of thunder. Morgan's warbow. Shadow lantern. Bone singer. Shadow chair. Overpriced saddle. Dying wish. Sin of solace. Bitter cusp. Stifled scream. Weaver's needle. Essence pearl. Nimble catch. Shroud of graceless dusk. Mirror of truth. There were several memories apart from the mirror of truth that he had received during the last battle. Sunny studied them for a few moments, then decided that those would be best used as nourishment for Nightmare. Satisfied, he continued to read the runes. Echoes. Shadows. Onyx Saint. Soul Serpent. Nightmare. Ravenous Fiend. Attributes. Fated. Flame of Divinity. Master of Shadows. Blood Weave. Bone Weave. Marble Shell. Aspect. Shadow Slave. Aspect Rank. Divine. Aspect Abilities. Shadow Control. Shadow Step. Shadow Manifestation. Aspect Legacy. Shadow Dance. Flaw. Clear Conscience. Dream Anchor. Tower of Longing. Sunny concentrated on his shadows. Saint was at a respectable 0 shadow fragments out of 300. That was because he had concentrated on feeding his other shadow after she transcended. Nightmare was still a mere awakened creature, so he could see a class evolution much sooner that way. The Black Destrier was swiftly approaching that evolution. His runes showed shadow fragments, 179 out of 300. Nightmares required 734 out of 1,000. Sunny thought for a few moments. Not bad. Then he did another thing that he had not done in a while. He concentrated on his innate ability and summoned Nef's runes. There had been a time when Sunny studied Changing Stars runes like a man obsessed. His whole life had been built around the desire to overtake her on the path to power. He might have even done a few careless things in that pursuit. At some point, however, Sunny had lost the desire to compare himself to Nephis, at least in this way. The first change had happened because of her return from the dream realm. The second, sometime in the Antarctic center, he had lost the habit of summoning her runes every day. Shadow fragments, soul fragments. Those were not a true measure of strength anyway. Sunny had seen countless mundane soldiers stand and fight against the nightmare creatures, never surrendering despite the dire disparity of power between them. If those people were weak, then he did not know whom to call strong. And so, at some point, he had stopped paying constant attention to Neef's runes without even noticing it. Now, however, Sunny had the mirror of truth. So he decided that it was worth taking another look. The familiar symbols shimmered, forming into strings. Name, Nefis, true name, changing star, rank, ascended, class, tyrant. Soul cores, 5 out of 7. He stared at that number for a few moments. After years of lagging behind, Sunny had finally caught up to her. Wasn't it so very funny that he had only been able to do so after stopping caring about the race? A light smile appeared on his face. Whatever. She still has more fragments than I do. She'll be a terror sooner than me. But did it really matter? In the end, they would both be titans. That day was not as far away as it had once seemed now. Sunny continued to read. Soul fragments. 2,719 over 5,000. Nefis had received many soul shards from the treasury of Clan Valor after being adopted by them. However, she could not reveal the fact that she possessed a divine aspect and multiple soul cores. Requesting more than 1,000 would have been strange and aroused suspicion. She had not been hunting down many nightmare creatures while Sunny had been going from one dire battle to another almost every day in the Antarctic center, either, so her progress was slow as of late. Now that Changing Star had arrived in Antarctica, though, that was bound to change. Sunny wondered how many soul fragments she had received in the recent battle, then turned his attention back to the runes. Memories, Dreamblade, Starlight Legion Armor, Dawn Shard, Dark Wing, Nameless Sun. There was a long list of memories. Some of them she had received while wandering the dream realm and challenging the second nightmare. In fact, Sunny could learn a few things about what kind of trial she had faced from reading their descriptions. But since Nefis did not want to talk about her harrowing experience, he held himself back. Perhaps it was stupid, but he did not want to invade her privacy. He also wanted her to tell him herself. Sunny knew what a precious and fragile thing trust was. It had taken a lot for him to extend his own trust toward Effie and Kai. Before that, his friends had respected his desire to remain silent and did not push him to reveal his secrets. He was very thankful for that. Sunny was not a saint, though. He felt no qualms about studying the memories that Clan Valor had provided to Neff. They were incredible memories, indeed, no less outstanding than Morgan's warbow, each crafted for the specific purpose of slaughtering nightmare creatures and tailored to the user. In fact, he really wanted to borrow a few to study their weaves. He just did not know how to phrase that request. Hey, Neff, could you please take off your armor? I need it for a couple of weeks. No, I won't wear it. Shut up, Effie. Just thinking about it made him wince. Chasing away the dreadful image, Sunny continued to study the runes. Attributes: Dream Spawn, Nephilim, Flame of Divinity, the Fire. Dream Spawn. Attribute description: You are born of two worlds, belonging to both but welcomed in neither. Your soul exists on the edge between nightmare and reality. Nephilim. Attribute description: There once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful and the most harrowing of them all. Flame of Divinity. Attribute description: Your soul is aflame with the light of divinity. The Fire. Attribute description: You have inherited the lineage of Sun God. Those had not changed. Sunny himself had received a couple new attributes in the past years, but Nephis had not. Neither had she unlocked her aspect legacy, which was not very surprising. Each aspect was unique after all, and possessed unique requirements for acquiring the legacy. Awakened who received their legacies were rare, and most only accomplished that feat after becoming saints, with an even smaller number doing so as masters. Otherwise, there would have been countless legacy clans in the world. So, it was Sunny who was an anomaly. He sighed wistfully, thinking of Serpent, and turned back to the shimmering symbols. Aspect, Lightbringer. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Innate ability, half-breed. Ability description. You can directly absorb a portion of the soul essence of any nightmare creature destroyed by your flames, as well as of any human. Aspect abilities. Soul flame, flame manipulation, longing. Soul flame. Ability description. Your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. He was perfectly familiar with the first of Nef's 3 aspect abilities. It had grown slightly more versatile since the Forgotten Shore, now augmenting the soul as well, but otherwise remained the same. The other 2 abilities, her awakened and ascended ones respectively, were new. The awakened ability was rather straightforward, lame manipulation. Ability description. You can bend all fire to your will. That was how Nephis was able to control fire, turning it into her weapon. That fire did not have to be her own, although she could produce flames if there were none around at the cost of feeling terrible pain. The ascended ability, on the other hand, was a bit strange. Longing. Ability description. Your soul is incorruptible. And that was all. Not only was it a passive ability, which was incredibly rare for ascended abilities, it also did not do anything. It did not even raise Nef's protection against soul attacks or improve the rate of her essence regeneration. For all intents and purposes, longing was useless. Of course, Sunny knew a thing or two about the type of corruption the runes spoke of. So, he understood how incredibly special that ability was. In theory. In practice, they had never even faced corruption. Sunny did not even know of anyone who knew how corruption happened. All humans were familiar with was the result of it. The nightmare creatures. Against those, having a pure soul was of no help. A pure soul. Sunny sighed and looked at the last string of runes. Flaw. Pristine soul. Flaw description. You must suffer to use your power. He lingered for a while staring at them, and then dismissed the symbols. I don't think I'll be using the Mirror of Truth on Nephis, unless I'm about to kill a truly powerful nightmare creature, or human, and want to absorb an incredible amount of shadow fragments. But then again, would it even work? The description of the half-breed innate ability spoke of soul essence, not shadow essence. No, he would have to find better targets. And speaking of better targets, his shadows were already getting close to the emissaries of song and valor. Today, luck was on Sunny's side. Usually, he would not have been able to listen in on the really important conversations between the emissaries of the great clans. They were too cautious, and he was very cautious as well. Perhaps he could overcome the defensive measures his targets had in place, but the cost of failure was too great, so he had been reluctant to try. But today, maybe because of the clamor and pressure of the ongoing clash with the nightmare creatures that had been drawn to the battlefield, the representatives of both song and valor had been slightly neglectful. And since Sunny had already spent a month learning how to get closer to them, he managed to witness 2 very interesting conversations. The first one was between Morgan and Maddock. The 2 members of the Valor family remained in the stone fort on top of the giant Echo's carapace, speaking about something as they observed the constant stream of abominations being ground against the outer perimeter of the camp. Of course, no one could hear what they were saying, since the 2 were surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented any sound from coming out. Even the movement of their lips was obscured. There were memories active that made it almost impossible for someone to divine the conversation as well. However, Sunny was not a diviner. Much more importantly, He managed to get inside the circle of silence by hiding his own shadows in the shadow of one of Valor's awakened. The man had been invited to make a report, and so Morgan herself led him through the layers of wards surrounding the fort. When the awakened arrived, she studied him for a few moments, then asked in a neutral tone, "Is there news, Squire Warren?" The awakened shifted slightly. He tried to hide his excitement at the fact that she knew his name, but failed miserably. Sonny mentally rolled his eyes while Morgan pretended not to notice. Well, the poor man could not be blamed. How often did ordinary awakened retainers, in service of the great clan, closely interact with its princess? Very rarely, most likely. Morgan was a striking person as well. Despite her coldness and sharpness, she was someone even Sonny found hard to look away from. There was just something about the young woman and her vibrant vermilion eyes that demanded attention, not to mention the fact that she was quite literally a member of exalted royalty. In any case, Squire Warren did have something to report. He bowed to Morgan and Maddock, then spoke in a deep, respectful voice. "We received word from Knight, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct." At the mention of that last part, Maddock and Morgan exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly changing. Back in the tent, Sonny frowned. Knight. He was one of the masters that had arrived with Summer Night. His cohort had been among those secretly sent to search for suitable nightmare gates. It appeared that they were already in the dream realm and had found something important to boot. Morgan lingered for a few moments, then sighed. "Finally, some good news. What about the rest of the scouts?" Squire Warren looked down and gritted his teeth. "Lost or forced to enter the seeds, my lady. However, now that we have secured several entry points, the next cohorts we send will survive, honoring their sacrifice." She nodded. "Indeed." At that point, Maddock finally spoke. "The most important thing right now is to reinforce Stad. His mission might very well decide the outcome of this phase of the conflict. Warren, tell your men to prepare. Once we return to the siege capital, I will personally transport you to the desert. You must succeed at any cost." He lingered for a moment and then added, "If my niece does not object, of course." Morgan smiled. "Why would I? Squire Warren has a sharp blade, and his comrades are the same. They will bring clan valor glory." The awakened man lowered his head, his eyes igniting with exhilaration and zeal. "You honor me, Lady Morgan. Sir Maddock, we won't let you down." Whispering Blade smiled. "Of course you won't. You are warriors of valor, after all." Beaming with pride, Squire Warren left. Sonny's shadow, however, remained, which was why it heard Morgan's voice change slightly as she addressed Maddock. "Shouldn't we send someone more powerful?" Whispering Blade shook his head. "Don't be impatient. It's too early to risk our champions. Once the target is secured, we will have an almost insurmountable advantage over the Blood Daughters. Then, we can truly begin." Morgan looked away and grimaced. "I know. It's just that you know what is at stake." She remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. "Should we send Nephis, then?" Maddox's face changed slightly. "Don't even think about it. You know how your father feels about her." Morgan sighed, then looked in the direction of the battlefield. Fickle man. Far away, hidden safely in the tent, Sonny was frowning. What exactly had the scouts found in the desert? What was the insurmountable advantage Valor wanted to secure at all costs? At this stage in the race toward the Black Pyramid, both clans were trying to establish a foothold in the desert. They were slowly ramping up the search for nightmare gates that led to relatively safe areas, to use them as entry points for the expedition forces. A few of these areas had apparently already been found. What else could Nightstad be hunting for? Some kind of precious resource or revelation about that region of the dream realm, a natural stronghold that could serve as a fortress for the forces of valor, a citadel even. There was that last part of the conversation as well. It was, honestly, rather disturbing. There seemed to be something complicated going on within Clan Valor, but Sonny had no idea what. Strangely enough, it was the emissaries of song that helped him shed some light on that situation, because they were currently talking about Nephis as well. In a distant part of the camp, within the circle of armored vehicles, a lavish tent had been raised. Beastmaster and Seishan were inside. At the moment, Beastmaster was enjoying a bowl of fresh fruit as she looked at her sister with a pleasant smile. Her words, however, were anything but pleasant. Beastmaster was saying, "Should we kill that girl, Changing Star?" Sunny did not have much of a reaction to that statement. Hearing a terrifying existence like Beastmaster contemplating the murder of one of his close ones was certainly a chilling experience. However, the person in question was Neph, so the feeling was not novel. Someone was always trying to kill her. "I'd like to see you try." He lingered for a moment, then shook his head. "Actually, no. I take it back. I would not like it one bit." Silence hung in the distant tent for a few moments. Seishan did not hurry with an answer. When she eventually spoke, her voice was even. "That would require us to commit too many resources." Beastmaster seemed slightly surprised. The arch of her eyebrow was so exquisite that even Sunny's shadow was momentarily mesmerized. Luckily, he had sent the gloomy shadow to spy on her. That guy was not easily fazed. The shadow quickly regained its composure and continued to listen. "Too many resources. But she is just a master." Seishan shook her head. "She's a master, yes, but not just any master." The saint pondered that statement for a bit as she enjoyed succulent grapes. "I guess you would know best." That thing she pulled off on the forgotten shore was indeed a thing of beauty. Plus, she is a self-healer. Killing those people is such a chore. She sighed, then said in a wistful tone, "Why did she have to go and join that dreadful clan? Granted, we did not try to recruit her too hard. But the King of Swords, that man, what is he thinking? First, he sends the Han Li boy to kill her, then he welcomes her into his family. Truly is shameless." Sunny's eyes widened slightly. So it was Anvil. Finally, he knew who had stood behind Castor. Granted, there was nothing to do with that information. Seishan seemed surprised too. Her exotic, beautiful face darkened a little. "I thought it was us who sent him. Has the Han Li clan forgotten their loyalty?" Beastmaster laughed. "No. You've been lost in the dream realm for too long, Shan. You forget that for most lesser clans, our three great families are a monolith. Most of the time, they can only guess which domain gives the order." She swallowed another grape and smiled. "Oh, we sent someone to kill her in the dream realm too. It's just that our messenger ended up being rather useless. He did not even make it to the Dark City." Sunny shifted slightly. So there had been other assassins except for Castor. The Forgotten Shore had taken care of them so that he didn't have to. The saint, meanwhile, scoffed. "But that girl is really too lucky. When she was a child, the dream spawn held us back from going after her in full force. Now that the abomination is indisposed, she is an ascended, and such a troublesome one at that." This time, Sunny could not contain his agitation. What he just heard was a real bomb. The dream spawn? Asterion? The most mysterious of the sovereigns, Asterion, had protected Nephis when she was a child. What? Why would he do that? Admittedly, Sunny had always felt that there was something strange about Neph's childhood story. The great clans had always been trying to kill her, sending one assassin after another. And yet, why had they failed? Why had they not sent a saint to solve the problem once and for all? He had assumed that there were two possibilities. Either the task of slaying the last daughter of the immortal flame had not been an important one, or the domains were constrained by having to act in secret. A saint, moving to kill a mundane human, especially one from a prominent family, was not an easy thing to cover, considering that they were always in the spotlight. Or at least that was what he had thought before. Now, after learning more about the great clans and how they operated, Sunny came to understand that there was nothing stopping them from slaughtering anyone they wanted with impunity. Except for each other. If Asterion had been the one to constrain valor and song in their attempts to get rid of Nephis, that would explain a lot, but pose even more questions. For example, what was his motivation? Was it because she was a dream spawn, like he was? Some sort of sentiment the enigmatic sovereign felt for the daughter of his former comrade? Something else entirely? Sunny simply did not know. And, sadly, Beastmaster did not go into detail. Seishan, meanwhile, looked at the relaxed saint with a frown. The corner of her mouth twitched downward. "You grew too arrogant, Bin. Do not speak of that creature aloud." Strangely enough, Beastmaster acted as if she was at fault. Instead of rebuking Seishan for admonishing her, the older and more powerful of the two, she nodded with a guilty look. "Sorry. You are right." She remained silent for a bit, then shook her head. "But something has to be done about changing star. The awakened under her command were already a problem. I have hoped that Nightingale and Raised by Wolves would keep their distance, but they seem too friendly with her. Neither can be underestimated. And now there is that Master Sunless as well. What a brutal character. And in such a cute package. What a shame. Wasn't he supposed to be a simple scout?" Seishan smiled slightly. "You keep underestimating the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. No one who survived there is simple. Sunless. There's more to him than meets the eye. He's a madman, though. Back in the Dark City, he had a falling out with Changing Star and spent months living in the ruins alone. Even I would not have survived that. But he did." Beastmaster thought for a few moments. "Our guest had a few brushes with Ascended Sunless, yes? He did not speak about him much, so I assumed that there is little to be said. I should have known better, though. That person has strange standards. To him, another madman is not even worth mentioning." Sunny noted two things from that exchange. First, his ploy to appear as a savage brute was at least partially successful. Second, Mordred had not shared his secrets with the great clan's song, just as Sunny had expected. No surprise here. Beastmaster swallowed another grape, then suddenly asked, "How is Bast doing, by the way? Are you taking good care of him?" Seishan stared at her sister for a while, not amused. "He's doing fine. As for Nefis and her firekeepers, at this point, our efforts would be better spent elsewhere." The saint laughed. Good. All right. Let's not kill Changing Star and her allies yet." She lingered for a moment and then smiled. "We do have to kill someone, though. Time is of the essence." There were more interesting things said that night. Sitting on a cot in a remote tent, Sunny had silently absorbed them all. There was a somber expression on his face. Troublesome. Each clan was planning to test the other during the retreat back to the siege capitals, which had not come as a surprise. From this point forward, the hostilities between Valor and Song were only going to escalate. If anything, this first confrontation was shaping out to be rather tame. Neither of the sides was fully committing their saints to the ambushes, preferring to bide their time and turn the conflict into a war of attrition. There were valuable assets that both clans kept under layers of protection. In terms of the ruthless economy of war, trying to take these assets off the board was not cost-effective at this point in time. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be one such asset as well. However, neither Valor nor Song could keep all their people protected. Cohorts of Awakened had to be sent out into the wilderness to scout for suitable nightmare gates. Scouts had to enter the Dream Realm and explore the deadly desert in search of positions that were suitable for establishing fortified expedition camps. Ascended like Night, Stad had to lead the most important of these teams. These were the people the great clans were going to go after first, in East Antarctica and in the Dream Realm at the later stages of the conflict, which Sunny did not mind one bit. The only thing he regretted was that he would not be able to get snacks and comfortably watch the soldiers of the great clans slaughter each other, as long as they limited their feud to outside the city walls. Sadly and predictably, that was already not the case. Beastmaster was not satisfied with picking off awakened cohorts in the wilderness. So, she was planning to deliver a more damaging strike to her enemies. There were two possible targets: the headquarters of the Valor clan in the siege capital where Sunny was headed, or St. Tyrus and her White Feather clan in the city where Central Army Command and Wake of Ruin were based. She chose the former. Morgan, meanwhile, was perfectly aware of the fact that an attack on her base of operations was imminent. Whether it was through some form of divination or simply through knowing her enemy and possessing a frighteningly sharp, strategic mind, Sunny did not know. Regardless of the reason, she was not planning on preventing the assassins from infiltrating the siege capital. Instead, She was planning to lure them into a trap and slaughter them all. Imagining what sort of destruction the clash of two hidden forces would wreak in the heart of a besieged city, Sunny couldn't help but feel cold fury. Neither of the great clans cared about collateral damage. All they cared about was destroying the enemy. In fact, they seemed to care about it a little bit too much. Sunny had gotten a strange feeling from observing the four leaders of the secret war: Matic, Morgan, Seishan, and Beastmaster. There were small details in what they said and how they said it that did not make a lot of sense. It was as though they were under pressure, even more pressure than there was supposed to be. That pressure made them want to hurry, which was why Morgan was also considering a clandestine attack of her own. Hers, however, was going to be much more daring and surgical. Because unlike her adversary, she was sending an actual saint instead of a team of awakened, led by a few masters. Sir Matic, the Whispering Blade, was going to personally deliver her lethal will to the enemy. His target was not the Antarctic headquarters of Clan Song, nor was it a large-scale destruction of their assets. Instead, he had to capture a single man, Mordred. The bleak man who called himself Ascended Bast was still in a siege capital controlled by Song. By now, he started silently spreading the mirrors he had created throughout the city. No one on the Valor side knew what the purpose of his strange actions were, but they were determined to prevent whatever he was doing from coming to fruition. Matic was going to infiltrate the siege capital and either destroy or contain the Prince of Nothing with the help of special weapons crafted by the King of Swords. It was a tremendous commitment for Morgan, considering how important Whispering Blade was. Sending him after Mordred meant that he would not be able to provide support for the forces of Valor anywhere else for a period of time. But on this, Sunny had to agree with the daughter of Anvil. Getting rid of the Prince of Nothing was a more dire need than suppressing or even killing one Song's saints. The bastard was just too ineffable. So that was what the near future held for Sunny. He would follow the forces of Valor back to their siege capital, fighting a probing ambush staged by Song in the process. Once there, Matic would send off reinforcements for Nightstad and depart, leaving Morgan to deal with the team of assassins Beastmaster was dispatching to attack their headquarters. Sunny was not too concerned about what Whispering Blade would do to Mordred. The man was too powerful and too precise, and the decision to activate him so early into the conflict was too unexpected. No matter if he achieved his goal or not, the attack itself would be unseen and contained. The fight between the team of Beastmaster's assassins and Morgan's warriors. Now, that promised to do a lot of harm to the refugees trapped in the siege capital, which was why he had made a difficult decision to leave the gloomy shadow with the forces of Song. There was a lot of risk tied to that decision, but also a lot of potential benefit. Once enough kilometers separated Sunny from his shadow, he would lose contact with it. After that, the gloomy guy would be on his own for a while. The task in front of the shadow was both simple and difficult: to keep itself hidden, learn the identities of the assassins, and follow them back to Valor's territory. If everything went right, Sunny would know the precise location of the infiltration team as soon as they reached the siege capital. If not, his soul might get seriously wounded, or, even worse, crippled. All he could do was trust in his shadow's competence. Sunny stood up from his cot and stretched, hearing the sounds of the battle slowly grow less intense. Now that the dawn had come, the joint army was preparing to withdraw and dissolve into 3 separate forces. His expression was slightly tense. He'll be all right. The gloomy guy has been through a lot by my side, so he knows what he's doing. He had to. With that, Sunny left the tent and went to find Nephis. Changing Star was in a watchtower near the outer edges of the camp, observing the ongoing battle. Her gaze was locked on the lustrous figure of Summer Night, who stood like a fortress amidst the attacking nightmare creatures, cutting them down with his flowing lance. Sunny approached and stared at the slaughter as well, wondering how was it that the saint had not gotten a single drop of blood on his armor. Was that a skill one could learn? The black silk of the graceless dusk always remained pristine, rejecting any kind of taint, but the same could not be said about his skin and hair, especially hair. Washing blood out of his hair was a real chore, which was one of the reasons Sonny had enjoyed the few months of being a scout and never getting his own hands dirty, instead relying on shadows to do the killing for him. That guy, Summer Night, is both deadly on the battlefield and nice in person. Makes me wonder if he really is a saint. Every other transcendent I know is either the stern stoic type, vaguely sinister, or completely insane. He really doesn't fit. Neff glanced in his direction and smiled with the corner of her mouth. Maybe you just attract these kinds of people. Sonny coughed. Come to think of it, stern and stoic, vaguely sinister, and completely insane were all words that could be used to describe Nephis as well. She looked back to the battlefield and added, "But you are right. Sir Gilead is somewhat of an outlier among the saints. He is too straightforward. What you see is what you get. Honor, valiance, loyalty, and all that. He is the picture of a noble knight." Sonny remained silent for a moment. Is that a bad thing? He certainly thought that it was. A person who proclaimed these virtues was either a hypocrite or dangerously naive. Gods only knew which option was worse. However, Sonny wanted to hear Neff's answer. She shrugged. Not usually, but in the case of Summer Night it presents a contradiction. What is a person like that doing serving the King of Swords? And not just as a vassal, but as a direct retainer of clan valor, a tool in their machinations. She lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Sonny looked at Nephis with curiosity. What are you doing serving the King of Swords? Her subtle smile grew a little wider, and white sparks ignited in her eyes. Ah, but I am not honorable, valiant, or loyal. I am just driven and good with a sword, don't you know? He scoffed. I do. Don't I know it well? With that, Sonny leaned on the framework of the alloy watchtower and watched the valiant saint fight in silence. At the same time, he sent Neff a mental message. What did Morgan want to talk to you about? She leaned on the alloy bar by his side. We are most likely going to be ambushed by Song on the way back to the siege capital. She warned me to be ready. There is also the issue of the nightmare gates within the city. There are 16 of them at the moment, and keeping each one contained is a drain on the resources. Once we are back, the awakened soldiers under Morgan's command will begin challenging the seeds to close them, and scout the desert in the process, of course. She offered a few spots to the firekeepers. Sonny hesitated for a few moments. The firekeepers? Are they going to attempt ascension? Neff lowered her head a little, nodding. They have long saturated their cores and have more than enough experience. So, yes, Shim's cohort will enter first, followed by 2 others. A month later, 2 more cohorts will challenge the second nightmare. The last 2 will go after, if the first challengers return. Sonny blinked. If that plan worked, then in less than a year, Changing Star would potentially command close to 50 masters. Some might die in the nightmare, but still, that was a staggering force, an inconceivable force even, by the standards of the modern world. But then again, the world was changing, and the return of the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had made so much noise for this exact reason, not because they were powerful, awakened, but because each had a substantial chance of becoming a master, and maybe even a saint, in the future. The force that Cassie had built had the potential to dramatically shift the balance of power between the great clans. No wonder Nephis seemed to be in a hurry to send the firekeepers into the seeds. The emissaries of Song knew what was at stake as well. Once the fighting between the forces of the great clans started in earnest, Beastmaster would without a doubt aim to destroy the firekeepers before they ascended. How complicated. Sonny remained silent for a while, choosing his words carefully. Eventually he spoke. Thought. In a casual tone, I happened to eavesdrop on a conversation. Nephis glanced at him. Oh, by pure accident, I'm sure. He smiled. Then, however, the smile disappeared from his face. Sonny looked forward, pretending to study the battle. Turns out, it was your Uncle Vale who sent Castor to kill you. You know, Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords, that Uncle Vale. She didn't show any hint of a strong reaction. I figured as much. Sonny sighed. I also overheard that another one of your father's 3 friends had limited the great clans in what means they could use to kill you. Back when you were a child, he seems to have protected you to a degree. This time, Nephis couldn't maintain the mask of indifference. Someone else might not have noticed, but Sunny knew her too well. She was shaken. After a long pause, Neff whispered, "So that's how it is. I see. That explains a few things I always wondered about." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Do you have any idea what his reasons might be?" Nephis remained silent for a long time, looking at the battlefield. One half of her face was illuminated by a gentle light, the other drowned in shadows. The cold wind was playing with her silver hair, making it dance. Eventually she let out a deep sigh. "I don't. However, I do have a suspicion. I am the last daughter of the immortal flame clan, Sunny, which means that I am also the last carrier of Sun God's lineage. Asterion had prevented that lineage from being snuffed out and had taken Mordred from Anvil. It is almost as if he is collecting the carriers of divine lineages." Nephis paused for a few moments and then added in a grave voice, "If my suspicion is correct, then, should you meet him in the future, you would be wise to be careful too, Sunny. You do not possess Shadow God's lineage, but Asterion might not know that. Sun God, War God, Beast God, Storm God, and Heart God. All these lineages had already been found. Shadow God's was the last one to remain hidden. Maybe that is why he stayed passive all these years, waiting patiently for it to reveal itself." She suddenly turned and looked him in the eyes, then said in her own voice, "Iskrun," discarding the safety of the blessing dusk. "Sunny, you have guarded your secrets well. It is very important that you continue to do so. Be careful. If you wish, please." The cold wind got to Sunny as well, making him shiver. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye again. Effie and Kai were returning to the government-controlled section of East Antarctica with Wake of Ruin and St. Tyrus, while Jet was leaving with the forces of Song. The joint army had already withdrawn from the battlefield and traveled some distance away from it. Now, it was ready to break apart. Before it did, however, Sunny managed to find an opportunity to talk with Soul Reaper in private. The long column of vehicles had come to a stop, and they found each other among the busy chaos of imminent separation. "How is living with the Song clan treating you?" Jet smiled a little, then shrugged. "It's treating me fine. I am often reminded of why was it exactly that I never wanted to be a part of a legacy clan. But it's fine. Weirdly, I feel a bit of kinship with these women." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Kinship, really? Why?" She lingered for a few moments. "A thief knows a thief as a wolf knows a wolf. It's just a vague feeling, but I think that their flaws are similar to mine. Not exactly the same, but similar. I have no solid proof, of course, but there are ways to tell. A thing like that influences you in many subtle ways." Jet looked away and let out a wistful sigh. "All of Kisong's daughters are adopted, you know. Many of them were taken from the outskirts when they were very young. Who knows, in another life, I might have been a princess of a great clan as well. Wouldn't that be a sight?" Sunny looked at her gloomily, trying to imagine Soul Reaper in the traditional wine-red attire of the Song clan. However, his imagination failed him. No matter how hard Sunny tried, he just couldn't imagine Jet wearing a dress. He scoffed. "I do know, and yes, that would be a sight. However, I like the current you much more." Soul Reaper laughed. "Me too, Sunny, me too. You are maybe a bit too young to understand the sentiment, but I fought long and hard to become the current me. I wouldn't trade it for the world." The smile slowly disappeared from her face, and she looked at him with a somber expression. "You know that things are about to change in East Antarctica, right?" Sunny slowly nodded, prompting her to ask, "So, what are you going to do?" He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. "Probably something stupid, but not too stupid. It's hard to tell, yet." Soul Reaper studied his face for a while, then nodded. "Let's stay in touch, then." With that, she turned around and walked away, heading for the departing force of Songs Awakened. Sunny watched Soul Reaper go, considering if he should have told her more. He had already warned her to stay clear of Mordred. As for informing Jet of the presence of his shadow, that would do neither of them any good. It was not like she could help the gloomy guy in his mission. There are too many unknown variables at play. I have no idea how the situation will unfold for the both of us. One thing is certain, though. We'll cross paths again soon, before it's all over." He grimaced, then went to join his own convoy. The ostentatious tortoise Echo had been dismissed, and they were going to be traveling by using more mundane means of transportation, but not much more mundane. Many of Valor Awakened were in possession of echo mounts and would be riding them across the desolate landscape. There were ordinary vehicles as well. Sunny himself was going to catch a ride with the firekeepers, but before that, he sneaked into a small crevice that was drowned by deep shadows. There he found a small figure laying motionlessly on the ground, spread-eagled, with a drunk expression on its ugly little face. The imp seemed to have grown bigger. His belly had, at least. It protruded from the scrawny frame of the little fiend like a balloon, looking as if it was on the verge of bursting. Noticing Sunny, the shadow turned its head and grinned stupidly. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. "Gods, you gluttonous little wretch, can you even stand?" The imp stared at him lazily, and then answered in a grating, screeching voice, "Wretch." Sunny scowled. "Who are you calling a wretch, you wretch?" The imp did not deign to answer, so he sighed and dismissed the shadow, sending the scrawny fiend to digest his ill-gotten gains within the darkness of a shadow core. "I'll check on his progress later. That bastard better have listened to me and only eaten those nightmare creatures that had to do something with steel and metal. Otherwise, he'll be on a vegetarian diet for a very, very long time." Sunny left the crevice and walked over to one of the armored vehicles. There were already a few familiar faces inside, the members of Cassie's former cohort. The healer, Shim, Kaor, and Shakti, and others. Noticing Sunny, they all became lively. "Sunny, man, you were a real terror on the battlefield yesterday. When the hell did you become that scary? Now I really want to ascend too. Maybe I'll get a pseudo-transformation ability like you. You're an artisan, Kaor. What kind of transformation are you going to get? Turn into a block of wood? Better be a block of wood than a blockhead like you." Sunny greeted them with a few smiles and a few elusive answers, then walked over to where Cassie was sitting and looked around. "Hey, Cass, where's Nephis?" The blind girl pointed forward, where another vehicle, this one larger and better armored, was visible through the windshield of the APC. Morgan invited her for a last-minute discussion. He smiled darkly. "Oh yeah, discussion of what?" Cassie lingered with the answer. "Probably the ambush." He really did not know what to say. What kind of stupid ambush is this, when everyone knows that it's happening? Damn, I'm sure that even the ambushers know that we know. The sheer stupidity of it all. Sunny sighed, then sat near Cassie and grew quiet. Soon the column of vehicles started to move, surrounded by a moving shield of mounted awakened. The human forces were returning victorious from a dire battle with a harrowing horde of nightmare creatures, having slayed 4 powerful titans. But what awaited them was not the warm welcome of the citizens, but the swords and bullets of fellow humans. He shook his head dejectedly. "No, actually, there might be nightmare creatures in the ambush as well. That's Beastmaster we are talking about after all." The journey back to the Valor Enclave in East Antarctica was going to take several days. On the first day, the awakened riders charged forward many times, slaughtering any band of nightmare creatures that was unfortunate enough to wander into the convoy's path. Awakened and fallen abominations were ruthlessly cut down long before they could pose a threat to the vehicles. When a corrupted one appeared, the Knights of Valor attacked personally. Watching these exalted masters fight was both an inspiration and a grim reminder of what Sunny contended against. Each of them was no less deadly than Pierce and Weltha, Mordred's jailers, had been, maybe even more so. With the knights slaying the more dangerous nightmare creatures, none of the saints had to personally intervene yet. There were also Morgan's echoes. Strangely enough, there were only a few of them in view. The princes of war must have dismissed some of them, for now. Of course, there was also another possibility. Morgan could have sent several echoes to stage an ambush of her own. In fact, Sunny was more or less certain that she had. He had spent the last month carefully studying the expedition force of the Great Clan. By now, he knew the faces of pretty much every awakened, ascended, and mundane specialist that Valor had sent to the southern quadrant, as well as the rough outline of their abilities. Which was why it had not escaped Sunny's attention that several cohorts of awakened that had participated in the battle against the Titanic horde were mysteriously missing from the convoy. They were, most likely, en route to lay a trap for the returning force of Song warriors. He did not envy them one bit. Sunny himself spent the first day silently observing how the warriors of Valor fought through the shadows. He thought about striking up a conversation with Cassie, but found it hard to find a topic to discuss. At least one that did not have to do with nightmare creatures, machinations of the great clans, or the tumultuous future facing them all. Work, basically. It was a bit strange. He had thought that they were close. Despite everything, there were very few people in this world, if any, who were closer to him than her. And yet, Sunny realized that he did not know much about Cassie, outside the dire reality of being an awakened. He never met her family, which she mentioned so much on the Forgotten Shore. He had never visited her home, or learned of her hobbies, things she enjoyed, things she found frustrating. He didn't even know what her official position in Clan Valor was, and how her life had changed because of it. That realization was disheartening. Granted, Cassie herself was part of the reason for the distance between them. After awakening, she seemed to have closed herself off from the outside world, somewhat. After the ascension, her isolation had only grown more pronounced. It was as though the blind girl was making a conscious effort to blend into the background, becoming as obscure and forgettable as possible. But still, Sunny glanced at her with a complicated expression. A sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't think I ever wished her a happy birthday. That had been how they met all those years ago. Well, actually, it was only around 4 years ago. On the day of the winter solstice in the academy cafeteria, Cassie had suddenly wished him a happy birthday. She was more or less the only sleeper who had spoken to him there. Sunny knew that Cassie was the youngest of the cohort, and that her birthday was somewhere in late June or early July, close to Rains. This year, he had been busy fighting his way to Falcon Scott during that time, so there was a solid excuse. However, there were the years before that. Sunny remained silent for a while thinking. Then he shifted slightly and asked, By the way, Cassie, how is your family doing? She did not react for a moment, then turned her head slightly and frowned in confusion. What? Sunny leaned back. I said, how is your family doing? The blind girl hesitated. Then a subtle smile illuminated her delicate face. Oh, they are doing well. I applied to have their citizenship rank raised, so my mom can't stop bragging to the neighbors. Dad had to have a talk to her, right after taking driving lessons and purchasing a PTV license. He parks the PTV where everyone can see it too, so I think I'll be the one who has to have a talk with him. Now, Sunny chuckled. Ah, I understand. You might not know it, but I took driving lessons as well. From an actual ace pilot, by the way. My ride sort of blew up, but when we get back to NQSC, I'll definitely buy a new one. And when I do, you can count on it being parked in the most visible places often. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked with strange curiosity, What else do you want to do when you get back? He scratched the back of his head. I actually have not given it much thought. Well, first things first. My shop is in desperate need of new exclusive merchandise. I've been practicing a lot here in Antarctica, so I might be able to bring the Brilliant Emporium to an entirely new level. Maybe I'll even branch out and open a memory boutique in Bastion. Oh, also, I've been thinking about opening a restaurant. Feeding people and making money at the same time, isn't that a dream? Sunny thought for a bit, and then added, I'm going to need to be in Bastion a lot if I want to do proper business. I don't want to be anchored there, though, so maybe I'll find a scenic, quiet citadel somewhere nearby, out of the way of the mess between Valor and Song. He smiled, then asked, How about you? Cassie simply sighed. I think I'll be very busy after returning to NQSC. If I do have some free time, all I want to do is wear pajamas around the house and do nothing. She lingered for a moment, then suddenly flashed him a smile. I do promise to visit your restaurant, though. I'll even leave a big tip. As they talked, the sun wobbled to the edge of the sky, never falling behind the horizon, but turning the world dim. The convoy came to a stop, preparing for the next leg of the journey. In that lull, an awakened from Clan Valor arrived, putting an end to their conversation. It was very easy to send a message through the short-range communication network of the convoy, but Morgan had deemed it necessary to send an actual person to fetch them. The awakened approached the APC where Sunny and Cassie were, his imposing armored figure appearing in view of the external cameras of the armored vehicle, and politely knocked on the main hatch. When one of the firekeepers opened it, the man cleared his throat and said with solemn gravitas, "Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended Sunless. Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience." Sunny recognized the awakened from spying on Morgan and Maddock yesterday. The guy sure was a bit too pompous for a glorified messenger, but remembering his earnest reaction to Whispering Blade's praise, that was not at all unexpected. All Valor awakened were like that, too serious and full of ardent devotion. The firekeepers were zealously devoted to their leader too, but at least they did not stand on ceremony. They saw Nephis as the best of them as opposed to better than them. There was an important distinction. Sunny shook his head, then nodded at the awkward awakened and rose from the crate he was sitting on. Cassie stood up too and followed him outside. Her steps were cautious, but she seemed to have no problem navigating the world without being able to see it. It was a far cry from how helpless she had been on the forgotten shore. Her hand was resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer, too, reminding Sunny how deadly of a fighter she had become. Of course, with most of her abilities having nothing to do with combat, Cassie's battle prowess could not compare to that of more straightforward masters. Still, he wouldn't want to fight someone who knew his every move in advance. Sunny understood very well how dreadful such an opponent would be, because he himself cut down many foes by relying on shadow dance. The awakened squire kept a respectful silence as he led them to the head of the column, where an armored vehicle that would put even the rhino to shame stood just before a wide crossroad. It was surrounded by a watchful ring of awakened warriors. They gave Sunny and Cassie stern looks, then stepped aside to let them through. It was nonsensical, really. Currently, two of the most deadly masters in the world, and Whispering Blade himself, were inside the vehicle. What could these awakened do to protect them? Once inside, Sunny saw Morgan, Maddock, and Nephis gathered around a holographic table that showed a topographical projection of the surrounding area. Some distance away, a few spots were marked with red. It did not take a genius strategist to know that those were the most convenient places for an ambush. At least Sunny would have chosen them if he had to lay a trap for the forces of Valor. Then again, Sunny did not really need a convenient spot and advantageous terrain to ambush someone. All he needed was a bit of shadow. Morgan welcomed them with a nod and gestured for them to come closer. Once they did, she addressed Cassie in a neutral tone. "Cassia, do you have anything to share with us?" The blind girl nodded, then lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he raised her hand and pointed to a particular red mark. "There." Morgan smiled while Maddock raised his brow slightly. "How do you know, young lady?" Sunny had the same question, although he also had an idea of what the answer would be. He slightly shook his head, feeling a strange mix of awe, admiration, and dejection. Cassie, meanwhile, lowered her hand and explained. "I used the time the forces of both clans recently spent together to mark several of Song's people with my ascended ability. Many of them possess powerful memories to disrupt attempts at divination, but there are very few that can disrupt my powers, certainly not enough to protect every awakened in their camp." She turned to the map and added calmly, "Currently, one of the marked is in that ravine, surrounded by 3 cohorts of awakened. These awakened are only a part of the ambush, however. The main striking force is underwater in a nearby lake. Several hundred nightmare creatures, all tamed by Beastmaster and controlled by an ascended proxy. I don't have eyes on them, but the person I marked discussed the details of the attack with the ascended prior to separating. I listened." Maddock chuckled. "Lady Cassia, I wouldn't want to be your enemy. Wonderfully done." Cassie simply offered him a curt nod. Morgan glanced at them and smiled. "Isn't she wonderful indeed? With that, she patted the blind girl on the shoulder. Better yet, Cassia is the only person on the continent that can never be taken by that abominable kin of ours, which only makes me appreciate her more. We should employ more blind people, don't you think, Uncle? That last statement was said in a nonchalant and slightly amused tone, and really rubbed Sunny the wrong way. If Cassie felt the same, though, she did not let it show. Just like that, the probing ambush of Clan Song was laid bare. The convoy had no choice but to take the route through the area where the trap was prepared for them, but knowing what to expect, they could descend upon the ambushers and cut them down in one fell swoop. No wonder Morgan was pleased. At that moment, Nephi spoke, glancing at the Princess of War coldly. Let's not draw this out. We should dismantle the ambush as soon as possible and stay on guard. Cassie is powerful, but she is not all-powerful. There might be other aspects of the trap that we failed to account for. Morgan smiled. A good suggestion, since you were the one to voice it, dear sister. Why don't you take your fire keepers and deal with this issue personally? They'll be leaving for the nightmares soon, so this might be their last opportunity to wet their blades with the blood of song for a long while. Nephis turned away and looked at the map with a bleak expression. I will. Sunny, who had remained silent all that time, cleared his throat. Sorry, but should I be hearing this conversation? Why am I here, exactly? Morgan looked at him with confusion, then chuckled. Why, you are a representative of the government, Master Sunless. You are the perfect person to share the vile machinations of the Song clan with. Who knows, maybe I'll want to lodge a complaint with the authorities later. You'll be an important witness. Then she smiled at him. Plus, I thought that you might enjoy a small distraction like this. Would you please accompany my little sister on this mission, Master Sunless? As a neutral observer, of course. It would really make me feel better about her safety. Sunny stared at her with a dubious expression. Yeah, right. The battle maniac probably just wanted to see him kill something again. Or maybe deepen his connection to the Valor clan through bloodshed. He shrugged. Sure. Why not? I am a part of this convoy as well, after all. If we really were to be ambushed, my safety would be compromised too. The Princess of War nodded, then crossed her arms and looked at the map. True. I'll be awaiting good news then. Chapter 1. 1132 Ambush. The contingent of Valor soldiers camped for a few hours of rest, while several vehicles containing the fire keepers secretly continued forward. They advanced at moderate speed for a few hours, then hid the vehicles between the rusty ruins of massive machines left behind by the dark times, and continued toward the place of the ambush on foot. Sunny walked with them, scouting the path ahead with his shadows. As he did, he heard the firekeepers talk. One of them, a tall young man who possessed the ability to summon 2 more arms and fought by wielding 2 greatswords, was speaking in a contemplative tone. It's been a while since I killed a human. Honestly, I sort of assumed that I would never have to do it again after leaving the Forgotten Shore. Should have known better, really. He sighed, then glanced at the leader of his cohort. What about you, Shim? Shim, the healer who usually fought where the battle was direst, wielding a shield and a spear, shrugged. I don't think I've ever killed a human. The others looked at him with surprise. What are you talking about, you maniac? I personally saw you gut at least half a dozen guards in the throne room of the Bright Castle. And that was just day 1 of that mess. The healer glanced at them evenly. Those weren't humans. They didn't qualify. Even Sunny was given pause by that cold logic. Shim was right about something, though. Some humans were worse than nightmare creatures. In any case, the firekeepers did not seem too opposed to the idea of fighting against one of the great clans. Perhaps the fact that Clan Song was currently laying a trap to attack their convoy played a part in their nonchalance, but they would have probably followed Nephi's even if the situation was reversed. As for Changing Star herself, she had grown quiet in anticipation of the battle, mentally preparing herself for the strain of using her aspect. Sunny did not want to bother her. Eventually, they neared the spot marked on the map and switched to moving stealthily, slowly getting closer and closer to the ravine where 3 cohorts of Song Awakened were laying in ambush. Cassie confirmed that they were still there and helped the firekeepers avoid being seen by the hidden watchmen. The lake where the hundreds of tamed nightmare creatures hid was also nearby, separated from the ravine by a few hundred meters of dirt and a weathered cement road. When they came into view of the ravine, bending low to the ground to remain unnoticed, Nephis stopped and looked at her soldiers. One of them whispered calmly, "What's the plan, Lady Changing Star?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said simply, "Slaughter them all." Neph sighed, then summoned a memory that resembled a torch, made of polished black wood, with the cage at the top of it forged out of silvery metal. Turning around to shield it from view with her body, she activated the enchantment of the torch, causing a cold blue flame to ignite in the cage. She raised one hand, drawing the stream of blue fire into it. "Cassie, I'll leave the Ascended to you." The blind girl nodded, then unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier slipped out of her hand, hovered in the air for a moment, and then flew toward the calm lake. It stayed close to the ground, almost unseen. The blue fire, meanwhile, was flowing into Neph's hand and swirling, slowly coalescing into a sphere. No matter how much fire she drew from the silver torch, it continued to burn with the same intensity. The rippling blue sphere began to collapse onto itself and compress as more and more flame was added to it. Its heat was growing unbearable. As the density of the sphere increased, wisps of white flame rose from her skin and mixed into it. Slowly, the color of the blue flames began to lighten, growing from deep blue to light blue, and, eventually, to pure white. By that time, the sphere was trembling violently, as if struggling to contain the furious power contained within it, and Neph's face grew pale. Then, she suddenly made a fist, compressing the sphere even further. At that moment, it was hard not to notice the pale radiance emanating from her figure. There was some movement in the ravine, but it was too late. Standing to her full height, Changing Star took a step forward and whipped her arm forward as if throwing a discus. The small sphere of white flame pierced the air, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. It disappeared into the ravine a second later, and then the ground shook. There was a blinding flash and a deafening boom. A fountain of fire suddenly shot from the ravine into the cold sky, washing the world in white. Just like that, the 3 cohorts of awakened elites were wiped out. Nephis looked a little tired. A few moments later, Cassie turned her head and spoke. "The Ascended is dead." Neph nodded, then turned to the firekeepers. "Get ready." The waters of the calm lake suddenly boiled, and a flood of abominations started to emerge from them, all surging toward the small hill they stood upon. The young man, whom Sunny had overheard speaking to Shim earlier, scratched the back of his head with one of his 4 hands. "Well, I guess I won't have to kill any humans today either." With that, he shrugged and summoned his great swords. The firekeepers calmly faced the tide of nightmare creatures. Not too long after that, every last one of the abominations was wiped out. Not a drop of human blood had been spilled, at least on the Valor side. Sunny observed it all with a detached expression. From start to finish, he had not moved a finger. It was honestly kind of anticlimactic. Wasn't I complaining about having to wash blood off myself a couple of days earlier, though? It was nice to work with professionals. The firekeepers had retraced their steps, returning to where they had left the vehicles. The mood among the veterans of the Forgotten Shore was neutral. It was as if they had fought a mundane battle, not one that would become the opening act of a bloody confrontation between 2 great clans. Sunny, however, felt slightly dejected. He had no pity for the awakened of the great clan song. They would not have any pity on him if the situation was reversed either, and yet all of it was such a shameful waste. Valor and song were wasting the lives of skilled warriors, and in the middle of the chain of nightmares, no less. That was both odious and the reason for why those who followed their orders did not deserve his pity or his mercy. The armored vehicles moved across the desolate landscape of Antarctica, returning victorious to the camp. They navigated the treacherous expanse of countless rivers and lakes and rejoined the main force of the Valor clan close to dawn, which was not much different from night and day in Antarctica. Their return did not cause much fanfare, mostly because few people knew of the impending ambush. Those who did or were smart enough to figure things out on their own, however, paid the small column of vehicles close attention. Their faces changed slightly when they saw that none of the firekeepers seemed to be missing or even bear any wounds. The skilled awakened of the great clan were begrudgingly impressed, if not envious. Sunny left the APC with the rest of the Forgotten Shore, awakened to stretch his legs. Nephis and Cassie left to make a report to Morgan, but he stayed behind. There was no point in being there personally anyway. One of his shadows was going instead, hidden within Neph's. The conversation went more or less exactly as he had expected. Morgan seemed both pleased and disappointed by the easy victory the firekeepers had achieved. She had expected more from the forces of the famed clan song. Maddock offered Nephis mild praise with a polite smile. Both were impatient to get to the real bloodshed. Changing Star herself remained impassive. She did not even seem moved by the boon she must have received for wiping out 3 cohorts of elite awakened. If their cores were fully saturated, the bounty of souls she had collected had to be close to 1,000 fragments. Sunny did not summon the runes to check, since he saw no reason to. Not long after their return, the command to break camp was given, and the soldiers prepared to continue the march. Soon, the convoy started to roll forward, only to come to a sudden halt. Not a minute later, the APC Sunny was riding on stopped so abruptly that he almost flew out of his seat. What the hell? There was some kind of disturbance outside, with soldiers exiting the vehicles and looking around in confusion. The shouts of commanders echoed in the air, and the awakened riders spread out, turning their mounts around. Soon, the source of the disturbance became clear. One of the APCs had failed to start and rejoin the convoy. It just stood there, unmoving, isolated from the rest by a stretch of empty space. All attempts to contact the cohort of awakened assigned to the APC failed. Suddenly, Sunny felt a chill creep up his spine. He looked at the head vehicle through one of his shadows. Right at that moment, its hatch opened, and Morgan emerged, her vermilion eyes radiating such a sharp sense of coldness that he felt as if his soul would be cut. The Princess of War jumped down and walked toward the tail of the convoy, her red cloak trailing behind her like a river of blood. Maddock and Nephis followed. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then used Shadow Step to quietly appear next to them. This should be interesting. The 4 of them approached the silent APC, which was already surrounded by a ring of awakened soldiers. One of them took a step forward, addressing Morgan with concern. "My lady, please, it might be dangerous." She walked past the awakened without a word and raised a hand. Morgan's fingers sliced through the armored alloy of the vehicle's hatch as if it was paper, and a moment later, the dark entrance to the interior of the APC was revealed. She dove into the darkness without a moment of hesitation. Maddock followed a second behind. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other and then joined them. Sunny did not know what he had expected to see inside the silent vehicle, a scene of revolting butchery or a hidden abomination, perhaps. But what he had not expected was nothing. The interior of the APC was entirely empty. There were no bodies, no blood, no signs of the struggle, and no awakened either. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Morgan looked around with a grim face, then walked over to the pilot's cabin and reached behind the backrest of the seat, grasping something. Turns out, Sunny was mistaken. There was something left inside the APC, and she was currently holding it in her hand. A single, unassuming arrow with dull-colored fletching and an arrowhead cast out of mundane alloy. Morgan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. Her voice sounded like the hiss of a sword, leaving its scabbard. "Silent stalker." Sunny looked around the empty vehicle with a complicated expression. A saint was here. The mystery of what had happened to the cohort of Valor's awakened was not a mystery anymore. The firekeepers had dismantled the ambush, prepared for the convoy by the forces of song. But while they were doing it, someone else had entered the heavily guarded camp, unseen, slaughtered a cohort of elite awakened without making a single sound, and left, taking their bodies away. That someone was Silent Stalker, a transcendent huntress and one of Ki Song's daughters. She even left one of her arrows behind to let the enemy know who the perpetrator was. A saint could have wreaked much more havoc if they wanted to. But Silent Stalker had seemingly only wanted to do one thing: prove a point. Morgan snarled, then snapped the arrow with her thumb and threw the pieces away. Maddox grimaced, then said evenly, "Beastmaster is sending a message. It seems that she wants to provoke us." His niece remained silent for a few moments, composing herself. Then she suddenly smiled. Her previous disappointment appeared to be gone. Message received. Nothing else happened on their way back to the siege capital. It had grown harder to eavesdrop on Morgan and Maddox once again, so Sunny didn't learn much about the consequences of Beastmaster's mocking message. He did, however, understand from small hints and clues that Valor's own ambush had gone slightly better than the one prepared by Song. Most of the ambushers even survived, and were now following a different route to return to safe territory. The great clans had basically exchanged slaps. What would come next were actual blows. It was nice to return back to civilization. Sunny slept in a soft bed, had a hot shower, and prepared himself an actual meal. Despite the dire war raging somewhere on the continent, 2 wars even, his routine was strangely mundane and peaceful. He even received a video message from Rain. The network in East Antarctica was not nearly as in shambles as it had been in the Antarctic Center, so the bandwidth allocated to him allowed for such frivolities from time to time. To Sunny's slight disappointment, Rain only spoke about what was happening in her life for a short while, using the rest of the recording to demonstrate the progress she was making in her training and ask for pointers. The message ended with a few carefree sentences. "Oh, by the way, do you remember the classmate I told you about? The one whose sister is an MWP pilot in Antarctica. Apparently her unit got into a really bad situation, and she only survived because a master named Devil saved her. Thank the gods. I can't even imagine how her family would have felt if not for him. Anyway, if you know that guy, buy him a drink. Better yet, try to stay close to him. He's apparently some sort of a big hero, so you'll be safer with him. What I am trying to say is that you should be careful. Take care of yourself. Bye." The message ended, leaving Sunny in amused silence. He shook his head. What are the chances? And what the hell does she mean, do I know that guy? Have I not told her that people call me the Devil of Antarctica? I'm sure I bragged about it. Then he went about composing a response, first going over her technique and swordsmanship, then adding a few phrases at the end. "Yes, I do remember. As for the Devil, as it happens, I know him pretty well. That guy is indeed amazing. He is also very powerful, handsome, and disgustingly rich. Your classmate's sister was really very fortunate to meet him. He mostly keeps company with saints and beautiful legacies from the great clans these days, but since you asked, I'll go buy him a drink right after finishing writing this message." Sunny grinned as he finished and sent the message, then fulfilled his promise by walking to the nearest provisions stall and ordering a cup of cheap, synthetic coffee. He savored its warmth on the street, watching the refugees sheltered within the city walls go about their daily lives. The atmosphere in the siege capital was not at all light. In fact, it was charged by distress and dread, but it was not at all as heavy as it had been in Falcon Scott. No matter how full of tribulations and anxiety their lives had become, people actually lived here, not just tried desperately to survive. Sunny felt that he was alive too. Rain was safe and not showing any symptoms of the spell. The evacuation was proceeding at a healthy pace. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet were all doing fine. As for the great clans, he now had a clear target in mind at least. The assassins of the Song clan were going to arrive soon. Preventing the clash between them and the forces of Valor from spilling into these streets would be his first independent move. He had to prepare well. Sunny finished his coffee, then took a walk toward the headquarters of the Valor clan. His duties as a government envoy could not wait. There were issues he had to pass along, reports he had to make, and secrets he had to steal. Before he could do any of it, though, Cassie stopped by the small office Sunny had been given within the compound to fetch him on behalf of Morgan. The Princess of War wanted to see him first thing in the morning, for some reason. As they walked through the corridors of the lavish compound, Sunny glanced at the blind girl and asked, "What exactly does she want this time?" Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. I'm not sure. She seemed excited about something. Well, as far as Morgan allows herself to show genuine emotions, at least. Sunny sighed. After a short span of silence, he asked another question. Hey, can you help me out with something in the near future? The blind girl slowed down a little. With what? He considered his words for a few moments. I want to visit a few places on the chained isles. The flying ship Noctis left behind can now descend through the crushing, right? It will only take a couple days, if you pilot it. Cassie smiled. Oh, sure, I can help. The ivory tower has drifted east of the Tair, though, so the journey might take a bit more time. Sunny had a few reasons to return to the chained isles, but the main one was on the shipwreck island, where he had fought the wormvine. Or rather, under it. The remains of Sun Prince still swayed there, tangled in the broken chains. Sunny wanted the imp to devour as much of the steel giant as possible. His initial desire to make the little fiend develop a nearly indestructible body was a lofty one, but in practice, finding enough magical metal to feed the ravenous shadow was proving to be a problem. So it was very convenient to know the location of a giant, dead, ancient iron saint. As he was imagining how much the imp would improve after sinking his teeth into the Sun Prince, Cassie led him to a guarded door and opened it. Sunny was a little surprised, since it was not one of the usual places where he met the emissaries of valor. In fact, it was a spacious, heavily reinforced dojo with all kinds of swords and implements of war resting in armored cases. Morgan was standing in the middle of the dojo, wearing nothing except for a light black tunic. Her vermilion eyes were gleaming with sharp, intense desire. Desire to cross swords with a worthy opponent and destroy them. Sunny froze. I suddenly don't feel safe. The princess of Clan Valor smiled widely at the sight of him. Master Sunless. If I remember correctly, you promised me a spar? Sunny remembered his first clash with Morgan very well. Back then, he had been a mere awakened. Nevertheless, as far as awakened went, he had considered himself to be somewhat of an outlier in terms of personal power and combat skill. He had even entertained the idea of winning their duel. Sunny had been blessed with the powers of a divine aspect, trained by Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, and tempered in the ruthless crucible of the Forgotten Shore, and possessed of an aspect legacy. So, there had been a reason for his confidence. The streak of easy wins he had achieved in the dreamscape also played a role. Even though some of the opponents he had faced were challenging foes, none managed to make him feel seriously threatened. Sunny had involuntarily grown a little arrogant. Morgan had destroyed that arrogance. She had been the first master he crossed swords with, and not just any master at that. The heiress of the great Clan Valor was at the absolute pinnacle of what an ascended could be. Being utterly crushed by her in less than 40 seconds had hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing whatever nascent hubris Sunny could have developed. Her oppressively flawless skill, her overwhelming physical prowess, her crystal-clear killing intent, all of it made a lasting impression on him. Sunny had returned with 2 valuable gifts from that battle. The first was a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow dance. The second was a stark reminder of how many crouching tigers there were among the awakened. Yes, he was outstanding and powerful, but he was not the only outstanding powerful person out there. Ever since that battle, Sunny had been instinctively comparing every master he fought with Morgan. So far, no one had made the cut. Not in the waking world, not in the dream realm, and not in the second nightmare. Which was why he was very curious to see how he would compare to her now that they were both ascended. Sunny was not the same person who had met Morgan in the dreamscape. He had lived through too many tribulations since then. The Night Temple, the Red Colosseum, the Gauntlet of Nightmares, the Temple of the Chalice, the Ivory City, and the Antarctic Center, from the quiet dread of LO-49 to the cold despair of Falcon Scott. Each of these trials had left scars on his soul, but also made him a much more experienced and deadly fighter. That is true. But Morgan must not have remained stagnant either. Saint Tyrus had once said the Anvil's daughter was too young and inexperienced to challenge the third nightmare. which had to mean that she had been actively earning the necessary experience all that time, so this spar of theirs was bound to be interesting. Sure, I was looking forward to it. She nodded with satisfaction, then gestured for Cassie to take a seat. Then, Morgan walked to a case containing a multitude of training swords, all fashioned to withstand the intense pressure of being wielded by masters, and thus insanely expensive, and looked at them thoughtfully. What weapon would you prefer to use? Swords, spears, something more exotic? Not weapons at all, perhaps? Oh, I forgot to ask. Are you going to be fighting as is, or assume that pseudo-transformation of yours? It did not seem like she particularly cared, as if it was of no concern whether she would face a human or a towering fiend. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No transformation. It only serves as a force multiplier. If the underlying skill is not there, using it is pointless, not to mention a drain on the essence. I mostly activate it when there are too many enemies around to reap the benefit of having 4 arms. As for the weapon, he pulled on a shadow cast by a support pillar and formed it into a blunt, featureless black tachi. That would be enough, Morgan smiled. Neat trick. With that, she took a simple, straight training sword from the case and walked to the center of the dojo. Stopping there, she pierced Sunny with a sharp look of her vibrant vermilion eyes. I would have suggested using our aspect abilities freely, but that would probably destroy a large part of this level of the compound. So, sadly, we will have to limit ourselves to our dormant and awakened powers. I hope you don't mind. Sunny shrugged. He did not mind. It would have been a shame if he had not learned what Morgan's ascended ability was already, but he had. In fact, he not only observed her for more than a month and came up with a solid theory, but had also asked Cassie for confirmation. The blind girl was now able to see both the attributes and the aspect abilities of those near her. After all, she was a priceless source of information, an almost limitless well of it, really. Thanks to her, Sunny now knew a lot about many people, including the likes of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster. With Cassie's help, Sunny had finally confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that those of the Valor bloodline, Anvil and his children at least, carried the lineage of War God in their veins. As for Morgan's aspect abilities, her dormant ability allowed her to passively enhance the sharpness of anything she touched. Her awakened ability was a comprehensive physical augmentation with an emphasis on resilience. Basically, her body could become as durable as tempered steel. Her ascended ability was a strange one, though. It allowed her to assimilate enchantments into her body and soul, inheriting their effects. As a master, the number of enchantments she could absorb was limited to 3, and they could be switched freely for different ones at any point in time. Considering how powerful, versatile, and unpredictable such an ability was, Sunny was more than willing to forego using ascended abilities today. Standing opposite of each other, the two of them studied the opponent for a while in silence. Sunny was remembering the 36 seconds he had managed to hold out against Morgan the last time they fought. Morgan was probably studying his posture and expression, as well as replaying the scenes from the battle against the Titanic horde in her mind. After all, she didn't know that this was not the first time the two of them faced each other, holding swords in their hands. Slowly, a smile of anticipation appeared on Morgan's beautiful face. Her vermilion eyes glinted, and her crimson lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. "Prepare yourself, Master Sunless." Sunny almost rolled his eyes. Is there really a need to announce her Atta? He did not get to finish that thought, however. Suddenly, Morgan was beside him, and her sword was falling down like the inescapable blade of a guillotine. Chapter 1136. Morgan moved fast. Much faster than she had moved in the dreamscape. One moment, she was standing calmly a dozen meters away from him. The next, she was already there, delivering a downward cut aimed precisely at his temple. Luckily, Sunny was prepared for her. He sidestepped, raising his shadow tachi to intercept the training sword. The two blades met and bit into each other, connected in a bind. He felt the shock of the impact travel through his bones and pushed the sword away, at the same moment as Morgan raised her hands, changing the angle of her weapon and pushing it forward over the tachi. The tip of the training sword barely missed his eye. But now, momentum was on Sunny's side. He took a step forward, past their two blades, and rammed her with his shoulder. Morgan was thrown back, and a split second later, it was her turn to deflect a cut. Only the cut had never come. Instead of trying to twirl his tachi into a downward cut that was not too different from the one his opponent had delivered a moment ago, Sunny simply kept its position, raised above his shoulder, the blade facing back, and struck her in the face with the pommel. No matter how fast Morgan was, no matter how strong, the distance between them was too short, and that strike was too swift. Better yet, the blade of the tachi remained between his neck and the enemy's sword. Sunny saw no way for her to escape, and she didn't. Instead of awkwardly trying to avoid the strike, Morgan simply lowered her head and received it with the ridge of her brow, where the bone was strongest. She didn't seem fazed by the powerful blow either. In fact, Sunny felt as if he had struck steel. He almost heard a metallic ring. The two of them pushed away from each other, ending that first, probing exchange. Sunny was pleased with himself. Morgan seemed pleased too. A wide smile bloomed on her face. She briefly touched her forehead, then glanced at her fingers, where a drop of blood was smeared across her alabaster skin. The smile turned into a grin. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Nephis, Cassie, and you. I've been starved of good opponents for so long, and now there are 3. And you are all so different as well. She looked like a starving glutton who suddenly found himself choosing between 3 exquisite dishes. Sunny raised an eyebrow and glanced at the blind girl, who sat quietly by the wall of the dojo. What, that battle maniac got Cassie involved in her training regime too? Noticing his gaze, Morgan chuckled. Cassia might not be the strongest master out there, but in terms of pure technique, she is among the best. And with how potent her precognition is, fighting her made me exercise skills, and muscles that I had never had to exercise before, which is a rare boon for me. Why, have the two of you never fought? Sunny lingered for a moment, then shook his head. No, not with swords at least. Morgan gave him a curious look. Ah, it's your loss. She raised her sword and prepared to launch another strike. Her smile turned from charming to dangerous. I won't hold back then. With that, Morgan attacked, turning into a furious whirlwind of steel. Curses. Sunny had been pleased with his performance in their first exchange, but his satisfaction quickly evaporated. Now that Morgan was done testing him, the onslaught of attacks she unleashed was simply unreasonable. In terms of raw physical strength and speed, the two of them were about equal. Granted, Sunny was only using 3 of his shadows to augment himself. He would have had an advantage if he used all 5. But then again, his enemy was probably holding something back too. In terms of technique, combat intelligence, and experience, to his deep dissatisfaction, Sunny realized that he was still inferior to the Princess of War in that regard. He had already known that Morgan's skill was near flawless, honed into a perfect tool by decades of practice and chilling killing intent. She was the epitome of what a legacy was supposed to be, a person born and raised for the sole purpose of being a fighter. The people who forged her into a deadly weapon were some of the best warriors humanity had to offer as well. Subjected to Morgan's inescapable sword, he felt suffocated. Back in the dreamscape, he had been simply crushed. He had felt as if his enemy was not a person, but a hurricane. The 36 seconds he had lasted against her seemed like a miracle. Today, the situation was different. Sunny was at a disadvantage, but he could confidently defend himself. He was older, stronger, and more experienced. His mastery of shadow dance had improved a lot, too. That said, the problem was, what the hell? She is insane. Although Morgan's battle style was too sophisticated and strangely elusive to be absorbed by him in a short amount of time, he did manage to glean a few things about it, enough to be able to predict the general flow of her movements. However, that flow was flawless, entirely devoid of any vulnerability he could exploit. What was the point of knowing her moves in advance if he couldn't do anything about it? She fought in a way that left him with no choices. It was as though there was a steel cage around him, and its sharp bars were slowly constricting. Soon enough, he would be caught and cut into pieces by them. Sunny knew that if the enemy had no vulnerabilities, the best way to defeat them was to create some. So he tried to lure Morgan into several insidious traps. To no avail. She seemed to see straight through them, solving the puzzles he presented in an instant. Even all this time later, she was still like an insurmountable obstacle for him. The savage but simultaneously chillingly calculating deadliness of her perfectly lethal skill was like a work of art. Its theme was war, violence, and destruction, and Sunny was both the subject and the sole member of the audience for whom that art was being created, as well as its victim. At that moment he realized something. Sunny realized that this was the worst possible way for him to fight someone like Morgan. Direct confrontation, contests of strength and skill, all of that was not his battlefield. The most dire battles Sunny had fought, he won with cunning and guile. He employed underhanded tricks, used every single resource available to him in unexpected ways, and tore victories from the claws of fate through sheer force of will and boundless spitefulness. He was good in a fight, of course, much better than most, but while being a sharp sword was an important conduit of his will, it was not what made him truly deadly. What a fine realization. The question was, how could he turn this duel around and push it toward a direction where he held the advantage? There were ways to overcome Morgan's furious, cold, suffocating might, surely. A more important question, though, was if he even wanted to. Chapter 1, 1137 Loser's Game. Up until now, both Sunny and Morgan had acted relatively tame. It might not have looked like it from the side, considering how fierce and vicious a battle of two ascended inevitably appeared. Masters possessed superhuman speed, strength, and resilience. A clash between them would look like a collision of two natural forces to a mundane person, and a mundane building would be swiftly destroyed should it become an arena for it. Which was why the dojo they were fighting in was lined with durable armored plates, and the training sword Morgan was using cost a fortune. Nevertheless, they were holding back, not even considering the fact that the two of them had agreed to forego using their ascended abilities. Sunny had yet to make use of Shadow Step. Morgan had not made her weapon sharper either, preferring to rely on pure technique. It was as though both of them had silently decided to make this spar a contest of skill, for now, which was actually a disadvantage for Sunny. The fewer resources he had at his disposal, the more restrained he felt. Morgan, on the other hand, seemed to only ever need one resource, her sword. In fact, even that was not necessary. Her body itself was the sword, capable of cutting through tempered steel without hindrance. So, if Sunny wanted to turn things around, he needed the situation to change, pushing their duel into the next stage. However, he wasn't sure if he wanted to. What is my goal here? He had been curious to compare his strength with Morgan's. He had been given little choice but to accept her request as well. He naturally wanted to win. But was a victory really in his best interest? Now that Sunny was being closely observed by the great clans, there was no possibility of not drawing their attention, which was why he had decided to accept that fact and settle for creating a very specific impression of himself instead of trying to remain unseen. Sunny wanted both Valor and Song to think of him as someone strong, exceptional even, but not too exceptional and not too strong. They had to think of him as a powerful but crude upstart, a talented outskirt rat that had achieved a lot and had the potential to achieve even more, but not much more, as someone who could be predicted and controlled. Considering all that, did he really want to defeat Morgan? Could he even defeat her? Well, of course I can. Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and Serpent were also part of his power. Morgan possessed a great number of mighty echoes, but those had come from outside of her aspect. The shadows, on the contrary, had come from within Sunny's, which meant that he would obliterate her in a contest of unadulterated personal power, which did not matter really, since such contests never happened in real life. There were always other components involved. The transcendent echoes might have been external to Morgan's own power, but they would rip Sunny apart just as well. No, I don't really want to best Morgan today. What I really need to do is lose in a way that will make it easier for me to gain access to her secrets. So, lose in a way that would leave her wanting for more. Being a personal sparring partner of the heir of the great clan Valor was a dangerous position to be in, not the least because Morgan could potentially learn much more about Sunny than he would have liked her to. But it was also the best position to be in for a spy. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Sunny frowned for a moment. Isn't this the same reasoning Nephis used to justify her decision to join Valor? Maybe it was, but he did not really care. Many things had changed since then, including Sunny himself and the situation he was in. All right then, let's do this. He deflected another of Morgan's blows, evaded her follow-up strike, 3 of them, actually, all chained into one predatory, fluid motion, and raised an eyebrow. Should we take it up a notch? She took a step forward, sent her sword flying toward his throat with diabolical speed, and smiled pleasantly. Let's. Sunny sidestepped her strike and nodded. Then his technique instantly changed. Before, he was using a fluid mix of various simple styles he had picked up over the years. Such a patchwork technique did not excel in any one thing in particular, but was flexible and hard to predict. Sunny had held to his best cards, though, unwilling to share them with the enemy. A potential enemy, at least. Broken sword style that Nephis had taught him, Saint's grounded technique that had originated from the legions of Nether, the battle art of Solvain's zealots, which had come from the war maidens of the Red Sect, those he had hidden within himself. Now that he wanted to lose in the most interesting fashion, though, what would really intrigue a battle maniac like Morgan? She had faced and defeated all kinds of awakened, and had learned all manner of battle styles, no doubt. Her collection was probably even larger than Sunny's own. So what technique could he show that was both exceptional and fascinating? And most importantly, unknown to Morgan, one particular style came to mind. It was one that he had learned by chance, not from awakened, ascended, or even saints, but from nightmare creatures, the primeval hunters that had emerged from the gate near Rain's school, wielding weapons made of flint. After all, if anything could capture the attention of an obsessed connoisseur of swordsmanship and all things related to combat like Morgan, it was a technique that might have had just lain at the root of all techniques, all styles. Sunny's movements changed, shifting from fluid and refined to uncomplicated and brutal. His whole demeanor changed too. The savage technique of the Barrow Wraiths was straightforward and rudimentary, but there was a primal lethality to its clear, callous barbarity. It was the expression of a pure, unclouded intent to kill, simple, but in no way crude. There was nothing about it to dilute the ruthless resolve of a hunter who sought to slaughter his prey in the most direct, efficient way possible. Sunny remembered the desperate fight in front of the Nightmare Gate and attacked, cruelly aiming to slice through Morgan's hamstrings. Let's see how this goes. Chapter 1. 1138. Suffering from success. It went well. Sunny was not doing much better against the murderous hurricane of steel, wearing the beautiful human face of Morgan of Valor. But he did manage to slow her down a little. Morgan slowed down, not because she felt pressured by his sudden change of techniques, but because she was fascinated by it. Her raven black hair swept back, and her simple tunic rippling from the wind, risen by their clash. She pierced him with a burning vermilion gaze. Her red lips moved. Interesting. Very interesting. Morgan was not addressing Sunny, but more so speaking to herself. After that, she changed her strategy as well. Before, Morgan was all offense, all sharp edges, and a relentless barrage of calculated but devastating strikes. Now, she was moving more deliberately, not really holding back, but also not pursuing an overwhelming defeat of the enemy at all costs. It was as if Morgan was afraid to break him too soon. Sunny did not really know how to feel about that. Well, that's a new feeling. They clashed, their swords weaving a cacophonous but strangely beautiful melody of hissing and clangor. At the side of the dojo, Cassie turned her head slightly, listening. Sunny had long beaten his record of holding out against Morgan for 36 seconds. A minute passed, then and another. He was still solidly standing on his 2 feet, and even though his breathing was growing a little labored from the terrible strain of the intense fight, his stamina was far from running out. In the middle of a particularly furious exchange, when they were close to each other, Morgan suddenly asked, "That style? Who taught you?" Sunny struck at the hilt of her sword, aiming to sever her fingers, and answered hoarsely, "No one taught me. I just learned it from a nightmare creature." She easily avoided his strike and punished it by aiming a thrust at his heart. A smile appeared on her face. "In the nightmare?" Sunny hesitated, considering how much he could reveal. He had fought the barrow wraiths as mongrel, after all. But then again, no one else had gotten a proper measure of their battle skill, and he had faced countless nightmare gates, later in Antarctica, most of them undocumented. "No, in front of a nightmare gate." Morgan's smile widened. "You're a fast learner, then." She seemed to have gotten a good grasp on the essence of the primal battle style he was using, which translated into her attacks, becoming more purposeful. She was probing and testing, forcing him to reveal more facets of the technique, all of them, ideally, which did not quite suit Sunny. It was too soon. He could not have her growing bored yet. He needed to impress her some more before losing, so that the impression he made lasted. Without giving Morgan any warning, he commanded his shadow Tachi to change in the middle of a swing. The shadow flowed, turning into a great Jian. It was still a two-handed sword, but this one was straight and double-edged, much more suitable for thrusts, slightly more versatile, and supremely mobile. The swing staggered unexpectedly and turned into a thrust, catching Morgan by surprise. She moved with the grace of a dancer, pulling her head out of the way. A strand of wavy black hair was cut and glided through the air. "Ah, devious." Despite the outraged tone, her vibrant eyes were shining with excitement. Technically, Sunny had just cheated. They had agreed to leave their ascended abilities unused, after all. But that was fine. Cheating was exactly what an exalted legacy would expect an outskirt rat to do. And honestly, it was also what a person from the outskirts would actually do. It was also what a fighter in a real battle would not shy away from, which was why Sunny thought that Morgan was bound to enjoy his little twist. Instead of answering, he attacked, turning his gene into a spear. There were a few weapon forms that he had trained creating well enough to summon them on the fly. The only one he had reasons to avoid was the Odachi, since that was what he had used the last time he fought Morgan. Her smile grew wider. They fought, putting the armored plates of the dojo under more and more strain. At some point, one of them even started to crack. Sunny used it to his advantage, launching a deliberate strike while his opponent was slightly less sure-footed. Pushing the tip of her spear aside, Morgan pivoted, shifting her weight to one leg. The other suddenly whipped into the air, delivering a lightning-fast, picture-perfect roundhouse kick to his head. Sunny barely had time to react, pulling the spear slightly back and raising its butt to solidly block the kick with the shaft. Morgan's alabaster shin connected with the matte black surface of the shadow spear and cut straight through it, as if it was not as strong as an ascended weapon would be. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Crap. It seemed that Morgan had decided to start using more of her aspect abilities as well. There was nothing really for him to do but accept the blow and hope that she was not planning to decapitate him. The kick had lost none of its power after cutting the spear. The moment Morgan's foot connected with his jaw, it was as if he had been hit by a siege ram. Sunny momentarily saw stars. He was thrown aside and staggered, barely managing to maintain some semblance of balance. Not good. No, actually, very good. This is exactly what I wanted. Time to be defeated. He overplayed his disorientation a little and waited for the follow-up strike to come, but it didn't. When Sunny regained the ability to see clearly, a second later, he saw a hint of guilt on Morgan's face. She was looking at him with a resigned expression. "Ah, damn it. Sorry, I forgot myself for a moment. I have a healer at hand." Then she paused and stared at him with a slightly startled expression. It was strange to see Morgan surprised. You're not cut?" Sunny rubbed his cheek, which was still numb. He was going to have a nasty bruise. that was for sure. But the marble shell seemed to have withstood Morgan's aspect ability. No, not quite. She had probably released the ability after slicing through the spear, but her flaw, what Sunny suspected to be her flaw, remained. He grimaced, then moved his jaw side to side and answered in an even tone. No, why would I be cut? Do I look fragile? Well, I'm not. I'm quite sturdy, in fact. Morgan stared at him for a bit, a strange expression on her face. Eventually, her lips twisted into a light smile. That you are. I'll remember that. For our next spar, this one sadly has to come to an end. Thank you for a wonderful duel, Master Sunless. She glanced at her training sword, then calmly turned around and went to place it back in the case. Sunny rubbed his cheek again, feeling a bit of dull pain seep through the numbness, and looked at her back. Seems like it worked. That is what I call a job well done. Beautifully, really. Ah, I guess that is what they call suffering from success. Chapter 1139. Performance Review. The spar with Morgan left Sunny feeling sore and contemplative. The soreness quickly dissipated thanks to his ascended physique and the shroud of dusk, but the ponderous mood remained. Sometime later, he was sitting in his small office, ignoring the paperwork he had to fill out in favor of idly staring at the wall. That fight of theirs was not exactly illuminating, but it had provided him with a lot of food for thought. First of all, Sunny was reminded of what true legacies represented. Over the years, he had forgotten the feeling of awe and reverence mundane people had toward the distant, powerful legacy clans, the austere warrior caste that produced the best and most valiant champions of humanity. That existed solely for battling the nightmare spell, or was supposed to at least. He couldn't be blamed. Sunny had grown immensely strong himself and had crossed paths with all kinds of powerful creatures, from ancient saints to titans. He had even brushed against actual divinities, like Weaver, Nether, and Hope. It was not surprising that the fearsome reputation of the legacies faded a bit in comparison. But the legacy clans, and especially the three great clans, were still authorities in terms of personal power and combat prowess. They were in no way inferior to the ancient awakened of the past, and in fact seemed to be superior in many ways. The most important ways. Legacies, and all modern awakened by extension, were much harsher, much more extreme, and much better tempered than those from the ancient times. That was because the legacy clans were forged in a much more hellish world. They had risen to resist the nightmare spell, and were shaped into a force to be reckoned with by its terrible pressure. Morgan had reminded Sunny about that. It was no coincidence that the two most dangerous people he knew, Nephis and Mordred, were products of the legacy culture. Among the three of them, it was Sunny who was an outlier, which brought him to the second avenue of thought, his own power. Sunny would have lied to himself if he said that he wasn't upset about his loss, even though he understood that a good defeat was much more beneficial. As far as his goals were concerned, a small and unreasonable part of his mind still desired to win. No one liked to lose, and Sunny especially hated the thought of losing to a member of a great clan. He deeply resented them, after all. Being defeated by someone he disdained was a bitter pill to swallow, but swallow it he did. It was one thing to pretend to be weak in front of Morgan, but the truth of the matter was that she was simply too strong. Even the current Sunny, with all his advantages, would find it hard to contend with that level of strength in a direct confrontation. And while he was resourceful and had ways of avoiding such a confrontation, Morgan had all the boundless resources of clan valor behind her as well. So, even in that regard, she was a dire threat. Sunny remembered what Jet had told him once, years ago. No one survives in the dream realm alone. Her words had always held true, but now they seemed especially poignant. Sunny had grown powerful, much more powerful than he ever imagined being. But he was still just one man. In front of a collective like a great clan, his personal power seemed insignificant. Worse still, that collective served as a gatekeeper to greater strength. No one could even become a saint without their permission, unless that person wanted to be hunted down and slain in retaliation for their defiance. There were ways to grow more powerful without achieving transcendence, though. The last thing the spar with Morgan made Sunny think about was the duel itself. He slowly replayed it in his mind, considering what he could have done better and what mistakes he could have avoided. The list was both endless and pointless. Everything was easier in hindsight. It was achieving the best result in the moment that was hard. Still, it was good to review his performance as well as that of his enemy. Sunny spent some time staring at the wall and thinking back to the duel. A Jian was not a good choice for that strike. Here I did not need to saturate that group of muscles with essence. It was just a waste. Should have anticipated the effect of the kick better. As he analyzed their fight, his thoughts inevitably drifted to what could have been done differently. I wonder how Morgan would have fared against me if I used the shadow shell. Sunny tried to construct such a fight in his mind, replacing himself with a version that was 3 meters high and possessed 4 arms. Would Morgan have still held an advantage? Not in physical prowess, that was for sure. However, he was not certain if the outcome would have been different. Legacies were first and foremost abomination slayers, after all. Anvil's daughter had been trained to face all kinds of nightmare creatures since childhood. A 4-armed fiend would not faze her at all. What about some other shell? Sunny was currently limited to one form, that of the shadow spawn, because that was what he knew best. But in theory, he could create the shell of any creature. He just needed to know the creature well enough, perfectly, in fact, and that was not easy to achieve. A thoughtful frown appeared on his face. Is it true, though, that I can create the shell of any creature? It was true in theory, but that theory broke instantly when faced with reality. Take Morgan, for example, or any other human for that matter. Creating a shell a human had to be easier, because Sunny was one himself and knew how human bodies operated perfectly well. But how would that even work? The shadow spawn shell worked, because the 4-armed fiend was much larger than Sunny, and thus he could form its body around his own. But other humans, with rare exceptions, were more or less of the same approximate size as him. There was no space for a human shell to be formed. There were creatures smaller than humans too. The current ravenous fiend, for example, even if Sunny studied his shadow for a while, he wouldn't be able to create a shell of the little critter. So, in reality, the shadow shell was limited in what it could recreate. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Sunny's face. He blinked a couple of times. Unless. Chapter 1140. Staring at the wall, Sunny remained motionless for a while, then chuckled. No, that's crazy. It would never work. Then he stared at the wall some more. Would it? No way. The thought that had crept into his mind while he was thinking about the limitations of the shadow shell was so out there that it seemed utterly ridiculous. But the more he thought about it, the fewer reasons to discard it he saw. No, that's a bit too strange, even for me. And yet, he could not find a logical reason for why it wouldn't be true. Sunny hesitated for a while longer, then furtively looked around. Then he cleared his throat, stood up, and left the office. If he wanted to test this bizarre theory, he needed to do it somewhere more private. He left the Valor compound and made his way to the nearby dormitory, where most of the government staff still remaining within the siege capital lived. There, he entered his living quarters, which were a bit more spacious and had better amenities than that of both mundane and awakened government workers, and locked the door behind him. Being an ascended had its perks. Sunny sent his 4 shadows to stand watch, 2 outside the apartment, 2 within, and stood there for a few minutes mentally going over what he was about to do. It didn't seem to be dangerous, just really weird. The principle was simple. Sunny had mastered 3 steps of shadow dance to date. The essence of his battle art was shapelessness and formlessness. It allowed him to shadow an enemy, copying the very essence of their combat technique. After doing so, he could predict their movements, the flow of their battle intent, and even their thoughts. The first step allowed him to shadow simpler battle styles. He had achieved that breakthrough while fighting Nephis in the Crimson Spire. The second step vastly elevated his comprehension of the fundamental principles that governed all battle techniques, allowing him to shadow much more sophisticated styles and do it much faster. It also gave him a glimpse of an intuitive understanding of the more esoteric components of the truly advanced battle arts, those created and used by the awakened, thus incorporating special ways of guiding soul essence through one's body. He had achieved that step after collecting a vast library of techniques in the dreamscape, which culminated during his first duel with Morgan. The inspiration Sunny had received after being decimated by the Princess of War pushed him to a breakthrough. The third step was the hardest one yet. Sunny had started his journey toward mastery of it by expanding his horizons and starting to shadow not only humans, but also nightmare creatures. In the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had submerged himself into their perverted, demented, rabid minds, which allowed him to intuitively feel what the abominations he fought would do, but also put his own sense of self, if not his very soul, at risk. The third step of shadow dance was much more demanding on the practitioner. It required one to truly accept the formless nature of the shadows and let go of their actual self, which of course posed the risk of losing it forever. Sunny had made that dangerous breakthrough after being trapped in an endless procession of harrowing dreams by nightmare and having his personal memories blocked. In the end, he had pulled the dissipating pieces of his true self back together by using his true name. It served as an anchor for what made Sunny an individual, and through it, he was able to advance his mastery of shadow dance without losing himself. That third breakthrough enhanced the speed with which he could comprehend the battle intent and combat intelligence of those beings he shadowed even further, allowed him to actually perceive the flow of essence through their bodies as opposed to just feeling it intuitively, and even gave him the ability to sometimes predict their thoughts. The fourth step, that was where Sunny had hit the wall. Shadow dance was his aspect legacy, but it was also something he had to invent all on his own, with no one guiding him. As such, he wasn't even sure what the correct path was, let alone how to reach the next stop on it. He only felt that the next steps of shadow dance went far beyond battle techniques, and would be much, much harder to conceive and master for that reason. However, while he had stagnated in mastering shadow dance, he had achieved progress in other aspects of his personal power. The culmination of it was the shadow shell, a powerful tool he had created by bringing together various facets of his skills, attributes, and aspect abilities. Shadow dance also played a role in him being able to create shells of other creatures. In fact, its role was perhaps the most important. Without deep comprehension of the desired form, Sunny would never be able to construct it from the shadows, and that was what his aspect legacy allowed him to do. However, there was a limitation to shadow shell. After all, shadows were truly shapeless and formless, while Sunny was not. Even if he had managed to make his mind supremely malleable, he still possessed a human body. No matter how much training he had put into making it as flexible and adaptable as possible, it was still a relatively rigid thing. But what if he added another ingredient to the mix? Right now, Shadow Shell existed as a combination of his dormant ability, Shadow Control, his ascended ability, Shadow Manifestation, and his aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. His awakened ability, Shadow Dance, was missing from the equation, and that, perhaps, was the reason for the limitations Sunny had to deal with. Well, let's just try this. If he succeeded, Sunny felt that he might just discover a direction that would eventually lead him to the next step of Shadow Dance. Breathing in deeply, he activated Shadow Step and dissolved into the shadows. There, in their dark embrace, Sunny himself was a shadow, formless and shapeless. But he did not need to be. While fighting the ravenous fiend, he had changed his form in this state to possess sharp claws. His shadow form was, too, infinitely malleable. So, Sunny concentrated and started to slowly change his shadow form into the shape of himself. It was a strange endeavor to turn himself into a shadow, only to then turn the shadow into himself. But that was exactly what Sunny wanted to do. It was a bit like constructing the shell of the shadow spawn, only instead of shaping the shadows around his body, Sunny was shaping his body, his shadow body, instead. Of course, he knew the shape of himself the best. which was why recreating it was much easier than summoning the fiendish form of the shadow spawn. Eventually, the incorporeal shadow assumed the form of Sunny's body. It had arms and legs, a torso, fingers and toes, and a face that was a perfect rendition of Sunny's face. It matched his physical body perfectly, not that it needed to. Starting from becoming himself was just the easiest thing he could do for that test. Satisfied with the result of the shaping, Sunny spent some time in the dark embrace of the shadows, drifting. I wonder. Then he took a deep mental breath, activated shadow manifestation, and manifested himself back into the waking world through it. Chapter 1. 1141 Self-Actualization. A matte, jet-black version of Sunny was standing in the middle of the room. He did not move for a while, frozen like a statue, then raised his hands slightly and looked at them with a strange expression. His fingers moved. Well, that's... The jet-black Sunny scratched the back of his head, then halted for a moment and tentatively touched his hair. The mere fact that he had hair was a surprise. That's certainly something. He felt extremely strange. Sunny was fundamentally a human. When using Shadow Step, he could assume the form of an incorporeal shadow, then turn himself back to his original form. That was not what he had done today, however. Today he had become a shadow, and then manifested himself into a corporeal form without turning back into a human. So, what he was right now was... I'll be damned if I know what I am right now. A human inhabiting a human-shaped vessel made of shadows? A shadow brazenly wandering the human world in the form of a person or something else entirely. Descriptions aside, his current state was a curious one. Because of how faithful the recreation was to the original, Sunny felt more or less like himself. His range of motion, strength, and agility remained the same. His shadow form was ascended, just like his human body, so it was just as powerful and resilient. There were differences too, of course. The most obvious one was the change in his perception. His shadow sense seemed to have become sharper, while his vision was now less pronounced. He couldn't see colors either, just like in the second nightmare, when inhabiting the shadow spawn. This was familiar territory for him. Less familiar was the actual composition of his new and strange shadow body. It was a faithful copy, but not an exact one. It couldn't be. Although the jet-black Sunny looked and acted like Sunny, he was still a manifested shadow. As such, he operated on a different set of principles. The recreation did follow some underlying principles of how a corporeal creature was supposed to be, but the similarity was shallow. He did not have a beating heart, or any internal organs, for that matter. And although there was a rough structure to his form, with something similar to bones being connected to something similar muscles, there was no blood running through his veins. There were no veins either. At best, there were essence pathways. How did it all work? Hell if Sunny knew. It did work, though. Perplexed, he glanced at the two shadows that were hiding in the corners of the room. What do you guys think? The haughty shadow seemed completely befuddled. It stared at him for a while, then raised a hand, as if wanting to say something. Eventually, though, the arrogant guy simply shook his head in confusion. The creepy shadow, in an uncharacteristic display of emotions, scratched the back of its head, puzzled. The jet-black Sunny smiled, revealing jet-black teeth. Yeah. After going through the training steps of shadow dance and examining his current state further, he discovered a few things. The first was that this corporeal shadow form was much more malleable than his human body. It could change its shape at will. Of course, he needed to possess an excellent understanding of what he was turning it into for the end result to work. For example, Sunny could become a smaller version of himself. That, however, required some practice to master, since such a fundamental change affected a lot of things. He could become larger too, although there was a limit to how much, dictated by his rank and soul essence capacity. Less comprehensive changes were much easier. Sunny already knew how to possess 4 arms, so he could add 2 more to his existing ones with ease. The same went for claws, horns, a tail. In the future, as his knowledge of various forms and shapes grew, he would be able to make more changes like that on the fly. The second discovery was that while the corporeal shadow form was almost as resilient as his actual body, in the end, it still fell short. The reason for that was simple: the weaves. Neither blood weave nor bone weave persisted in this state, which left Sunny vulnerable. Interestingly enough, the marble shell still had an effect. In fact, it had even become more potent. That was because the effects of the stalwart trait were being applied to him twice. Shadows were innately connected to souls, to the extent that when Sunny was damaged in the form of a shadow, or one of his shadows was damaged, his soul would be damaged too. Therefore, the corporeal shadow form received the benefits of both the extremely high degree of physical protection and the high degree of protection from soul attacks that the stalwart trait provided, due to the fact that every attack against it was akin to a soul attack. Which was not ideal. Sunny had a tendency to be wounded a lot, and if each wound was transferred directly to his soul, it would quickly collapse. No, that really won't do. Activating the mantle would surround the physical shadow form with an onyx carapace and make it much less prone to being damaged. But there was an even better solution. After all, Sunny had started this whole experiment for a reason. Even though the discovery promised to have much wider implications, the initial reason was to expand the limits of the shadow shell. After getting somewhat used to this new way of existence, Sunny called upon the deep shadows shrouding his room, manifesting them into the shadow spawn shell. Layers of shadows flowed up his jet-black body, wrapping tightly around it. Soon, a towering four-armed fiend was standing in the middle of the room. This time felt different, though. Instead of being nestled within the shell, Sunny felt as if he had become an integral part of it. His own shadow form was still the heart and driving force of the horned creature, but it was as if he had actually become the fiend. The outer layers of the shadow spawn were like armor, and protected safely deep within was his vulnerable soul. Not bad. Combining these two abilities was a perfect way to both remove the limitations of the shadow shell and protect his soul from harm. If there was one negative side to this solution, though, it was that Sunny's essence was being consumed at twice the speed. He would not be able to sustain this double transformation for long. For now, in the future, though, as his soul grew more powerful, Sunny would most likely be able to use these abilities much better. And one day, perhaps his soul would grow so vast and powerful that he would not need the protection of a shell at all. Chapter 1142, Tangible Stursto Form. A few days went by in a flash. Nothing serious seemed to have happened, but grand and dire events were being set in motion in the shadows. Saint Madoc had transported several cohorts of Valor retainers into the dream realm and then disappeared. Of course, no one was told about his absence. In fact, Clan Valor made a good show of pretending that he was still around, supporting the awakened in the dream realm. It was a believable lie. Awakened, ascended, and saints were affected by the call all the same. If they traveled to the dream realm near a nightmare gate, they would be brought to the area surrounding the seed instead of to where their anchor was. However, there was a big difference when a transcendent was actually involved. That difference was that saints could return to the waking world by just using their innate powers, while awakened and masters needed to find a gateway to come back. Another, no less important distinction was that the pull of the call was not precise. If an awakened fell asleep near a gate, they could be transported right to where the seed was, but just as easily to a spot dozens of kilometers away. They could even be dropped right into the middle of a horde of hungry nightmare creatures. So, if a cohort of awakened wanted to use a nightmare gate as a pathway to the dream realm, they would be scattered over a large area and risk finding their doom long before reuniting with their fellow warriors. A saint could follow the call first, establish an anchor in a safe place, and then transport the members of the cohort there, one by one. A saint could even clear the way to the seed if the cohort was truly planning to challenge it. That was how the nightmare gates that opened inside the human cities were usually dealt with, unless there was no one to challenge them. In that case, they were simply contained, surrounded by a fortified exclusion zone, and guarded day and night. So everyone had been led to believe that that was exactly what Whispering Blade was doing. guiding the awakened warriors of Clan Valor to the seeds of nightmare in order to conquer them. Sunny, however, knew better. He knew that Matic actually left to infiltrate Song's territory and secretly take out Mordred. The awakened cohorts, the fearsome saint, had transported to the dream realm, had been left to their own devices, presumably supporting Knight Stad in pursuing a mysterious objective. The war between the great clans was starting in earnest. Blood had already been spilled, and much more of it was going to flow very soon. Sunny himself, meanwhile, had spent these days experimenting with his newfound ability. He was in a real rush of excitement about it, simply because the potential of the corporeal shadow form was all but limitless. In theory. In practice, there were still conditions to what he could do with it. For example, Sunny managed to turn himself into the Shadow Fiend without the help of the Shadow Shell, relying solely on his own form. That was more or less the extent of how large he could make himself, though, for now. It was also an inferior solution to calling upon the ambient shadows to become the outer layer of the spawn, since he was vulnerable without them. He also experimented with becoming smaller. That was a much easier change, although not without its limitations either. The smallest he managed to become was about the size of the imp, which induced quite a reaction from the little wretch. Sunny also tried other things, like staying more or less his natural size, but changing various aspects of his appearance. Facial features were easy to shift around, as were other things like the length of his hair, his body type, and so on. It would have been a great subterfuge tool, if not for the fact that all these permutations were still of a mate jet black color. I won't be masquerading as other people anytime soon. Of course, his experiments went beyond cosmetic changes. His interest was mostly combat and stealth, after all. So, Sunny started by adding 2 more arms to the corporeal shadow form, and transitioned to more extreme shape alterations from there. His ability to shapeshift was limited by his knowledge and experience. Sunny did well with smaller alterations, like adding sharp claws to his fingers or turning his teeth into wicked fangs. However, when he tried to grow wings, the result was borderline disastrous. He had never lived with wings on his back, did not know their anatomy and how it engaged with the rest of the body, and had the vaguest understanding of the principles of flight. So, he had no hope of soaring in the sky like Kai or Saint Tyrus anytime soon. Sunny was far away from becoming truly shapeless and formless. He did come closer to reaching that goal, though. The funniest thing he did, however, was fulfill his old desire to become taller. Granted, it too was not easy. When Sunny simply made himself larger, the proportions of his body seemed a bit off. When he elongated his limbs, the result was even more off-putting. Finding the right balance was really hard. He did manage to achieve an acceptable result, though, and was currently looking at himself through one of the shadows, giggling. Damn, it's such a pity Effie can't see me right now. The look on her face would be priceless, especially since she would be looking up at me. Oh gods, I can just imagine it. The tall version of Sunny was really weird. He wasn't sure that he liked its lanky silhouette that much. It was really amusing to see, though, especially because the corporeal shadow form was entirely matte black, except for the hair. His hair was actually white, because Sunny had summoned the autumn leaf to see if it worked on him in this state. I should probably explore purchasing more cosmetic memories in the future. They seem to be working on this form, which can be of use. He glanced at himself one last time, then dove back into the shadows and emerged from them in his usual human form. Truth be told, while being a manifested shadow was certainly fun, he felt much more comfortable in his real body. It was nice, cozy, and familiar. He felt really rather attached to it. Sometime later, Sunny was preparing to go to sleep, but then suddenly froze in the middle of washing up. His face grew cold and dark. Then, a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Well, well, what do we have here? A frightening darkness flooded his eyes. That was because a few moments ago, Sunny had felt something. Before, his perception had been split between 5 points of view, his own and those of his 4 shadows. But then, a 6th perspective slowly came into focus, which meant that the 5th shadow had returned. The gloomy shadow was now within the walls of the siege capital, and that meant that the assassin's clan Song had sent were here to Chapter 1, 1143 Collateral Damage. Sir Amiran, one of the exalted knights of the great clan Valor, was standing on top of a newly constructed dormitory tower, looking at the expanse of the city below. There was a long stretch of industrial buildings between him and the looming barrier of the defensive wall that protected the siege capital from the ravages of the Chain of Nightmares. There were plenty of civilian shelters and dormitories too. With the start of the evacuation, even industrial areas like this one had been put to use, accommodating numerous refugees. The refugees were moving far below him like tiny ants. The thunderous booms of firing railguns did not seem to spoil their moods. After months of continuous siege, the people must have grown used to its clamor. Knight Amiran grimaced. Collateral damage will be high. But that was war. None of these people would have had to die if the enemy had abided by the agreement to keep the hostilities away from the cities. But now that the Song clan had made their move, the hands of noble warriors of valor were tied. The lives of mundane humans were like water, anyway. No matter how much he sacrificed to achieve victory, it was just a drop in the ocean. Amiran didn't feel happy about the human cost of his inevitable victory. But he was also not particularly sad. Knowing what he knew, their deaths were insignificant. He heard light footsteps behind him and looked over his shoulder. One of his awakened approached, bearing news. There was an expression of dark excitement on her face. "We have confirmed the location, sir," he nodded. The band of Song's assassins had infiltrated the siege capital with one of the supply convoys. The original staff had been slain, and the imposters assumed their identities. After getting past the gates, they disappeared into the chaos of the overpopulated city without a trace, or so they thought. In truth, Valor had long anticipated this attack. The subterfuge the assassins employed was pointless. They had only managed to enter the city because that was where Lady Morgan wanted them. It would have been easier and much more bloodless to deal with the servants of the Queen of Worms at the gates, but then some of them could escape, so they were allowed to enter deeper into the trap. And now, Knight Amiran was entrusted with the honor of delivering Valor's retribution upon the wretched cowards. What did it matter if there was collateral damage? He turned around and glanced at the valiant awakened gathered on the roof. With warriors like these fighting by his side, the dogs of Song stood no chance. A cold smile appeared on Amiran's lips. "Prepare then. We strike as soon as they make their move." In a dark and empty production hall of a decommissioned underground factory, a group of people were sitting around a ghostly fire. Its flames were blue and burned without producing any smoke. A pleasant fragrance was spreading from the fire, but the gathered people did not seem to notice. The leader of the group was a woman wearing simple civilian clothes, with a pale scar crossing her otherwise beautiful face. She was Ascended Morrow, a retainer of the great clan Song. Currently, Morrow was listening to quiet, scratching sounds that seemed to be coming from somewhere under the floor of the factory. The faces of the awakened around her were a little tense. There was a newcomer among them, a man in the uniform of the evacuation army, that listened to the sounds too, his eyes growing a little wide. He was their contact within the siege capital. After a few moments of silence, the man spoke. "That thing. It's not going to break free, is it?" Ascended Morrow smiled. "Of course it will, when I command it." She lingered for a second, and then added, "Have no worry, though. The thralls of Sister Beastmaster are very obedient. Granted, this one is more powerful than her usual pets." The man chuckled wryly. "Ah, I see. Good then." Poor fool did not even know that he, too, was one of the thralls. "Anyway, have your people completed the preparations?" The soldier hesitated for a bit, then pointed at the map being projected by his communicator. "Yes, that tunnel right there. It will be empty for about 24 hours starting from now. As you can see, my lady, the tunnel stretches all the way to the inner city without crossing any other major logistical hubs. It is also wide enough to transport that thing you brought to where you need it. The last few kilometers leading up to the Valor compound are too well guarded, though." Morrow shook her head. Leave that to us. Worst case scenario. We will be forced to unleash the thrall a few minutes earlier than planned and let it tear its way in toward the compound above ground. Summer Night won't be able to make it back from the wall in time. And since Whispering Blade seems to have indeed gone to the dream realm, the casualties the creature will cause Valor will be severe. She would have loved nothing more than to slaughter the ignoble hypocrites serving the King of Swords personally, but sadly, her mission was simply to deliver Beastmaster's present to Morgan of Valor, striking both at the enemy's troops and reputation. After all, what kind of incompetent fool would allow a nightmare creature to rampage in the middle of their city? The man cleared his throat. Ah. But I must warn you, my lady, the Awakened of Clan Valor seemed restless recently. A few cohorts vanished without a trace. I don't think that we've been made, but it's better not to linger. Ascended Morrow studied his face for a while, then nodded. Sound advice. We were going to wait until Summer Night engages with the terror that is approaching the city, but our diviner has turned ineffective all of a sudden. With this added uncertainty, it is better to accelerate the plan. She glanced at her Awakened and smiled. Time to act, my kin. Prepare to enter the tunnel. You two go relay my order to those watching the creature. They need to get it ready for transportation as soon as possible. We are moving to attack. On the first floor of the dormitory tower, Knight Amiran was surrounded by the awakened warriors of Valor. One of them was making a report. The enemy seems to have started moving. They must be aiming to enter the network of logistical tunnels under the city. If they do, catching them all would be problematic. Amiran nodded. Indeed, the wretches can't be allowed to burrow deeper underground. No, we need to force them to the surface. Get ready to attack. We'll blast through the factory roof and slaughter them all. There was a shadow watching him say these words. There was a shadow watching Ascended Morrow give orders to the assassins as well. Some distance away, Sonny sighed and gulped down what was left of his coffee. Then he thanked the owner of a refugee cafe, rose, and walked out, yawning lazily. It was time for him to begin too. Chapter 1144, Theater of Shadows. In the decommissioned underground factory, the ghostly fire had been extinguished. Dozens of Awakened were moving, preparing to depart. All of them had summoned luminous memories, and the dancing lights made the shadows populating the vast production hall reluctantly retreat. Ascended Morrow was standing in front of a sturdy wall, looking at it with a somber expression. Eventually, she nodded and glanced at one of her subordinates. This is the spot, isolate it. The Awakened nodded and raised his hands. Soon, a strange silence fell upon them. It was not the mundane kind of silence many memories could create, though. Instead, it was the manifestation of an ability that could cut a stretch of space from the rest of the world, subduing all tremors and sounds that would escape it. The city was constantly being monitored by countless seismic sensors on account of nightmare creatures often burrowing underground. So nothing less would do if they wanted to remain unnoticed. Satisfied, Morrow raised a hand and clicked her fingers. A moment later, a violent sonic boom resounded, and a large portion of the wall in front of her shattered into dust. Behind it, an entrance to a tunnel was revealed, drowned in darkness. Cold wind entered the production hall, making the Awakened shiver. Even Morrow herself suddenly felt uneasy for whatever reason. With a frown, she lowered her hand and said evenly, "Clear the debris. The entrance should be wide enough for the cage to fit." Second cohort. Scout out the tunnel and make sure that there are no blockages there. 7 Awakened jumped down into the darkness, while the rest of her subordinates got busy preparing the hole she created for the creature's cage. The cohort in charge of keeping an eye on the abominations was going to bring it any minute now. Lowering the massive containment device down would not be easy, but they had come prepared. The man in the uniform of the evacuation army watched the process with a worried face. After a minute, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, I will be going then. My job here is done." Morrow glanced at him indifferently. Go. The thrall was of no use anymore. Their escape from the city would be handled by a different sleeper cell. If it was up to her, she would have gotten rid of the man and his people to clean up loose ends, but they could become useful in the future. Even mundanes could do a lot of harm if armed with the right tools. Although Morrow felt it was beneath her to use vulgar weapons of the bygone era, in the grand scheme of things, not even crude instruments like that could be neglected. Others might not have known, but she understood what was at stake. The man disappeared, and the entrance to the tunnel was cleared. Their exodus from the underground factory was being dragged out, however, because the creature cage was slow to arrive. Morrow felt irritated. What is taking them so long? She thought about sending someone else to fetch the guard cohort, then decided against it and took out a special memory. Although using it required some essence to be spent, right now, time was more important. The memory was called the Reaching Hand and consisted of a scattering of finger bones. Each of the 4 cohorts under Morrow's command was in possession of a phalanx, and she held the 5th one. People who touched the ancient phalanxes could communicate with each other across small distances. Ironically, the reach of the Reaching Hand was not large. However, it possessed the unique quality of being shielded from most divination abilities, which was very valuable for the sort of mission they were currently on. Morrow gripped the bone and spoke, mentally connecting to the cohort that guarded the creature cage on another level of the factory. "Mont, where are you?" Soon, the leader of the cohort responded, her voice resonating in the vast production hall. "Sister Morrow, we are guarding the creature. Has something happened?" Morrow suddenly felt a bad premonition. "What do you mean? Have you not received my order?" Awakened Mont lingered. "I am sorry, sister. What order?" She gritted her teeth. "I sent 2. But then, Morrow grew silent. The 2 awakened she had sent to relay the order. Why were they not back yet? She had assumed that they had stayed with Mont to help move the cage, but why would they? Not good. She hesitated for a split second, then said calmly, "Get the cage here right now." What had happened? Had the enemy already discovered their location and silently infiltrated the factory? How could they, without disturbing any of the wards she had placed on all the entrances? If the soldiers of valor were already here, she glanced at her subordinates and barked, "Assemble into a battle formation. Prepare for an attack." A moment later, Morrow reached through the phalanx to the cohort that had gone forward to scout out the tunnel. "Rikas, return immediately." There was a short span of silence, and then she heard the familiar voice of awakened Rikas. "Yes, sister, we are coming." Concerned, the warriors of Song swiftly assembled into a defensive formation. They stood near the entrance to the tunnel, looking nervously into the darkness of the production hall. The factory was silent. Soon, the silence was disturbed by a loud noise. With a screeching sound of rusted metal, a cargo elevator arrived. Its doors opened, revealing a massive cage of enchanted alloy. 7 awakened used all their strength to roll the cage forward. Morrow secretly let out a relieved sigh. At least the creature is secured. Now, they were only missing the 2 messengers and the cohort that had entered the tunnel. "Rikas, how long before you arrive?" There was a stretch of silence again before he responded. "Sister, we are coming." Morrow frowned. The familiar voice persisted. We are... Something was very, very wrong with it. "We are coming." The voice, it did not come from the phalanx. Instead, it came directly from the dark entrance of the tunnel. She looked into the hole, seeing only a boundless expanse of shadows. Then something rolled out of the darkness. It was the severed head of awakened Rikas. Morrow stared at the severed head for a split moment, feeling cold terror creep into her heart. The clean cut, the hollow emptiness of his dead eyes, the dark entrance into the tunnel behind. Were they all dead? A whole cohort of experienced, battle-hardened, awakened warriors of the great clan Song, wiped out in such a short span of time without making even a single sound? Had a human done that? No, that was impossible. Only Whispering Blade would have been capable of slaughtering them in such a manner. But then, Matic would never lower himself to play with his prey. What kind of abomination was it then? How had the Dogs of Valor allowed a monster like that to live freely under their city? Then Morrow scowled. Why was she scared? What was there to be scared of? Neither death nor nightmare creatures had ever frightened her before. Her people seemed to be shaken too, so unbecoming of the elites of a great clan. A mental attack. The creature must have been employing some kind of beguilement. She growled, Activate the mental resistance enchantments. At the same time, she raised her hand and clicked her fingers, sending a devastating sonic shockwave into the tunnel. A deafening boom rolled through the production hall, and a fountain of stone dust and debris shot out of the dark entrance. The awakened of song poured essence into the protective charms they carried. Instantly, it was as if they could breathe again. The memory of terror still lingered, though, gnawing at their willpower. There were 20 of them left, gathered in a circular defensive formation that had no blind zones, with a massive cage placed in the center. Morrow stared in the direction of the tunnel tensely, wondering whether her attack caught the creature or not. When the echoes of the sonic boom died down and an unnerving silence settled over the production hall, she lingered for a moment, then gave the order to dismiss luminous memories. Trapped in a circle of light, they were too vulnerable. Instead of relying on natural vision, the messengers of song sacrificed a bit of essence to activate enchantments that granted them the ability to see in the dark. Instantly, the whole production hall was unveiled before them. Nothing could escape their gazes. But the hall was empty. There was nothing within its dark expanse except for old machines and shadows. Morrow raised her hand, brought her thumb and middle finger together, and then said loudly, "Show yourself, creature." There was a moment of silence, and then a moment more, and then the severed head laying in the dust beside her spoke, its mouth unmoving. "Creature, creature, creature." It spoke in Morrow's own voice. The awakened threw unsettled glances at the head of Rikas, which stared back at them with hollow eyes. "What kind of a trick? Don't pay any attention to it, it's a distraction," she snarled, then looked away from the morbid visage of the speaking severed head and concentrated on the production hall, trying to predict where the attack would come from. The awakened followed her example too, except for one. The man who had been the furthest from the entrance to the tunnel swayed slightly. Then his head slid from his shoulders and fell to the floor, rolling through the dust as the body toppled behind it. In that short instant, when everyone had gotten distracted by the creature mimicking Morrow's voice, another awakened was mercilessly slain, and now there were only 19 of them. "Damn it!" Morrow clapped her hands together, unleashing the full force of her aspect. A destructive sonic shockwave spread like a ring from the formation of the awakened, obliterating a large swath of the production hall. The concrete floor cracked, the old machines were torn apart, the steel conveyor belts were ripped, and shreds of alloy flew away, like jagged bullets. Nothing within the circle of destruction could have escaped unscathed. In the silence that followed, the severed head of Rikas spoke again, unperturbed. "Pay, pay, pay." Ascended Morrow gritted her teeth, calmly analyzing the situation. Where was the enemy? What were its capabilities? There was something else beneath her calmness, though, a slither of fear. This time, one that had nothing to do with an insidious outside influence. A moment later, two things happened. First, a loud metallic click came from somewhere within the defensive formation, from the massive cage that contained the enthralled abomination. Second, a section of the production hall's ceiling suddenly collapsed, and armored figures poured through the breach. A short time earlier, many levels above the production hall of the underground factory, Knight Amiran was standing in the middle of a wide corridor. He was surrounded by awakened of valor, who were stealthily moving forward. A woman in light armor fashioned out of abomination leather was making a report. "Sir, we have dismantled the outer layers of the detection wards. The enemy should be right below us by now, but moving further unnoticed will be hard. The elevator shafts are especially problematic." He looked down, then nodded. "Try your best." His subordinate moved to return to her task, but at that moment, the floor trembled slightly. Amiran frowned. "What? Why would the enemy abandon caution now?" He raised his head to give an order, but at that moment something flashed in the corner of his eye. Amiran swiftly turned, noticing the back of a small creature, some sort of a gremlin, scurrying into the darkness. His face darkened. "Our presence has been discovered." There was another tremor, this one much stronger than the first. The worms had to be trying to collapse the wall of a tunnel in a hurry, hoping to escape. If so, he was going to have to disappoint them. Amiran had been planning to proceed further down quietly, even if it took more time. But now that such an approach was off the table, there was a need to accelerate things. There was a sword on his belt and a warhammer on his back. Unsheathing the sword and pulling the hammer from its loop, Amirin bellowed, "Warriors of valor, with me!" Then he called upon his aspect and slammed the warhammer into the floor. A wave of crushing force traveled downward, piercing through multiple levels of the underground factory and opening a ravaged path to the main production hall. Without a moment of hesitation, Knight Amirin grinned and jumped down into the dark breach. Death to the enemy. Let no one escape. Some of his warriors were going to use flight memories to follow. Others would rappel down. But Amirin himself had no need for these measures. He simply plummeted through the breach, falling into the darkness like a meteor of steel. Reaching the main production hall, he thrust his sword forward. Invisible force flowed off the blade, forming a brittle field below him, a series of them, actually, each as thin as a sheet of paper. Breaking through these invisible panes of force allowed Amirin to slow his fall. He landed on the floor in a roll and jumped to his feet a split second later, ready to attack and carve out a path for his men to follow. If everything went right, the enemy would have been surprised by the collapsing ceiling and the sudden arrival of a Valor Knight. Even if their shock did not last long, a few seconds would be enough. But he was not given a few seconds. Nothing went right from the start. As soon as Amirin and the first of his warriors landed, they were greeted by a devastating sonic boom. He felt a powerful shockwave travel through his body, almost strong enough to cause his organs to burst. Luckily, he was resilient enough to withstand it. The same couldn't be said for the awakened behind him. With pained screams, they dropped down, blood flowing from every orifice on their bodies, dead. It was as though the enemy had been waiting in a battle formation, ready to defend themselves. "How dare you!" As more and more armored awakened poured through the breach, Amirin roared and dashed forward. There was something strange, though. At the last moment before his lunge, it was as if a drop of blood fell on his helmet from somewhere above. He did not pay it any attention. In front of him was a loose circle of awakened, protecting something that resembled a large alloy crate. There was some kind of abominable monster inside, no doubt. Bringing a nightmare creature inside a human city was just what the witch, Beastmaster, would do. And allowing the crate to be smuggled into the city, despite knowing about its contents, was exactly what Valor would do, if it meant leaving the assassins no chance to escape. Amirin's gaze quickly found the leader of the song infiltration team, a striking woman whose beauty could neither be hidden by unassuming civilian clothes, nor blemished by an ugly scar running across her face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Morrow. There were not that many masters in the world, and even fewer served the great clans directly. Of course, Amirin knew her. The scarred woman was a powerful opponent, not as powerful as he was, of course. Their eyes met, and before she could click her fingers, Amirin struck with both his sword and his hammer, sending two horizontal waves of force flying forward, one cutting, the other crushing. The waves collided with a sonic shockwave in the middle of the hall, producing a roaring explosion. Bits of concrete shot outward like shrapnel. It was then that his mind registered a few incongruities in the scene before him. First of all, the entrance to the tunnel had already been revealed. However, the enemy did not appear to be in a hurry to enter it, as if wary of the darkness beyond. Secondly, the main production hall was in a sorry state, even before the explosion, seemingly ravaged by Morrow's powers. There were also too few awakened in her formation, no more than 20. 4 full cohorts of song infiltrators had crossed the city gate checkpoint, so what happened to the rest of them? And lastly, there was a gruesomely beheaded body on the floor in front of Song's warriors, one of their own. Just what the hell was going on? There was something else, too. For a moment, just before the waves of force collided and a cloud of dust obscured the view, Amirin thought that he had noticed something, a vague silhouette that moved on top of the massive cage, dissolving into darkness. An archer. Lowering his head to protect the slit of his helmet's visor, he burst through the cloud of dust and raised his sword. No matter what tricks the enemy had in store, he was going to cut them all down. Especially now that he knew that the numbers were even more on their side than expected, Knight Amirin had no doubt. The main priorities are Morrow and the caged creature. Morrow silently cursed. So it was Valor all along. It seemed that they had walked into a trap. The servants of the King of Swords had turned out to be more cunning than expected. Someone had been waiting in the tunnel all along, and now the cavalry had arrived to finish the job. Who had been compromised? It had to be the thrall responsible for clearing the path to the inner city. But it did not matter now. The enemy blundered in their attack, maybe because she had decided to accelerate the plan. The invisible assassin had revealed their presence too early, and instead of being surprised by the sudden breach of the production hall, the messengers of song were ready for it. Which was why Morrow managed to slay several of Valor Awakened the moment they landed on the floor. Not their leader, though, a giant of a man wearing heavy armor and wielding both a sword and a warhammer. Her heart grew slightly cold. Knight Amiran. Even among the Knights of Valor, this zealot was known for his power and ruthlessness. He was a bit too straight of a tool, though. A man blessed with incredible strength but very little imagination. A vicious smile appeared on Morrow's face. I'll have a chance to bring back a fine trophy then. She sent a sonic shockwave to prevent the knight from decimating the formation of Songs Awakened, then swiftly looked at the breach. Just how many soldiers had Amiran brought to kill them? It was strange. There were not nearly as many as she would have expected. One cohort, 2, 3, 4. And that was it. If Valor knew in advance about the infiltration team, why would they only send that many? And there was something else. Instead of more cohorts of Awakened, streams of blood flowed from the breach, crimson drops falling like rain. The soldiers of Valor who had already landed seemed shaken because of that. Morrow hesitated. What is the meaning of this? Her hesitation only lasted a split second, however. Then there was no more time to think. Amiran lunged forward, calling upon his aspect, and bringing down an avalanche of destructive force upon the formation of the Song infiltrators. 2 waves of crushing power rolled forward from his weapons, only to shatter against the invisible bulwark of a sonic boom. The concrete floor was shattered as the whole factory trembled. A moment later, a swift silhouette shot toward him from the cloud of dust. Morrow, her calm eyes full of cold, murderous intent. Her shabby civilian clothes were torn, revealing glimpses of a slender, enchanted armor hidden beneath. In her hand, there was a narrow blade that seemed too fragile to be used in actual combat. Amiran raised his sword, batting the blade away. At the same time, his hammer flew forward, the spike protruding from its top, aimed precisely at the enemy's unprotected throat. However, as soon as his sword met the steel of Morrow's weapon, there was a melodious ring. That ring suddenly magnified, crashing into him like a stone wall. Grimacing from pain, piercing his ears, the Knight of Valor was thrown back. He rolled over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of his warriors. They were advancing, ready to clash with the Awakened of Clan Song. Even though Amiran only saw them for a tiny sliver of a second, he noticed 2 things. First, the blood spilling from the breach in the roof of the main production hall. Second, the fact that only 4 of the 6 cohorts seemed to have made it down. Wrath ignited in his heart. Treacherous worms. One of Morrow's cohorts was missing, and now 2 of his own had failed to descend. It was not hard to understand what had most likely happened. The damned witch must have sent some of her people to ambush the warriors of Valor on the upper levels of the factory, to sacrifice their lives so that the rest could escape. A cunning maneuver, albeit a fruitless one. It was of no use. Even with the missing cohort buying the infiltrators time with their blood, the force of Song was still hopelessly outmatched. Morrow was desperate. And wouldn't she be? The executioner she faced was none other than Amiran. The sword of Valor was inescapable. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Landing on his feet, Amiran calmly looked up and saw the slender blade falling on his head. His helmet was probably strong enough to withstand the sharp edge, but it was forged out of the best of Valor's steel. Should the strike land, there would be a ringing, and that ringing would be turned into another sonic explosion by the enemy. Instead of the helmet, the blade struck a shield of invisible force that appeared in the air above Amiran. He also wrapped both his weapons with thin layers of force. He was a fast learner, after all. After that first strike, Morrow would find it hard to turn the sound of clashing blades against him. As the two masters collided with each other in a lethal battle, so did their soldiers. The Awakened of Valor descended on the formation of the infiltrators like a steel tide, threatening to overwhelm it in an instant. Unfortunately for them, the Awakened of Song were not so easily overwhelmed. Damn it. Morrow saw one of her soldiers fall to the ground in a fountain of blood. His armor was shattered, and the wretched warrior of valor who had killed him was already moving to attack another. But then, the servant of the King of Swords fell, too. His back tore open. She felt wicked joy. It was strange, though. Morrow missed which of her people had avenged their brother. It must have been a ranged attack, since no one was close enough to deliver a melee strike. There, at the edge of the formation, there was only emptiness and darkness. A good shot, then. Morrow hummed, and her humming was picked up by the rest of the song's messengers. Bright smiles bloomed on their faces. The humming was not an expression of some awakened power, or a harbinger of a devastating sonic attack. It was simply their song, a song of slaughter. This brute has a tough shell. She was entangled in a fierce fight with Knight Amiran, preventing him from devastating the formation. Of course, the dog was also preventing her from massacring the attacking Awakened. For now. Amiran was powerful, skilled, and intelligent. But he was also arrogant and rigid. Morrow had already landed half a dozen blows on his armor. The problem was that the armor was too tough. It had to be a transcendent memory created by the best forge masters of Clan Valor, since even her blade, bestowed by the Queen herself, was powerless against its enchanted steel. Even more frustratingly, the knight was using his aspect to wrap himself in a thin layer of protective force, stifling all sounds that could have resulted from their clash. Still, it was just a matter of time before he made a mistake. Morrow was confident. Just a dozen seconds later, however, her confidence waned, not because she felt pressured by Amiran. And she did, of course. A Knight of Valor was not an enemy to be taken lightly. No, it was because Morrow was suddenly unsure of how much time she had left, because their soldiers were dying too quickly. All of them were the absolute elites of the Awakened world, so their battle was unsurprisingly intense and bloody. The whole factory was quaking and convulsing from the magnitude of the unleashed violence, as if on the verge of collapsing. Before it did, they would have to escape to the streets. And yet, the battle was somehow too bloody and too lethal. There were too many corpses on the ground already, especially at the edges of the formation, where the fighting was supposed to be less intense. Morrow remembered that the assassin Amiran had sent ahead of the main force was still here, somewhere, in the production hall. That could have been an explanation, if not for the fact that there were more of Valor warriors dying than that of Song. Something strange was going on. Morrow deflected a glancing blow from Amiran's sword and evaded the beak of the warhammer, pushing forward to deliver a strike of her own. I am missing something. Something is not right. Even though she was suppressing the valiant knight, and even though her soldiers were seemingly prevailing against the servants of Valor, a cold, unsettling feeling slowly found its way into Morrow's heart. Knight Amiran was forceful and oppressive, his every move bringing with it a promise of death. And yet, neither his sword nor his hammer could reach her. Not even his insidious aspect was enough to bring Morrow down. She had slain nightmare creatures more dangerous than this ascended warrior. She had slain more dangerous humans too. Amiran's warriors were valiant and skilled, each at the very pinnacle of what an Awakened could achieve. Numbers were on their side. And yet, for each messenger of Song that fell, 2 of Valor's dogs died. Their trap had turned out to be strangely clumsy and inefficient. By now, Morrow knew that there was a possibility of victory. Unless the enemy received reinforcements soon, they would be able to escape and carry out the plan. However, she was missing something, which was why Morrow allowed her attention to wander. Being distracted in a fight against someone like Amiran was tantamount to suicide, but she did so nevertheless. Her blade failed to reach the knight's armor again. Her body received several ghastly wounds because of her inattention. More and more Awakened died around them. But Morrow coldly continued to observe. And then she saw it. A warrior of valor, falling down with a pained scream, blood streaming from his torn neck. Only there had been no one near to tear it. It was subtle and almost unnoticeable in the havoc of the battle, but she saw it clearly. The nearest of her soldiers was too busy defending against two powerful awakened. It could not have been a ranged attack either. The angle was all wrong. It was as if darkness itself reached forth and sliced the man's throat open with sharp claws. Morrow's eyes darted to the opposite side of the formation, just in time to see one of Song's awakened die. His hand suddenly bloomed with blood, and so the attacking soldier of valor received a chance to plunge her weapon into the slit of his visor. The hand of her subordinate had been severed completely, a clean, fierce cut that sliced through armor, flesh, and bone as if not meeting any resistance. Only the weapon that had killed her man was a spear. There was no way it could deliver a cut like that. Morrow suddenly felt cold. There is another here. There was someone, something, insidious and sinister, moving unseen through the darkness, slaughtering the men of both valor and song indiscriminately, silently, inescapably. The image of a severed head rolling from the dark entrance of the tunnel suddenly surfaced in her mind. Morrow's blood turned to ice. Who was it? What was it? What had they unleashed from that darkness? Shaking these infantile thoughts, she snarled, "Does it matter?" It did not. Whatever it was, she would destroy it, just like she was going to destroy these wretched minions of the King of Swords. Morrow glanced at Amirin, who was continuing to rain devastating blows on her, blind to what was going on. Fool. No matter the cost, the plan had to be carried out. She had to salvage what little could be salvaged from this unforeseen situation. Morrow hesitated for a moment, then pretended to be pushed back by one of his strikes and momentarily lose her balance. Amirin rushed forward like a frenzied dog, intending to capitalize on the opening. His hammer fell down and landed on her shoulder. In a flash of pain, Morrow heard her bones shatter, but it did not matter because in that instant, she was practically face to face with the hateful brute. Morrow opened her mouth and shrieked. As her essence burned, a deafening wail shook the underground factory. Clutching his ears, an irrational gesture, considering that they were covered by the steel of his helmet, Amirin fell to the ground and writhed in pain. His whole world was pain. It was as though a white-hot screwdriver was being driven into his brain, mercilessly destroying every thought. He felt blood streaming from his ears. What is that woman? He knew that Morrow would not let the chance to finish him off go. Shaking off the agony, Amirin gritted his teeth and moved. A split second later, the tip of a narrow blade was almost at his throat. He raised a hand and grabbed it with an armored gauntlet. Too slow, witch. He couldn't even hear his own voice through the ringing in his ears. Amirin had managed to stop the fatal strike from killing him, but the position he was in still promised nothing good. He was kneeling and dazed, while the enemy was free to attack however she wished. But strangely, Morrow did not attack. Instead, she let go of her blade and dashed back, toward the formation of her awakened. There was blood flowing from her mouth. He looked in that direction. The diabolical wail Morrow had unleashed devastated the whole production hall. There were slabs of concrete falling from above. What little remained of old machinery had been turned into piles of scrap. The floor had become uneven and full of deep cracks. The awakened on both sides fared no better. Many were dead, on both sides. Their mouths were opened in silent screams, their faces turned into gruesome paintings of blood by the power of the wicked attack. Even those who wielded memories meant to protect against just this kind of threat did not escape unscathed. What the hell is she trying to? Amirin did not know, but he knew that he had to stop the ruthless witch from accomplishing whatever it was she was planning. He lunged forward, aiming to catch up to Morrow. Luckily, there was not much distance between them, and the Ascended of Song was severely wounded. That last blow he had delivered made a mess of her right shoulder and clavicle. It was then that Amirin saw it. In the direction where Morrow was running, behind the decimated line of Song's defensive formation, a massive alloy container that held an enthralled nightmare creature inside. His pupils narrowed. "I see," Amirin understood what Morrow wanted to achieve. She must have abandoned all hope of delivering the abomination to the inner city and wanted to unleash it right here and now. Sadly for her, he would not give her that chance. He raised his sword, ready to send a wave of force at the back of the escaping woman. But then, a vague silhouette suddenly lunged at him from the side. Reacting on instinct, Amirin lashed out with his hammer. The attacker dove beneath it and delivered a strike with a sharp, narrow stiletto. Pathetic. One of Song's worms must have already recovered enough to attack. The Knight of Valor simply moved his arm, shielding those seams of his armor that protected vital organs. All the attacker could do was drive his stiletto between the rear brace and the cooter, and even then, just by a centimeter or two, delivering an insignificant wound to his elbow. The next moment, Amirin counterattacked, forcing the unclear figure to stagger away. The attacker seemed to dissolve into darkness, as if she, had never existed at all. Coward. Amirin growled and continued his pursuit. What had that cowardly attack achieved? Nothing. Morrow would still not escape. He prepared to deliver another strike, but then suddenly swayed. He felt weak, confused, and suddenly unsettled. Amirin glanced at his elbow, where a few drops of blood seeped from beneath the impregnable plates of his armor. The blood. Why did it seem almost black? The knight's eyes widened slightly. Poison? A few moments later, jumping over the corpses of her people, Morrow reached the containment cage. She groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and used the only hand she could move to strike at the seal. There was no complicated procedure to opening the cage. The key to its magical lock was simple. It was blood, blood of Song. Morrow's fist left a bloody imprint on the plate of the seal, and it seemed to ignite, burning away in an instant. The clasps holding the cage closed, fell away, and it burst open. Inside was a creature so ghastly and revolting that anyone would have been terrified to see it. But Morrow only smiled. She grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. Go, slaughter everyone who is not Song, to the surface. The creature unfolded from within the cage and moved, following her command. But what was that? Why was the abomination bleeding? There were several thin, shallow cuts on its gray hide, seemingly delivered by a blade so sharp as to be perfect. And its many eyes, why were they not full of hollow obedience? Instead, they were brimming with something else. Madness, boundless, murderous madness, and hunger. The creature escaped its cage. It was a revolting thing, a towering mass of gray flesh, with 100 nimble limbs and a scattering of huge, eerily human-like eyes. All of them burned with delirious frenzy. Its enormous body continued to unfold, occupying much more space on the outside of the container than there had been on the inside. Its limbs moved, sharp claws shooting in all directions. Morrow might have been able to resist the terrifying abomination if she had been prepared. But she wasn't. Her body had been battered and wounded, and her mind was momentarily frozen by the visage of the creature that had somehow escaped its enthrallment. She was slow to react, by only a split second, but that was all it took. Her figure disappeared in a tide of slithering gray limbs, and just like that, an ascendant of the great clan Song had been killed. Amirin watched her die with an incredulous expression. Such irony. The witch had been slain by her own pet abomination. The death of a powerful enemy should have brought him joy, but he felt a grim sense of dread instead. After all, the creature had to be dealt with, and Amirin, despite his pride and strength, was not confident in his chances. He would have been a fool not to recognize the revolting monstrosity for what it was, a corrupted, and of a high class from the looks of it. A devil? No, worse than that. A tyrant. These crazy wretches, they smuggled a corrupted tyrant into a human city? They were planning to unleash that thing within a siege capital's walls? Of course, Amirin himself was among the people who had knowingly allowed the corrupted tyrant to be smuggled into a human city because it suited their goals. The hypocrisy of his contempt did not escape him, but he brushed it off. There was no time to ponder such matters, because the tyrant was starting to move. There were still a couple dozen awakened left alive in the ruined production hall, all dazed by Morrow's dreadful wail. Some of them belonged to Clan Valor. and some of them belonged to Clan Song. However, at the moment their allegiance did not matter. The abomination did not care about whom they served, after all. Gray limbs shot through the air, grabbing several of the awakened that were closest to the broken cage. Blood spilled to the ground. Amirin was already moving. "Regroup. Concentrate your attacks on the monster." He gritted his teeth, feeling the toxins sap his speed and strength. What kind of treacherous blade had that awakened assassin used? A master like Amirin was not easy to poison, and yet he could feel a sickening weakness spreading through his body. Fighting through that weakness, he growled and threw his hammer with all the might of an ascended knight. The warhammer spun as it flew toward the tyrant with the speed of a bullet, and, as if a path had been opened by its passage, a furious torrent of invisible force followed. The hammer and the torrent of force struck the massive body of the shambling horror with such fury that a sudden explosion rang out. A full-power strike from Amirin was destructive enough to shatter the gates of a citadel. The tyrant, however, was simply thrown back. The bodies of the awakened it had grabbed fell to the ground. But then, they slowly stood up, only they did not look like humans anymore. There was a wicked, alien coldness hiding in their eyes, and ghostly black strings extending from their backs toward the limbs of the gray abomination. The faces of the risen corpses twisted, and they awkwardly lunged toward the nearest awakened. More blood spilled. Amirin cursed. A puppeteer. Before, he had not been too worried about the creature escaping from the factory and reaching the industrial zone above. That was within the parameters of the mission. Now, however, allowing the tyrant access to crowds of refugees was the same as gifting it an army. That he could not allow. The creature had to be destroyed now, before it received an opportunity to create a legion of flesh puppets. In fact, the tyrant had to know that there were millions of souls to be reaped right above. Intelligent as these creatures were, it should have been trying to escape a dangerous enemy like Amirin and reach the surface, where there was an unlimited supply of bodies for it to turn. But for some reason, the appalling abomination seemed hell-bent on slaying every human in the main production hall of the underground factory first. Amirin was not going to complain. "Attack, you wretches!" His bellow rolled through the hall, pushing the awakened into action. The warriors of valor followed the order without hesitation, while the surviving worms of song seemed confused about what to do. Some hesitantly joined the attack on the tyrant. Some tried to attack fellow humans despite the situation. Those were cut down first. Some even tried to escape. The cowards did not make it far. Amirin was too busy to notice who had killed them, but none managed to disappear into the dark mouth of the tunnel. The wall of gray flesh and countless limbs surged at the rest of them. "I have to destroy it. I have to. I have." In his heart, Amirin knew that a corrupted tyrant was not an enemy he could hope to slay alone. Especially not poisoned and drained by his fight against the cursed witch, Morrow. But this one was strangely weak. Maybe it was weakened by being locked in the enchanted cage for so long, or maybe it was simply the type of tyrant whose power lay in a legion of minions. It was also rabid and crazed, almost unintelligent. Fighting the creature was no different from fighting a powerful monster, if not for the puppets it could create. So, there was a chance, no matter how small. The awakened died, only to be turned into puppets. The puppets were destroyed in turn. The shambling horror of gray flesh received numerous wounds. Many of its long limbs were crushed or severed. The factory seemed to be coming undone. "I will destroy it." Even when the last of the awakened under his command died, Amirin persisted. His sword flashed over and over again, and waves of invisible force crashed into the massive body of the creature in a constant stream. His lungs were burning, and his veins were full of poison. His essence was running dry, but he refused to fail the mission. He had to prevail. And then, miraculously, Amirin did. The puppets that were reaching out to grab him suddenly swayed and then fell down. The towering, desiccated mass of gray flesh convulsed and lifelessly sprawled on the cracked floor. The spell spoke into his ears. He swayed, struggling to believe in what he saw, and fell to one knee. He was utterly spent and barely able to move, and yet he had won. Night. Amiran drew in a hoarse breath. I won. In the silence that followed, a cold voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Did you? He flinched and turned around, glancing up. Above him stood a dark apparition, a fiend in fearsome black armor, wearing a demonic mask that was crowned by 3 twisting horns. In the mask's eyes, there was nothing but darkness. What? Who is? The mask moved slightly, and the 2 pools of darkness stared directly into Amiran's soul, making him shudder. The apparition spoke. I guess you did. A moment later, a cold blade slid silently into the slit of Amiran's visor, ending his life.
Chapter 1. 1150. Unseen. You have slain an ascended human. Amiran. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny stood for a moment above the knight's corpse, waiting for the enchanted armor to dissipate into a whirlwind of crimson sparks. Then he used shadows to turn his gauntlet into a fearsome claw and struck down a few times. It was not in his habit to mutilate the bodies of his enemies, but he had to mask the initial blade wound that had killed the fearsome master. With that, his task here was finished. Sunny tilted his head and thought with a bit of detachment. That went more smoothly than I had expected. Wiping out 10 cohorts of elite awakened and 2 legacy masters had turned out to be easier than he would have thought. A force like that. If Sunny had not intervened, their battle would inevitably spill out into the streets above. No matter how sudden Valor's ambush was, the assassins of Song were not pushovers, especially their leader. They would have retreated and eventually made their way to the surface, but he had prevented that. Sunny became aware of the infiltration team's location thanks to the gloomy shadow, which had followed them all the way back to the siege capital from Clan Song's territory. After locating the assassins, finding the soldiers of Valor was not hard. He just had to send his other shadows to scour the surrounding area. Then, what he needed to do was make sure that the 2 forces annihilated each other completely and with no collateral damage. Sadly, the infiltrators moved earlier than expected, almost giving Knight Amiran and his soldiers a slip. Sunny had to stall them a little, so he silently killed the 2 messengers, the Ascended of Song. He thought her name was Morrow. Sent to retrieve the cohort guarding the cage. Then, using Shadow Step to move unseen, he entered the tunnel and waited there until the scouts arrived. That was probably the hardest part of the entire mission. Killing 7 powerful awakened before they could make a sound was not easy, even for him. He would have summoned Saint, but she could not share the benefits of wearing Weaver's mask. So Sunny ended up using Shadow Manifestation to strike simultaneously at all 7. He then pushed the extraordinary rock into the mouth of the leader of the cohort and threw the severed head back into the production hall to create a distraction. A shaken enemy was easier to deal with, so Sunny was not above using a bit of theatrics. While everybody was staring at the talking head, Sunny killed 1 more assassin and swiftly dissolved into the shadows. By then, the force of Valor was drawing closer. They were still not fast enough for his taste, though, so he used Imp to hurry the bastards along. It was then that Morrow decided to blast half of the production hall with a radial sonic attack. Luckily, Sunny was already somewhere where the shockwave could not reach. When Knight Amiran broke through the roof and launched an assault on the immobilized infiltrators, Sunny was actually inside the cage containing a damn corrupted tyrant, slashing the creature with the sin of solace to drive it insane. That was another experience he would prefer to never relive. From the cage, he stepped through the shadow to appear in the corridors above. The force sent by Valor was a bit too strong, especially now that he had dispatched some of the Song's assassins. He had to equalize the odds a little to make it easier to kill them all. Sunny waited until most of Amiran's awakened jumped into the hole in the floor, and then attacked the last dozen or so that remained in the corridor. With the element of surprise on his side, and no more need to remain absolutely quiet, dispatching them was not too hard. By the time he was finished with the bloody task, The battle between valor and song was in full swing. However, they were not killing each other well enough. Morrow could still push the attackers back and pull out her forces. So Sunny moved stealthily around the battlefield, remaining in the form of an incorporeal shadow and using shadow manifestation to pick off Awakened from both sides. He made sure to obfuscate his interference as much as possible, of course. And just like he had been doing from the very start, he killed the Awakened of Song with blades, and the Awakened of Valor with claws. Everything went more or less exactly as planned. Sunny only had to expose himself once to slow down Amiran and let Morrow open the cage. He used the bitter cusp to smear black venom on the blade of the Moonlight Shard, since dealing with the heavily armored knight was not easy. He also wanted to give the tyrant more of a shot. The creature was strong, but without any minions, and with its mind shattered by the sin of solace, there was a chance that it would not be able to give the kind of fight Sunny needed it to give in order to make all the corpses with claw marks on their bodies look believable. The tyrant escaped and slaughtered those awakened that remained alive. Sunny cut down those who tried to escape and secretly delivered the abomination a few severe wounds, making sure to give Amiran enough time to ravage the body of the tyrant with his aspect. And when all was said and done, he finished off the mighty knight with his own hand. The despicable zealot actually thought that he had won, while in reality his defeat was meticulously orchestrated from the very start. Now silence settled over the ruined production hall. 10 cohorts of awakened humans were dead. None managed to escape into the streets of the city. No refugee was swallowed by their empty feud. The warriors of song had sword wounds on their bodies, while the warriors of valor were seemingly killed by sharp claws. The massive abomination was turned to paste by Amiran's aspect. The picture of what had happened here was clear. The two forces obliterated each other, with the tyrant succumbing to the wounds delivered by the valiant knight. Did Sunny feel guilty about bringing these awakened to their deaths? He had just murdered 70 people after all, much more than he had in his entire life, not counting those from the nightmares. Did it matter that the 70 people he murdered were themselves murderers? Not really. And he did not really care either. Unlike the millions of people who had perished in Falcon Scott, they got what they deserved. If there was one thing Sunny regretted, it was that Amiran actually managed to land the last strike on the tyrant somehow. That was a frustrating loss. Throwing one last glance at the scene of carnage, Sunny shook his head in dejection and disappeared into the shadows, as if he had never been here at all. A ravaged underground hall, split concrete, old machines turned into piles of scrap, broken walls, deep darkness chased away by the bright light of electric floodlights, the stench of blood permeating the air, and bodies, of course, scattered on the cracked floor. Dozens of them, all bearing terrible wounds. Bodies of the awakened of valor, the awakened of song. And one more, a ghastly hill of gray flesh that had been a nightmare creature before. Morgan studied the scene of slaughter with a neutral expression as she walked among the corpses. She would linger for a few moments near one of the corpses, then indifferently move on to the next. Her vermilion eyes were cold. St. Gilead, the summer night, was more expressive. He was kneeling in front of one of the bodies with a mournful expression on his gallant, handsome face. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Amiran. Morgan turned around and looked at the transcendent. Oh, I am sorry, Sir Gilead. I have forgotten that the two of you were once members of the same cohort. Please accept my condolences. Her voice did not seem too regretful, though. Summer Night looked down. Sometimes I forget. She raised an eyebrow. What? The saint lingered for a few moments, then offered her a calm gaze. How much I loathe you and your family. Morgan smiled slightly and looked away. Well, what can I say? We are a loathsome bunch. With that, she used her armored boot to turn one of the bodies over and asked, Does this make sense to you? Summer Night stood up with a sigh and walked over. The result is outside expectations, but the sequence of events seems clear. We severely underestimated the opposition. By all accounts, Amrian should have been able to achieve a clean victory. But the presence of a corrupted tyrant changed things. Our estimation of Beastmaster's power needs to be adjusted. Still, he slayed the beast, even if the price was his life. Morgan shook her head. Seems clear, huh? Her gaze was locked on the fatal sword wound that had killed the awakened in front of her. Morgan remained motionless for a few moments. What a beautiful cut. Seemingly losing interest in the corpse, she turned away and called out to one of the specialists that had been casing the scene. The man walked over and bowed, then delivered a preliminary report. His conclusions were in line with what St. Gilead had said. Morgan stared at him bleakly. Have the diviners discovered anything? The investigator looked away in embarrassment. Nothing, my lady. A slight frown appeared on her face. So you're telling me that 6 cohorts of Valor's best, armed and armored with forged memories, lost to 4 cohorts of Song infiltrators, and that Knight Amiran slayed a corrupted tyrant alone? The man lowered his head. That is what the evidence tells, my lady. Morgan scoffed. She remained silent for a while, then turned and addressed a delicate young woman who was standing silently above a severed head. What about you, Cassia? Do you see something? The young woman shifted slightly and answered in a calm tone. I see nothing. Morgan tilted her head. Are you telling me that you don't see anything? Or that you see nothing? Summer Night frowned, thinking that the princess was mocking the blind girl. The young woman, meanwhile, simply nodded. Morgan grinned. Ha! She turned to the saint and pierced him with an amused look. See, Sir Gilead, at least someone is not useless here. Then her expression darkened. Morgan looked at the corpse laying at her feet once again and frowned. After a few moments of silence, she mumbled, Was it the House of Night? No, unlikely. That cut. Just who could have? Sonny took a step back and bent over, breathing heavily. By his side, Cassie swayed, struggling to catch her balance after her rapier was shattered by Morgan's attack. Today, the princess had decided to face the two of them at the same time. The spar was an especially grueling one. They gave a good fight, cooperating with each other so flawlessly that it almost seemed as if they shared one mind. But, in the end, the princess mercilessly drove them both back. She seemed possessed, attacking with such power and ferocity that Sonny found it almost unnecessary to downplay his abilities. He pretended to be utterly exhausted. There was little need to pretend, really, and lowered his sword. That was a good fight, Lady Morgan. She glanced at her own blade, which was nicked all over and utterly ruined, then threw it aside with frustration. Yes, you did well too. After catching his breath for a couple of seconds, he slowly straightened and glanced at her with a complicated expression. But, are you troubled by something? Your technique seemed a bit distracted today. Morgan stared at him for a few moments, her face turning cold. Eventually, she said with a hint of discontent in her voice, That is not something for a person like you to concern yourself with. Come to think of it, I won't need your services in the next few days, Master Sunless, so make yourself scarce. Just what he wanted. Sonny put on a suitably alarmed expression and lowered his gaze. Ah, as you wish, my lady. She lingered for a few moments, then scoffed and left. Sonny and Cassie were left alone in the training room. It had been 2 days since the slaughter in the abandoned factory. Morgan seemed to be suspicious that something irregular had taken place in the underground production hall, but not a drop of that suspicion was directed at Sonny. He had hidden his traces well, and no one within Valor could ever imagine that someone like him was capable of wiping out 10 cohorts of Awakened from the great clans, let alone doing it with such insidious and flawless, almost diabolical precision. As for Sonny, he was effortlessly playing the role of someone who had no clue about what had happened. Glancing at Cassie, he shrugged. What's up with her? The blind girl turned her head to face him, then remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said, You don't have to worry. Sonny frowned. What was that supposed to mean? Did Cassie know something? If anyone would, it was her. He shook his head, then dragged his tired body across the room to place the training sword back into its stand. If Cassie knew, she would keep silent. But in any case, Morgan's polite suggestion to disappear for a few days was very timely. No matter how confident he was that he had avoided all suspicion, it was best not to parade in front of emissaries of valor for a while. And to be honest, Sunny was long overdue for a little vacation. Placing the sword down, he looked at Cassie and asked, "Hey, about that favor I asked, how about we go to the dream realm for a little while? I seem to be free all of a sudden." The blind girl smiled slightly. "Sure, no problem." She carefully placed her broken rapier on the floor and added, "I already told Nephiz. She's free too." Sunny froze for a moment, then made a face. Damn oracles. The Ivory Island was as peaceful and idyllic as ever. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, enjoying the cool breeze and the view of the boundless expanse of the blue sky. Come to think of it, it was rare to find such a tranquil haven in the dream realm. Even the sanctuary, which was beautiful and serene in its own way, never felt safe. There was always the possibility of an attack after all. What protected the sanctuary was people, and people were not omnipotent. The crushing was a much more reliable guardian. The three of them, Sunny, Nephiz, and Cassie, had just arrived from the waking world. Sunny was wearing the Shroud of Dusk, since that was his best armor memory. The other two, however, had slighted their combat armor in favor of lighter garments. Cassie was wearing the familiar tunic and sea wave cloak, while Nephiz was in something that he recognized as the black underlayer of the Starlight Legion armor. Sunny still couldn't believe that a mere awakened memory of the second tier had survived years of wandering through the dream realm and the second nightmare. But in any way, the three of them looked like people ready for a vacation. They weren't the only ones either. "What is this?" Sunny glanced toward the entrance to the tower, where two figures were waiting for them. Effie was sitting on the ground, enjoying a veritable mountain of snacks. Her transcendent armor was nowhere to be seen, leaving a lot of olive skin exposed to the sun and the wind. There was a relaxed, extremely pleased expression on her face. Kai was standing nearby, wearing his military uniform. He was looking at the dragon bones that surrounded the ivory tower with a neutral expression on his handsome, slightly melancholic face. Noticing the new arrivals, Effie happily waved a hand. "Hey, we're here!" Sunny walked over, both pleased and confused to see the two of them. "I see that you're here, but why are you here?" Kai turned around and smiled slightly. "Hey, our companies have spent a lot of time on the city walls recently, so we were rotated out of active duty for a couple of weeks. We're on leave." Effie nodded. "Yeah. So when Cassie offered to go on a field trip, we had nothing better to do. Plus, we're curious to revisit a few places too." Sunny gave the blind girl a suspicious look. He was sure that he only decided to spend some time on the chained island this morning. When the hell had she found time to invite Effie and Kai? Noticing his gaze, Cassie simply shrugged. "Well, whatever." He was glad to see them anyway. "I see. Good then. But, I wouldn't call it a field trip. I expect to fight at least one creepy abomination this week, so don't get too relaxed." Effie dismissively waved a greasy hand in the air. Yeah. That abomination, though. Is it edible?" He stared at her bleakly. "I'm not sure." She grinned. "No problem. We'll just have to find out then." Shaking his head, Sunny turned away and glanced at the graceful silhouette of the flying ship that rested on the water not too far away. Since Cassie was the one who knew how to control it, he addressed the next question to her. "Let's not waste any time. Where to first, Captain?" He had already shared the places he wanted to visit with the blind girl, so she was in charge of plotting the course. Cassie smiled. "The first stop is right beneath us, actually. It was not on your list, but I wanted to study the runes there. Just a few hours." Sunny shrugged. He had nothing against others adding more locations to the list. They were going to be helping him out with his goals, so it was only fair. "Let's go then." Together, the five of them headed toward the lake and boarded the ship. Cassie entered the runic circle at the stern, saturating it with her soul essence as she gently took the steering oars. The leaves of the sacred tree growing around the mast of the flying vessel rustled gently as it lifted off the lake's surface and soared into the sky. There were no sailor dolls on the deck, and no firekeepers to replace them. The sails were lowered, so their speed was not what it could have been. Still, for a simple descent, that was enough. The ancient ship moved past the edge of the ivory island and tilted down, diving into the sea of clouds. Surrounded by white mist, Sunny suddenly thought about something and turned to Cassie. "Have you named it? The ship?" She lingered for a few moments. "No, I wasn't sure if I had the right. It had to have had a name before, after all. What did Noctis call it? Do you know?" Sunny frowned. "Actually, I never heard him call it anything except for this beauty. Come to think of it, knowing Noctis, that could have actually been the name. This beauty." Nephis listened to them with a hint of interest, while Cassie chuckled. "Sounds like something he would do indeed. In that case, we should give it a good name. Let's come up with one before this journey is over." They plummeted through the clouds, and as they did, Sunny could feel the ferocious pressure of the crushing assault the flying vessel. At that height, it should have been obliterating, but, to his surprise, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Lines of ethereal light ignited along the hull of the ship, as if a powerful enchantment had been activated, and the invisible weight grew weak. Soon, the clouds receded, and the patchwork landscape of the chained isles was revealed far below. Islands shone on the velvet backdrop of the dark abyss like precious gems, connected to each other by the thin threads of the heavenly chains. And there, right beneath the descending vessel, was an island that Sunny knew all too well. His face darkened a little. "This place, huh? I never thought I would return here one day." Below them were the ruins of the Red Colosseum. The Red Colosseum was in ruins. Its ancient walls had collapsed and were now overgrown with verdant vines. The people who had once crowded the tribunes were all long dead. And yet, even the passage of countless years failed to wash away the stain of blood from the surface of the stone that had once been pristine white. Sunny knew from Cassie that the Colosseum was in a sorry state. He also knew that the island had been infested by all kinds of nightmare creatures, probably the remains of Solvain's menagerie of monsters, before the firekeepers wiped them out. The firekeepers had also cleared the floor of the arena in order to reveal the buried runes, and now Cassie was slowly walking along the grooves, tracing their shapes with her steps. Sunny himself was in a bleak mood. He studied the ruins, remembering the countless bloody battles that had been fought here. This was where he had killed the stone gargoyles. This was where he had killed the emerald skeleton. And this was where he had almost lost his life to the blade of one of the red zealots. It had been thousands of years since his escape from the Colosseum. No, not quite. In truth, he had never been here at all. The bloody arena he knew was just a mirage conjured up by the spell, while this was the real thing. It didn't change its vile nature, though. "Glory." Nephis turned at the sound of his whisper. Her striking gray eyes were somber. "Is this the arena where you were imprisoned?" Sunny nodded. "Yes. The cage they kept me in was right there, below that pile of rubble. Back then I barely knew how to move the body that the spell had given me. My, oh my. Coming to my senses inside that thing was quite a shock." He looked at her, wondering what body Neph had received in her own nightmare. She must have been startled to find herself thrust into a non-human vessel, too. After all, there had been no divine aspect users before them. And divine aspects, for all their benefits, did not come with an instruction manual. Changing Star nodded slowly. "I can imagine." She didn't say anything else, still keeping the details of her nightmare to herself. Sunny sighed. "Well, anyway, the first few days were rough, and every day that followed was rough too. I had to fight my way to the center of the arena and face the zealots of the red sect there each time, and all the while crowds of people were cheering me on from the stands. Creepy bastards. They were equally happy to see us slaves kill, or see us die. All for the glory of War God. Kai, who was nearby, nodded. I faced those zealots too, on the battlefield. Everyone in the Kingdom of Hope was mad, by that point. But the warmongers were especially wicked, and they were indeed just as Sunny described them, equally happy to kill as they were to die. Their faith had been perverted beyond belief. He glanced at the blood-stained stones and added after a short pause, now that I think about it, maybe it is not a coincidence that the followers of War God were that way. War God is also the deity of humanity, after all. Sunny chuckled. Yeah, well, anyway, I got better as time went on, enough to survive until the moment I could escape, and I did. Nephis looked around silently. It must have been hard, to survive alone. He shrugged. It would have been. But I wasn't alone. There was this guy with me, a local awakened. A healer. Without him, I would not have lasted nearly as long as I did. He studied the ruins for a few moments, then gestured in a certain direction. That was where Sylvain killed him in the end, at the edge of the island. The fool decided to find courage in the worst moment possible. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. Still, I guess it's better to die with courage than to die without it. Not that I would know. He looked at Nephis and smiled. I must have slaughtered 1,000 enemies in this arena, both abominations and humans, but knowing you, I bet even more died by your sword in the nightmare. She glanced north in the direction of the Hollow Mountains and shook her head. No, actually, I did not kill that many. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Wait, what, really? With your personality? Nephis smiled. I was only dormant in my nightmare. I was the weakest creature there by far. Solving problems with a sword is a privilege for the strong. He looked at her with a strange expression. Well, you must have learned a lot then. Weakness is a great teacher. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sunny regretted saying them. Nephis had always been a symbol of strength, in his mind. A domineering presence that swept away all obstacles to achieve her goals. But in truth, she had spent most of her life as prey being pursued by terrifying predators. Sunny still remembered the dream he had visited, a fragment of a memory she had about one of the attempts on her life. She knew about weakness just as much as he did. Neff's smile slowly faded away. She remained silent for a while, and then nodded. Yes, I did learn a lot. Great. Maybe think twice before opening your mouth the next time, fool. Sunny hesitated, thinking what to say. The solemn atmosphere was destroyed a moment later, though, by a loud, crinkling noise. Sunny, Nephis, and Kai turned around and looked at Effie, who was completely focused on opening a packet of chips. The bright colors of the modern packaging looked extremely out of place in the ancient ruin. Feeling their attention, the huntress looked up, lowered her sunglasses to the tip of her nose, and raised her eyebrows. What? Then she sent a mouthful of synth chips into her mouth and looked around, chewing. After a while, she said, I must admit, though, I'm a little upset. That wench Sylvain was from the same sect as me, right? How come the temple I ended up in was not nearly as grand and majestic? I mean, do you know how small and damp my room was? She shook her head with a sour face. What's even the point of being in a sect of war zealots if you don't have an awesome arena like this? Nothing much happened on the island that had once been the heart of Sylvain's lands. The firekeepers, it seemed, had been very thorough in exterminating every abomination here. Even after several hours, no one had bothered the 5 masters. Not that many things could. While Cassie was exploring the ruins, Sunny simply wandered around the ruins, remembering his days of fighting in the Colosseum. The others had nothing much to do, so they followed him, sometimes starting a conversation, sometimes remaining silent. Eventually, Effie sighed. This sucks. What kind of vacation is that? The mood is so dismal. Sunny looked at her humorlessly. What were you expecting? I did not exactly have a great time in this damn place. Should I be jumping around in joy? She blinked a couple of times. I mean, yeah, why not? Think about it. This Colosseum is in ruins, but you're still standing. What's not to celebrate? Sonny tilted his head a little, then looked at the overgrown remains of the Red Colosseum once more. Lucht novel cave, sum. The place was desolate and forgotten, with nothing remaining of its former glory. Glory. The bastards who had lusted for it, who had turned Hope's Theater into a temple of murder, never found any such thing. Sonny, however, had survived. Not only that, but he was also a decorated officer now, complete with the highest military awards one could receive, earned in a war much more meaningful than the senseless one the warmongers had waged. He had never put much meaning into his medals, but now that they turned into something to spite Solvain and her zealots with. Damn. It almost feels better than killing her twice. A crooked smile appeared on his face. Well, if you put it like that, I guess you are right, Effie. I am much more impressive than these fools ever were, aren't I? Hell, they're making a movie about me in NQSC even. She glanced at him with an amused expression. Let's not get a big head, doofus. And what do you mean a movie? Another one? Noticing her petrified expression, he grinned. Don't worry. It's about Mongrel, technically. While Effie let out a relieved sigh, Nephis suddenly nodded. Oh yes, I've seen the trailer. Kai and Sonny looked at her with surprise, while Effie made a strange face and walked away. Gods, I think I'm going to be sick. She really looked ill. Sonny laughed as he watched her go. Hey, where are you going? The mood isn't so dismal anymore, is it? The huntress just waved her hand and disappeared behind a pile of rubble. He chuckled, but his smile disappeared when Kai asked with a thoughtful expression. If the trailer came out this quick, they must be putting a lot of resources into filming. I do wonder, though, are they going to cast an actor to play Mongrel? Or an actress? Sonny's eyes widened slightly. What the hell do you mean, an actress? Why would they cast an actress? Take that back. While they were bickering, Cassie finished exploring the runes carved in the blood-stained stone. Soon, the flying ship left the ruins of the Red Colosseum behind and cut through the sky. The night had descended upon the chained isles, erasing the border between the sky above and the sky below. Cold stars shone upon the remains of the shattered kingdom, reflected by the distant flames that burned in the dark abyss. The flying vessel was moving southeast. There were not that many places that Sonny wanted to visit on the chained isles. His main goal was the shipwreck island, where the corpse of the Sun Prince swung above the sky below, tangled in heavenly chains. But he was also interested in one other. The southern island, where the ruined castle of the Shadow Lord stood, and where he had fought Nightmare. The black steed had become his shadow, but that was just the phantom of the spell. Sonny couldn't help but feel curious about what had happened to the real Nightmare. Was he perhaps still here, somewhere, in this region of the dream realm? The Dark Courser was not on the southern island anymore, that was sure. After all, Sonny had visited the ruined fortress in the waking world before even knowing what it was. That was where he had welcomed Effie and Kai to the Chained Isles, and had not met Nightmare there. Still, maybe there were some clues. Countless years had passed since the time when the shadow creature remained in the castle, stubbornly guarding the citadel of a dead master. Was the real Nightmare still alive? Had he grown stronger? Legat novel cave, sum. Had he succumbed to the corruption that seemed to have devoured everything and everyone else in the dream realm? Sonny wanted to know, but most of all he was interested in finding a shadow creature. It could lead to a lot of fragments at worst, and a new shadow at best. Apart from the southern island, though. Nephis obviously did not have any places in mind. Effie wished to visit the Temple of the Chalice. Kai would have wanted to return to the Ivory City, perhaps, to reminisce on the past. But that city was no more. It had fallen into the sky below, replaced by the ever-receding tear that would one day swallow all the Chained Isles. Strangely, the place where Cassie would have wanted to visit was gone too. The Night Temple, where she had spent several months caring for her mentor, the one in the north, was destroyed as a result of the battle between Skytide and St. Cormac. The blind girl did add one location to the list, though, and a very strange one, at that the island where an eerie creature of the lake had once bestowed them with the ruby knife. Sunny did not know what she wanted to find there, but had no objections to her request. They were going to the southern island first, however, so that creepy place was still far away. Enjoying the view of the starlit sky, Sunny breathed in the cool night air and smiled as he listened to his friends chatting. There would be dangers and dire threats once he returned to Antarctica, but for the next few days, life promised to be tranquil and uncomplicated. There would be a bit of exploration, a bit of treasure hunting, and a bit of fighting as well, but not the dreadful kind. It was truly like a vacation. His smile grew a little wistful. Damnation. Just when did the dream realm become nicer than the waking world? The flying vessel continued moving southeast. The members of the cohort remained at the stern, keeping Cassie company. They spent some time idly talking about this and that, then silently enjoyed the beautiful sight of the night sky. Safely hidden within the crushing, they were temporarily safe from all threats. That feeling was strange. The only thing stranger was the fact that Effie seemed to have lost her appetite somehow. Now that was an anomaly unlike anything Sunny had witnessed before. He wanted to tease the huntress, but changed his mind at the last moment. The quiet night put him in a contemplative mood. The thing Sunny thought about was how hard it had become to keep a conversation going in the company of his friends these days. Or anyone else, really. He had never been a great conversationalist. In fact, growing up, Sunny had always found it torturously hard to fit in with people. But after becoming an awakened, somewhere along the way, he seemed to have developed that ability. Now, however, it was getting harder once again. Sunny had thought that such problems would miraculously disappear after he chose to trust the people he cared about. But he had been proven wrong. It's strange. But then, was it really? In truth, it was not his ability to hold a conversation that was the problem, but his whole life instead. Most of the things he thought and did were too sensitive to discuss, not because he did not trust his friends, but because he didn't want to involve them in his mess. More than that, Sunny had only done two things after coming to Antarctica: fight the nightmare creatures and try to fulfill his duty as a member of the evacuation army. He did not really have any hobbies or exciting things to share. His friends were more or less the same. Is it all there is to life? Bloodshed and war? As he studied the night sky with a wistful expression, Kai looked at him and said, "Penny for your thoughts?" A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how messed up our lives have become. These days it seems that there's nothing to talk about except for what we killed, how we killed it, and how to kill it better. So I'm wondering, is that what adulthood is? Work, work, and then more work. I thought that becoming a master would be freeing, but honestly, I was having so much more fun as an awakened." Kai sighed. "It does seem like that, doesn't it?" Effie, who was hugging the wooden railing of the flying ship as if battling motion sickness, looked at them with a miserable face. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm having tons of fun every day." Sunny gave her a dubious look. "Yeah, maybe check the expiration date the next time you smuggle a bunch of snacks into the dream realm. Those synthetic chips must have been left over from the dark times considering your current state." She gritted her teeth, then made a rude gesture in his direction. Sunny grinned. At that moment, Cassie suddenly spoke. "I get what Sunny is saying, but is there something wrong with being focused on work? I am usually very busy too, and there's little time for anything else except for my duties. However, it's not bad. I find it very rewarding, actually." Sunny scoffed. "I guess there's nothing wrong as long as you've chosen the right profession. But being an abomination exterminator does not really suit my taste, and I did not even choose it, really. It just happened that way. Nephis gave him a long look, then turned away and said evenly, "It is true that none of us chose to become infected by the spell. But we are awakened now, so exterminating abominations comes with the territory. We receive plenty of privileges in exchange. There's no point in thinking about the past with regret." Sunny glanced at her with a bleak expression. Well, it was not like she was wrong. No matter how dejected he felt about the current situation, it was infinitely better than his mundane life in the outskirts. What would have awaited Sunny if he had never become infected by spell? A bitter life and an early grave, most likely. No, actually, a grave would have been an impossible luxury. Kai lingered for a few moments before saying quietly, "It's not the past that worries me. It's the future." Effie remained silent, but her face turned somber. Sunny looked at his friend with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Kai shrugged. "The Antarctica campaign seems like a world of its own, but it will be over in a handful of months. What happens next? The influx of refugees and the loss of the southern quadrant will make living conditions across the waking world worse for everyone. There'll be an unprecedented influx of awakened as well, which is bound to change the situation in the dream realm. The great clans seem to be in turmoil, and on top of that, there's no guarantee that something like the Chain of Nightmares won't happen again. I'm not talking about the future of the human race, though. I am talking about our personal future. What will be our roles in that world?" Sunny lingered for a while. "I have no idea." Kai sighed, then glanced at Nephis. "Lady Nephis and Cassie will most likely become saints with the backing of clan valor, but that path is closed for the rest of us, unless we swear allegiance to a legacy clan. Alternatively, we can remain with the government. But if Antarctica has proven one thing, it is that the government is not strong enough to protect the waking world with only its own strength. So what is the point?" Sunny studied his face for a few moments. Kai, it seemed, was struggling with his naively sincere sense of duty. He asked, "So what? Are you thinking about becoming a legacy?" The handsome archer looked at him with a heavy expression. "Aren't you?" Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth, then turned away. "No, I'd rather die, to be honest." There was no need to add that last part, really, because he was always honest. Even if Sunny was destined to forever remain a master, he would not join the likes of valor and song. Sainthood was an alluring goal, but it was not worth selling himself into slavery to a sovereign. One chain, no matter how soft, was already enough. As for the future, he really had no idea what was going to happen after the Antarctica campaign was over. The great clans would clash in earnest, but by that point, their battles would most likely move to the dream realm. Sunny would have liked to avoid becoming swept up in that conflict, but he had a strong suspicion that, for him, it was going to be nearly impossible. There's no point in thinking about the future either. The four of them glanced at Cassie with surprise. She had remained silent throughout the conversation, but suddenly spoke at that precise moment. Coming from an oracle, that statement sounded a bit ominous. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? Why is that?" Gently controlling the flying ship, Cassie kept quiet for a few moments. Then a sad smile appeared on her face. There was no spell a century ago. There were no saints a few decades ago. There was no chain of nightmares a couple of years ago. What will happen in the future? Nobody knows. So making plans is useless. All we can do is prepare to face the unknown. Visiting the southern island was not as useful as Sunny had hoped it would be. Too much time had passed since the days when Nightmare guarded the abandoned castle, consumed by madness. The castle had long turned into ruins, and the land itself had been transformed by the crushing. However, Sunny did end up finding a clue. That clue was not on the island, but rather in what was not on the island, When he had visited this place as a favor to Noctis, there had been beautiful white flowers blooming in the emerald grass around the castle. But now they were gone. Of course, there was nothing strange about some flowers disappearing after thousands of years of desolation. Nevertheless, Sunny remembered that he had seen these particular flowers elsewhere on the chained isles. There was a whole island covered by them. That island was considered extremely dangerous because there were numerous bones hidden beneath the beautiful carpet of white blossoms. Anyone who stepped on it would succumb to an overwhelming desire to sleep, never to wake up. Among the awakened anchored in the sanctuary, that island was synonymous with death. There were too many connections for it to be a pure coincidence. And so Sunny decided to visit the island of white flowers as well. It was further east, however, so that stop was going to have to wait. First, the flying ship had to travel north and skirt the tear for a while to reach the shipwreck island. They spent 2 days making their way there. The ship had to stop once to give Cassie time to rest and restore soul essence. In the meantime, the rest of them made use of the idle time to enjoy some peace and quiet. The ancient vessel turned into a leisure yacht for a few days. Nephis was in charge of cooking, while the rest of them were in charge of eating. They talked, enjoyed each other's company, and tried really hard to forget the cold dread of Antarctica for a few fleeting moments. They even tried playing several games. Sadly, it was hard to find a suitable one, considering that Kai always knew when someone was telling the truth. Cassie could sense the future, and Sunny was not above using his shadows to cheat. In the end, they settled for competing to see who was the best cheater. Nephis lost pretty much every game after that. Observing her try to hide her frustration was rather entertaining, at least for Sunny, who won the most. I have forgotten how awkward she really is. She's hiding it well these days. It's cute. Crude. I meant it's crude. Effie was still suffering from motion sickness and eating less than she usually did, which meant only 2 to 3 times more than what a normal person would eat naturally. Luckily, the ship was attacked by a few nightmare creatures during their only stop so far, so they had plenty of fresh meat to feed her. Kai was teaching Sunny how to play the flute. It was actually starting to feel like a vacation. Eventually, they reached the shipwreck island. It was exactly as it had been before, except for the fact that the feature that had given the island its name, the shipwreck, was now missing. The corpse of the Sun Prince was still there, though. The steel colossus was swinging forlornly below the island, its legs tangled in the remains of a torn heavenly chain. The first time Sunny had seen it, he wondered about what terrible creature could have killed the fearsome giant. Who could have thought that it had actually been Cassie and Effie? Well, technically, it had been someone else. But in the nightmare, the immortal Chain Lord had fallen by their hands. Nephis stared at the steel colossus for a long time. She had never seen it before, so he must have made an expression. After a while, she asked, "This is one of the immortals you killed?" Effie tore her gaze away from the giant corpse and shivered. "Yeah, this was where we fought the defenders of the Ivory City. The city itself is gone now, but that huge bastard is still here. See how his chest is cracked? That's because Cassie rammed him with the flying ship at full speed. Crazy girl. We all thought she died for a minute or two." Nephis lowered her head, while Effie sighed and added, "It's hard to guess now, but that giant was filled with molten metal. Within that metal was a human-shaped cage, and within that cage was a thing that had once been a human. I pushed the bastard over the edge of the island, then crawled to its chest, and killed the thing inside. It was a hot mess of a situation. I had plenty of burns to prove it." She made a disgusted face, then glanced at Sunny. "So, doofus, we just need to bring you to what is left of the Sun Prince?" Sunny shook his head. "Yes. No. First, we need to get rid of the creature that lives below the island." He had not forgotten about the terrifying abomination that was hidden on the dark side of the shipwreck island. The memories of watching its long, root-like tentacles stretch from the darkness shrouding the bottom of the aisle and snatch fallen demons like flies were still fresh in his mind. That was how the creature fed. It used the corpse of the Sun Prince as bait to devour chain worms. Sunny shook his head, but things had changed. Back then he had been a mere awakened. A corrupted nightmare creature had been synonymous with death, despair, and hopelessness. But now, he had killed more corrupted abominations than he could be bothered to count. Sunny had grown much more powerful. Even when compared to how he had been as a master before Antarctica, he was incomparably stronger and more experienced. A mere corrupted creature did not scare him anymore, which did not mean that it was wise to abandon caution. No matter how powerful he had become, one mistake was always all it took to perish in the dream realm. Throwing one last glance at the swinging steel corpse, he turned away and said, "Cassie, let's start lowering the ship." It would have been hard to fight the creature dwelling on the dark slide of the island in usual circumstances. After all, below it was the endless expanse of the dark abyss, and humans were not known for their ability to fly. Fighting a corrupted abomination while hanging from the treacherous stone surface of the underside of the isle was a suicidal task. Of course, there were ways to gain an advantage even in that situation. Kai, for example, could indeed fly. Sunny could assume the Shadow Fiend form, which was perfectly suited for just these kinds of battles. Effie was strong enough to dig a path to the creature from the surface in no time, and so on. None of it was necessary today, though, because they had Cassie and the flying ship. The graceful vessel dove into the sky below and descended until the shipwreck island, as well as the creature hiding in its shade, was above them. They maintained a safe distance for now, but the main disadvantage was already erased. Sunny peered into the darkness shrouding the bottom of the isle. There were large cavities in the stone and soil, making the whole island seem like a giant beehive. These caves were narrow and deep, and there was something hiding in their depths. Big. He did not have to rely on his eyes, though. Cassie let go of the steering oars and stepped out of the runic circle, getting closer to the wooden railings. She observed the dark ravines for a while, then sighed. It is a corrupted monster, an old and powerful one. The blind girl could perceive aspects, abilities, and attributes of Awawikt. But that power allowed her to learn about nightmare creatures, too. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their nature. Cassie was an invaluable source of knowledge in that regard, and knowledge was the origin of power. She tilted her head a little. It is a plant abomination. Blood-nourished root. I have an idea of how it came to be. The others looked at her with interest. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How would you know that? Cassie pointed at the mast of their ship. The enchantments of this vessel are meant to be powered by a sacred tree from Heart God's Grove. I found a sapling to replace the original tree, which had died when the ship crashed. But I think it had not died immediately. She thought for a few moments. The sacred tree must have survived the destruction of the vessel and rooted itself in the soil of the island. However, the worm vine had been unleashed within the wreck. It grew and suffocated the tree, turning it into a corpse. The roots remained, though, and so did Solvain. Her blood seeped into the soil and was absorbed by the roots throughout the centuries. Solvain did not succumb to the corruption, but the roots did. That was how this monster was born. A sigh escaped from Cassie's lips. In any case, it's vast and ancient, but weak to fire. We can burn the root to ash without destroying the island. After she said those words, everyone involuntarily turned to Nephis. Changing Star's expression did not change at all. A moment later, she said, "I'll do it." Sunny shook his head. No need. He knew that Neph could slay the blood-nourished root without too much trouble. She could also lend her flames to him or Saint, but that would require her to use her aspect, which would trigger her flaw. For most awakened, using their aspects was as natural as breathing, especially so for Sunny, who always observed the world through his shadows. However, Nephis very rarely used her own. Strangers might not have noticed it, but anyone close to her knew that she only activated her abilities during battles, and even then only the most dire ones. That was how it had been on the Forgotten Shore, and that was how it was now. Usually, Neff relied on only her physical prowess and skill to fight, because she had to burn alive every time she called upon her powers. So, what kind of vacation would it be if she was forced to go through that suffering in the middle of it? Sunny glanced at her and shrugged. Just summon the Dawn Shard. We'll deal with the creature ourselves. Each flaw was a curse, but theirs were curses of a different kind. By his side, Effie sighed. Ah, hell. A thin layer of polished metal suddenly covered her skin, making the huntress look like a beautiful steel statue. By her side, Kai summoned his ivory armor, as well as the transcendent bow he had received after slaying the corrupted tyrant, malignant grave root. An arrow that seemed to contain a sea of flames appeared on the black string. Sunny himself summoned the cruel sight, which ignited with the incandescent glow of divine flame. Nephis looked at them with a tense expression. I can do it, Effie smiled. Princess, at your age, you should really know the difference between can and should. Nobody is doubting that you can kill that monster. But just relax for once and let someone else have fun too, okay? With that, the huntress grinned and dashed to the edge of the deck. When she jumped, the enchanted lines shone a little brighter, as if straining to prevent the ancient wood from splintering because of the furious force of her push. Effie shot through the darkness toward the underside of the island. As she flew, her steel skin suddenly started to shine, turning white-hot. Not a moment later, a massive root appeared from one of the caves and stretched towards the huntress. She twisted, avoiding being grabbed by it and landing on the long wooden tentacle instead. Every spot her incandescent armor touched instantly started to burn. More roots appeared from within the island. Kai was already in the air, drawing the string of his black bow. Sunny, however, was not moving yet. With a grimace, he called upon the shadows clinging to the underside of the isle. They instantly surged forward, falling upon the roots like guillotine blades. The pressure on Effie and Kai was instantly reduced. Throwing a glance at Nephis, Sunny summoned the dark wing and smiled. Yeah, sorry. You'll have to sit this one out. Then he brandished the cruel sight and pushed himself off the deck. The battle did not last long. It stinks. Effie once again looked like she was going to be sick, this time from all the smoke that drifted from inside the shipwreck island, where the charred remains of the blood-nourished root were smoldering after being slain by her. Sunny scoffed. Look who's complaining. He was playing with a transcendent soul shard, but the huntress was the one who ended up with the real prize. There was a strange spear in her hand. Its shaft was made of gray wood, but the spearhead glinted with a deep crimson color, as if it had been cast in blood. Effie made a face. Well, yeah, it's a good spear. The creature absorbed Solvin's blood, right? So it's like an inheritance from the greatest warrior of the sect. But, Sunny, what was the one question I asked you at the start of our trip? He frowned, trying not to remember. Whether the creature I needed to kill was edible? She pierced him with a bleak look. Exactly. And is it? No. What, am I supposed to gnaw on burned wood? Sunny laughed. Gods. Don't worry, we'll find something to feed you. She simply waved her hand. Ah, don't bother. The smoke stench made me lose my appetite anyway. They were currently getting ready to climb down to the remains of the Sun Prince. A familiar golden rope was tied to a large piece of stone that must have been a part of a towering docking mast once, and the four of them, Sunny, Effie, Nephis, and Cassie, were standing near the edge of the island. The flying ship was anchored to one of the masts, and Kai had already flown down to connect the other end of the rope to the remains of the heavenly chain. The island itself was in a descent phase, so they did not have to be wary of the crushing any time soon either. I'm going then. Sunny grabbed the rope and started climbing down. Soon they found themselves standing on the sole of one of the steel giant's feet. It was wide like a platform and almost horizontal, making for a perfect landing spot. Sunny had once seen a nightmare where he was one of Solvain's soldiers, fighting in a harrowing battle against the forces of the Ivory City. In that dream, he, and all of his comrades, had been mercilessly crushed beneath this soul. It was a bit strange to be standing on top of it now. Life is weird like that sometimes. The others looked at him expectantly. So, Sunny, are you going to tell us why we're here? Kai's usually composed voice was full of curiosity. Sunny smiled. Ah, that. Yes. Wait a second. A moment later, a scrawny creature suddenly rose from his shadow. The little fiend opened his eyes wide and stared at the members of the cohort. His mouth hung open, revealing 2 rows of sharp triangular teeth. Nephis, Effie, Cassie, and Kai. They indeed made for an unforgettable sight. The former 2 were strikingly beautiful, while the latter 2 were simply beyond reason. Sunny wasn't so bad himself either. His friends focused on the ravenous fiend in turn. Sunny, what is that? Nephis looked down and moved her leg slightly, avoiding Imp's finger. The little bastard was so stunned that he tried to poke her, as if wanting to make sure that she was a real being and not a divine vision. Sunny coughed. This ugly thing is a new shadow of mine. I call him Imp. Effie suddenly exploded in laughter. Oh, this is too good. So the little gremlin has a mini version of himself now? Sunny glared at her. Funny you should say that, Beanpole. Because Imp is actually more of a mini version of you. It's always hungry, has no manners, and eats like a gluttonous barbarian. Both of them, Imp and Effie, looked at him with offended expressions. He simply smiled. But, unlike Effie, this little guy actually profits from eating more than humanly possible. So, come one, trashling, chop chop. You see this giant steel colossus? I want you to eat it whole. The members of the cohort looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Imp, meanwhile, looked down at the surface of the steel soul. For the first time ever, his ugly face actually paled. Sunny frowned. What are you waiting for? Start eating. Oh, but climb down first. If you start from the leg, you'll fall into the sky below. I did that once and survived, but a useless wretch like you will definitely die. The little fiend shivered, then threw a hateful glance at Sunny and obediently started climbing down. He acted with apparent reluctance, but his tiny eyes were secretly glinting with hungry avarice. Sunny shook his head. This bastard. I bet he'll finish the whole colossus in less than 3 days. That much had to be enough to push the ravenous fiend to the next step of his nascent steel body, and maybe even a little past that. Sunny was also thinking about trying to make the shadow swallow a few pieces of the heavenly chains. He also remembered that there was a giant steel arm on the Iron Hand Island, although the inhabitants of the sanctuary would probably notice if it suddenly went missing. At that moment, he realized that the members of the cohort were staring at him with strange expressions. What? Kai hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat. Sunny, don't you think it would be nice to tell us a bit about Imp? And why is it that you want him to eat the Sun Prince? Effie nodded. Yeah, and how did you end up with that shadow anyway? From what you told us before, creating them requires a steep price to be paid. So why this weak, tiny creature? Sunny glanced at them with a dull expression. Yeah, all right, I'll tell you. He needs to eat a lot of enchanted metal to get stronger. That tiny menace is a transcendent devil, by the way. In fact, he was the second most dangerous nightmare creature in the Antarctic Center. As for how he ended up becoming my shadow, I killed that bastard, of course. Had him eaten alive by a bunch of carnivorous beetles. It's actually a long story. Come, let's climb back, make some dinner, and I'll share this epic tale with you in detail. Strips of meat were roasting above the fire, and a delicious fragrance permeated the air. The remains of the corrupted monster crackled as they burned. Somewhere far away, ancient chains rattled loudly. Darkness shrouded the world outside the circle of light cast by the dancing flames. And that was the moment when the explosives detonated. Boom! I don't know how the whole city did not just slide into the ocean, but it was really something. The wall fell, the buildings crumbled to dust, the earth itself sank. Oh, but I did not see any of this, of course, because I was right in the middle of the explosion, protected only by a few layers of manifested shadows. The members of the cohort were staring at Sunny with wide eyes. Well, except for Cassie, of course. Nephis had been paying more attention to roasting the meat, but as the story went on, she seemed to become more and more distracted. He grinned. And the scavenger was right there with me. I couldn't let the wretch escape into the shadows, so I held on to him with one hand and pummeled him with the other. At that distance, swords were of no use, so he started biting. And let me tell you, his teeth were really, really sharp. Sunny smiled, revealing his own teeth, then suddenly made a ferocious face. But not as sharp as mine. I bit the bastard too. At that point, the sphere of shadows was already breaking, and the heat inside was like an oven. It had survived the initial detonation, but got tossed around by the shock wave and then rolled down into the crater before finally shattering. His expression relaxed. Well, anyway, I came to my senses a bit faster than the scavenger, who got pinned to the ground by some debris. Problem was, I still had no way of breaking his armor. Luckily, I still had a chest full of the dark beetles with me. So before the fiend could free himself, I poured the beetles out, and they ate him alive. A fitting end for a corpse eater, don't you think? And since those beetles were not exactly living things, the spell attributed the kill to me. So that was how I received a new shadow. There was silence for a few moments. Eventually, Effie shook her head. Wait. So you're telling us that this ravenous fiend stalked you across all of the Antarctic Center, infiltrated a siege capital, and waited for weeks to ambush you at the worst possible moment? Since when are nightmare creatures that smart? Kai glanced at her with surprise. Are we just going to ignore the fact that Sunny killed a Titan? Sunny laughed. Yes, that is exactly what happened. The first months of the operation were really wild. What can I say? There was a startled pause. In the silence, Cassie asked in a worried voice, "But what happened to your soldiers? Were they all right? You said that the ravenous fiend gravely wounded one of them." Sunny's smile slowly faded away. He stayed quiet for a few moments, then sighed. Yeah, they were fine. Luster lost his legs, but he survived. He's currently back in the northern quadrant, recovering after receiving treatment from the best government healers. Kimmy is right here in East Antarctica. She is with Army Command now. His eyes grew distant. Quentin is still marked as missing in action, officially. As for Belle, Dorn, and Samara, they died a few days later. When we tried to fight the winter beast, everyone died that day, except me and Jet. In the silence that followed, Cassie sighed lightly. I'm sorry. Sunny glanced at her sharply. It was strangely off-putting to hear those words coming out of her mouth. He knew very well that she was not one for apologies. Have I unknowingly been waiting for something stupid like that for the last couple of years? He shook his head, then put a smile on his face. Yeah, I'm sorry too. But that is how Antarctica is. It has a way of reminding you that no matter how strong you have become, there is always something stronger out there, waiting to eat you alive. Sunny lingered for a bit, looked at Nephis, and said in a carefree tone, I've tasted a lot of failure there. It's a bitter thing. Failure. But after everything is said and done, I think it is more of a medicine than poison. You should try it too, sometime, before it's too late. He did not know why he was being combative with Neph, but her confidence was really frustrating to observe recently. Perhaps it was because he felt protective of her. Changing Star had put herself in terrible danger by joining Clan Valor after all. She was facing death and destruction, but acted as if everything was under her control. She was wrong. The great clans, the sovereigns, these people were not someone who could be controlled. Hearing his remark, Nephis calmly turned the meat and looked in Sunny's direction. Her voice was even. "I think I know more about failure than anyone here." He frowned. "You? When have you ever failed?" Nephis sighed and continued tending to the meat. "I failed to keep you by my side in the dark city, didn't I? I failed to take control of the bright castle, too. I wanted to usurp Gunnlaug's throne a few days after killing him. I had everything prepared, but in the end it took many weeks of bloody struggle to achieve the goal. Each additional day that passed, each sleeper that died fighting fellow humans, were my failures. I wasn't easy to come to terms with." She took the fragrant meat off the fire and started placing it on the plates. "I failed in the Crimson Spire, too. I failed to achieve the best result, and even messed up in my attempt to salvage the mistake, and I have failed countless times since." She smiled, then handed Sunny his plate. "But that's all right. You said it yourself. Failure might be bitter, but it is a medicine. Now let's eat. Hopefully, this meat will taste better." They ended up spending 3 idle days on the shipwreck island. It had long been cleansed of the feral sailor dolls by the firekeepers, and no new nightmare creatures made it their home since. The 5 masters remained on the island when it was low, and sought shelter on the flying ship when it rose high enough to become affected by the crushing. Imp was devouring the steel colossus with startling speed while they rested and relaxed. Sunny had not had an opportunity to truly let go of his worries in a long, long time, so this change of pace was most welcome. Vacationing in the dream realm was not really one's idea of fun, but they made the most of it. Effie seemed to have regained her appetite, although she was still being picky about her food. It seemed that the military rations had left an unforgettable impression on the gluttonous huntress. As a result, the mountain of snacks she had brought over from the waking world was disappearing at a slower pace than the husk of the Sun Prince. She even shared some with the rest of them, which was both pleasant and a huge shock. The members of the cohort lazed around, avoided doing anything productive, and spent most of their time either sleeping or chatting idly. Sunny shared more stories about his days in the Antarctic Center with them. The first weeks of scrambling to push back the hordes of abominations and establish the siege capitals. LO-49, the first encounter with the devouring cloud, the heart of darkness, almost getting killed by Goliath, the escape toward Falcon Scott, and the long weeks of its siege. He had thought that remembering these events would bring nothing but bitterness. But strangely, talking about them and sharing the memories of the people he had met, his soldiers, Beth and Professor Obel, the captains of the irregulars, the defenders of Falcon Scott, was almost soothing. Of course, these conversations inevitably veered more in the direction of discussing various nightmare creatures, battle strategies, and ways to kill the abominations better. The other members of the cohort had encountered countless enemies of their own in the time they were apart, so there was a lot of knowledge, insights, and accumulated experience to share. The others talked about their lives too. Effie was having trouble being in charge of hundreds of people. Although she was a competent battle commander, the idea of being in a position of leadership was alien to her. Luckily, Kai was usually nearby to give her support and advice. His experience serving as a centurion in the Sun Legion during the nightmare was of tremendous help. Sunny had a thing or two to say about being put in a position of power despite not wanting to carry that burden as well. Cassie, meanwhile, was a wellspring of insight about the administrative and practical sides of managing a powerful force of awakened. Needless to say, Nephis had a unique perspective on that topic too, although she was as frugal with her words as ever. Nevertheless, both Neph and Cassie did share a few things about how they were doing within Valor. As it turned out, they were in a somewhat awkward position. The great clan was putting great expectations on Changing Star, but at the same time did not trust her much yet. She had been treated with respect and favor, but also held at arm's length. prohibited from coming anywhere near the really important issues of the domain. She had only met Anvil once, and even then briefly. Sunny was immensely curious to learn about the King of Swords, but that conversation got sidetracked entirely by Kai, who looked at them with confusion and asked what kind of anvil they were talking about. As it turned out, the handsome archer knew nothing about the sovereigns. Learning that there were already supremes living among humans was a shock to him. Effie, on the other hand, had already known. She had received a few hints about this forbidden knowledge from her first cohort on the Forgotten Shore, and then pieced the rest together herself after coming back. There had been a time when Nephis warned Sunny that simply knowing about the existence of the sovereigns could cost him his life. However, their situation was completely different now. All five were not unknown entities in the awakened society anymore. They were renowned masters, universally considered potential pillars of the next generation. In other words, they had earned the right to know some secrets. In fact, they had to know, because it made putting a leash on them easier. So, Nephis shared more knowledge about the domains with Kai and Effie. She did not tell them, though, about her suspicions about how her father had perished, how the great clans had hunted her in the past, and how she was determined to destroy them. The two seemed to understand what was left untold, nevertheless, just like they had understood why Castor died by Sunny's hand without being explained the reasons in detail. Armed with that knowledge, it became easier for them to realize what Neph's position was in the great clan Valor. Paradoxically, Cassie's situation was a bit better. Valor was less wary of her, not considering the blind girl a serious threat. While the rest of the firekeepers had simply become retainers, she had received the title of a seneschal, a high-ranking advisor, the position that was second only to the forge masters among the non-combatant specialists of the great clan. The war in Antarctica was the best chance for all of them, Nephis, Cassie, and the firekeepers, to improve their standing within Valor. Only after proving their loyalty on the battlefield would they receive the chance to get closer to the rears of the great clan, including the enigmatic sovereign. What a mess! Sunny was staring at the corpse of the Sun Prince, which was now missing its head, arms, and most of its torso. He could see the little figure of the imp laying lifelessly on top of a link of a heavenly chain, looking miserable and drunk from overeating. His remark was both about the state of the once fearsome chain lord and the situation that Nephis and Cassie had found themselves in. Shaking his head, Sunny leaned over the edge of the island and shouted, "What are you doing, lazy waif? Stop fooling around and eat more." Far below, Imp flinched, then looked up with a dull expression. Awkwardly climbing to his feet, the little fiend then sighed, made a face, and lifelessly took a bite out of the steel giant's leg. "That's better." Imp chewed the ancient metal with a miserable expression, and then froze. In the next moment, his scrawny body suddenly shimmered. Even though there was a considerable chunk of the colossus left uneaten, Sunny ordered Imp to return. By the time the small creature climbed back to the surface of the island, the members of the cohort had gathered around Sunny. "Huh? Wait, the little rascal looks different." Indeed, Effie was right. The scrawny fiend was different from how he had been before. Firstly, he had grown. Just a few days ago, Imp was barely as tall as Sunny's knee, but now his head was on the same level as Sunny's abdomen. The vital areas on his wiry body were now covered by black plates that resembled a suit of light armor, each glinting with a dark metallic sheen. The same went for his long, sharp claws and triangular teeth. Imp's face twisted in a grotesque grin, and he raised his chin with pride. After that, the little fiend threw a furtive glance at Nephis. Sunny smiled. "Congratulations, Ugly. You have officially graduated from an unseemly gremlin to an unsightly goblin." Imp's grin grew a bit forced. He glared at Sunny and hissed. Nephis looked at them for a few moments. "I don't know. I think he is a little cute." The little fiend froze, then swelled with smugness. Sunny shook his head and sighed. "Are you blind? Well, whatever. Let's see what exactly changed." He summoned the runes, waited for the shimmering symbols to reveal themselves, and studied them with a focused expression. Most of the runes seemed the same. Shadow, ravenous fiend. Shadow rank, transcendent. Shadow class, devil. Neither the rank nor the class had changed, so the evolution must have been tied strictly to Imp's attributes. Sunny had anticipated such a result, so he was not too disappointed. Curious, he continued to read the runes. Shadow description, a pitiful little creature. Shadow attributes, lucky, marvel, ravenous, shadow sworn, greater steel body. Sunny tilted his head a little. This was good. Before, Imp possessed an attribute called lesser iron body. Sunny had expected one epithet to change, but not both of them. Not only had lesser changed to great, but iron had also become steel. That was a considerable leap. I wonder, the description of the lesser iron body had implied that Imp's body possessed qualities of metal. What about the greater steel body? He concentrated on the shimmering symbols and read, Greater steel body. Attribute description. This shadow's body is akin to blessed steel. Jackpot. Not only had mundane iron been replaced by blessed steel, thanks to the Sun Prince, no doubt, but Imp's body had gone from merely possessing qualities of metal to being entirely like metal. What did it mean? It meant that the little fiend's whole body was now as resilient as a weapon forged out of transcendent steel would be. In other words, nearly indestructible. More indestructible than the original scavenger's already impregnable bone armor had been, at least. Sunny was very satisfied. He had achieved his initial goal of toughening up the ravenous fiend. However, he still wanted to know just how tough his shadow had become. There was only one way to find out. As Imp was puffing out his chest, Sunny smiled pleasantly and gave him a wholehearted kick. In the next moment, there was a dull metallic ring and a piercing shriek. Ah, God damn it, what the hell? That hurt so bad. Jumping on one foot, Sunny cradled his other one and glowered at the scrawny fiend who had fallen on his butt with a startled expression. Ah, Effie, whack this little bastard as hard as you can. Effie lingered for a moment, then gave him a composed look. I'll do no such thing, you heartless despot. Come here, poor thing. Shall we bully your cruel master together? Ah, you're so adorable. In a hideous, nightmare-inducing kind of way. Sunny stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. What the hell was happening? Why was everyone treating the wicked little wretch so well? Don't tell me. Did Imp's lucky attribute influence how people felt about him as well? That must be it. The scrawny fiend, meanwhile, glanced at Sunny with a vindictive grin, but there was something wrong with it. Suddenly, Imp's eyes and mouth shone with fiery orange-red light, which contrasted sharply against the black metallic sheen of his face. Imp's sharp steel teeth had also been black a few moments ago, but now they were shining with a red-hot glow and radiated scorching heat. It was as though there was an immolating infernal furnace inside the little fiend's maw. What the? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then shifted his gaze quickly to the runes. There was a new string at the end of the ravenous fiend's ability list. Shadow abilities. Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step, Internal Heat. He concentrated on the last ability without any delay. Internal Heat ability description. This shadow's teeth and claws can be infused with annihilating heat, enhancing their cutting power. Sunny froze for a moment. So wait, this blessed steel gifted him not only with an affinity to metal, but also with an affinity to fire? And the little rascal had even received a new ability out of it. Well, it made sense. Steel had to be tempered with fire after all, and the Sun Prince had been drowned in molten metal before becoming the Steel Colossus to atone for his perceived betrayal of Sun God's will. Sunny glanced at the scrawny fiend and sighed. All right, stop glowering, I won't hit you anymore. You did well, wretch. With that, he smiled and gave Imp a thumbs up. The small shadow hesitated for a few moments, then jumped to his feet. The scorching red glow radiating from his teeth slowly disappeared. He looked very proud of himself. Sunny nodded. Good. Ah, just look how tough and strong you've become. Imp puffed out his chest again, listening as Sunny added, "I just can't wait to send you to fight all kinds of dreadfully powerful nightmare creatures." Slowly, the arrogant expression on the scrawny fiend's face was replaced with one of concern and distress. Sunny smiled wickedly. Yes, yes. With a body like that, you won't be damaged too badly even if a titan chews on you a bit. After Imp developed the greater steel body, there was no reason for them to remain on the shipwreck island. He had already absorbed everything he could from the body of the Sun Prince, so devouring the rest of the Colossus was of no benefit. The need to visit the Iron Hand Island had disappeared as well. Their vacation was slowly coming to an end. They still had a few days left, though, as well as plans to visit a few more isles. The flying ship cut across the starlit sky, moving east. Their first destination was the Temple of the Chalice. The ancient ruin was just like the last time Sunny had visited it, forlorn and empty. Even the wrathful specters that had populated the temple were gone. Of course, he knew more about how the maiden priestesses had perished now. Standing in the central chamber, Sunny looked at the shattered remains of the stone chalice and the bones littering the floor. The walls of the sacred hall had collapsed. The stone plates were cracked by a devastating explosion. After thousands of years, nothing but dust and desolation remained. He wondered about fate in the past. In the nightmare, he had been the one to destroy the chalice and slay the war maidens. However, even without Sunny, their end had been the same. Who had killed the priestesses of the Red Sect in real past? Was it Noctis himself, or someone else? What had happened to the child whose body Effie inhabited in the nightmare? Had the little girl been slain in the massacre too? As usual, there were no answers. Effie herself wandered the ruins alone, her face uncharacteristically somber. The swords she had thrust into the ground once were all gone. The memories she carried, however, remained. Eventually, the huntress sighed and shook her head in dejection. All that cruelty was pointless in the end. What a waste. Sunny remained silent, consumed by his own thoughts. This place held special meaning to him, too. This was where he had become a demon. It had only happened a couple of years ago, and yet, those years felt like a lifetime. A few lifetimes, really. Was it because of the nightmare or because of Antarctica that the past seemed so distant? They left the Temple of the Chalice behind and ventured to their next destination. On the island covered by white flowers, Sunny found Nightmare, the real Nightmare. Or rather, what was left of him. After stepping foot into the field of flowers, Sunny swiftly succumbed to slumber. In the dream he was pulled into, a shapeless wraith appeared and instantly attacked him, burning with murderous madness and frenzy. It could have been dangerous for anyone else, but Sunny had too much experience fighting dreams. Nightmare the Shadow was also by his side, protecting him. Together they battled the frenzied wraith and vanquished it. The wraith was not the real Nightmare. It was just a malignant echo, left at the place where he had died. After waking up from the slumber, Sunny explored the island of flowers and found the remains of an enormous horse in its center, beautiful blossoms covering the white bones and growing through the holes in its skull. He did not know how the black steed had ended up on this island and how it had died. Had it succumbed to the corruption, or had it remained steadfast until the end? All he knew was that the white flowers grew where Nightmare's blood had been spilled. His loyal shadow stared at the ancient bones for a while, then blew the air out of his large nostrils loudly and turned away with a solemn look. They had not gained much from this trip, but the dark steed seemed to have subjugated a powerful nightmare, adding it to his collection. The counter of the dream curse had risen significantly after slaying the dream wraith. The last stop they made was on the island where the creature of the lake had once bestowed the ruby knife to Cassie. The island was very close to the sanctuary and was known as an extremely dangerous one. Even when awakened dared to cross it, they always stuck to the edge of the isle, never approaching the tranquil lake. Skytide herself had been known to avoid this place. Whether it had been because the abomination living in the lake was too powerful, or because St. Tyrus had chosen to keep it there to prevent other nightmare creatures from drawing close to the citadel, no one knew. Despite the danger, Cassie calmly landed the flying ship on the tranquil surface of the lake and let go of the steering oars. When Sunny gave her a questioning look and an awkward cough, the blind girl simply shook her head. "Don't worry. We'll be safe until the crushing subsides." Not daring to leave the ship, they gathered on the deck and watched the calm water. At some point, Cassie unsheathed the quiet dance, gently touched its blade, and then let go of the slender rapier. It flew straight up and then plunged into the water, straining under the weight of the crushing. A long time passed in silence. At some point, Cassie lowered her head and let out a heavy sigh. "It's empty. It's gone." Soon, the quiet dancer emerged from under the clear water and flew up with a flourish, sparkling brightly as the sunlight reflected from the drops covering its slender blade. The rapier landed in Cassie's hand and grew still. Sheathing the echo, the blind girl silently went back to the runic circle and sent the ship into the sky. Her face seemed full of sorrow for some reason. Despite the fact that they were practically next to the sanctuary, none of them wanted to visit it. The idea of the familiar citadel without the White Feather Clan seemed strange to Sunny. He didn't know who had been sent by Valor to oversee the Chained Isles instead of St. Tyrus, and did not care to find out. Even though it was not their fault, the newcomers still felt like usurpers. Instead of venturing into the sanctuary, the flying ship turned around and flew back west, cutting a straight line toward the distant Red Colosseum. It was going to take them a few days to return to the Ivory Tower. Once they did, the small vacation would be officially over, and Sunny would have to dive back into the coldness of Antarctica and the dirty war of the great clans. He felt slightly reluctant to return. On the last night before they reached the tower, Sunny found himself standing on the deck of the ancient vessel, looking at the myriad of stars above them through the branches of the sacred tree. There was the sound of steps, and Nephis approached to keep him company in silence. Together they watched the night sky and thought about the future, what it would bring, what it would take, what it would cost them. After a long time spent in comfortable silence, Sunny glanced at Nephis, thought for a few moments, and asked, "So, what do you make of this place?" The other members of the cohort all had a deep connection to the Chained Isles. Sunny and Cassie had spent the most time here, but Effie and Kai were also deeply tied to the remains of the Kingdom of Hope. Their experiences in the nightmare were not something one could ever forget. It was a place that had changed them. Nephis, on the other hand, was a stranger here. She could look at the Chained Isles as an outsider. So he was idly curious about her perspective. Neph lingered for a while, then said quietly, "It is as everywhere else. Broken." Sunny smiled. "I guess. The Chained Isles are more honest in that regard, aren't they? They don't hide their broken nature. Indeed, the dream realm was a ruined world. The waking world was a ruin too, and the young woman standing next to him was the Star of Ruin. A fitting name for someone born of two broken worlds." He sighed. "Still, I thought you would have more of an opinion. Don't you feel a connection to this land?" Nephis glanced at him with a bit of confusion. "Why would I?" Sunny shrugged. "Well, the Kingdom of Hope was destroyed by Sun God. He brought his fire down and obliterated it. You are the inheritor of that fire, are you not? Sun God's blood is flowing through your veins, so, in a sense, you are the last descendant of the being who brought ruin to this land." Nephis remained silent for a while, then smiled. "I see. Yes, it would make sense for me to feel a connection to Sun God, but actually, in this case, I feel more connected to hope." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Hope? The wicked demon who spent 1,000 years twisting the minds of everyone living in the ruins, driving them insane, and causing all kinds of unspeakable, abhorrent evil? The vile queen of madness. That hope." Neph tilted her head a little. She lingered for a few moments and then said, Hope, who had everything that belonged to her destroyed by an impossible foe. Who remained chained for 1,000 years, but never stopped trying to set herself free. Who escaped her prison and waged war against the eternal gods, and killed them. That hope. Sunny hid his smile. Huh. Well, if you put it like that. Actually, I'm rather fond of Hope, too. I met her once, you know. For the first time in a long time, he saw Neff's usually calm expression crack a little. She looked at him with a startled expression. You met Hope? The demon of desire? Sunny nodded. Yes, well, a version of her at least. At the very end of the nightmare, I entered the tower and saw her, for a few fleeting moments. She even spoke to me. He hesitated for a few moments. She told me that the daemons were the flaw of the gods. I'm not sure what she meant, though. I always assumed that the gods were flawless. Nephis frowned, then turned away and looked at the stars. I heard that the gods were perfect beings once, but then they were no more. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I also don't know what she meant. She remained silent for a while, then said evenly, It makes me wonder, though. Did Sun God also have to pay a price to use his power? Did he have to burn? Did he have to suffer? Did it hurt him to destroy Hope's kingdom? Nephis looked at the distant stars with a cold expression. The gods could die, so they must have suffered too. She stared at the black sky. Then, slowly, a pale smile appeared on her lips. I hope he suffered a lot. Eventually, they returned to the Ivory Island. The sun was disappearing beyond the horizon, and the crescent moon became visible in the twilight sky. The five of them gathered on the shore of the clear lake, in front of a bonfire, to enjoy their last meal before their return to the waking world. The short respite was almost over. Sunny enjoyed the last of Neff's cooking he would taste in a while as he studied the faces of his companions, Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai. The shadows moved as the fire danced, painting them in shades of orange and gray. They seemed rested and relaxed. He felt at peace, too. After a while, Sunny turned his head to look at the lake, where the flying ship swayed gently on the surface of the water. A small frown appeared on his face. Hey, we still haven't come up with a name for that thing, have we? The others looked at him with confusion. Then, their expressions cleared. Oh! Kai was the first one to speak. He thought for a few moments and then smiled. How about Sky Swimmer? Sunny gave him a measured look, making the handsome archer hesitate. What? He shook his head. No. Don't pay me any attention. I just think I understand now how your band ended up being called Nightingale. Both Kai and Nephis blinked. What's wrong with Nightingale? Nightingale is an amazing band name. Sunny smiled crookedly. All right. There's nothing wrong with that name. Still, Sky Swimmer doesn't sound too majestic. Kai looked down in embarrassment. Oh, well, on second thought, you're right. At that moment, Effie spoke. I have a great name in mind. Everyone turned to her, while the huntress threw a mischievous glance at Sunny. This is a flying ship, all right? It soars high in the sky, bathing in sunlight. So, how about we call it the Sunful? The corner of Sunny's eye twitched. Next suggestion. Cassie hesitated for a few moments. I really don't know. I would like to name it in honor of Noctis, but at the same time, this is the vessel of the Fire Keepers now. It was created to harvest divine flames, and in the future, it will be the symbol of Changing Star and her people. Do we name it for the past or for the future? Everyone looked at Nephis, who remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said, Let's honor your friend, Noctis. Sunny knew him the best, so he's the best person to give the ship a name. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How come I ended up being the one to do it? Still, it wasn't the bad kind of responsibility. He fought about Noctis, his self-proclaimed best friend, and about what Noctis had wanted, to break the will of gods and set Hope free from her chains. He also thought about Odysseus, and about his own desperate desire to be free. He thought about what Noctis had achieved. Who was Noctis in the end? What words described him best? That lying, dastardly cheat. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh and nodded. Yeah, I think I know. I have a good name. He looked at the graceful silhouette of the ancient ship and remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, Sunny said, Chainbreaker. Let's call it that. It was a hot, lazy summer day. The sun bathed the northern quadrant siege capital in heat and light, making people long for the cool shade of the ventilated buildings. The sky was clear and vast, without a single cloud in sight. Looking at its blue expanse, it was hard to believe that somewhere far away people were suffering in the darkness, assaulted by cold and dread. The chain of nightmares that was raging in the southern quadrant seemed so distant here. On that peaceful day, a young man in expensive clothes was sitting on a bench in a beautiful park. Located in one of the more affluent districts of the city, the park was full of vibrant greenery and pleasant shade. The filtered air was crisp and clean. Everything here looked spotless and new. The young man was enjoying a cup of coffee as he watched children play on a nearby playground. There was an absent-minded smile on his handsome face. He seemed to be in a pleasant mood. How curious, the young man observed the children. They were so strange, so innocent, fragile. It would take no effort at all to break them. But why would he? Watching the kids play was interesting and nice. And yet, he couldn't help but imagine what the playground would look like painted with their blood. Those images entered his mind on their own. The images were interesting and nice too. Are all human children like that? The young man had been a child himself once, but he did not really remember much about that time. He knew that he had been a timid kid who did not start to speak until he was 4. Others made sure that he knew that. At some point, the old man came to claim him. The rest of his childhood had been spent in the dream realm. It was only much later, after the old man had discarded him, that he returned to the waking world. The waking world had felt alien then, and felt a bit alien still. But really, it was the young man who was the alien. Am I the strange one? Huh. It might have been an easy conclusion to draw, but it was not so easy for the young man. He had trouble imagining that others were different from him. It took a conscious effort to remember. At some point there was a slight disturbance. One of the kids kicked a ball too hard, and it flew toward the young man, almost making him spill his coffee. The young man looked at the ball with displeasure. The culprit of his displeasure ran over and stopped a couple of steps away, looking at him with wide eyes. Oh, sorry, mister. The kid was tiny and cute. He was maybe 5 years old, with blonde hair, smooth skin, and blue eyes. He also had short legs, which made his run look rather comical. His neck seemed very thin and malleable. The young man smiled. No problem. Ah, you speak so well. I couldn't speak that well at your age. The kid beamed with a bright smile. I go to classes. Mommy takes me. I know alphabet too. The young man tilted his head. Oh, is your mom here? The kid nodded enthusiastically. She's over there. Then a complicated expression appeared on his little face. Are you mom here too, mister? The young man stared at the kid silently. No, I'm here all by myself. The child looked at him with pity. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be sad. The young man's smile widened. I'm never sad. I can't be sad. The kid stared at him awkwardly, failing to understand the strange words. Can I have my ball back, mister? The young man leaned forward and said. Of course. But first, answer me a question. That game you and your friends are playing, what is it called? The child seemed surprised. Mister, that's football. Have you never played football? The young man lingered for a few moments. No. There were no other kids where I grew up. I think I would have been great at football, though. Ah, maybe I should become a kid and play some football. What do you think?" His voice sounded as if he was genuinely contemplating doing just that. The kid smiled, thinking that it was a joke. The young man smiled too, then pushed the ball toward the child, glanced at him one last time, and leaned back. The kid picked up the ball and shouted, "Thank you, mister." With that, he turned around and ran back to his friends. The young man did not respond. In fact, he did not move at all. His eyes were closed, as though he was enjoying a nap in the sun. A few hours later, long after the children and their mothers left, a woman taking a walk in the park passed the bench. A frightened scream suddenly disturbed the peaceful day. "Gods, somebody, help! Dead, he's dead!" Indeed, the young man was as cold as a corpse. He was, and had been, dead. Of course, Mordred was long gone, hiding in the eyes of the talkative kid. Extinguishing a mundane human soul was easier than, well, taking candy from a baby. But he had not taken the body of this child. He was just taking a ride, watching the world through the kid's eyes. Currently, they were walking back home, holding the kid's mother's hand. The woman was in her early 30s and very attractive. She was wearing expensive but simple clothes. Of course, anyone who lived in the affluent district had the means to afford the best attire, but few were dignified enough to not flaunt their wealth. Every time the woman glanced at her son, she smiled warmly, which made Mordred feel a slight sense of amusement. He had no memories of his own mother, who had died in childbirth when he was young, so this experience was rather new. Being loved by someone was interesting and nice too, enough to make him want to kill the child and take his place. But Mordred didn't. Even a creature like him had principles after all. Well, not principles. Inclinations, maybe. He was not inclined to kill someone without a decent reason, even if he wanted to. Of course, his definition of what constituted a decent reason was different from the norm. Hiding in the kid's eyes, Mordred entered his home, uninvited. Chapter 1, 1165. Warmth of affection. Human homes were like a titan. They were full of countless things. From the floor panels to the smallest trivialities, each thing had been designed and created by someone. The materials used in the creation of the things had been produced by someone else. Vehicles that someone had assembled transported them over roads that someone had built. The amount of effort and life hiding in each human home was staggering. The scale of it was so inconceivable that Mordred could only compare it to something he was more familiar with, an abomination so vast that its mere existence was a calamity. But really, the waking world was so much more than that. The only creature it could truly be compared to was a god. A dead god, maybe. Humans were like ants, but he could easily imagine them as carrion worms wriggling as they feasted on a divine corpse. He could imagine it vividly. "Honey, come eat." Mordred was looking at the world through the child's eyes. He put down his toys and ran to the kitchen. He climbed on a chair and grinned at his mother. He made a face at the plate full of expensive, naturally grown vegetables and pouted. He allowed himself to be coaxed into eating some. "I can't taste it." Mordred felt a slight disappointment as he studied the mother's face. She was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were brimming with affection. Being loved by someone was a novel feeling. But what would it feel like to love someone instead? Curious, Mordred thought about taking the mother's body and caring for the kid. Would it feel rewarding? Would it feel burdensome? Would it feel nice? There was an easy way to find out. However, Mordred stifled his curiosity and remained still. As the kid chewed on the vegetables, the mother idly listened to the news. There was a propaganda report on the screen, with a dignified male voice delivering a report. With the 2nd Evacuation Army en route to the southern quadrant, the heroic warriors of the 1st Evacuation Army are continuing to consolidate their forces on the continent. Just a few days ago, the relocation of refugees from the impregnable siege capital of Falcon Scott was successfully concluded. Under the valiant leadership of Saint Tyrus of the White Feather Clan, the casualties among the rank and file of the army were minimal. Mordred smiled at the mention of a familiar name. Skytide was still alive, it seemed. He was satisfied. Among all the saints he wished to kill, she was the only one who deserved a clean death. She had indirectly helped him get caught, but she had also indirectly helped him escape. So, maybe I won't have to kill her at all. For the next few days, Mordred lived the life of a human child. He experienced the heat of summer, the warmth of being cared for by a loving mother, the delight of playing with friends, and the excitement of learning letters with a tutor. It was all fun, but he quickly grew bored. The other would have loved it, though. Feeling his mood turn dangerous at the thought, he chased it away. Mordred was sincere when he told the kid that he never felt sad, but he was not completely emotionless. There were things he could feel: satisfaction, contentment, pleasure, anger, resentment, contempt, and hatred, of course. And although he hated his traitorous father and Asterion, he hated the other the most. No sense in thinking about it. He focused his attention back on the present. The kid he dwelled within was rather stupid, as expected from a child. The child only saw the mother's smile, but Mordred saw what was hidden behind it: worry, fatigue, loneliness, fear. After a few days of idle observation, he left the child and hid within the mother's eyes. Life was not all warmth and joy from her perspective. She put on a brave face when she was with her son, but when left alone, the woman allowed herself to be weak and scared. The city was in turmoil. Everything was changing. The distant war was already affecting the daily lives of the citizens. Her friends, her neighbors, her family. Everyone was tense, as if waiting for a storm. Many people had left with the first evacuation army. Even more enlisted and sailed away with the second, and now there was talk of even people from her immediate circle being pulled into the whirlwind of the distant cataclysm. The woman was not a low-ranking citizen. Her status was special, and so she knew better than to believe the propaganda. Mordred observed, absorbing her point of view. On one sunny morning, the woman received a call. Her face brightened as she brought the communicator to her ear. "Yes, I see. That is wonderful news. How long before?" "Oh, that soon?" "Yes, I understand. He is doing great. He misses you, of course. Don't worry. I'll explain. We are very proud of you. Can I come see you?" "Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, I'll be there." After finishing the call, the woman lowered her hands and remained motionless for a few moments. Her lips trembled. Then she took a deep breath and put a calm expression on her face. The woman got ready, putting much more effort than usual into looking nice. Her already unmistakable beauty bloomed even more. After putting on her favorite dress, she smiled at herself in the mirror and left the apartment. Of course, Mordred, who was looking at the world through her eyes, did the same. How sweet. Instead of using public transportation, they summoned an expensive PTV and traveled to an even more luxurious and well-defended part of the city. There, at the very heart of NQSC, a vast complex that resembled a hybrid between an embassy and a fortress lay, large enough to be considered a district of its own. The woman exited the PTV and approached the security checkpoint. There, an awakened warrior wearing particular colors, black and vermilion, stopped her with a polite gesture. She smiled. "Good morning. I am here to see my husband." The woman had no trouble passing the security checkpoint. Just like that, Mordred entered the stronghold of the great and powerful clan Valor. His birthplace. It felt fascinating to come back here. Mordred did not exactly consider this place his home, but he remembered it well. Not from when he had lived here during early childhood, but from the time he spent here right after coming back from the dream realm. He had been 12, or was it 13, and already an awakened, reaching Bastion first, and then coming to this beautiful place. Everything in the waking world had felt soft, but his return was not at all like he had imagined. As memories flashed in his mind, Mordred felt a dark, suffocating emotion rise from the depths of his soul. Now is not the time. Infiltrating the stronghold was already a risk. He could not allow himself to act rashly. His family were no fools. They had safeguards in place to detect him, and it had taken a lot of effort to make this moment possible. If there was one thing Mordred was good at, it was remaining cold and calculating. So, no matter how much he wanted to let go, he had to hold himself back. These people were not his enemies anyway. They were just servants. The masters were safely hidden away behind much more impenetrable defenses. The child and the woman he had been observing for the past couple of weeks were not random people, of course. They were the son and the wife of an awakened retainer of the great clan Valor. Usually, a family like that would have resided within the fortress itself. But with the warrior spending most of his time in the dream realm, the woman wanted to live closer to her family. That was a vulnerability which Mordred had planned to exploit, and now he was inside the complex, hiding in the woman's eyes as she hurried to meet her husband. She seemed to be familiar with the compound, easily navigating between the multitude of buildings, training grounds, and parks. The stronghold was perfectly maintained, picturesque and tranquil, at least on the surface. Behind the beautiful facade, however, hid explosive tension. The great clan Valor was preparing for war. The woman did not seem worried about that. All she worried about was her husband. Mordred was touched. Love for her child, love for her partner. She is just full of affection, without a second thought. How peculiar. After spending some time with this family, he couldn't help but feel a little attached. Eventually, the woman made her way to a particular building. There, rows of sleeping pods were stationed in heavily defended rooms. There were some living quarters as well, and that was where her husband was waiting. Upon seeing him, she beamed with joy. A bright smile appeared on the man's face, too. "You're here!" Without wasting any time, they embraced. The husband seemed like a nice enough fellow, if a little too earnest. As an awakened serving the great clan Valor, he had a lot of privileges, but also a lot of duties. Awakened retainers had to spend long months in the dream realm, protecting Bastion or one of the other citadels under Valor's control. Sometimes they were sent on dangerous missions. Sometimes they did not return. Even though these were some of the best fighters of the human race, the dream realm was the dream realm. No one was safe there, least of all mere awakened. It was not a surprise that the woman's life was full of fear and worry. Poor thing. Their reunion was sweet, but sadly brief. Even though the awakened had just returned to the waking world, he was not coming home. Instead, he was preparing to embark on a new mission. Mordred listened with a faint smile. It is a great honor. And opportunity, of course. Saint Maddock himself is coming with us. Even Lady Morgan will be there. If I can distinguish myself in front of them, then even receiving the support of the elders to become a knight won't be out of the question. You know that I am well respected among the men. All I need is one last push. Can you imagine how our lives will change if I ascend? I won't be gone that often, too. The woman smiled, but Mordred could feel her apprehension. She hid it well, though, not wanting to burden her husband. Of course. Just be careful, okay? I hear terrible things about Antarctica. The man smiled. Why are you comparing us to those pitiful dogs? The people serving the government can barely be called awakened. But we are the warriors of valor. Mordred was delighted. He had thought that he would have to jump between dozens of people to find someone assigned to the Southern Quadrant Expedition Force. How lucky was he to stumble on a suitable person so soon? From the son, to the mother, to the father. It was so quick. The awakened and his wife talked, expressing their affection for each other. But then, inevitably, they had to part ways. When the beautiful woman left to return to her child, Mordred remained in the man's eyes. He was going to Antarctica. For the next several weeks, he remained hidden in the awakened warrior's eyes, perceiving the world through them. He trained. He prepared. He thought about his wife and his son. Slowly but surely, the expedition force was gathered and readied itself to go to war. The summer ended and autumn embraced the world. The man was excited but also nervous. He steeled himself to what was about to come. Mordred did too. On the day when they were supposed to embark on the journey across the ocean, he prayed to the dead gods. Then, knowing that there might not be an opportunity to do so later, he sent a sweet message to his wife. Finally, he saluted St. Gilead, the summer night, and followed the noble transcendent onto a ship. This man has a beautiful wife and a cute son. He truly is fortunate. Mordred remembered the days he had lived in the awakened warrior's home with fondness. On the first night at sea, he snuffed out the man's soul and took his place. Chapter 1, 1167. Prince's New Clothes. Taking someone's place was not a new experience for Mordred. However, it was a perilous thing every time. Not that he minded. He had been very weak at the start of it all. Unlike most other members of his family, Mordred had not received an aspect that helped one in a direct confrontation. He was not like his father, his uncles and aunts, or his cousins. He was not like Morgan, who had been born on the battlefield and was made stronger, faster, and more resilient after awakening. He was not even on par with that amusing scoundrel, Sunless. His physical strength was, objectively, laughable. It had gotten somewhat better now that Mordred reached a higher class, but that was his limit. That level was not nearly enough to face the caliber of threats he was facing, and there was no other way to bolster his combat prowess without the use of memories. However, he could not use memories within someone's soul. He could only reflect what was already there. As a sleeper, Mordred had been able to see through reflections, as well as travel through them, both mentally and physically. He had also been gifted with the ability to create helpers by shattering his soul. Of course, back then, gaining a new soul core to create a reflection had not been easy. Mirror Beast, Beastie, was his first creation. Human children had imaginary friends, but Mordred had Beastie instead. For a lonely child who had grown up in the dream realm, having a companion, even if it was a mindless, dormant beast at first, was meaningful beyond words. His mirror beast was gone now, though. That was another thing his family had to pay for. In any case, things had changed after he awakened by anchoring himself to a citadel. Mordred had received his second ability, which made people wary of him, among other things. That was because he could enter their souls through their eyes and destroy them. The problem was that he had to defeat the soul first. During a soul battle, Mordred could rely only on his own prowess and on reflecting the power of the soul he was invading. Defeat meant death, even for him, just like he had almost perished when trying to take the body of Sunless. Ah, what a thrilling memory that was. Mordred's aspect was of no help in a battle, while the awakened whose souls he invaded generally possessed a great mastery of their aspects and tools. He, on the other hand, had no experience using them. So, to win and survive, Mordred had to gain a better understanding of the enemy's power than the enemy possessed, usually in a matter of seconds. It was like giving a novice a sharp sword and sending them into a duel to the death against a veteran swordsman who had been honing their skill for many years. The corrupted souls of nightmare creatures were even more deadly, albeit for other reasons. So, how did he win? By being better, by being smarter, by having greater skill, by possessing a deeper understanding of combat, by breaking and manipulating his opponent, dismantling their confidence and turning their strengths against them. There was no trick to it, just will. It was not easy. And yet, Mordred had not perished yet. Oh, and it was also fun. The best way to win a soul battle, however, was to prepare. If he created an opportunity to study the enemy in advance to learn the details and intricacies of their aspect, then he did not have to enter a soul battle blindly. It was even better if he had managed to shake the enemy, making their soul weaker. So, taking the body of the awakened warrior after boarding the ship had not been too hard. Mordred had been looking at the world through his eyes for weeks, after all. He even knew the names and faces of his wife and son. Actually, he might have known those two better than the man himself did. That's better. Looking at the face of the man in the mirror, Mordred smiled. Then, he erased that smile and replaced it with another, much more earnest and bright one. That was how the man had smiled. Mordred effortlessly changed his posture, his facial expression, the glint in his eyes, the subtle tension in his shoulders. His whole presence changed, becoming indistinguishable from how the dead man had held himself. Looking into the mirror with that new smile on his face, Mordred whispered with flawless sincerity, "Glory to the great clan Valor." Mordred enjoyed a journey across the sea in the company of the other awakened warriors of valor. He trained, ate, and spent the rest of his time with these people. He liked them a lot. The stoic awakened Crass, the good-natured awakened Agata, the carefree awakened Varro, and the other members of his cohort. The sense of camaraderie they shared was curious and delightful. The respect and admiration they felt toward the man whose body Mordred was wearing was refreshing too. It made him feel a bit of responsibility for these people, which was a novel experience. Even St. Gilead was not unpleasant to be around. I wonder how things are going in the southern quadrant. By now, the emissaries of Song had already arrived there. Seishan's blood bag, Bast, must have already begun producing the mirrors. There was no real point to those mirrors, of course. It was just something senseless Mordred had instructed them to do, in order to add fuel to the flame of his family's suspicion. The man was most likely going to be eliminated, at some point, but that was no great loss to the great clan Song. Why would Mordred care? Then, finally, a dark line appeared on the horizon. The convoy had reached Antarctica. Standing on the deck of a massive battleship, Mordred looked at the gray sky and felt the cold wind caressing his face. The call of nightmare assaulted his mind, filling it with a cacophony of maddening whispers. He sighed. What a dreary place. As he contemplated the view in front of him, a familiar voice called out, "Warren, get ready, we are docking in half an hour." Turning around, he looked at his comrades and smiled. Don't be foolish, Agata. A warrior of valor is always ready. Chapter 1, 1100. 68 familiar faces. There was a furious battle. Saints and titans clashed, making the ground shake and the sky shatter. A boundless horde of nightmare creatures flowed like a sea of darkness, assaulting the formation of human soldiers. A massive tortoise echo towered above the battlefield, with a stone fort standing on its impregnable shell. Mordred fought in the battle. Limited to the power level of an awakened, he drowned in the tide of abominations, slaying one after another as he protected the lives of his fellow warriors. Thanks to his swift sword, none of the members of his cohort fell. They were victorious. After the battle, awash in the blood of nightmare creatures, his companions looked at him with triumphant glee. Warren, gods, I almost lost my arm. If it wasn't for you. We showed them, didn't we? I thought I would die there, for a moment. Mordred looked at them and shook his head. Get a grip and act with decorum worthy of the warriors of valor. Especially you, Varro. Lady Morgan and Saint Maddock are with us. Of course, we won. He returned to the temporary camp with the rest of the Valor awakened, washed the grime of the battle off himself, and attended to his duties. There was a lot to be done. At some point, Mordred found himself ascending the carapace of the tortoise echo to deliver an important message to his commanders. A beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes appeared to guide him through the wards. He stood a little straighter at the sight of her. It was Morgan, of course, his sister. His uncle was also there, as domineering and dangerous as he remembered. "Is there news, Squire Warren?" Mordred pretended to be starstruck by the fact that Morgan knew his name as he imagined slowly dismembering and killing her. That was a nice thought. He bowed and then said with deep respect in his voice, "We received word from Nightstad, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct." His sister sighed and asked, "Finally, some good news. What about the rest of the scouts?" Mordred pretended to be grief-stricken by the deaths of fellow warriors of valor, as he hoped that their deaths were slow, gruesome, and excruciating. "Lost or forced to enter the seeds, my lady. However, now that we have secured several entry points, the next cohorts we send will survive, honoring their sacrifice." His uncle finally spoke. "The most important thing right now is to reinforce Shatad. His mission might very well decide the outcome of this phase of the conflict. Warren, tell your men to prepare. Once we return to the siege capital, I will personally transport you to the desert. You must succeed at any cost. If my niece does not object, of course." Mordred held back the urge to smile. His sister smiled. Why did she look so much like him? It was a little unnerving. "Why would I? Squire Warren has a sharp blade and his comrades are the same. They will bring clan valor glory." "Oh, well said." Holding back a bright smile, Mordred put an expression of zealous devotion on his stolen face and a pinch of exhilaration into his stolen voice. "You honor me, Lady Morgan. Sir Maddox, we won't let you down." Beaming with pride, he struggled against the desire to rip them apart and turned around. "Ah, sister, uncle, let's meet again soon." A few days passed. Mordred continued to play the role of Squire Warren faithfully. He had communicated with Seishan through the mirrors, but other than that, his time was spent pretending to be a loyal warrior of valor both in Antarctica and Bastion. That was another hardship of taking an awakened body. He was not free from being pulled into the dream realm every time he slept. Mordred could sever the tether that connected Warren to the Great Citadel, but doing so would reveal his true identity, of course. Well, spending time in his family castle was interesting too, even if being within his father's domain was dangerous. He was forced to be exceedingly careful. The other disadvantage of wearing an awakened body was that it made him vulnerable. Not only was Mordred's own power as a master restrained, but the meager powers Warren possessed were not nearly enough to protect him. Wearing the body of a master, or even a saint, would have been much safer. However, that was exactly what his family was expecting. So settling for a powerless awakened was a form of camouflage in and of itself. Mordred would have even worn a mundane person, but such a vessel was not in line with his goals. Really, having any kind of body is enough. He reluctantly remembered the long years he had spent as a disembodied reflection while walking to a particular APC. This time, Mordred was playing the role of a messenger. He knocked politely on the hatch of the vehicle and cleared his throat, then said solemnly, "Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended Sunless. Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience." A couple of familiar faces emerged from the APC. Sunless had changed a bit. His sullen disposition seemed to have turned more reserved, but at the same time much darker. Mordred had to hold himself back from smiling. That guy. Even though Mordred had tried to kill him on several occasions, the devious little waif somehow managed to survive. Sunless had even ruined his painstakingly prepared and arduously realized plans in the nightmare. Nevertheless, Mordred was strangely fond of the prickly shadow. Sunless was such an interesting fellow, and a divine aspect holder no less. Although Mordred really wanted to rip the young man apart because of what had happened in the Ivory City, he also felt reluctant to. Sunless was a bystander in the crimes of the domains, after all. The second person, though. Mordred's eyes grew slightly cold when he saw the beautiful oracle. That one. Song of the Fallen stood on the side of valor, but more than that, she was problematic. If Mordred had known what a nuisance she would become when first sensing her presence in the Night Temple, he would have made more of an effort to eliminate the Oracle a few months later, when she returned to the Citadel with Sunless. But now, he had to be wary of her potent divination powers. The painful ritual he had performed in Nether's tower was supposed to shield him from Cassia's gaze, among other things, but one never knew what a wielder of a sacred aspect was capable of. Sunless threw a dark look at Mordred and shook his head. It seemed that he was still not fond of the servants of the great clans, despite spending time in the company of a seneschal. "Good for you, Sunless. Stay that way." Mordred put on a neutral expression and kept a respectful silence while he escorted the two to the head vehicle of the column. After the guards let them inside, his task was over. He did catch a glimpse of Changing Star through the opened hatch, though. The last daughter of the immortal Flame clan was beautiful, cold, and enigmatic. Even after observing her through the mirrors, Mordred did not know what to make of her. He would have believed that she was just what people thought her to be. A picture of a noble awakened warrior, a valiant hero fully committed to defending the waking world from the terrors of the nightmare spell, if not for the fact that the supposed hero was, in fact, a dream spawn. And dream spawns were never what they seemed. Since Changing Star had been adopted by his family, she was going to have to die as well. However, Mordred did not hate her. He was also certain that the old man had plans for the last descendant of immortal Flame, so that could be of use to him in the future as well. Chapter 1, 1169. Battlefield of the Gods. Mordred was still getting used to the fact that it never got dark in Antarctica. Because of that, the concept of time here was vague and abstract. The landscape itself was not like anything else he had seen in the waking world, and with countless nightmare creatures flooding the continent, it was easy to imagine that they were actually in the dream realm. A whole continent of people pulled into hell. No, it's much too early for that. The sky was strange, the land was strange, and the beings populating that land were strange, and yet, wasn't he the strangest one? "Isn't it nice to be with family?" His uncle's wide back was right in front of him. Saint Maddock was walking across the desolate plain, not at all concerned by the hordes of nightmare creatures moving in the distance. A small force of Awakened followed, with Mordred in the lead. They had left their vehicles behind to traverse the last stretch of wilderness on foot, knowing that remaining unseen was more important than remaining safe. The warriors of valor were subdued, but full of unshaken resolve. Even surrounded by unspeakable danger, none of them showed the smallest sign of fear. They were ready to face any kind of threat, no matter how dire, and fight any kind of enemy, be it abominations or humans. Mordred, meanwhile, was simply staring at his uncle's back. How easy would it be to put a sword right through it? He suppressed a sigh. Sadly, not easy at all. Not even because of the priceless enchanted armor Whispering Blade was clad in, but simply because Whispering Blade was Whispering Blade. If any of Mordred's family members were easy to kill, he would not be stuck wearing the cumbersome vessel of Squire Warren for so long. There'll come a day. They walked forward in silence. Eventually, the goal of their journey revealed itself. Hidden in the shadow of an abandoned fortress, a nightmare gate tore reality apart like a dark scar. The whispers of the call grew louder and louder as they approached it, and the bones of slain abominations rustled under their feet. By now, the force brought to Antarctica by his family had explored a lot of nightmare gates. They had started with those situated within the siege capitals under the clan's control, and then slowly expanded their search. This one, however, was rather special. It was the gate that Nightstad had ventured into, and the area of the dream realm connected to it hid within itself a precious treasure. The problem was that this gate was situated in an extremely dangerous part of Antarctica. It had been dangerous before because of its proximity to Song's territory, and it grew only more dire now because the hunting grounds of the corrupted titan that still wandered the continent were slowly shifting in its direction. That was the reason why the fortified outpost had been abandoned, and why St. Maddock was personally escorting them to the destination. Squire Warren and his people, 3 cohorts of distinguished awakened warriors, were meant to be the first wave of reinforcements sent to help the knight secure his prize. Due to the importance of that mission, Whispering Blade was going to transport them across the threshold between the 2 worlds. Of course, Mordred had long taken the place of Squire Warren, so his uncle studied the eerie rift of the gate in silence, seemingly unaffected by the maddening pull of the call, and then turned around. "Are you ready, Squire?" The first one to follow the saint into the dream realm would be in the greatest danger. Mordred pretended to be stalwart and resolute as he nodded. "Always, my lord." The words tasted revolting on his tongue. Maddock nodded with approval and offered him his hand. The world grew bleak. Then, it disappeared. For a moment, Mordred found himself in a vast, lightless space between dream and reality. And then, blinding light flooded his vision. Unbearable heat assaulted his skin. The smell of scorching sand flooded his nose. Slowly, Mordred regained his vision. He felt deeply uncomfortable because there were very few reflective surfaces in the surrounding area, limited to only his own sight. He felt nearly blind. Around him was a vast desert. A blinding disk of an incandescent sun was bathing the tall dunes in a flood of immolating heat. The sands of the desert were flawlessly white, and the azure sky above him was deep and boundless like an ancient ocean, with not a single cloud blemishing its silken expanse. Somewhere in the distance, inky black ruins rose from beneath the sand, scattered across the desert like the bones of a half-buried giant. Hungry horrors hid in the stark shadows of protruding structures. Mordred frowned, then shifted slightly, hearing sand rustle behind him. A grotesque creature that seemed to be made of countless claws was already lunging at him. A split second later, however, it was suddenly dismantled, falling apart in the air. It was as if a maelstrom of invisible blades had sliced it apart. Black blood boiled as it touched the white sand. St. Maddock calmly looked at the remains of the nightmare creature and turned to Mordred. "Stay on guard." Soon, he disappeared. Mordred was left alone. With a sigh, he summoned a special memory to prevent himself from being cooked alive inside the armor and waited with a sword in his hand. By the time St. Maddock returned, bringing 2 more awakened with him, there was another dead creature laying on the sand. It took almost an hour to transport all of them to the dream realm. Nevertheless, being guided by a saint was a great boon. They did not have to search for each other in the deadly desert, facing its dangers alone. Who knew how many would have survived if not for St. Maddock? Finally, the last warrior of valor appeared under the ruthless sun of the desert. Whispering Blade turned to Warren and sighed. "This is where I leave you, Squire. You will have to rendezvous with Nightstad on your own." Mordred pretended to be hesitant. "St. Maddock, my lord, wouldn't it be more prudent for you to join us?" His uncle shook his head. "I am too easily tracked in this cursed land. Coming with you would only increase the chances of the Queen of Worms learning about Stad's mission. Don't worry. If you perform your duty well, I'll join you soon. By then it would be too late for Song to intervene." Mordred bowed, deciding that he was in a great mood. A few minutes later, St. Maddock was gone. The awakened were left alone in the unholy desert. He looked at his companions and gave them a reassuring smile. "Hold fast, men. We need to proceed to the first marker without delay. If we fail to reach it before nightfall, may gods have mercy on our souls." Of course, the gods were long dead. Some might have died on this exact battlefield, in fact. So there was no mercy to be found in either of the 2 worlds. Chapter 1, 1170, Day and Night. During the day, the desert was like hell. The small, ruthless sun bathed the pristine white world in suffocating heat, making the awakened feel as if their bodies and minds were slowly being dissolved into the blinding white radiance. Mundane humans would not have lasted even a single day in this scorching inferno. But even the experienced awakened warriors were struggling to persevere. if not for the fact that they had come prepared. The soldiers of valor shivered despite the unbearable heat when imagining how agonizing such a journey would have been. The government soldiers pulled into this hell by the call never stood a chance. After all, the probability of them possessing memories to mitigate the heat and create unlimited reserves of water was slim, not to mention other dangers. Most importantly, they would not have had a map. The rough map created by the scouts of the Great Clan was, without a doubt, the most vital distinction between Warren's squad and those poor fools. Because, while the desert was like hell during the day, it was infinitely more harrowing during the night. The heat retreated, replaced by murderous cold, and the dead soldiers of the ancient armies that had once clashed in this land rose from the sand to continue their eternal battle. This had been one of the last battlefields in the world-ending war between the demons and the gods. Considering who had fought and fallen here, even the cursed remains of the ancient soldiers were too dreadful for mere mortals to face. If there was one mercy in the White Desert, it was that these accursed remnants were too powerful to enter the waking world through the lesser nightmare gates. Of course, there were countless other nightmare creatures populating the White Dunes as well. These abominations were not restricted to only moving at night, and even though they preferred to stick to the shadows, Mordred and his companions had to fight more than a few horrors as they traveled across the desert. The heat, the blinding light, the constant danger of being attacked by swarms of frenzied nightmare creatures. Irritating. Mordred pierced the body of a swift abomination with his sword, then bashed it with his shield, throwing the creature back and off his blade. Sweat was rolling down his face and his helmet felt as hot as an oven. Even the charm he was using to keep himself cool seemed to be struggling, despite the fact that it was hungrily devouring more and more essence. By his side, someone swayed and fell to their knees. Mordred moved, shielding the awakened warrior from a lunging nightmare creature. With its momentum broken, others attacked from the sides, bringing the beast down. He reached down and helped the awakened stand up. Ah, curses. I'm sorry, Warren. The heat got to me. Mordred shook his head. At ease, Crass. Breathe. Drink some water. This was the last of them. The other warriors had already finished off the remains of the swarm. All of them seemed tired, their eyes grim. Warren, can we rest? Varro's usually carefree voice sounded strained and muddled. Mordred smiled behind the visor of his helmet. There's no time. We'll all be dead if we don't reach the destination before sunfall. Ah, don't look so discouraged, Agatha. Today is the last day. We are almost there. Indeed, they had almost reached the rendezvous point with the forces of Nightstad. They traveled from one shelter to another following the map that the Ascended had created, hiding in them during the night and enduring the merciless desert during the day. But now, they were drawing close to the end of this journey. Mordred shook the blood off his sword and hung his shield on his back using a leather strap. Come on, men. We have already been held back by these vermin long enough. Quicken your steps. The veteran elites followed him without hesitation. The sun was already falling behind the horizon when they approached one of the ruins that protruded from beneath the sand like a black obelisk. The ancient structure was broken and tilted to one side, its purpose and original shape long erased by the passage of time. It was casting a long shadow which hid within itself a refreshing coolness. A lone light ignited in the depths of the shadow and blinked a few times, relaying a coded message. Mordred summoned a luminous memory and covered it with his palm, answering. After that, they proceed toward the ruin. A tall figure was standing near the collapsed wall, clad in heavy armor of black steel. Even surrounded by the scorching heat of the hellish desert, the man seemed intrepid and composed. His weathered face was calm and cold. Nightstad was as fearsome as his reputation. There was a heavy halberd resting on his shoulder, and a pile of horribly disfigured abomination corpses strewn across the blood-soaked sand around him. Mordred bowed, pretending to be tired. Sir Stad, it is good to see you. The Knight of Valor studied them for a few moments, and then nodded. It is good to see you too, Warren. Come, the night is approaching. He led them deeper into the ruin, where a fissure in the obsidian stones opened a path to the interior of the ancient structure. Soon, Mordred found himself in a subterranean chamber that was half filled with white sand. There, a group of awakened were resting, looking rugged and battered, but also much too relaxed for the dire nature of their surroundings. The scouts. They met Warren's group with grins and welcoming gestures. Finally, we were going crazy waiting for reinforcements. Come eat, guys. You must be tired. It's Warren and his people. Good. The creature won't stand a chance. Once everyone settled, food and fresh water were distributed. Everyone was tired and hungry, so they spent some time in silence catching their breaths, recovering from being in the heat, and eating. As they did, a chilling clamor slowly rose above them, soon turning into a dreadful cacophony. The old bones were once again crawling from the sand to resume their eternal battle. At some point, Mordred put away his flask and looked at Nightstad with a masterful pretense of respect and veneration. Sir Stad, we are at your service. What is your intention? The intrepid knight lingered for a few moments. Then a calm smile appeared on his face. My intention is simple, Warren. Tomorrow we will slay the Guardian and take the citadel. Indeed, the treasure Nightstad had discovered in the desert was a citadel. Not the tomb of Ariel itself, of course. No scout had managed to get anywhere near the Black Pyramid, yet. It just always loomed far in the distance, never getting closer, like an ominous mirage. But he did find a citadel. At this point, both Valor and Song were scouting the outer reaches of the desert in search of a suitable position to establish a base camp. Once they found one, numerous soldiers would be brought there through the corresponding nightmare gates, and the expeditions toward the pyramid would be launched. However, a citadel had the potential to drastically change the balance of power between the two great clans in their pursuit of the demon's tomb. The clan that possessed one would hold an overwhelming advantage. The clan that did not would fall behind before the race even started. A citadel was not only better fortified and safer than a makeshift stronghold. Connected to the waking world by a gateway, it would make it much easier to ferry awakened into the dream realm, transport supplies, and establish logistical chains. Some regions of the dream realm held only one citadel, while some held many. At this point, it was unknown if Nightstad's discovery was the only citadel in the White Desert, except for the tomb of Ariel itself. But even if Song were to eventually discover a second one, the delay would put them at a great disadvantage. So, needless to say, taking the citadel was of paramount importance. However, it was guarded by a fearsome nightmare creature. More than that, even though Valor put a lot of effort into keeping Stad's prize a secret, there was no guarantee that Song would not try to take it by force eventually. So, Warren and his people were dispatched into the desert as the first wave of reinforcements. Their task was to assist the fearsome knight in conquering the citadel and lay the groundwork for the arrival of further forces. Of course, there was the problem with that plan. The fact that an insidious creature had long taken the place of Squire Warren and came to the desert in his place. Valor! Mordred let out a fierce battle cry as he led his people into the tide of nightmare creatures. The citadel was right in front of them. It was not a fortress, nor was it a pyramid built of black stone. In fact, it was not a man-made structure at all. Instead, it was a gargantuan black skull that towered above the white dunes, staring at the azure sky with the dark pits of its empty eye sockets. There were 3 of them, 2 where a human's eyes would be, and the third one above them, right in the middle of the skull's vast forehead. Each of the empty eye sockets was the side of a stadium, and currently, a flood of revolting nightmare creatures was flowing out of them onto the white sand. Hold fast! Roaring such stupid things, Mordred plunged into the mass of abominations. His sword rose and fell, cutting them down, and his shield rang under a barrage of attacks. How tedious! He felt slightly frustrated by the need to hold himself back. Mordred could not unleash his power as a master, but even more disheartening than that, He had to imitate the combat skills of the long-dead Warren. As a retainer of the great clan valor, Warren had been at the pinnacle of what awakened warriors strived to be. And yet to Mordred that level of skill was dull and suffocating. Limiting himself to such a mediocre level of mastery was harder than surviving in the tide of nightmare creatures. He endured the frustrating limitations and fought, struggling to keep his body intact. Sadly, Warren had been a heroic type as well, so to play his role faithfully, Mordred had to act accordingly. He did not hesitate to put himself in danger's way to protect his soldiers, risking life and limb to make sure that all of his companions survived. "Stay strong, Varro. Agata, back. Lean on me, Crass." His companions seemed empowered with him by their side. It was strange. Mordred was leading soldiers of valor into battle, all of them connected by a shared sense of duty, belonging, and devotion. They spilled the blood of nightmare creatures and fought with valiant resolve, refusing to give ground. Wasn't that what he was supposed to become, if things had been different? Wasn't leading the brave warriors of valor the fate that had been stolen from him? Ah, such irony. After an eternity of blood and agonizing heat, the battle was over. The nightmare creatures were dead. The tyrant that had made the citadel its lair had been slain by Stad himself. The awakened, both those brought to the desert by Mordred and those that belonged to Stad's personal elite unit, were mostly alive and victorious. They had won. Now, all they had to do was reap the spoils of their triumph. The crowd of mighty awakened warriors cleaned their blades and dove into the cool darkness of the ancient skull. They carefully made their way to the heart of the citadel, where, in a vast chamber of black bone, the gateway awaited to be activated. Stad was the first to see it. Bright sunlight spilled through a jagged crack in the chamber's roof and thrust into the bone floor. A gargantuan arrowhead of lustrous steel shone with reflected radiance. A triumphant smile appeared on the knight's face. Turning around, he placed his heavy hand on Mordred's shoulder. "You did well, Warren. Glory and valor." Mordred smiled pleasantly. Everything was going according to plan. Now his task was simple. Remain in the good graces of Sir Stad, anchor himself to the gateway, return to the waking world, and inform Clan Song about the location of the citadel. Then, when valor properly established themselves here and concentrated their forces in one place, he would help Seishan and the rest stage an unexpected attack and rip the citadel from his clan's hands while decimating its defenders. However, that was Clan Song's plan. Mordred, on the other hand, had his own designs. In his opinion, the emissaries of the Queen of Worms had allowed themselves to commit a grave sin. They had grown arrogant, drunk on the succession of easy victories and their outward superiority in terms of numbers. They had foolishly come to underestimate his family. Wasn't it the epitome of being misguided, to look down on the descendants of war while waging one? Seishan and Beastmaster might have been blinded by the feeling of complacency his sister had so masterfully lured them into, but Mordred knew better. It didn't matter who had reaped a few victories at the start. All that mattered was who would be left standing at the finish. Clan Song seemed to be holding an advantage for now, but the walls of the trap were already closing in around them. Mordred did not know what the trap was, but he did know one thing. The more time Morgan was given, the more devastating her retaliation would be. So, to destroy her plans, he had to throw the cadence of this conflict into utter chaos. Looking at Stad with a pleasant smile, Mordred nodded. "Glory and valor." With that, he plunged his sword into the ascended warrior's neck. Stad's eyes widened, and as blood poured out of his mouth, Mordred moved his blade sideways, almost decapitating the ascended. Just like that, the fearsome Knight of Valor died, killed by the treacherous attack of an ally. All around him, the awakened froze, paralyzed by shock. Crass shivered. Warren, what?" Ripping his sword out of Stad's neck, Mordred delivered a downward cut in one swift, fluid motion. The blade fell on Crass's head, splitting his skull and obliterating his face. The Awakened was dead long before the Ascended's body fell to the floor. The rest of them were utterly stunned. However, they weren't the elites of a great clan for nothing. Despite the harrowing wrongness of what had happened, his companions, who were the closest ones to the bloody scene, reacted just a split second later. Both Varro and Agata moved, raising their swords to attack their friend and commander, who had seemingly gone mad. Mordred tried to parry both strikes but failed. Varro's sword pierced his throat. Pushing Warren down, the petrified Awakened stared at his dead eyes and screamed, "How can Beastmaster, that witch? She must have forced him." Behind him, Agata remained silent for a moment, looking down. Her body trembled slightly. Varro turned around, staring at his comrade with crazed eyes. Agata raised her head and glanced at him with a pleasant smile. "Really now? Must you compare me to that terrible woman?" Her rapier shot forward. Soon the gargantuan black skull was filled with screams, terror, and the stench of human blood. The nightmare creatures were dead. The Awakened were dead too. Only Mordred remained. Sunny stared at the silhouette of a departing battleship, deep in thought. October was now behind them, and November was in full bloom. Well, not that many things ever bloomed in Antarctica. It was still summer here, the day never ended, and although the weather was chilly, it could not even be called cold. The evacuation continued at a steady pace. Hundreds of millions of refugees had already been carried across the ocean, and millions more were leaving every week. The situation on the continent was dire, but also strangely manageable. The chain of nightmare was escalating without end. There were more nightmare gates, more abominations, more threats and problems that had to be solved. But at the same time, the forces of humanity were also growing stronger. Despite the losses they suffered and the increasing strain on logistics and supplies, they were becoming more steadfast and efficient in dealing with the endless tide of nightmare creatures. Well, it was not that surprising, really. The greatest strength of humans was their adaptability. They were masters of absorbing and utilizing information. They learned. At the start of the Antarctica campaign, the evacuation army had been thrust into a new and seemingly impossible situation. Faced with an unprecedented cataclysm, they suffered bitter defeats. And yet, they endured. Then, slowly, they learned how to deal with the enemy better. Their tactics and strategy improved. Their well of knowledge about the types of abominations coming through the gates grew deeper. The inexperienced soldiers became grizzled veterans. It helped that there were countless soul shards to be harvested as well. Although Sunny was somewhat sad that the price of the shards on the global marker was going to plummet, cutting off one of the major revenue streams for the brilliant Emporium, he was also glad. By now, most awakened soldiers of the evacuation army had ample chances to saturate their soul cores, thus vastly elevating their power. Something like that had probably never happened in history, at least not on that scale. There were plenty of memories and echoes to go around, too. There were also more and more sleepers who had survived their first nightmares. There were so many, in fact, that the approaching winter solstice would most likely become a breaking point in the entire campaign. In a matter of weeks after that fateful day, the number of awakened in the evacuation army was going to tremendously swell, perhaps even double. In the meantime, though, in one of the 3 defensive sections of East Antarctica, government forces were stubbornly holding against the endless assaults of nightmare creatures under the leadership of Wake of Ruin. Effie and Kai were doing great for themselves. The Wolves and the Night Singers, as well as their commanders, were known as the hammer and anvil of the evacuation army by now. Their fame and reputation were growing with each passing day, even though each victory was made a little bitter by the casualties that the 2 companies suffered. In the second defensive section, Clan Song was quietly creating one miracle after another. Strangely enough, it was Seishan's name that was mentioned most often. The 3 saints might have had overwhelming battle power, but Seishan seemed to be the one actually managing the war effort. Jet periodically updated Sunny on what was happening in Song's territory, so while he did not know all the details, he at least knew that the situation there was mostly under control. And then there was the third defensive section, the one where the great clan Valor, and Sunny himself, were located. Things were manageable here too. Morgan and Nephis had become like two goddesses for the refugees crammed into the siege capitals. Their fame had outshone even that of the saints. Two beautiful sisters, one wisely leading the soldiers from the back, the other never leaving the front lines. It was a compelling image. While forces of Valor were strong enough to resist most attacks, it was Changing Star and her firekeepers that were always sent into the most dire and important battles. For now, they had not failed to secure a victory once. Their numbers had diminished a lot since their arrival to the southern quadrant, but not because of casualties. Instead, several cohorts of the firekeepers had already ventured into the seeds, aiming to become ascended. Unknown to most people, there was also a third pillar to the success of the Valor contingent. Cassie. While no one except for a select few knew of the importance of her role, the Quiet Oracle was indispensable in building the strategy of the defending forces. Her ability to gather and swiftly analyze information from a multitude of scattered sources, keen mind, and supernatural intuition were tools that allowed Morgan to drastically increase the efficiency and effectiveness of her command. Meanwhile, the House of Night was doing its part as well. From rare messages sent by Naive, Sunny knew that the naval convoys traversing the oceans had faced many difficulties. There had been several tragedies, but overall, more and more refugees were reaching safety in the other three quadrants. So, the situation was dire, but things seemed to be going fine in Antarctica. Of course, Sunny knew that it was only a facade. Behind that facade, the bloody feud between Valor and Song was growing more and more violent, threatening to spill into utter disaster. The forward scouts of both great clans were hunting each other in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were more and more ambushes and attempts at sabotage. Powerful awakened warriors were killed by other humans instead of nightmare creatures. Most of it happened far away from the siege capitals for now. And yet, Sunny had been pretty busy in the past few weeks. It was hard to do the things he wanted to do while remaining unnoticed, but he managed with the help of Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation somehow. He could traverse great distances swiftly at night while riding Nightmare. As such, his hunting grounds were not limited to a single siege capital. In fact, Sunny had made an effort to limit his activity to a minimum there, as well as in any area where he showed his face by following Morgan. He ambushed the ambushers. He assassinated the assassins. He killed members of both Valor and Song without distinction, leading both forces to believe that it was the enemy who had possessed hidden forces in the region. Sunny had struck several more times after the massacre at the underground factory. He had thought that it would make him feel good, but it didn't. The things he did were not pleasurable. There was a rush and a satisfaction of a clean kill, but at the same time, there was disgust and an overwhelming sense of what a waste this whole mad disaster was. It was just something that had to be done. And even then, as time passed, Sunny was starting to lose sight of why he was even doing these things. Was it all futile? It sure seemed that way. And so, every time he happened to be near a port fortress, Sunny liked to watch the ships depart. This, at least, was something obvious. A palpable result. With each vessel that sailed away, more refugees were taken away from this hell. He climbed the walls of the fortress to watch the ships leave today, too. This time, however, something felt different. It was as though a sudden tension permeated the air. Sunny sighed. He felt as if things were about to change. 1173 red herring. Sunny was watching the battleship move across the tumultuous surface of the ocean, but of course he was watching other things at the same time as well. His shadows were spread throughout the port fortress, absorbing all kinds of information. One was hidden in the barrel of an overheated railgun, watching nightmare creatures laying siege to the walls of the stronghold. A deathly downpour of projectiles, both mundane and magical, was falling on the surging mass of attacking abominations. Figures of knights could be seen within the horde, moving to eliminate the most dangerous targets. St. Gilead was also there, clad in a suit of lustrous armor, facing the nightmare creatures like a bastion of immovable courage and steel. It was a familiar scene. Another shadow was with the refugees who were nervously waiting for their turn to board the ships. The sounds of the battle were too oppressive to talk freely, but they couldn't help but whisper, sharing their fears and hopes. Sunny listened carefully, assessing the changes in the mood of the civilians, as well as how they perceived the conflict. From time to time he managed to learn something interesting from the rumors spreading among the refugees. A third shadow was with Nephis, who had entered the field hospital beneath the fortress wall some time ago. She was kneeling in front of a bloodied stretcher, holding her hands above the terrible wounds covering the body of a mundane soldier. A soft radiance emanated from beneath her skin, and the wounds of the young man were swiftly closing. Her face was motionless and pale. There were many people behind her who had been in the throes of suffering not too long ago, but were now healthy and whole. They were looking at her with eyes in which indescribable relief mixed with awe and reverence in equal measure. The fourth shadow was with Sunny himself, and of course the fifth shadow was slowly making its way into the sealed chamber where Morgan had gone a dozen or so minutes ago. Usually, Sunny would not risk getting that close to the Princess of War when she really wanted to keep her conversations private. But today was a special day. It was not because the main force of Clan Valor had left their designated siege capitals and assembled in this pot fortress to give battle to a large horde of migrating nightmare creatures. Things like that happened from time to time, when it was more advantageous to deal with the threat sooner rather than later. No, it was because today, Saint Matic had returned from his clandestine mission in the territory of Clan Song. To this day, Sunny was not sure whether Ascended Bast was truly the current vessel of Mordred, one of his reflections, or simply a diversion meant to sow confusion among his enemies. At times, Sunny had felt certain that the bleak man was none other than the Prince of Nothing, but he still harbored some doubt. Whispering Blade was going to dispel his doubts once and for all. The shadow did not manage to enter the sealed room. Doing so would have alerted Morgan about its presence, but it did manage to slither into a service duct running above it and peek inside through the small gap in the ceiling insulation. Sunny frowned as he watched the ocean, noticing a disaffectionate expression on St. Matic's face. The fearsome transcendent was talking, his voice even. Waiting for me. It was a trap from the very beginning, which would not have been too inconvenient if Ascended Bast was indeed the abomination. However, he was not. I confirmed it. Morgan leaned back and sighed. Still, it couldn't be helped. We had to eliminate the possibility. She lingered for a few moments, then asked, "How serious was the trap?" A faint smile appeared on St. Matic's face. Throwing a quick glance at the young woman, he chuckled. "You don't have to worry about this old man, Morgan. Silent Stalker and Dire Fang were there. I could not leave without saying a proper goodbye, though, so they'll have a few new scars to brag about." Many kilometers away, Sunny tilted his head a little. Such arrogance. However, was it really arrogance if Matic was powerful enough to back up his words, and lethal enough to make each of them count? Regardless of that, one question remained. If Ascended Bast had nothing to do with Mordred, then where the hell was that bastard really? In the sealed room, Morgan echoed his thoughts. The situation is problematic then. None of the divinations managed to pinpoint his location. Either Queen Key was generous enough to bestow that person with a truly powerful obscuring memory, or he has some means of avoiding our gaze of his own. It is strange, though. How could a mere master achieve such a thing? Matic frowned. We weren't able to confirm his ascended ability. Maybe it has something to do with that. You can't forget what rank his aspect is, Morgan. Not paying attention to a dark expression on his niece's face, Whispering Blade added, He might be closer than we think, too. These strange attacks we suffered recently, weren't our diviners strangely unable to ascertain anything about them? It can't be a coincidence. Morgan remained silent for a while, then shook her head. There is some correlation, but the pattern doesn't fit. More than that, the countermeasures we have in place to confirm the identities of our ascended showed no anomalies. We can't check every refugee, mundane soldier, and awakened, of course. Maddock thought for a few moments. What about that government brute, ascended Sunless? A slight smile appeared on Morgan's face. Who do you take me for? He was the first one I checked. We have studied him thoroughly after the Night Temple incident as well. Ascended Sunless is certainly not ordinary. His SS designation, service record, and age should attest to that. But he is definitely himself, and not that abomination's vessel. Sunny frowned. Valor seemed to possess some kind of tool capable of determining whether one was possessed by Mordred or not, even if its function seemed to be limited to a small number of people. Nevertheless, he had been one of the people they checked. When the hell had that happened? He had not even noticed anything. Back in the sealed room, Morgan frowned. So where is the creature hiding? At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and someone walked inside. Both Morgan and Maddock looked at the newcomer with surprise. Cassia, how bold of you to come here without invitation. The Princess of War smiled dangerously. At the same time, Maddock raised an eyebrow. You'd better have a good explanation for this interruption, young lady. Cassie lingered for a few moments, appearing somewhat nervous. Then she said in a tense voice, There is a message for you. I think you should come outside. Now this is interesting. Sunny was stealthily making his way to the isolated inner courtyard of the port fortress. His shadows were on the move, too. The one who had been observing the battle against the horde of nightmare creatures was flying across the battered surface of the hall, not paying any attention to the flashes of firing armaments. The one who had been hiding among the refugees had left them behind, approaching the courtyard from the other direction. The one that had been spying on Morgan hid itself within Cassie's shadow, and the one that had been following Nephis remained within hers. Currently, all of them were converging on a single point. In the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by a wide ring of empty space, a long figure stood as numerous soldiers and awakened aimed their weapons at it. Intricate armor of black steel, a beautiful face framed by curls of raven-black hair, and vivid, vibrant vermilion eyes. It was Morgan. Don't tell me. As the real Morgan emerged from the gates of the stronghold in the company of Maddock and Cassie, the soldiers that were aiming at the invader looked at her with wide eyes. They must have realized that the creature standing in front of them was not the real Princess of War. And yet, seeing the two identical young women stare at each other was an eerie experience. The real Morgan gritted her teeth in contempt. The reflection perfectly mirrored her expression. And that was what the lone figure was, a creature created by Mordred from a piece of his soul, similar to how he had created the mirror beast. The real Morgan's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, but the reflection was holding a black lacquered box in its instead. Despite the hundreds of rifles and enchanted weapons aimed at the mirror creature, it seemed perfectly calm. Nephis entered the courtyard and stopped, looking at the bizarre scene with a reserved expression. Sunny had appeared from the shadows too, keeping out of sight as he observed the situation. What is that crazy bastard doing? His gaze slid across the faces of everyone gathered in the courtyard, the mundane soldiers and awakened retainers of valor, a few knights, Nephis, Isemi, Cassie, Maddock. Was Mordred among them right now, somewhere, enjoying their reactions? As the reflection tilted its head a little, the real Morgan snarled, "How dare you wear that face, you vile thing!" Her face was a mask of revulsion and fury. This time the mirror creature failed to reflect her expression. Instead, it smiled pleasantly, then bowed and gently placed the lacquered box on the ground. Then the reflection opened its mouth and spoke, its voice indistinguishable from that of Morgan. "A present for my dear sister." Then its smile widened a little. "Come soon. I missed you a lot." Before Maddox could stop Morgan, she suddenly disappeared from where she had stood. Her speed was too great for the mundane soldiers and the awakened warriors to trace with their naked eyes. But Sunny saw it, a black and red blur that cut across the courtyard, approaching the reflection with the speed of a bullet. He knew better than most how terribly dangerous these creatures were, so Sunny expected to see a tremendously destructive fight. He even prepared to retreat. But to his surprise, the dire battle never happened. It was not because Morgan revealed one of her hidden trump cards, and neither was it because Maddox intervened. Instead, it was simply because the reflection did not even try to defend itself. It just stood there, smiling pleasantly, as Morgan's sword pierced the breastplate of the black armor and exited from the creature's back. Slowly, a net of thin cracks appeared on the skin of the reflection. Morgan's eyes widened slightly as she watched the perfect copy of her face slowly crumble into a rain of glass shards, which then disappeared without a trace in a flash of silver light. Just like that, one of Mordred's reflections was destroyed. Nevertheless, Sunny's frown only deepened. So he wanted to deliver a message. What message could it be? Without a doubt, the ability of the reflection to appear in the very heart of one of Valor's strongholds without anyone noticing was a message in and of itself. It was as if Mordred was mocking his family, pointing out that no amount of guards and protections could save them from his wrath. Forcing Morgan to watch herself be destroyed was a message too. Mordred was hinting that this was her inevitable future. And of course the actual message was the black lacquered box and the words the reflection had spoken. "A present for my dear sister. Come soon. I missed you a lot." All of it was one immaculate provocation. However, just what was inside the box? As Sunny watched, Morgan sheathed her sword with a dark expression and looked down. Maddox slowly approached, looking at the box with wariness. Cassie and Nephis got closer too. Could there be something dangerous inside? Cassie's voice sounded tense. Morgan glanced at her silently and then leaned forward to pick up the box. It was as if she was trying to show that there was nothing that Mordred could do that she would be afraid of. Without hesitating, she opened the box and looked inside. Morgan's impression subtly changed. The insides of the box were upholstered in red silk, and on that silk rested a human skull. The skull was covered in soot to appear black, and there was a rough hole made in its forehead, as if to resemble a third eye. There was a long moment of silence, and then, Whispering Blade suddenly thrust his hands into the box and picked up the morbid gift that Mordred had left behind. His face was strangely grim. As Maddox studied the skull, Morgan looked at him with a silent question. "What is it?" The saint gritted his teeth. Then he gently placed the skull back on the red silk and said, "It's Stad. It's Stad's head." Chapter 1175. Demon of Chaos. Like a demon of chaos, Mordred had appeared out of nowhere and thrown everything into utter disarray. Antarctica, which had been like a powder keg for a while now, finally exploded into a conflagration of violence because of the macabre gift that he had delivered to his sister in an elegant lacquered box. Sunny had not realized the full complications of what had transpired in the courtyard of the port fortress until some time later. He knew that Knight Stad was a highly regarded ascendant of Clan Valor, who had been entrusted with an extremely important mission in the Dream Realm. So, he simply assumed that Clan Song managed to pull off another victory in the simmering conflict. This was important, of course, but not groundbreaking in and of itself. However, his misconception was corrected by a short message from Jet. "Our colleagues from Ravenheart are mobilizing their forces. They seem pretty angry." He stared at the screen of the communicator for a few moments, frowning. What Why would Clan Song be preparing to make a big move in a hurry if the death of Nightstad was a part of their plan? And why would they be angry? Unless, of course, what Mordred had done was not something they expected, or even went directly against their machinations. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't tell me. Had Beastmaster perhaps received something like that black lacquered box as well? What the hell is that madman doing? Feeling an ominous premonition, Sunny deactivated the communicator and hastened his steps. He was walking across the inner courtyard where the confrontation between Morgan and the Reflection had happened not too long ago, heading toward the main keep. His shadows were already inside. They were trying to get closer to Morgan, Maddock, Nephias, and Sir Gilead, who had all gathered for an emergency meeting after the discovery of Stad's skull. Taking a considerable risk, he eventually managed to gain access to their conversation and learn a few more things about what Mordred's message really meant. Sunny's frown deepened. Black Skull Citadel? So the scouts sent into the Nightmare Desert by Valor had managed to discover a working gateway somewhere in its depths. The clan in possession of a citadel would gain a staggering advantage in the task of reaching the tomb of Ariel, so Morgan and Maddock had put a lot of effort into keeping that information secret. They had even kept reinforcements to a minimum to not risk revealing Nightstad's location through irregular troop movements. And yet, Mordred had somehow managed to not only learn of the clandestine mission, but also intercept and slaughter the force tasked with capturing the citadel, including the powerful master in charge of it, which would logically mean that the Black Skull had fallen into Song's hands. However, it had not. That much was apparent from the fact that Song was mobilizing their forces in a great hurry. If Sunny knew of it, then Morgan surely knew as well. So, if neither Valor nor Song controlled the Citadel, then who the hell did? The answer was obvious. It was Mordred. Mordred alone. Which might as well have as meant that the Black Skull Citadel was currently empty. No matter how powerful the Prince of Nothing was, a single master was like an ant when compared to the might of a great clan. Even with a divine aspect and his reflections, Mordred was incapable of keeping what he had stolen. Even though he was holding the key to the Nightmare Desert in his hands, he was not strong enough to defend it. So, by delivering Stad's skull to Morgan, he had painted a target on his back. The true meaning of his message was, "Come and get me." And if Sunny knew anything about Mordred, then the message sent to Song would have been like so, "Come before they get me." Basically, from the moment the Prince of Nothing revealed that he had usurped the Black Skull, the two great clans were in a race to take it from him first. But why had he done it? There was a pace and cadence to the conflict between Valor and Song. It was a complicated dance that followed a subtle but ruthless logic. Awakened masters and even saints were like game pieces. By moving pieces around the board, advancing and retreating, both sides were delivering small wounds to the enemy and trying to maneuver into an advantageous position. Currently, the game was nearing the end of its early stage. Both clans were still acting with caution, laying the groundwork for the true assaults that would happen in the future. They were not even done struggling to secure advantages. Mordred's actions had destroyed that pace and made a mockery of that cadence. He had single-handedly put both sides in a position where they were forced to throw away their carefully prepared plans, abandon caution, and move the timetable of the conflict forward, switching from careful maneuvering to an all-out war. Clan Song was mobilizing their forces, and because they were, Clan Valor would move as well. Awakened, masters, and even saints. All of them were going to be sent on the battlefield to secure the Black Skull, which was free for the taking, provided that you got to it first. Sunny did not know which nightmare gate led to the area where the Citadel was located, but it would soon become the most dangerous place in all of East Antarctica, and maybe even the whole world. That crazy bastard. He was honestly a little shaken by the magnitude of the consequences that Mordred's brazen stunt had caused. The whole landscape of the conflict between Valor and Song had suddenly and drastically changed. That dire change was so fundamental that it was hard to conceive of its true scope, let alone calculate what would happen as a result. The sudden nature of it all was quietly overwhelming. Sunny entered the keep of the port fortress and took a few deep breaths. While the shift in the nature of the conflict that Mordred had caused was startling, strictly speaking, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Sure, it could end up being catastrophic, but it could also end up being a blessing in disguise. There were many factors to consider, but as far as Sunny was concerned, one was the most important: where the damned Nightmare Gate was located. Chapter 1, 1176. Bitter Feeling. The location of the Nightmare Gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull was of paramount importance. Currently, no one except for Mordred was anchored to the gateway of the Citadel, so that Nightmare Gate was still the only feasible way to reach it. If it was located in the wilderness of East Antarctica, the battle between the two great clans was going to happen far away from the siege capitals and the civilian population. If it was inside a city, though. Think rationally. Sunny walked through the corridors of the fortress as he analyzed the situation. If the Nightmare Gate was located inside a siege capital, then there wasn't much he could do. The lives of countless civilians would be put in mortal danger, or maybe even snuffed out directly. The best Sunny could manage was to try mitigating the damage somehow. If it was somewhere in the wilderness, however, then he did not have to do anything. His problems would just solve themselves. Valor and Song were welcome to slaughter each other as much as they wanted. Wrong. Thinking that way was short-sighted. Sure, the great clans were a bunch of hateful jerks, but they were also responsible for defending a vast portion of East Antarctica, albeit simply to keep up appearances. Their power was especially important when dealing with high-value targets like Titans, since 6 out of the 7 saints present on the continent belonged to the domains. What would happen if all of them just went and killed each other? Nothing good. Countless refugees had already been evacuated, but millions more remained. If only the evacuation army had been given a few more months, enough for the Legion of Sleepers to undergo awakening, things would have been different. But Mordred, the damned lunatic, had made that impossible. So the power of the great clans was still too important. Sunny felt sick to his stomach. He was deeply unhappy about the fact that, while the great clans were odious, they were also needed. They were like a necessary evil. Thinking that way made him feel dirty. It felt like he was making compromises. Was that how Wake of Ruin and the rest of the government felt? Forget about it. So what the hell do I do? It seemed that, thanks to Mordred, a bloody and destructive all-out battle between the forces of Valor and Song was now both close and inevitable. They could entirely obliterate each other, which would be the worst outcome, since there would be no one left to continue defending the refugees from the myriads of nightmare creatures roaming the continent. Therefore, there was only one way for him to achieve the best outcome. If there was no way to prevent the battle, he had to do everything in his power to help one side achieve victory, and not any kind of victory at that. A Pyrrhic one would be no different from mutual destruction. Only an overwhelming victory would minimize the losses of one of the sides, thus leaving enough fighters alive to make a difference in the evacuation effort. Wait. Sunny suddenly froze, growing even more pale than usual. His eyes widened. His hands trembled. Then, slowly, a smile that seemed more than a little mad appeared on his face. Through the shadow that was hiding in the sealed strategy room, he looked at someone who stood there, silently listening to what Morgan was saying. A young woman with silver hair and cold gray eyes, clad in an intricate armor of black steel. He looked at Nephis. Sunny slowly exhaled. Was that what you meant? Was it not exactly what she had told him a lifetime ago, during the opulent ball of the great clan Valor, that he would follow her not because she had ordered him to, but because he wanted to? With a smile on his face. That their fates were intertwined. On that day, Sunny had rejected Nephis and refused to follow her into the embrace of Clan Valor. Instead, he enlisted in the first evacuation army and left for Antarctica. So much had happened since then. And yet here he was, planning to fight side by side with her under the banner of the great clan valor, helping them in their sinful war against the great clan song. Entirely of his own accord, Sunny reached with one hand and touched his neck as if checking to see if there was a slave collar on it. "What is this bitter feeling?" A hollow laugh escaped from his lips. After a few moments, Sunny shook his head and continued on his way. It doesn't matter anyway. Sure, he felt bitterly reluctant to prove Neff right. But wouldn't it be pathetically childish to throw a tantrum and change his decision just because his pride was hurt? Since when did he have pride anyway, whether he liked it or not? Making sure that as many civilians as possible survived the chain of nightmares was indeed what he wished for. So, if Sunny had to help Clan Valor battle Clan Song to achieve that goal, that was what he would do. There was the possibility of helping Song defeat Valor instead, too. As far as he was concerned, one was just as vile as the other, so it made no difference to Sunny which side he would end up supporting. However, he was already integrated into the Valor force to some extent, which was convenient. Nephis, Cassie, and the Firekeepers were also here, so going to the other side meant potentially causing their deaths. Directly or indirectly, that was not something Sunny wanted or was willing to do, which meant that he was stuck with Valor. Of course, it was highly questionable if his involvement would even make a difference, but he had to at least try. He had to try his best. Sunny moved through the port fortress, which was slowly becoming filled with noise. There was a strange smile on his face. Ain't it funny? He was suddenly sad that the Sin of Solace was not there to appreciate the joke. Chapter 1177, Drums of War. The drums of war were booming all across Antarctica. Well, nothing that noticeable was happening, really. The great clans were mobilizing forces with a silent efficiency that was both subtle and frightening. If one did not know what to look for, they would remain blissfully unaware of the fact that the whole continent would be soon shaken by the fallout of a historic battle. Sunny, however, knew. In the port fortress, the thunder of the cannonade had grown silent. The horde of nightmare creatures had been dealt with, and the tired soldiers were descending from the walls. Instead of going to rest, however, they were quietly listening to new orders and starting to prepare for an immediate departure. The mundane soldiers were checking their equipment with calm, businesslike expressions. The awakened, who would usually not dismiss their enchanted armor in the field, strangely wore simple uniforms. Knowing how dire the near future promised to be, they wanted to give all their memories a chance to be fully repaired. The administrative personnel were frantically working to rearrange logistical chains and prepare the force for a sudden expedition. There were many signs like that. They were especially apparent when one compared the behavior of the Valor soldiers with that of the evacuation army staff. The latter were tiredly celebrating the victory, while the former seemed more focused than when they had been battling the abominations. The Nightmare Gate does not seem to be located inside of a siege capital. Sunny found a calm and dark corner within the keep of the fortress and leaned on the wall. He had managed to determine the nature of the area where the entrance to the Black Skull Citadel was located by spying on the Valor administrative staff. Any large-scale movement of military forces involved a certain amount of logistical work, and one could infer many things from these preparations. From the looks of it, Clan Valor was preparing to venture into the wilderness of East Antarctica. The distance they had to traverse also didn't seem to be small, so that put some of Sunny's worries to rest. Still, there was a lot to consider. Sunny knew what the great clans would do and what he himself had to do. However, what would the government's response be? As someone with the title of a special government envoy, he should be receiving a call soon. And indeed, not a few minutes later, his communicator lit up because of an incoming transmission. Sunny summoned the Bone Singer, enveloped his surroundings in silence, and answered. The sharp face of St. Cor appeared on the holographic screen, soon joined by the pleasant visage of Soul Reaper Jet. The gaunt transcendent spoke first. "I'll assume that both of you are already familiar with the situation. What I want to know is what caused this mess." His grating voice sounded calm, but Sunny could feel the angry and tense undertone in it. He briefly glanced at the projection of Jet, then answered, "I think I can provide an explanation." Both of them paid rapt attention to his words. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then spoke, choosing his words carefully. "It appears that a citadel was discovered in the Nightmare Desert. Clan Valor was the first to find it, but their attempt at capture failed. Now both clans have an equal chance to come into possession of a crucial advantage. A direct confrontation for access to the Nightmare Gate leading to the Citadel seems inevitable." He paused and then added evenly, "They are going all out." As St. Cor's face darkened, Jer nodded. "I can confirm." Sunny did not know what the veteran saint was thinking about, but he felt chills even through the holographic projection. Even though Wake of Ruin's expression did not change much, it felt as though the world itself subtly changed instead, reacting to his wrath, discontent, contempt, dejection maybe. The old man grimaced. What immaculate timing. At least he could still be sarcastic. Sunny had to imagine that the two great clans suddenly shifting to active warfare was like a disaster for the government. St. Cor would have to completely rearrange the disposition of the evacuation army and come up with a new strategy. Even then, it might not be enough. Then again, Army Command had to have been prepared for something like this, even if it was the worst-case scenario for them. They were no fools. After a long pause, Wake of Ruin shook his head, then looked at Sunny and Jet again. Valor and song might be arrogant, but they are not unreasonable. This bloodshed can still be prevented. Maybe. Similar things have happened before. A large-scale battle can be avoided if they agree to hold a duel between two champions instead. Sunny couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't doubt the wisdom and experience of the seasoned Transcendent, but he also didn't believe that the great clans would step down, especially not because of something as quaint as an honor duel. They were like sharks that smelled blood in the water. Those from Valor were, at least. They had been holding back their bloodlust for too long already. Still, was there really a chance that a strange duel between two powerful warriors could replace a wasteful battle? It seemed improbable, but then again, legacies were often weird about such things. St. Cor let out a heavy sigh and then added, "The problem this time is that both sides seem to be certain that they will win if the battle actually happens. So they have no reason to seek an alternative. Additionally, they have been acting slightly erratic as of late. It is hard to say what will actually happen." Seemingly coming to a decision, the gaunt Transcended nodded and threw a piercing gaze at Sunny and Jet. "The two of you will remain with the emissaries and follow them to that Nightmare Gate. Gather as much information as you can while you're at it. I will arrive personally and try to mediate an acceptable resolution." Jet remained silent for a moment. "Understood, sir." However, Sunny was not as agreeable. "What if you can't?" His irreverent question, or maybe the fact that he even dared to ask a question, seemed to surprise the old saint. Wake of Ruin stared at him darkly. After a brief pause, he said simply, "Then we withdraw and try to salvage the aftermath." With that, he terminated the call. The gaunt face of this government saint disappeared, leaving Sunny and Jet alone. Soul Reaper looked at him and smiled. How can she even smile in this situation? "Oh my, I know that look. You're thinking about doing something crazy, aren't you?" Sunny glanced at her darkly and shrugged. "I don't even know what is crazy anymore." Jet chuckled. "That is not a good sign at all." He studied her face somberly, then said quietly, "If Wake of Ruin fails in his negotiation, Valor and Song will really clash. At that point, the best move would be to support one side against the other, in order to preserve as many fighters as possible. Are you ready to make that decision?" Soul Reaper's smile grew bleak. "The government can't break its neutrality. Even if it's beneficial at the moment, the consequences would be catastrophic in the long run." Sunny simply stared at her. "I am not asking about the government. I am asking about you. There were times when people could not escape making tough choices. Sunny had long made his, and Jet would have to follow suit, whether she wanted to or not. Of course, doing nothing was also a choice, however. She had always positioned herself as a cog in the government machine, but maybe it was time for Soul Reaper to think for herself. Sunny hoped that she would, at least. Jet lingered for a while before answering. Eventually, she said, "Let's see how it goes." Then her face disappeared. The screen of the communicator switched off, leaving Sunny in the darkness. He sighed and dismissed the bone singer, then left his temporary shelter. An all-out battle, or a duel of two champions. I wonder which one will end up happening. He hoped for the best, but had to prepare for the worst. Chapter 1. 1178. Long Drive. Although both clans were assembling their armies with urgent haste, it was not an easy thing to move a military force across East Antarctica. The wilderness was infested with countless abominations, and nightmare gates were everywhere, making every route slow and dangerous. Clan Valor was in a slightly better position because they had coincidentally pulled most of their forces together prior to Mordred's revelation, in order to destroy a migrating horde of nightmare creatures. Still, there were many warriors and assets that had been left behind in the siege capitals, who now had to join the main body of the great clan's contingent. There was St. Tyrus, for example. The fact that Dire Fang had been able to join Silent Stalker in ambushing Whispering Blade proved that she alone was not enough to contain the enemy Transcendent, so there was no point in keeping her in a distant government siege capital. So, Skytide had been recalled, and was en route to join the war party. There were other squires and even knights that had to be summoned as well, so for the first few days, progress had been slow. Most of the mundane personnel had been left behind, and now only the awakened were following Morgan toward the fateful Nightmare Gate. Nevertheless, their number was too great to pass unnoticed. And so, skirmishes with nightmare creatures happened almost every hour. Many of these skirmishes threatened to grow into something more serious if not resolved swiftly. In these cases, either Morgan's echoes or one of the saints joined the melee to prevent the small-scale confrontations from becoming dire battles. Sunny was not required to participate in them, of course. Actually, he found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. No one had really invited him to join the expedition, and his status was more vague than ever. Officially, he was the government's envoy whose duties concerned the cooperation between Clan Valor and the evacuation army. However, the Great Clan had more or less abandoned the pretense of being in the southern quadrant to help, and was acting against the government's interests. So what was an envoy supposed to do in that situation exactly? Why was he even needed? Sunny did not have a good explanation, but luckily no one asked. Whether it was because the warriors of valor couldn't be bothered, or simply did not care, he did not know. In any case, they mostly left him alone. In fact, Sunny was basically ignored. Even Morgan seemed to have forgotten about his existence, which was not too surprising. She had much bigger issues to worry about than the whereabouts of a neutral government ascended, so Sunny simply stayed in one of the APCs assigned to the Firekeepers. The Firekeepers themselves were gone, though. Most of them had already entered the seeds, so he had the vehicle all to himself. Nephis and Cassie would appear from time to catch a few hours of sleep, but other than that, he remained alone. That gave him a lot of time to think, sitting in the pilot's seat and driving the APC across the hellish remains of Antarctica, which looked much more like a piece of the dream realm now than that of the waking world. He somberly considered the past. It was funny, really. Sunny had come to Antarctica to pursue his personal goals, not caring much about anything else. But now, he somehow ended up caring about the mission of the evacuation army enough to disregard his personal interests. He used to mock selfless people, but now, he was ready to do something selfless at a great cost to himself. Was it like that? No, not really. In the end, everything Sunny did was for himself. He was not trying to protect the refugees because it was the right thing to do or out of some kind of moral obligation. He was doing it simply because he wanted to. That was his desire. He was just trying to fulfill his own desires. Sunny had wanted to survive at all costs once, but then it was not enough anymore. He had wanted to be strong once, but now it was not enough anymore either. He had strength, but what was the point of having strength if he couldn't achieve what he wanted with it? What Sunny really wanted now was to use his strength to shape the world in a way that suited his wishes. Shaping reality with strength, that was power. So, was he lusting for power now? Controlling the AP, Sunny frowned. Then what about freedom? That had been his real goal all along, after all. Coming to Antarctica was a means to achieve that goal, but instead, he found himself bound to more people, more places, more things. He was more restricted now than he had ever been. Before, what had restricted him were circumstances beyond his control. Now, he was bound by his own desires. On second thought, it's not that funny. Sunny now understood better than ever why the demon of desire had been one of the most powerful among the demons, second to none, except for Weaver. But was it really a bad thing? So what if he was compelled by the things he wanted? So what if he was bound to people, ideas, and values? Maybe it was not a bad thing after all, simply because he had chosen these bonds himself. Sunny understood that. And yet, a small part of him rebelled against such thoughts. That part still wanted to be unrestrained and not beholden to anything. To be free. That part had to take a back seat for now, though, because he had to finish what he had started. Even if it was futile, Sunny had to do his best to see the evacuation of the citizens of Antarctica through. After that, well, he would see what else there was to do. His dreams seemed more distant than ever. But strangely enough, Sunny found himself calm and determined. His mind was set. Maybe that was the true conviction. The thought made him uncomfortable. Chapter 1, 1179. Measure of Growth. The war party had stopped and made camp. Sunny's APC was parked within the defensive perimeter, and he was calmly preparing supper. It seemed strange to be doing something so mundane on the verge of an event that had the potential to alter the course of history. But he was hungry. Hunger was much more powerful than the forces that shaped history. Ah, I miss the Rhino. The armored vehicle that the firekeepers had used was by no means cheap, but its amenities were rather bare bones. There was not even an integrated kitchen, just a few devices for food storage and preparation. Still, he was good at improvising. As Sunny cooked, he mentally went over what he had gained since coming to Antarctica, and what he could use if the worst happened, and the two great clans clashed in a bloody battle. Sunny had been a master for many months before the Chain of Nightmares, but he felt that he only came into his ascended powers here. His mastery of shadow manifestation had improved tremendously, both in terms of impact and versatility. He also developed Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, as well as their combination. Both of these abilities were extremely powerful. His practical knowledge of sorcery had grown as well. He was now able to copy more complex enchantments and do it faster. He could even modify them to a degree. Even though the realities of the Antarctica campaign had prevented Sunny from spending a lot of time on weaving, his repertoire was much broader than before. There were new powerful memories in his arsenal, including transcendent ones. The Sin of Solace, the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, and others. There was the Mirror of Truth, too. Chances were he would have to use it soon. In terms of raw power, Sunny was now a tyrant. He had 5 cores and 5 shadows, which increased both his physical prowess and essence capacity. Strangely enough, even his essence control had undergone a noticeable improvement. Unable to rely on the Soul Serpent in the dire conditions of the southern quadrant, Sunny had been forced to elevate this aspect of his power to an almost flawless efficiency. Then there were his shadows. He had gained a new one, the ravenous fiend. Now that Imp had feasted on the remains of the Sun Prince, the scrawny goblin was strong enough to be sent into battle. Nightmare was close to both ascension and unlocking his terror ability. Saint had risen both in class and rank, becoming a transcendent devil. That alone was an incredible leap for him, but the sublimation of the mantle of the underworld was perhaps no less important. His new attribute, the marble shell, improved his resilience and combat performance to a remarkable degree. Honestly, having it was almost like possessing a secondary aspect. Considering all that, it was hard to deny that the present Sunny was incomparably more powerful than his past self from before Antarctica. The comparison was not even funny. That past Sunny was nothing more than a feeble brat. Ironically, Sunny had come to the southern quadrant in search of strength, and although he stopped caring about that goal a long time ago, he ended up achieving it nevertheless. Despite it all, though, he felt that there were much more valuable things he had gained here. Things that went far beyond shadows, memories, and attributes. The experience he had gained, the skills he had honed, the lessons he had learned. Those were what truly separated him from his past self. Those were what made him truly stronger. From the darkness of the polar night and the desperation of the Antarctic Center, to the cold expanse of East Antarctica and its many dangers, Sunny had grown and matured. He had gone through countless battles and achieved many improbable victories. There had been harrowing defeats, too. Those had taught him as well. Preparing utensils for 3 people, Sunny looked into the distance and sighed. He would be turning 21 in about a month. There had been a time when he was not even sure that he would make it that far. But now, here he was. I don't really feel young anymore. Maybe someone like Wake of Ruin would laugh at these words, but Sunny truly felt that way. He had never really gotten a chance to be a child, and now he was not a youth anymore, either. Am I old then? As Sunny was pondering the vicissitudes of life, the hatch of the Apis opened, and Nephis came in, soon followed by Cassie. The two had been spending the last few days in endless strategy meetings, so both looked exhausted. The smell of freshly cooked food made both of them relax. Noticing the distant expression on Sunny's face, Nephis tilted her head a little and asked, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" He flinched, then shook his head and continued setting the table. Nothing serious. I was just thinking that I'm too old for this crap." She frowned, then pierced him with a cold gaze. "I'm older than you, though?" Her meaning was clear. "Are you calling me old?" Sunny grinned. Yes, forget I said anything. Come, Nuna, let's eat. Who knows when we'll get a chance to enjoy a proper meal again." The two gave him strange looks and sat around the small fold-out table, looking down at the dishes he prepared. Well, really, there was just one dish, the everything pot slop that Professor Obel had taught him how to make. Sunny sat down too and put a generous serving on his plate. "But honestly, you're not even a full year older than me, while Cassie is not a full year younger than me. So, let's speak comfortably." He put a spoonful of the weird slop into his mouth, then smiled at them. Cassie hesitated and cautiously nudged the slop with a spoon. "What even is that?" Sunny grinned. "I am glad that you asked. This is an ancient dish that has been passed down from person to person since the dark times. As I was told, it was initially inspired by corpse meat." Chapter 1180, Cold Logic. They ate in comfortable silence. Sunny knew that both Nephis and Cassie were tired and only had a little time to rest before Morgan would need them again, so he did not waste that time with idle conversations. It was not like he had a lot to say anyway. Still, there was one question that he had to ask. Pushing the plate away, Sunny glanced at Nephis and lingered for a moment. "I was told that there might be some kind of duel instead of a battle. Do you think it's possible?" She did not hurry with an answer. Neph cradled a cup of tea in her hands as she stared into the amber liquid. Eventually, she said, I don't know. It is a kind of tradition. The legacy clans would not have survived if they resolved every conflict by spilling rivers of blood. There are actually not that many of us, after all. However, neither valor nor song are acting the way they used to, so it's hard to tell. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, thinking about who the champions were going to be if the duel really happened. Would the great clans send saints to fight each other, or masters? Would Morgan and Mordred cross swords and spill each other's blood? Or would Morgan send Nephis to fight in her stead? He just did not know. Shifting slightly, Sunny looked at Neph and asked, what if the battle actually happens? Do you think that valor can win? Up until now, it seemed like Clan Song was confidently pulling ahead. However, he doubted that their enemy would be easily defeated. This time, Nephis did not hesitate at all. Yes, he studied her motionless face with curiosity. Where did that confidence come from? Why? Sunny expected Neph to say something in her usual style like, because I am with them, or because that is my will. However, she simply shook her head and said in a slightly subdued tone, because they are of war. He blinked. Indeed, she was right. Clan Valor was the clan that had inherited the lineage of War God, the deity of warfare, life, progress, technology, craft, and intellect, as well as the patron goddess of humanity. It was not a coincidence that they were exalted fighters, masters of forging memories, and the most influential clan among both the awakened and mundane humans. They would also be the paragons of warfare. It did not matter if Clan Song had managed to achieve slight superiority at the earlier stages of the conflict. All that mattered was who would get the last laugh, and Sunny had no doubt that Morgan had many diabolical schemes stored in that pretty head of hers. However, there was a slight wrinkle in that theory. He leaned back. That is true, but you forget one thing. Mordred is also a descendant of war. He shared the same blood, and he is with Song. Nephis frowned. It seemed that she indeed had not put too much weight into Mordred's presence in Antarctica. Really, she couldn't be blamed. Although Sunny and Cassie had told her about their experiences in the Night Temple and the Kingdom of Hope, she had not lived through those trials herself. She had not experienced the suffocating horror of being locked in a citadel with that monster, watching as the number of his victims grew while the number of survivors dwindled. Eventually, Nephis shrugged. It doesn't really matter, does it? Sunny stared at her with a dark expression. I think it does. Why wouldn't it? Neph sighed. What do I care if valor wins or loses? I just need to survive. If they win and I help them, my status within the clan will grow. If they lose and I survive, it will grow even more, simply because there will be fewer powerful warriors for the clan to lean on. In their absence, my importance will grow. Either way, many members of both Valor and Song will die. As she spoke the last words, white sparks ignited in her eyes. Suddenly, the interior of the ape seemed to be filled with incinerating heat. Nephis had been acting strangely placid for a long time, so Sunny almost forgot how frightening her murderous obsession was. He looked at her, surprised by that cold logic. Well, she was right in a way, but it matters to me, though. Nephis blinked a couple of times, startled, then looked at him in confusion. Why? Sunny frowned. Because these people that are going to die are supposed to be protecting the refugees from the hordes of nightmare creatures. Who is going to do that if the bastards all kill each other? Neph seemed as if she didn't know what to say. She remained silent for a long time, then sighed. I wouldn't put my faith in the great clans. Doing so will only lead to ruin. Sunny chuckled, thinking how funny that sounded coming from her. Shaking his head, he then looked at Cassie, who had been silent until now. What about you? What do you think? Any helpful visions of the future? Cassie smiled weakly. No. No helpful visions. She touched her hair and then suddenly said, Oh, but I think that you should check on Rain. Sunny flinched. His eyes widened. Why? Have you seen something? Cassie tilted her head, then paled slightly and looked away in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I worded that poorly, I think. No, I haven't seen anything. It's just that we are going to venture deep into the wilderness and who knows what will happen next. Chances are, we're not going to have access to the network for a while, so you mentioned that you're exchanging messages and she might get worried. Sunny stared at the blind girl for a few moments, flabbergasted. Standing up, he picked up the plates and walked away to clean them. Gods, think before you speak next time, all right? You almost gave me a heart attack, damn it. Go to sleep, you two. Nephis and Cassie climbed into the sleeping niches while he washed the dishes. Once that was done, Sunny threw an irritated look at the niche where the blind girl was sleeping and grimaced. She is right, though. I might not be able to send a message to Rain for a while. Settling in the pilot's chair, he took out his communicator and checked his messages. To his relief, Rain was perfectly fine. She was going to school, training, and showing zero symptoms of being infected by the nightmare spell. Soul Serpent was with her as well, so Sunny allowed himself to calm down. He stared at the screen of the communicator for a while, then sighed and started typing. Yeah, I'm doing well. Naturally. Remember that promotion I wrote about? Well, I am a glorified pencil pusher now. Most of my duties have to do with confirming requisition requests and forwarding letters. Honestly, it's driving me crazy. Scouting the wild expanses of the southern quadrant alone was much more fun. Anyway, I've been thinking about this and that recently, like what I want to do with my life and how I'm not that young anymore. Stupid stuff like that. So, this is what I was thinking about. As he typed the long message, the cold sun slowly moved across the sky outside the APC, never falling behind the horizon. The day never seemed to end, but time was flowing by. Soon, the forces of two great clans were going to meet in the wilderness of East Antarctica. The outcome of their ill-fated clash could very well decide the fate of the dying continent. Chapter 1181 Three Armies. Sunny climbed to the roof of the APIC and looked at the ravaged plain of East Antarctica, which stretched in all directions as far as the eye could see. He could have sent his shadows instead, but on a day like today, Sunny wanted to see it all with his own eyes. The ground was gray, and the stormy sky was gray too. The ribbons of shallow brooks and the distant lakes were dark, resembling lead. The world seemed to have grown deathly silent, like a predator preparing to lunge at its prey. The air was brimming with suffocating tension. In front of him, at some distance, an abandoned outpost could be seen, tilted and with its alloy walls ripped open. There was an ugly black rift of a nightmare gate, shimmering with darkness in front of the desolate fortress, and near it, indifferent to the maddening whispers of the call, a small figure could be seen, sitting on the ground. It was hard to tell anything about the figure from that distance, except for the fact that it was a human. Surrounding the outpost from three directions, three armies were preparing to advance. The Great Clan Valor, the Great Clan Song, and the hastily assembled government force that was supposed to mediate a compromise. Through effort and a bit of luck, or misfortune, depending on how one looked at it, all of them had reached the Nightmare Gate on the same day. Then again, maybe it was part of some insane calculation. The gate was situated at the very border between the territories of the two clans, and at that point, Sunny wouldn't be surprised by anything. He was still with the war party of Clan Valor. The awakened warriors had already disembarked from the transports, and were now silently assembling into a battle formation. Those that would be fighting on foot were positioned at the center, and those that rode echo mounts were assembled at the flanks. 5 people stood in front of the loose phalanx: Morgan, Maddock, Nephis, St. Tyrus, and the Summer Night. Opposite them was a much larger force. Sunny could not really see, but he knew that Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang, and Seishan were leading it. Behind them were the awakened warriors of Song, and surrounding the awakened was a sea of enthralled nightmare creatures. Countless thralls were standing motionlessly, as if frozen in place. It was eerie and deeply disturbing to see the abominable monsters acting so subdued and obedient. The government force was by far the smallest of the three, numbering just 100 awakened or so. Even though they were too far away to make out details, Sunny felt an overpowering sense of unease radiating from their small formation. Well, they were right to feel scared. Not only could the plain soon become a battlefield, but the abandoned outpost and the nightmare gate in front of it were deep within the hunting grounds of a corrupted titan. The creature was nowhere in sight for now, but there was no guarantee that it would not arrive soon, attracted by the smell of human souls and spilled blood. What a disaster! Sunny was full of hatred toward the great clans. His contempt was justly earned, too. He had personally killed many members of Song and Valor, be it through sabotage or with his own hands. And yet, he was not happy to see them preparing to slaughter each other. He was not sad either, just resigned. In any case, there was no place for useless emotions right now. Sunny had to steel himself and prepare to do what was needed. Neither army seemed to be moving. The wind was picking up, and the lonely figure in front of the nightmare gate remained motionless, as if inviting them to approach. After a while, several people separated from the formation of the government awakened and walked forward. As if it were a signal, Morgan took a step forward. The rest of the Valor leaders followed her, and after hesitating for a bit, Sunny jumped down from the apiece and hurried to join them. As he left the formation, he glanced at Cassie, who had stayed back and was flanked by 2 Knights of Valor. The blind girl seemed calm, but he could see her hands trembling slightly. Leaving her behind, Sunny caught up with Morgan and the rest. Nephis and Tyrus looked at him with inscrutable expressions, but the princess herself seemed amused by his decision to involve himself in the negotiation. "Master Sunless, how nice of you to join us." He glanced at her darkly and shrugged. "Well, my boss is over there. What else am I supposed to do?" Morgan chuckled, seemingly unbothered by the fact that she, and all her people, could very well die today. In fact, she looked almost excited. "Indeed. And what does a government agent like yourself think about the situation?" Sunny frowned. "First of all, I am not a government agent. I just volunteered my services to the evacuation army for the duration of the Antarctica campaign. Secondly, I think that all of you have lost your minds." Sunny had a lot of thoughts about what was happening, but it all boiled down to the fact that he still did not clearly understand the motives of the great clans. From his point of view, this whole despicable war was pure lunacy, which meant a lot coming from him. Even if Sunny considered the desire of the sovereigns to expand their domains, many things still didn't make any sense. The timing of the conflict, the wasteful strategies, the excessive urgency of their actions. Neither Valor nor Song were behaving normally. They were not fools, so there had to be something wrong with their heads, surely. Morgan smiled. "Lost our minds? Ah, I see. I guess it would indeed look like that from the sidelines." Her smile disappeared, replaced by cold ruthlessness. "However, I can assure you, it is the world that has gone mad, not us." After that strange remark, there was no more time to talk. The nightmare gate drew nearer, and finally Sunny could see who was waiting calmly in its shadow. It was a slender young man clad in a suit of dark armor, with pale skin and raven-black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His most striking feature, though, were his eyes, which didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself, like 2 pools of liquid silver. Mordred had been crouching on the ground, his expression calm and reserved. Noticing the approaching emissaries, he slowly rose and looked at them with cold intensity. Sunny expected a familiar grin to appear on the lips of the Prince of Nothing, but instead, Mordred remained strangely impassive. Then, finally, a corner of his mouth bent upward in a dark, joyless smile. You finally arrived. Chapter 1. 1182. Good show. You finally arrived. 3 groups of people stared at Mordred with different expressions. First were the emissaries of valor. Morgan and Maddock kept their emotions in check, while Skytide and Summer Night seemed grim. Nephis was her usual indifferent self, but there was a hint of curiosity hidden in the depths of her calm gray eyes. The emissaries of song were less reserved. Beastmaster was looking at Mordred with barely contained anger, as were Dire Fang and Silent Stalker. The first was just as he had been, somber and savage-looking, while the latter was an unassuming and elegant woman in black leather armor. Her beautiful face was inexpressive, but there was deep contempt in her strange feline eyes. Seishan was the calmest of them. She wasn't even looking at Mordred, instead studying the faces of the champions of valor. Jet was standing behind her quietly. Lastly, there were the representatives of the government. Sunny shifted uncomfortably. What the hell are they doing here? St. Cor was, of course, leading the small delegation, but there were 2 familiar figures behind him. Kai and Effie had somehow ended up as the escorts of the government-Transcendent, and were now looking at the Prince of Nothing darkly. They had never met Mordred, but the echoes of his actions had impacted them, both before the second nightmare and within it. There were a couple more government masters with Wake of Ruins as well, but Sunny did not know them. Why did he have to bring those 2 here? Sunny frowned, then silently separated from the Valor emissaries and went to stand behind St. Cor, shoulder to shoulder with Kai. Jet did the same, taking a place beside Effie. In the silence that followed, Mordred's words hung in the cold air. The Prince of Nothing lingered for a few moments, and then looked at Morgan with those strange, mirror-like eyes. Sister. Sunny had long noticed that Morgan never used the word brother when speaking about Mordred. In fact, when the reflection addressed her as sister, she seemed to have been enraged. He expected a similar reaction this time too, but instead, Morgan smiled coldly. I have to say, I am impressed. I never imagined that you would dare to face me with your actual body. I've always regretted that I wasn't there to cut it the last time. Mordred looked down at himself, then raised his head and stared at his younger sister. Oh, this thing? Yes, it is a bit reckless of me to use it, isn't it? But then again, it's not every day that I get to meet my family. I thought that if I was going to kill you, I should do it with my own 2 hands. Sunny tilted his head a little, suddenly distracted. Come to think of it, how did Mordred's own body end up here? His original one had been destroyed by Clan Valor, but the spell had to have created a new one for him after the second nightmare. Nevertheless, it would have been incredibly hard for the Prince of Nothing to arrive in Antarctica unnoticed while wearing his own face. Taking the body of someone like Ascended Bast would have been both easier and smarter. Unless, assuming that Mordred's body could survive while his soul was wandering someplace else, he could have just stored it somewhere and then retrieved it at the right moment. He could have even carried it with him using a special memory, or maybe an unknown facet of his power. Suddenly, Sunny felt a cold chill running down his spine. Did Mordred have a collection of human bodies he carried around in some strange mirror dimension, like a macabre wardrobe of flesh? That sounded exactly like something the madman would do. As he was thinking, Beastmaster suddenly spoke, her voice so friendly that it actually sounded terrifying. I am very sorry to interrupt this touching family reunion, but, at the risk of sounding petty, could I maybe receive some explanations? Prince Mordred, if I may, why couldn't you just follow the damned plan? Don't tell me that you've been secretly working for your father this whole time. That would be such a disappointment. Mordred remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the alluring saint with a somber expression. It is nothing like that. Please accept my sincere apologies. During the battle to conquer Black Skull, the warriors of valor became suspicious of my identity. So I had no choice but to act. Beastmaster studied his face with doubt. It seemed that she was not convinced by that rather logical explanation. However, it was not like anyone could disprove Mordred's words, and in fact, he had no reasonable motive to lie or sabotage their plans. Doing so would have been madness. Mordred sighed. I understand why you might be angry and distrustful, my lady. But please believe me, my intention is and always has been to help your mother achieve victory over Clan Valor. My family has to pay for what they've done to me. There's no one who wants to see them fall more than me. I would have followed the plan if there was the smallest chance of success. But now, well, all I could do is offer you my blade. He turned to face Morgan and snarled, and use it to cut the down. Mordred's voice sounded flawlessly impassioned and sincere. It was so compelling, actually, that Sunny almost believed him. Of course, he knew better than to trust a single word coming out of the lying bastard's mouth. Morgan scoffed. You blade? What can you even do with a blade? She unsheathed her own sword and leaned on it, smiling. Come on, show me. There was something very strange about that sword. Sunny had never seen it before, and he suddenly felt chills when looking at the austere, double-edged blade. Mordred stared at the sword as well, his expression growing bleak. After a few moments, he said quietly, I guess he is watching then. Then his lips suddenly twisted into a dark grin. Well, in that case, let's give him a good show. With that, the air around him suddenly rippled, and 6 mirror shards became visible, hovering above the ground. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Reflections, transcendent, all of them. Then, the mirror shards suddenly glinted, transforming into human figures. Nephis finally showed a reaction. White flames ignited in her eyes. There, surrounding Mordred, now stood 6 people. As he smiled, the reflections of Whispering Blade, Summer Night, Skytide, Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, and Dire Fang smiled with him. Chapter 1 1183. One short word, 6 reflections, 6 transcendent beasts, all assuming the shape of the saints of the great clans. Sunny felt cold as he looked at the smiling faces of the simulacrums. And Mordred's face. The rest of the emissaries seemed just as shaken as he was, even if some managed to hide their emotions better than others. The representatives of valor were, understandably, grim. Even Morgan's composure cracked for a split second, revealing a hint of weakness. St. Cor's pale face grew even more ashen, but even the Saints of Song appeared startled by Mordred's unexpected show of power. It seemed that they did not know the extent of his abilities as well as they had thought they did. For a few long moments, there was nothing but chilling silence. Then Morgan spat, her voice full of contempt. Am I supposed to be impressed? What a neat trick. Bravo. Mordred's smile only widened. It was at that moment that Wake of Ruin finally took a step forward and spoke. Enough. What madness is this? The emissaries of the 2 clans looked at him with unfriendly expressions. Mordred did too, and the 6 reflections turned their heads in perfect synchronicity. The sight of them acting that way was deeply disturbing, especially since the mirror creatures wore familiar, smiling faces. Wake of Ruin scowled, and the subtle scent of slaughter that always followed him intensified. I won't pretend to have authority over your actions, awakened of song and valor, but I am your elder. No matter what benefits you hope to receive from this battle, I know that your losses will be much greater. You know it too. This world of ours has withstood 5 decades of the nightmare spell, and your families rose from that chaos. The reason they have endured while countless others were destroyed is not strength. There were others who possessed strength, but foresight and restraint. So lower your swords. His grating voice echoes above the plain, making the mighty saints of the great clans listen. Even Matic, The oldest and most powerful among them seemed to have some respect for St. Cor, who came from the first generation. Still, Whispering Blade was not someone who lowered his head. This conflict won't be decided with words, Wake of Ruin. Too much is at stake. St. Cor gritted his teeth. Ah, yes. The rulers will it, so blood must be spilled. However, you are not barbarians. You are the legacy clans, so act like it. Don't you have traditions and protocols for just these kinds of situations? The honorable duel. To death if need be. Why waste the lives of your kin and soldiers when the quarrel can be resolved by two champions? He glared darkly at Matic and Beastmaster, and then said, Or are you not certain of your strength? His words seemed to have an effect. Sunny held his breath, not even daring to think whether a peaceful, comparatively, resolution was really possible. One person dying was infinitely better than numerous awakened warriors slaughtering each other. So many problems would go away if the damned great clans agreed with the proposal of St. Cor. He was old and wise, after all. He had seen and survived more than any of them. He must have seen a fair share of such duels as well. If only Morgan and Beastmaster were able to swallow their pride and agree to a compromise. However, Sunny just could not see Morgan backing off after being provoked by her brother. She had been waiting for an opportunity to make Song bleed for too long. Damnation! But if she did, then following the same logic, wouldn't it mean that Beastmaster had no reason to accept the duel? Wake of Ruin let out a small, almost unnoticeable sigh of relief and turned to the emissaries of Song. Morgan of Valor has agreed to be the champion in the honorable duel. Who will your champion be, daughters of Song? Curse it all. Beastmaster remained silent for a few long moments, looking at Morgan with a soft smile. She seemed to be contemplating something. Then she answered simply, No. That short word sounded like the horn of the apocalypse to Sunny. Wake of Ruin froze. What? What do you? Beastmaster took a step forward, the same soft smile illuminating her stunningly beautiful face. I said no. There will be no duel. There will be no compromise. There will be no foresight and restraint. No more deals, no more alliances. Only bloodshed, only war. How does that sound, Morgan? Doesn't it sound nice? She might have considered a duel if her side was not overwhelmingly stronger. But with the 6 transcendent reflections Mordred had somehow nurtured, the scales of power between Valor and Song had become tilted too much in favor of Song. In the end, it was those reflections that made the compromise impossible. Sunny's eyes widened. That bastard. Wake of Ruin hesitated. Don't be unreasonable. However, he was interrupted by Morgan herself. Enough! Her face was pale, but her vermilion eyes burned with sharp, piercing fury. You want war, worms? Good. I like it. I'll show you war. Chapter 1, 1184, the final argument. Just like that, and perhaps just as expected, the last opportunity to avoid disaster slipped away from their grasp. St. Cor desperately tried to salvage the situation, but it was hopeless. The armies of both clans were fully prepared to annihilate the enemy, and perhaps be annihilated themselves on that cold November day. Their bloodlust could not be quenched with words. The fates of countless civilians were about to be decided on a battlefield where humans would be killing other humans, not the nightmare creatures. No, there would be nightmare creatures too. A sea of abominations would be killing humans on the orders of a saint. Somehow that fact made the whole situation even sadder. The gods and the demons had fought side by side against the unknown too, but in the end, they slaughtered each other. The battle did not start immediately. Sunny half expected the emissaries to lunge forward without wasting even a single second, but after exchanging murderous gazes, they simply turned around to return to their soldiers. The cold sky was full of heavy clouds, plunging the world into gray twilight. The leaders of the two armies were leaving to prepare for battle. Mordred stared at the backs of Morgan and Maddock for a few moments, then threw a quick glance at Sunny and smiled. With that, he left with Seishan, and his reflections followed. Wake of Ruin was motionless, looking at the ground. Somehow, he looked older than usual. A heavy sigh escaped from the saint's lips. Ah, the world is changing too quickly. Or is it me who can't keep up anymore? He lingered for a few moments, then looked at the ascendant of the evacuation army with a heavy gaze. Wake of Ruin hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but then simply shook his head. Withdraw. The ascendant shifted, preparing to follow his command. But Sunny didn't. Instead, he grimaced and took a step away, in the direction where the emissaries of valor were walking. Noticing his movement, St. Cor frowned. "What do you think you're doing, young man?" Sunny stopped and looked at him calmly. "What am I doing? I'm doing my best to make sure that as many people as possible are evacuated safely. That's the mission I signed up for when I joined the 1st Evacuation Army." "What are you doing?" The old saint stared at him incredulously. Then, sparks of dark anger ignited in his eyes. Standing under the wrathful gaze of a saint was nothing short of suffocating. "Don't question my determination, Major Sunless. The government has never broken its neutrality. That is the only way to sustain this world. That is how we prevent it from being destroyed, and how we save lives." Sunny truly respected Wake of Ruin. No matter how unpleasant the government transcendent was, he had nothing but admiration for the old man. However, he was fed up with empty words. Glaring at St. Cor without looking away, Sunny gritted his teeth. "Tell that to the millions of people who died in Falcon Scott. Tell that to the families of the soldiers who died under my command. Go tell the people who are going to die because we did nothing today, that their lives were sacrificed for the sake of your damn neutrality. Better yet, go to the outskirts and explain to the people there how the government is sustaining them. Or don't. To be honest, I don't care. I'm still going to fight." Wake of Ruin grimaced. "You foolish brat. Don't be blinded by short-term benefits. We can get involved today, but what will happen tomorrow? What will happen a year from today? 10 years? Stand down." The saint was seriously angry. For a moment, Sunny even felt as if his life was in danger. But then, suddenly, Jet calmly walked away from the government ascended and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. St. Cor scowled. "Reaper, what the hell are you?" Jet shook her head. "Calm down, old man. Sunny is right. We can't compromise and bide our time anymore. You said it yourself. The world is changing. Old tactics won't work. Going forward, there won't be any easy decisions." Before he could answer, she looked at Sunny and added, "And you, watch your tone. The old man is right, too. If the government decides to start openly choosing sides, there won't be a government in a few months. Can you imagine what will happen next?" Sunny blinked while St. Cor pierced her with a cold look. "You say these things, but you're standing by his side. Am I missing something?" Jet shrugged and grinned. "Well, it would be scandalous if the legendary Wake of Ruin fought under the banner of clan valor. But a couple of renegade masters? No one will bat an eye. The government must stay neutral, but that doesn't mean that I have to. I am my own person, after all. Or have you forgotten that fact?" Her voice was calm and friendly, but the last words sounded cold. It was as if the temperature of the air around them dropped by a couple degrees. St. Cor shook his head. "Don't do anything stupid, Jet." But she simply stared at him silently for a few moments, unmoved. Eventually, Wake of Ruin grimaced and turned away. He didn't say anything more either, but somehow, it felt as though their silence conveyed too much meaning. As the old saint walked away, Kai and Effie looked at Sunny with tense expressions. He could understand a lot from their eyes as well. It was as though the three of them were having a silent conversation. But in the end, Sunny just shook his head. He knew what his friends wanted to do. They were willing to join him, not for any poignant reason, but simply because he was their friend. Nephis and Cassie were too, but considering how things went, many people could die today. Someone had to stay alive to pick up the pieces, so he silently sent them away. Maybe it was a bit hypocritical of him to refuse their help after proclaiming that he would do anything in his power to save as many people as possible. But Effie and Kai were people too. He wanted to save them as well. So they left with St. Cor. Sunny and Jet, meanwhile, hurried to catch up with the retreating emissaries of Valor. When they did, he suddenly felt cold and confused. Sunny had decided to help one of the sides achieve as clean of a victory as possible. But, with how things had turned out, was it even possible for Valor to win? From the looks of it, it was Song who held an overwhelming advantage. If anything, he should be helping them. Full of uneasy thoughts, Sunny stole a glance at Morgan. She must have understood how desperate her army's situation was as well. He had expected to see a grim expression on her face. Fear, even. But, to his surprise, Morgan was walking while hiding a satisfied smile. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell is she smiling about? Chapter 1, 1185. Before the battle starts. They returned to the army of the great clan Valor. The rows of squires were standing under the dull sky, with dozens of knights placed loosely throughout the formation. Most of them wore suits of masterfully crafted plate armor, some holding shields. Surprisingly, very few had already summoned their weapons, as if waiting for something. Looking at the hundreds of awakened who were calmly preparing for battle, Sunny couldn't help but feel a strange incongruity. This was not the largest military force he had seen by far. During the Antarctica campaign, Sunny had witnessed great masses of human warriors clash with boundless hordes of abominations. Tens or thousands of soldiers and scores of hulking MWPs, supported by numerous turrets, artillery vehicles, and thunderous railguns that rained fire on the enemy. The armies of the two great clans were modest, in comparison. There were maybe 2,000 awakened gathered on the gloomy plain, with a scattering of echoes supporting them. There was the dark river of nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster as well, but overall, it all seemed strangely insignificant in scope and scale. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the small number of warriors in front of him were much more dire of a force than any he had seen before. And then there were the Saints. Whispering Blade, Skytide, Summer Night, Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang, Mordred's Reflections, Morgan's Echoes. There were Sunny and Nephis as well. This is going to be a massacre. Sunny was not a member of Clan Valor, and as such, he was not familiar with the nuances of their training. Not really knowing where to place himself, he simply walked over to where Nephis and Cassie were standing. Jet followed, summoning an unfamiliar glaive. Coincidentally, that placed them near Morgan as well. The Princess of War gave them a curious look. "Master Sunless, Master Jet, what a nice surprise to see you here. Have you decided to keep us company today?" She briefly glanced at Nephis and smiled. Sunny lingered for a bit, then shrugged. "Yes, we have our reasons." Jet was more direct. Looking at Morgan with a carefree expression, she nodded. "Indeed. Someone has to keep you bastards alive, so that you could keep everyone else alive." Morgan stared at her for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. "Well said." With that, she seemed to have lost interest in the two of them. A hurricane of white sparks suddenly rose around her, and one after another, echoes started to manifest themselves on the barren soil of East Antarctica. Sunny recognized some of them, but some he saw for the first time. All in all, there were 20 transcendent creatures under Morgan's control, including the familiar tortoise with a stone fort on its carapace. This time, it seemed, the towering creature was not going to be used as a mobile command center. Instead, awakened armed with bows and possessing sorceress aspects climbed into the fort, turning the echo into a walking siege tower. Not too long ago, Sunny had been stunned by the sight of Morgan's transcendent echoes. However, now that he had seen Mordred's reflections, they did not seem so domineering anymore. More than that, the daughters of Ki Song had to possess a few powerful echoes of their own. Without a doubt, they had an overwhelming advantage in this battle. Both in terms of low-level combatants and dreadful powerhouses, Song was far ahead of Valor. The only disadvantage they had was that Beastmaster, despite her diabolical power, was no match for Whispering Blade in a direct confrontation. Was that what Morgan was betting on? How was she planning to win? He hesitated for a few moments, then went ahead and asked, "Not to sound presumptuous, Lady Morgan, but isn't our situation a bit too hopeless?" She glanced at him, then smiled darkly. Her vermilion eyes seemed to shine in the gloomy twilight of the cloudy day. "Hopeless? Ah. On the contrary, Master Sunless, the situation can be said to be in our favor." Morgan looked in the direction where the forces of Song were making their final preparations and shook her head. "Were you that impressed by the little trick that person pulled? Don't be. Those reflections of his are not as dangerous as they might seem. You see, human saints can be considered transcendent beasts, but they are so much more than that, by virtue of being human. Those mirror creatures, however, are just that. Creatures, and as such, they are bound by the same limitations." Her expression grew cold as she continued. "In other words, while the reflections can copy the appearance, attributes, and even aspect abilities of a saint, they can't copy that which makes humans unique among beasts. Most importantly of all, they can only possess the same level of intelligence as a beast creature would. Have you noticed how they seem to repeat everything that he did? That is because, while powerful, they are nearly mindless at that stage. Unless controlled directly by their creator, these reflections can pose a serious threat, but not nearly as serious of a threat as actual saints would." Sunny looked at her with a frown. What Morgan said made sense. The reflections could copy the powers of a saint, but they could not become a saint. The mirror beast he had faced on the Reckoning Island was vastly different and much more dangerous because it was a devil. Its intelligence had not been inferior to that of a human. Still, 6 reflected saints, no matter how mindless, were incomparably more powerful than 6 transcendent beasts would have been, because they too possessed aspect powers of the humans they reflected. Noticing his doubt, Morgan smiled. "Don't be so concerned, Master Sunless. I was surprised by their appearance as well. Without the reflections, I'd say that our victory was all but assured. With them added to the board, well, I guess that each side has an equal chance to prevail. All that remains is to fight. Either we win or we lose. The outcome of the battle will be decided by nothing except the personal strength, skill, and resolve of those fighting." Ah, what a brilliant day. Chapter 1, 1186. Final preparations. Morgan studied the distant army of Song and inhaled deeply. Then, her face grew slightly somber. "There are countless nuances to war, Master Sunless, but at its core, war is simple. All there is to it is power, and application of power. The former is important, but the latter is more so. There is no point in being strong if one can't properly exert their strength after all. The daughters of Ki Song might think that they possess more power, but look at them. I have them exactly where I wanted them, even if the path to this moment was not what I expected it to be. Ah, but that is another thing. One has to be flexible when waging war. Rigid things are always the first to break." With a chill, Sunny realized that Morgan had been acting throughout the entire attempt at negotiations. She had never wanted the duel to happen. She had never wanted to avoid the battle. Instead, all she had wanted was to lure the enemy into committing to it. In the end, it was Beastmaster who insisted on proceeding with the battle, thinking that she had forced Morgan into a corner. He shook his head in amazement. Why is everyone in that family so devious? Well, it was not like he had anything to complain about. Morgan had said a lot of things, but conveniently failed to actually answer his question and explain what exactly gave her the confidence to face the superior force of Clan Song on the battlefield. Still, her confidence was a good sign for him. Sunny let out a sigh. Now, all he had to decide was how far he was willing to go to ensure that valor achieved a sweeping victory. What was he willing to show, and what was he willing to hide? The unpleasant answer was rather simple. Sunny had no right to hide anything. He had to give it his all unless he wanted to make every decision he had made thus far meaningless. Even if abandoning his pretenses might end up putting him in danger, it was time to go all out. Morgan, meanwhile, turned to her soldiers and smiled. Her voice echoed across the plain, sounding as sharp as a sword leaving its scabbard. Warriors of valor, today we sanctify this field with blood. Have no fear, have no mercy, have no doubt. The 1,000 awakened roared, and as they did, Morgan coldly looked at the knights among them and gave a small nod. In the next moment, something strange happened. Sharp steel flashed, and a dozen dead bodies fell to the ground, awash in blood. It happened so fast that no one even had a chance to react. Morgan shook her head slightly and said with contempt, "Did she really think that I wouldn't find her thralls?" Then, she looked at the frozen soldiers with murderous determination, unsheathed her strange sword and yelled, "The traitors are dead. Be strong. Be sharp. Be my sword." And as she did, the dim twilight was suddenly illuminated by a myriad of scarlet sparks. A hurricane of them, much larger than the one produced by manifesting echoes, surrounded Morgan like a river of blood. From that river, hundreds of swords slowly appeared, hovering above ground. All of them were memories, and of considerable power at that. No sword was the same as the rest, each possessing a unique form, shape, and presence. And there was something strange about these swords, too, just like there was about the one she was holding in her hand. Sunny stared at the cloud of swords, stunned, until he noticed a common detail that all of them shared. Each had a symbol of an anvil, pierced through by a sword either etched on its blade or engraved on its pommel. All of those are forged memories. Sunny watched as countless swords suddenly flew in different directions, each landing in the hand of an awakened warrior. And as he did, he felt that he knew what these swords were and who had created them. Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. These swords had to be a conduit of his domain, or at least a manifestation of his aspect ability. Nephis received a silvery longsword, and Cassie received a slender rapier. Sunny and Jet, though, did not receive anything, which was, honestly, a relief. While the two of them were observing the grandiose bestowal of swords with guarded expressions, Morgan turned to them and smiled. "Master Sunless, Master Jet, if there are any preparations you want to make, I suggest that you make them now. We are about to begin." Jet silently leaned on her glaive, showing that she was already as prepared as she wanted to be. Sunny, on the other hand, did have a few things to do. With a sigh, he called upon several memories. The Sin of Solace, the Dying Wish, the Shadow Lantern, and Morgan's warbow. When scarlet sparks swarmed around his hand, Morgan tilted her head slightly, as if surprised. When the black bow manifested itself, however, one of her eyebrows shot up. The princess gave him a strange look. "That is a curious bow you have there, Master Sunless." Sunny glanced at it and smiled. "Ah, yes, I might have forgotten to mention. But you sort of stole my heart once, Lady Morgan. It was a truly memorable day. Well, at least for me." The expression on her face was hard to describe, but it became even more incredulous when Sunny threw the bow into the air. "Wait, you are—" A moment later, a hand in a black armored gauntlet suddenly rose from his shadow and grabbed it. Two crimson flames ignited in the darkness, and then a towering figure in a fearsome suit of onyx armor stepped from the shadow, her silhouette both graceful and frightening. Saint remained motionless, observing the distant army of the great clan song with utter indifference. Then a demonic black steed rose from the shadows, wreathed in darkness. Nightmare lowered his head, light reflecting on his adamantine horns. Lastly, a small fiendish creature made entirely of black steel appeared, staring at the horde of enthralled nightmare creatures with unmistakable hunger. Shadows moved, flowing onto Sunny's body. As they did, the light of day suddenly seemed darker and less substantial around them. He placed the sin of solace on his shoulder and looked at Morgan. "Now, I'm ready." Erdiul's note. Damn badass. Chapter 1, 1187. Battle of the Black Skull. 1. There were a lot of startled glances directed at Sunny. Of course, it couldn't be helped. Even though he was a master, thus receiving a certain amount of respect and veneration from all awakened, the warriors of a great clan still tended to treat government soldiers with a bit of disdain. Watching a mere government envoy, no matter how distinguished, pull out two transcendent devils and a terror out of nowhere must have been a bit of a shock for them. Especially because of how unlike the retainers of valor Sunny looked. He was neither tall nor physically imposing, and in fact appeared more slender than athletic. In addition, while pretty much everyone around him was clad in a suit of heavy plate armor, he wore only a light tunic and a pair of dainty silk shoes. It was almost as if Sunny was not taking the situation seriously, or was powerful enough to be able to disregard the protection of durable armor despite the dire danger of the situation. There was one intangible quality, though, that convinced the warriors of valor that it was the latter rather than the former presence. Space around her. Presence was often hard to describe, but it was not a secret that saints possessed a certain presence about them, and the most powerful of masters did too. Like Jet, who emanated an illusory aura of cold, or Nefis, who sometimes seemed to illuminate the space around her. Presence was often hard to describe, but it was unmistakable. And the feeling Sunny gave off when he got serious was of the dark, cold, and deeply frightening variety. Like staring into the eyes of your killer, or maybe even of death itself. So the warriors of valor were more than a little surprised. Obviously, Morgan was surprised the most. He stared at Sunny for a few long moments with a somewhat comical expression, then slowly shook her head and turned away. "You are a man who is full of surprises, Master Sunless. This is a good thing. We might need to pull off a miracle or two today in order to survive." No matter how amused and curious she was, now was not the time to engage in these kinds of emotions. The battle was about to start. In fact, it was already starting. The government forces had withdrawn, but remained at a distance to observe the clash. The two armies were moving now. On the side of Song, a tide of nightmare creatures surged forward, and shielded by it, the awakened followed. Sunny could not see the reflections and the saints, but he knew that they were out there, somewhere, ready to strike. On the side of valor, the mounted warriors shook the ground as they moved forward, gaining speed for a devastating charge. The phalanx of awakened marched forward behind them, in perfect synchronicity, their formation like a wall of steel. Whispering blades suddenly seemed to disappear. Saint Tyrus rose into the air, assuming the form of the steel-winged thunderbird. The wind roared as she flew forward, and lightning danced around her body. Summer Night was at the tip of the wedge formation of the charging cavalry, his lance shining with resplendent light. Saint was galloping atop Nightmare side by side with him, drawing her bow with calm grace. Gods! Sunny was pulled forward as well, following Nephis and Morgan. Jet and Cassie were near them, both with grim expressions on their faces. Only Imp seemed unaffected by the dreadful scale and meaning of the scene in front of them, scurrying forward with a wicked grin. "We are really doing it, aren't we?" As soon as he thought it, the world shook. Not too far ahead, a cloud of arrows rose from the ranks of Songs Awakened, followed by a swarm of winged abominations. All of them shot toward Skytide, aiming to intercept her. At the same time, the charging cavalry clashed with the sea of nightmare creatures. Just as it did, a swift black silhouette suddenly emerged from the mass of them and descended on Sir Gilead. In a flash of claws of crimson eyes, Sunny made out the figure of a giant, monstrous panther that had swiped at the Saint's Echo Mount with her claws. Silent Stalker had finally shown her transformation ability. Then, there was only chaos. A battle between Awakened could not be controlled, simply because of the nature of the people participating in it. Each of the soldiers possessed unique abilities and skills derived from them. No general, no matter how talented, could truly calculate and effectively guide such a great number of unpredictable variables. It was as though 2,000 devils were unleashed onto the desolate plain, burning with the murderous desire to destroy each other. All that the leaders of the two armies could do was set certain tactics in motion and hope for the best, and fight. In the War of Awakened, the personal valor of the combatants was much more important than in a battle of mundane soldiers, or even in one against nightmare creatures. Which meant that a single individual's contribution could also exert great influence on the outcome. This was what Sunny hoped for, at least. However, watching Valor Cavalry collide with Beastmaster's thralls, he was suddenly not sure if anything he could do would make a difference. Of course it can. There aren't that many masters here, and among them only Nephi's and Mordred can be compared to me. With my shadows, I am almost as valuable as a saint. So, I need to throw these doubts away and fight. As the havoc of the bloody melee drew nearer, threatening to swallow the battle formation of Valor, Sunny suddenly heard the exhilarated voice of the Sin of Solace laughing in his ear. Fight, fight, fight. All you ever do is fight, but what have you achieved? Nothing. You failed your soldiers. You failed the people you wanted to protect. And on top of that, you even ended up in the exact place that you had wanted to escape. Pitiful fool. Do you really think that today will be any different? Sunny could even see a shadowy figure following him, its features more distinct and pronounced than ever. He smiled crookedly. Ah, it's you. You're just in time. Come on, bastard. Watch me. Then, there was no more time for idle thoughts. The cavalry had cut through the river of thralls and drowned in the ranks of Songs Awakened. The tide of abominations, meanwhile, was already mere meters away. Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the jade sword and called upon the shadows. Chapter 1, 1188. Battle of the Black Skull. 2. The battle formation of Clan Valor was steadily advancing while keeping its shape, but Sunny was a poor fit for their polished tactics. Someone needed to break the momentum of the horde of the Beastmaster's thralls anyway. There was a sea of them, ranging from pitiful dormant vermin to frightening corrupted behemoths. The charge of the cavalry had destroyed some, but countless more remained. Looking at the surging mass of abominations, Sunny couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Beastmaster, her power was truly great and terrible. But then, he could be terrible himself. As Sunny unleashed the shadows contained within his divine lantern, a tide of darkness suddenly spread from his feet, reaching into the attacking horde. A moment later it came alive. Kill! Sunny had come a long way in his mastery of shadow manifestation. From swiping a piece of trash from his kitchen table to binding a titan and beyond, he had never stopped improving. And now it was time to make use of all those lessons for one single purpose: maximum devastation. The darkness came alive, and countless inky black hands suddenly rose from it. They grabbed the lunging abominations, tearing their flesh with long obsidian claws. A wide swath of the horde was instantly turned into a harrowing hellscape of moving shadows, spilling blood and mutilated bodies. There was a cacophony of piercing shrieks and howls, too, all of them full of chilling agony. Sunny paid no attention to the reactions of the warriors of valor. His mind was in a state of battle clarity and augmented by the shroud of dusk on top of that. But still, it took every bit of his mental ability to control that many manifested shadows. He felt as though his brain was going to explode, but as a result, the destruction he had perpetrated was on such a large scale that it almost seemed like the work of some profane deity. He only maintained it for a few short seconds, not wishing to burn too much essence. But that was more than enough. The center of the horde was utterly broken, its momentum spent. Somewhere to his left, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the world, and another chunk of the thralls was swallowed by furious white flames. As soon as the darkness dissipated and the white flames dissolved, the vanguard of the Valor force, Sunny, Nephis, Morgan, and Jet, were already upon the enthralled monsters. Nephis was clad in an intricate black armor, with soft white radiance spilling from its seams. Her longsword, however, shone the brightest, cutting through the nightmare creatures like a ray of incinerating starlight. She moved with the stunning speed and ruthless elegance of a heaven-born killer. Jet was almost as deadly, although her battle style seemed much less refined. It was all about efficiency, practicality, and butchery. Even though her strikes left no marks on the bodies of her victims, the kills somehow looked more savage. Morgan, meanwhile, was like a hurricane of steel. Everything around her was cut and sliced to pieces, as if she was surrounded by a shifting field of some invisible severing force. However, there was no force. There was only Morgan herself, her body, and her sword. She was like a streak of black and vermilion, leaving misty crimson clouds in her wake. And then there was Sunny himself. This early into the battle, he was conserving his essence, so there was nothing flashy about how he fought. It was best described by the word elusive. He danced between the abominations like a shadow, easily evading the deluge of attacks and sometimes delivering swift strikes of his own. Although these strikes did not seem too powerful and only left behind small wounds, they somehow never failed to bring the creatures down. Just a few moments after the four of them dove into the horde of thralls, the battle formation of Clan Valor finally connected with the enemy. Swords rose and fell, arrows flew. Hundreds of aspect abilities activated in unthinkable harmony. Blood spilled on the ground. Sunny was startled. What the hell is this? There was a limit to training and being familiar with the powers of your comrades. Sunny knew it better than most, since he had been a part of an awakened cohort before, and even led one for a period of time. He had been in command of large military forces, too. So Sunny understood very well just how important synergy and synchronicity really were. Only when the cooperation between the members of a cohort reached the level where they could move as a single whole without the need for words would the cohort have a chance to survive. However, cohorts were usually small for a good reason. With how different and unpredictable aspect powers were, it was nearly impossible to bring them together in harmony. And the more awakened there were, the more difficult that task was. The difficulty grew exponentially. What the Army of Valor showed, however, was a level of unity that went beyond reason. It was not exactly perfect, but close enough to perfection to be startling. Their battle formation seemed less like hundreds of warriors fighting side by side, and more like a single being with 1,000 arms and 1,000 heads. Like a perfectly crafted war machine. It was honestly a bit frightening. Damn. Carving a bloody path through the thralls, Sunny couldn't help but pay attention to the battle formation of Clan Valor. It steadily advanced, withstanding the pressure of the horde of nightmare creatures like a moving fortress of steel. Countless abominations were dying beneath the sharp swords of the awakened warriors, and when an especially powerful creature attacked, one of the knights would step forward to face it. Arrows rained without stop. The giant tortoise was marching behind the formation, serving as a mobile fort, but even its presence could not explain how the archers were so effective in slaying the enemies without ever putting their allies in danger. "It's the swords," Sunny did not have any reason to come to that conclusion, but he felt that he was right. This incredible, almost unnatural level of unity between the hundreds of awakened warriors of the great clan Valor had to have something to do with the swords forged and bestowed on them by their sovereign. No wonder Clan Valor is famed for its battle prowess. Just how deadly would perfect cooperation be in a war? Sunny quickly adjusted his understanding of the battle, accounting for the new variable. The boon of the forged swords was, without a doubt, a powerful advantage. Much more powerful than one would think. But would that boon alone be enough to turn the tide of the battle? Somehow it didn't seem like it. No matter how Sunny looked at it, the position of Valor was still incredibly weak. What is Morgan thinking? Chapter 1, 1189. Battle of the Black Skull. 3. It seemed as if the world was ending. Even more than during the battle against the Titanic Horde or in Falcon Scott, it seemed like the world was breaking apart. There had been clashes of similar scale in Antarctica, but at least there was some logic and structure to them. The thunderous roars of the railguns, the orderly formations of mundane soldiers, the power of the awakened, the demented fury of the nightmare creatures. No matter how frenzied a battle was, there was a distinction between the clashing sides at least. Today, it was just chaos. Thousands of aspects tearing the ground and the sky apart. Awakened, masters, echoes, and enthralled nightmare creatures intertwined in murderous violence. Even the saints were fighting each other, making the world shake with each strike. Somewhere not too far away, Silent Stalker was entangled with Sir Gilead. The monstrous Black Panther had long ago ripped Summer Night's mount apart with her claws, and was now trying to extinguish the valiant saint himself. It was not that easy to do, because he had transformed as well. Where a handsome knight in resplendent armor had been, there was now an ethereal figure that seemed to be made of pure sunlight. The figure was human-like and of the same height as Sir Gilead, but every time Silent Stalker struck at it, her claws simply passed through the light, not leaving any wounds on Summer Night's shining body. When he lashed out with his sword, however, deep wounds were left on the panther's sable hide. Silent Stalker did not seem to pay them any attention. As they continued to fight, the radiance of the luminous figure was slowly growing bleaker. On another spot of the battlefield, the ground trembled as a giant thunderbird fell from the skies. Skytide had withstood the rain of arrows and slaughtered the swarm of winged thralls. But then, it was a wall of invisible force crashed into her. St. Tyrus rolled on the ground, unable to sustain her transformation anymore, and knelt while grabbing her head. Her beautiful face was pale, and there was a dazed look in her eyes. She glanced at the distant formation of Clan Song, where Beastmaster was hidden, concentrating her incredible power to deliver a terrible mental attack. Then, still kneeling, Skytide outstretched her hand and summoned her sword. As she slowly rose to her feet, swaying, a rush of nightmare creatures and enemy ascended was already closing in on her. Somewhere else, 4 reflections were entangled in a strange fight with the wind. The lightning-wreathed thunderbird, a creature that looked like a towering hybrid between a wolf and a human, and a devilishly beautiful woman, were launching one attack after another against an invisible opponent. There was a 4th mirror of Clan Song, and so Beastmaster had to concentrate her fearsome mental attacks on only one person. Now that St. Tyrus had been brought down. However, the Enchantress would be free to wreak havoc among the rest of Clan Valor's forces soon. Once that happened, the situation would very likely cascade into a disaster with terrible speed. Apart from Saint, who was immune to mental attacks and mind manipulation, every other combatant on the battlefield would be at risk. Perhaps even Beastmaster was not powerful enough to break the will of a transcendent instantly, but she did not need to, either. Considering how dire the clashes between the transcendents were already, a moment of distraction would be enough to give the enemy a crucial opportunity to deal a fatal strike. She could turn her diabolical powers against the massive awakened as well, ensuring that the spine of Valor's army was broken. Which meant that Beastmaster had to be stopped. But who could stop her? Every powerful combatant on the side of valor was tied down. Only the masters were relatively free, or at least could extricate themselves from the melee with relative ease. However, among them, Sunny alone possessed the ability to bypass the mass of song warriors and attack the alluring saint. Problem was, he was not sure that he would be able to withstand her power. More than that, he simply did not know where she was. Beastmaster was not very strong in a physical clash, so she did not show herself freely. Cutting down an enemy, Ascended, Sunny jumped back and sucked in a hoarse breath. Damnation! Something had to change. Chapter 1, 1190, Battle of the Black Skull. 4. It was growing near, the moment Sunny feared. He did not really care if Valor won or lost. All he cared about was making sure that there were enough awakened left alive in the aftermath of the battle to continue defending the siege capitals across Antarctica until the winter solstice. But for that, he needed Clan Song to be defeated in a swift and decisive fashion, which didn't seem to be possible anymore. In fact, from what he saw, the most probable result of the battle was the one he had wanted to avoid at all costs: mutual destruction. The forces of Song were going to win, but the closer they came to victory, the more furiously the warriors of valor would fight. In the end, it was going to be a massacre, unless Morgan had something planned. But what could it be? Damn it, damn it! Sunny could think of only one way to quickly break the tide of the battle: eliminate Beastmaster. But the alluring saint was hidden from his sight, and so he couldn't even attempt to attack her. In the absence of the real target, there was a secondary goal he wanted to achieve. It was not something that his calculating mind had deemed the most beneficial in the current situation, but simply something he desired. Sunny did not want to see Saint Tyrus die. So, he was intending to help her. Maybe that would force Beastmaster to keep suppressing Skytide without switching to other targets as well. Currently, Sunny was in the very thick of the furious melee between the two armies. There were swords flashing and blood spilling on all sides, the terrible cacophony of the battle assaulting his ears at the same time as the vile ugliness of it all assaulted his eyes. Numerous aspects were turning the somber Antarctic plain into a feverish nightmare, and the overcast sky was on the verge of unleashing a heavy rain. In front of him, an Ascended of Clan Song easily cut down a valiant Awakened of Clan Valor. He had noticed her a long time ago as she moved across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood and death in her wake. The woman's aspect seemed to do with manipulating blood. A stream of it spiraled around her like a scarlet ribbon, sometimes shooting forward to pierce the heavy armor of her enemies as if it was paper. Their eyes met for a moment, and then the Ascended lunged into an attack. Sunny was faster. He easily dodged the scarlet ribbon, dashed forward, and deflected her sword. A split, Sunny cursed, then sent essence into his legs to give them some explosive strength, broke through the bindings, and bent backwards to dodge the javelin. As a result, he avoided the attack, but ended up rolling over his shoulder. When he hit the ground, though, it felt wrong. What the hell? Sunny felt something cold and slithering move across his palm. Looking down, he saw a thin gray worm crawling across it, with pieces of soil sticking to its translucent body. The sight of it was naturally disgusting, but more than that, it suddenly filled Sunny with fear. He gazed at the spot that he had touched to exit the roll and shivered. The soil was moving. Countless worms crawling out of it like flesh maggots. It was not just that small patch of ground either. All around them, the battlefield seemed to be rippling. The ground was seething like a liquid, full of these thin gray worms. Suddenly, Sunny felt very cold. His mind froze for a brief moment. It could have been a manifestation of a powerful aspect ability, but the scale of it was too great to come from anyone except for a saint. There were no saints with these kinds of powers on the battlefield, though. His eyes widened. The Titan, Chapter 1, 1191, Battle of the Black Skull. 5. The nightmare gate leading to the area of the Black Skull Citadel was located within the hunting grounds of a corrupted Titan. Sunny knew that. The Titan itself was a mysterious creature. The evacuation army did not possess a lot of information about it, simply because it was too dangerous of a task to observe the abomination. After losing several teams while trying to investigate the creature, even the elite scouts of the Special Reconnaissance Unit did not dare stalk it. All they knew about the corrupted Titan was that its movement patterns were erratic, that approaching it was suicidal, and that its powers had something to do with reanimating the dead. As long as the creature showed no sign of setting its sights on one of the siege capitals, the army simply monitored its general area of activity and kept away. Army Command had also taken steps to ensure that the corpses of the nightmare creatures slain around the siege capitals were promptly disposed of, to ensure that the Titan wouldn't be able to make use of them. However, the forces of the warring clans had brazenly invaded its territory. And now, they were about to pay the price. Sunny was sure of it. Damnation! Staring at the worm crawling across his palm, he felt time slow down. Instantly, Sunny was overwhelmed by an animalistic, panicked desire to sever his hand before it was too late. He did not know what would happen if he didn't, and was terrified to find out. He was scared. There had been a time when Sunny felt fear often. At some point, however, he had developed a pretty high tolerance to terror, maybe because he had been exposed to it too much. These days, he sometimes felt disturbed, apprehensive, and wary, but very rarely truly afraid. He couldn't help but be afraid now, though. Looking at the gray worm, it was as though Sunny had been transported to a snowy field in the Antarctic center. The feeling of absolute, overwhelming powerlessness he had experienced there. It chilled him to the bone. Curse it! With a snarl, Sunny dissolved into the shadows, allowing the worm to fall to the ground. A split second later, he reappeared a few meters away, holding his sword in a defensive stance. All around, the battlefield was changing. The worms were crawling from the ground and burrowing into the corpses of the fallen, awakened, and slain nightmare creatures. Moments later, the corpses started to convulse. Some were even rising, moving like broken marionettes. What is this? Horrified, Sunny watched as the victims of the bloody battle were being brought back to life, or rather, to a perverted semblance of life. All kinds of wild thoughts flashed through his mind, from the instinctual desire to flee to the wild idea that it was Ki Song, the Queen of Worms, had personally descending into the waking world. But no, it couldn't be her. It was simply a corrupted terror. It had to be. A creature like that was powerful, but not indestructible. Sky Tide alone had battled the winter beast for weeks, months even. If there had been 6 more saints supporting her, the abominable creature would have undoubtedly been slain. There were currently 7 saints present on the battlefield, 6 belonging to the great clans, and Wake of Ruin. There were Sunny, Nephes, Morgan, Mordred, and Seishan as well. There was no reason for him to. Suddenly, the ground trembled and split. Hundreds of meters away, a gargantuan head rose from below it, the head of a revolting, giant worm. It crawled from the soil as if escaping hell, its long body not really a single hole, but instead a shape created by numerous slithering gray worms sticking together. A visage so ghastly that Sunny suddenly wanted to vomit. However, he didn't, because there were things only Sunny could see. Even though the giant body of the Titan was not an actual creature, but instead an amalgamation of countless smaller worms, he could see its soul cores, a scattering of radiant embers that continued to reveal themselves as the abominations crawled from underground. 3 were already in view, and 4 more would undoubtedly follow. Sunny felt something move in his chest and allowed himself to be paralyzed by shock, but only for a second. Embers. Embers. 7 embers. His eyes widened. Sunny was frozen for a moment and then whispered, "All there is to war is power, and application of power. One has to be flexible when waging war. I have them exactly where I wanted them. That was what Morgan had said. He shivered. Of course. A corrupted Titan would have had 7 soul cores. 7 corrupted soul cores. Its soul would have been permeated with abhorrent darkness stemming from 7 vile nodes. A transcendent Titan, if such a thing existed, would have had 7 radiant spheres of light serving as the nexuses of its vast soul. The creature in front of him, however, had neither nodes of darkness nor radiant cores. Instead, it had 7 bright embers burning within its body, like a transcendent echo would. And Morgan had summoned 20 of those already. For some reason, the spell was obsessed with the number 7. And influenced by the spell, humans had begun to structure various things in 7s as well. So wouldn't the Princess of Valor actually possess 21 transcendent echoes? That would be only logical. Finally, several things clicked together in Sunny's mind. The reason for Morgan's unexplainable confidence, her pretense of willingness to participate in a duel that had pushed Beastmaster into committing to a battle, the fact that the corrupted Titan's hunting grounds had shifted to encompass the Black Skull Nightmare Gate right after reinforcements had been sent through it by Whispering Blade. Sunny blinked. What a devious strategy. There wasn't, and had never been, a corrupted Titan. There was only an echo of one, a transcendent echo belonging to Morgan. She had unleashed it in East Antarctica and allowed it to roam free all that time. The echo had even destroyed several human outposts and killed every scout of the evacuation army sent to investigate it until no more scouts were sent, all to make this moment possible. The Titan Echo had been supposed to protect the Nightmare Gate and seal access to Black Skull until it was captured by Clan Valor. But Mordred bypassed the worm entirely and made those plans useless. So Morgan was forced to shift her strategy. Instead of betting on the Black Skull Citadel to carry her to the Tomb of Ariel ahead of the competition, she used it as a lure to decimate Clan Song's forces on the battlefield. She had applied her power in a way most flexible. Indeed. Looking at the giant gray worm rising from the ground, Sunny suppressed a stifled laugh. What the hell? Am I supposed to be happy to see this revolting thing? Chapter 1, 1192, Battle of the Black Skull, 6. Before the battle, Morgan had said that she would have been certain of Valor's victory if not for Mordred's reflections. Now that her final echo had revealed itself, Sunny finally understood what she meant. The arrival of the Worm Titan instantly changed the situation on the battlefield, but even such a creature was not enough to spell certain defeat for the forces of Clan Song. A mere corrupted Titan would not have been able to doom the monstrous beings gathered on the desolate Antarctic plain today, and an echo of one was tremendously powerful, but not nearly as dreadful as the real thing would have been. So even though the situation had changed, the outcome of the battle still hung in fragile balance. The dead were rising to assist the outnumbered warriors of Valor. The main body of the echo itself had to be dealt with as well. Instead of quelling the furious bloodshed, the arrival of the abominable worm only seemed to drive the chaos to a new, inconceivable level. One thing it did manage to achieve instantly, though, was force Beastmaster to finally reveal herself. Sunny felt her presence before he saw her. It was as though an invisible hammer fell from the sky, pressing every soldier of Clan Valot into the ground. The awakened, who had been fighting with indomitable resolve up until now, suddenly staggered and swayed. Their movements grew sluggish and strained. Ah! Sunny gritted his teeth as he shook off the effects of the mental assault. Even his incredible resistance against mind attacks had been insufficient to fully deflect Beastmaster's diabolical power. The poor warriors of Clan Valor stood no chance against it. Their only saving grace was that the enchantress was forced to spread herself thin to influence 1,000 powerful awakened at the same time. Their concentration was broken, and their strength was severely diminished. But at least they survived. If the task in front of the daughter of Ki Song had been less enormous, she would have probably managed to either subjugate them or outright shatter their minds. The most frightening thing about it, though, was that the ordinary warriors were not even her main target. Sunny saw it from this corner of his eye, but once he did, he couldn't look away. Bestmaster appeared on the battlefield, standing calmly in front of the ravaged span of it where Whispering Blade had been fighting against the reflections. Sunny did not know if she had used her transformation ability, but for some reason, the alluring saint looked even more beautiful than she usually did, so much more. Before, Beastmaster's beauty was mesmerizing, but now, it was simply ruinous. She was so breathtaking that looking at her was actually painful. It was as though Sunny's soul was bleeding. Damn it! As the beautiful demoness took a step forward, the four reflections that had been fighting Whispering Blade dashed away to confront the titanic worm. Bestmaster did not wield any weapons, and her enemy could not be seen. The ground around her suddenly exploded, and she was obscured by a cloud of dust. Something moved within that cloud, and a devastating shockwave spread outward, sending awakened warriors and enthralled nightmare creatures flying. A moment later, there was another explosion. Sunny had entertained ideas of eliminating the demonic enchantress, but looking at her bizarre clash with Matic, one using ethereal mental attacks, the other invisible swords, he was suddenly not sure that he was qualified. How was he supposed to intrude upon a battle that he could not even perceive? Later. For now, he still had an unfinished task. The dead had risen to support the warriors of valor, but Beastmaster's calamitous assault had restored the lethal equilibrium between the two fighting forces. The titanic echo was clashing with the four reflections. And St. Tyrus was still in danger. He dashed forward, using the Sin of Solace to cut down one of the masters who had attacked him before, the one capable of creating javelins of compressed air. The spell whispered into his ear, and at the same time, the cursed sword laughed at him from the other side. Ignoring both, Sunny fought his way through the ring of enemies surrounding Skytide and arrived at her side. St. Tyrus was on one knee in the middle of a pile of corpses, her armor battered and broken. Her sword was covered in a net of cracks, and her golden hair was sticking to her face, painted red by blood. Nevertheless, her amber eyes were as calm and severe as always, full of grave resolve and unbreakable will, but they were full of pain and exhaustion, too. She couldn't have been all right after bearing the brunt of Beastmaster's power for so long. Sunny cursed and threw himself forward, colliding with a corrupted thrall that was bringing down its stinger on Skytide's cracked sword. The two of them fell to the ground, and the Sin of Solace hissed, slicing through the abomination's tail. There was no retaliation from the nightmare creature, because St. Tyrus had pierced its neck a split second later. While Sunny was recovering, she pulled her sword out of the thrall's corpse and braced it to block an aspect ability attack made by one of Song's Ascended. Skytide's sword let out a low ring and shattered, instantly turning into a rain of radiant sparks. She was tossed back and grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You bastards!" Sunny was already back on his feet, full of dark fury. He quickly assessed the situation and reluctantly suppressed his desire to slaughter everyone in sight. Cutting down the minions of Clan Song would have been enjoyable, but there were too many of them around, and they were too powerful. He could face them, and he could defend St. Tyrus. But he wasn't sure that he could do both at the same time. For now, his priority was to ensure her safety. Gritting his teeth, Sunny called upon the shadows. Instantly, a wave of darkness rose from his feet, pushing the enemies away and solidifying into a tall wall. That wall was not going to hold them back for long, but it would at least buy him some time. He dashed toward Skytide and grabbed her by the shoulder, helping the saint balance herself. Her face was pale and marred by blood. "Lady Tyrus, are you all right?" He knew that it was a stupid question to ask, considering the situation, but he still couldn't help but ask it. She looked at him with a pained expression, and then a pale smile appeared on her lips. "I'll live. You should—" Skytide did not finish the sentence. Sunny saw something reflecting in her eyes, and then she suddenly pushed him away. As Sunny flew back, he felt the wall of shadows he had created explode. A split second later, monstrous claws tore through the spot he had been standing on. The ground shook from the terrible impact, and a vast cloud of dust rose into the air. Those claws belonged to a towering creature that filled Sunny with a sense of dread. The creature looked like an abominable hybrid between a human and a wolf. Even hunched, it was at least 4 meters tall, with terrifying fangs and bestial eyes that were full of wicked fury. The beast radiated a feeling of wildness, savage power, and primal ferocity. Dire Fang had arrived to finish off the fallen saint of the White Feather Clan. Chapter 1, 1193 Battle of the Black Skull. 7. Not good. Sunny landed in a roll and instantly dashed to the side. Almost at the same moment, claws tore through the air, almost brushing against his skin. They were so close that he felt the wind stirring as it threw his hair into disarray. Fast! Sunny landed on his feet and slid backward. Sensing the movement of shadows, he raised the Sin of Solace to block the attack. Not because he actually perceived it, but because he knew that it had to come. Then, he screamed. A deafening, inhuman, monstrous roar suddenly split the skies apart, and Sunny's head was instantly pierced by pain so intense that he couldn't help but groan. What the hell is that? A sonic attack? As his vision blurred, the strike that he had predicted came. The Sin of Solace was in the way, but it was not in a position to form a solid block. Sunny's whole body shook as he was thrown back once again, his bones and tendons creaking under immense pressure. Luckily, they did not burst apart, but it really, really hurt. Falling to the ground, Sunny dove into the shadows and flew out of them a couple dozen meters away. He barely had time to grab St. Tyrus and carry her forward with his momentum before Dire Fang's claws tore into her battered armor. The two of them came to a stop some distance away and froze for a moment, supporting each other. Sunny's breathing was hoarse, and Skytide's face was ashen. In front of them, the towering monster, Saint Dire Fang, who had finally unleashed his transcendent power, slowly turned his wolf-like snout and looked at them with a bestial, blood-red, terrifying eye. Sunny's intuition was screaming. Looking at the monstrous creature, half human, half beast, he felt it, deep in the dark expanse of his lightless soul. Death. Fighting Dire Fang meant death. A saint was a saint, after all. In terms of raw power, a transcendent human was similar to a corrupted nightmare creature. Although humans possessed only one soul core, their intelligence and aspect powers made them equal to devils, at least. Someone like Beastmaster seemed closer to a terror, even. Sunny had fought and killed many corrupted abominations. But despite the similarity, saints were nothing like the creatures he had killed. That had nothing to do with raw power, and everything to do with who they were. Saints had to conquer 5 hells to transcend. The first nightmare, the second nightmare, the third nightmare, the dream realm, and the waking world. Countless humans had tried, but only the absolute best of the absolute best could survive all 5 of these impossible trials. The strongest, the bravest, the smartest, the most determined, the most skilled, the most adaptable, the most lucky. By far. Only a person possessing all these qualities could become a saint. Even with the interference of the great clans, nothing less would do. So, facing a saint was not comparable to facing a random corrupted abomination. Facing a saint was like facing one of the strongest corrupted abominations in existence, a fiend among fiends. Dire Fang was not alone either. There were several ascended of clan song and powerful thralls surrounding them too. Curse it all! Sunny suppressed the desire to take a step back, knowing that they would not be able to run. His eyes grew dim and bleak. He hesitated for a heartbeat, and then glanced at Skytide. If he went all out, using Shadow Shell and every other trick at his disposal, it would probably still not be enough. His last desperate gamble was the Mirror of Truth, but Sunny was not sure that it would be of any help, not before both of them were torn apart by Dire Fang, at least. He trembled. Lady Tyrus, I don't know what to do. She looked at him, her bloodied face remaining calm and composed. Her voice was steady, too. Of course you do. You have to flee. Sunny gritted his teeth. Yes, retreat was always an option. He was a great master of staying alive, after all. He could dissolve into shadows and emerge from them hundreds of meters, or even a few kilometers away from the dreadful saint. He could become one of the shadows as well, and thus immune to all physical damage. That was how he had survived on that snowy field in the Antarctic Center, after all. The problem was that he couldn't take anyone with him. And so Skytide's meaning was clear. She was telling him to leave her and save himself. But Sunny, he didn't want to. And so he was not going to. There was no time for conversations, really, so he simply raised his sword and snarled, "Like hell I will." In the next moment, the monstrous figure of Dire Fang turned into a gray blur. He was moving too fast for Sunny to trace where the attack would come from. Even Shadow Sense could not keep up with the bestial saint, and so all Sunny could do was guess. Crap. He summoned the shadows again, trying to build another wall around them. However, it was smashed apart before receiving the chance to solidify. He tried to block the attack of the Transcendent with the Sin of Solace again. However, it was pushed aside with disheartening ease. He put himself between Dire Fang and Saint Tyrus. Ah! Sunny felt his throat being ripped open by a sharp claw. He reeled back and grabbed his mutilated neck, feeling blood flow through his fingers like a river. Damn it, that hurts. He used the dying wish to heal the lethal wound, exhausting the accumulated charge of the transcendent charm. It was still not enough to change the situation. The monstrous beast was already lunging to deliver another attack. And this time, before Sunny could react, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the world, and the gray blur lunging at them was suddenly swallowed by an explosion of white flames. At the same time, a figure wielding a slender rapier appeared in front of the Ascended of Clan Song. She moved between them like an apparition, deflecting a rain of attacks with measured elegance and strange, seemingly irrational ease. Cassie pulled the attention of the enemy masters and thralls, while Nephis positioned herself between Dire Fang and Sunny. The towering beast emerged from the flames. Wisps of white fire were dancing on his fur, but he did not appear burned. The saint bared his fangs in a murderous grin. Looking up at the towering monstrosity, Nephis calmly brought her radiant longsword into a high guard. "Sunny, are you all right?" He sighed. Damn, it is indeed a stupid question to ask. Chapter 1, 1194, Battle of the Black Skull. 8. 1194, Battle of the Black Skull. 8. Sunny let out a terse breath. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just got my throat ripped out. No big deal." He lowered his bloodied hand, revealing the wound that had already disappeared thanks to the Death Wish enchantment. There was a lot of blood on his neck and the black silk of the Shroud of Dusk, but under it, his skin and flesh were perfectly fine. A corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. "I see." Then she looked at Dire Fang with a severity that seemed cold enough to freeze a person to death, and said calmly, "In that case, Lady Skytide, please fall back with Song of the Fallen. Master Sunless and I will remain to cover your retreat." Saint Tyrus was in no condition to face Dire Fang in battle. Even if she wanted to stay, her presence would only slow the two of them down. She seemed to have understood that as well. Even if she didn't, Sunny was not sure that Skytide was in a position to refuse Neff's orders. She was a vassal of Clan Valor after all, and Nephis was technically of the same status as Morgan. "Cassie, take her." There was nowhere really safe on the battlefield, but getting closer to the main body of Valor's force, and away from the most dangerous enemies, would increase Skytide's chances of survival by a lot. Cassie was facing two masters of Clan Song. Her rapier did not seem to move very swiftly, but somehow, it was always where it needed to be to deflect their attacks. The blind girl moved with measured cadence, always half a step ahead of her enemies. Although her face remained calm, the two ascended seemed shaken enough to make a mistake. Just at that moment, one of them summoned his aspect ability to turn the ground under Cassie's feet into treacherous mud, while the other committed to a powerful thrust of his sword. However, the blind girl lightly jumped just a split second before her footing would have been lost in wet sludge, avoiding being momentarily immobilized. Her rapier shot forward, piercing the neck of the swordsman who had been counting on his partner's aspect to stall the enemy. At the same time, something flashed through the air, and the quiet dancer came to a halt above her shoulder, its blade marred by blood. Both masters silently fell down. Their bodies crumbled to the ground almost at the same exact moment as Cassie landed from her jump, one rapier in hand and another hovering above her shoulder. She swiftly moved, evading a frenzied attack of a corrupted thrall, and appeared next to St. Tyrus. Without saying a word, the blind girl grabbed Skytide by the shoulder and pulled her away. Dire Fang, surprisingly, allowed all of that to happen without moving a muscle. He simply stared at Nephis from above as the white flames died down on his fur, motionless, with an indifferent expression on his bestial face. Sunny was curious about what the gloomy saint was thinking, but at the same time, he didn't really care to know. Soon enough, the three of them were left facing each other, the towering monstrosity on one side, Sunny and Nephis standing shoulder to shoulder on the other. Ah, it brings back memories. The situation was entirely different, and the enemy was entirely different. The two of them were entirely different as well. So much had changed, and yet, he couldn't help but feel as if they were back under the branches of the Soul Devourer, looking up at the carapace demon and preparing to bring the enormous abomination down. Dire Fang's snout moved, and suddenly, a deep, reverberating voice escaped from it, making Sunny's bones tremble. "You are Broken Sword's daughter." Nephis tilted her head a little, then answered calmly, "I am." Red sparks swirled around her head, forming into a helmet. The monstrous beast grinned. "Shame." With that, he roared and lunged forward. Somewhere else on the battlefield, piles of corpses were moving, coming back to life. Constant shockwaves from the distant clash between the Titan Echo and the four reflections were shaking the ground, making it seem as if the world was on the verge of crumbling to dust. There were awakened echoes and enthralled abominations tearing each other apart. The soil was soaked with blood, and more bodies fell into the red sludge every moment. A bolt of lightning flashed, and a thunderclap rolled across the desolate plain, soon drowning in the clangor of the battle. The first drops of heavy rain fell down. In the midst of all this chaos, covered in blood, a young man in battered armor coldly pulled his sword from the body of an awakened warrior, threw the corpse aside, and turned around. A slender young woman clad in a suit of black armor, with a red cape draped around her shoulders, reflected in his strange, mirror-like eyes. The two of them looked so much alike that they could be mistaken for twins. Morgan calmly dismissed her cape, allowing it to disintegrate into a rain of scarlet sparks. Raising her sword and pointing it at Mordred, she pierced him with a sharp gaze and smiled. "Let's get it over with, monster. Play whatever dirty tricks you have left, and then we can settle it once and for all with our swords." Mordred stared at her for a moment, then glanced at the distant shape of the gargantuan worm. "Dirty tricks, huh? Ah, but I don't have any of those left." His sister smirked with contempt. "Please forgive me if I don't believe you." Mordred shook his head and took a step forward, his face devoid of the usual lightness. "Don't get me wrong. I could have prepared a few, but that would be so unsatisfying, don't you think? Dear sister, you shouldn't assume that I want to kill you with my own two hands any less than you want to kill me. What's the point of killing you with a trick? Then you'll just die thinking, 'There he goes doing something contemptible again.' No, no, no. I want to kill you, all of you, with what you pride yourself on most. I want to crush you all." Morgan grinned. "So what? You're really going to fight me with a sword? Have you lost the last bits of your broken mind, creature? You don't stand a chance. Mordred took another step back and gritted his teeth. We'll see. His usually calm voice was suddenly distorted by a vast, dark, incinerating hatred. A hatred so hot it could melt the abyss. Morgan stopped smiling and walked toward him with a calm expression. Do you still think that you can escape? I'll have to disappoint you. When this body of yours is destroyed, there will be no escape. You have already spent, what was it, 6, 7 years, locked in a box. This time we've built a better one. This time you'll stay locked forever. Finally, a mad smile appeared on Mordred's face. We'll see about that too. A split second later, the clangor of 2 clashing swords drowned out the cacophony of the battle. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a taciturn shadow was fighting a blindingly radiant reflection. And somewhere else, the legendary Whispering Blade was fighting the beautiful demoness, Beastmaster. A giant black panther was tearing a figure woven out of sunlight into shreds with her claws. Her reflection was furiously trying to shake off a small figure of black steel from its hide, while the small figure stubbornly held on. Soul Reaper Jet had aimed her glaive at a monstrous visage of Song Seishan, her leather armor riddled with holes. The monster facing her wiped the blood off her lips and spat, as if tasting something disgusting. A blind girl was fighting through a mass of enthralled nightmare creatures to guide a battered saint to safety. A revolting creature made out of countless gray worms was being slowly destroyed by 4 cracked reflections. As the gray sky broke with a torrent of rain, the ruinous battle exploded into a nightmare of violence. Chapter 1, 1196. Battle of the Black Skull. 10. In the cacophony of the battle, obscured by roaring thunderclaps and the whisper of falling rain, 2 swords were creating a lethal melody of steel. Mordred knew that he was weaker than his younger sister. He was slower, too, and not nearly as resilient. He was even less skilled, perhaps. His powers were formidable, but they were useless against her. The King of Swords had made sure of that. His soul cores had been spent on creating the reflections, and those reflections were being spent on holding back her army. That army was also more powerful than the one on his side. Morgan had chosen the battlefield and lured the enemy into a trap. As a general, she had already succeeded, but she was not only a cunning strategist. She was a brilliant warrior, too. Morgan was like an unstoppable blade. She had everything that a princess of war was supposed to possess. She had power, talent, resolve, intelligence. She had the authority of their family and its favor as well. While Mordred had nothing. He had always had nothing, and everything he had tried to make his was either destroyed or taken away. However, despite all that, he was not going to lose. He was going to win. Die, you wretched thing! Their swords clashed, and even though Mordred had managed to read her intentions, he was still thrown back. His block was perfect, but it was not strong enough. He slid in the mud and let out a pained gasp. He was slightly dazed. Rain was falling all around them like a gray wall, and every drop was a mirror. The world was reflected on itself myriads of times, and all those reflected worlds flooded his mind like a kaleidoscope of horror. Every gruesome death, every desperate call for help, every selfless act of courage, every cowardly wail of defeat were reflected, multiplied and projected into his head. It helped him to orient himself better on the chaotic battlefield, but it was also, annoying. This was why he didn't like rain. Morgan was already closing in. Mordred grinned as he rose to face her. There she was, a beautiful young woman in a suit of black armor who looked so much like him. What did she know? She didn't know anything. She had been a mere child when their family decided to betray him. Not even a sleeper. She had not been there when his original body was destroyed, or when he was locked in a cage like a beast. Morgan was not among those he wanted to kill the most, but she was their symbol. For Mordred, the young woman with a face that was eerily similar to his own, symbolized the great clan valor. She embodied everything that he wanted to destroy, and so, he was going to break her into pieces. Her sword flashed, cleanly cutting through the raindrops as it flew toward his body. He tried to deflect it, but it was of no use. The strike turned out to be a feint. A moment later, sharp pain pierced the left side of his face. Mordred stumbled back, feeling blood flow down his cheek. I think I lost an eye this time." Illuminated by the flash of lightning, Morgan's face remained impassive. "Pathetic." Did her voice sound disappointed? Mordred smiled and raised his sword without saying anything. Usually this would be the time to implement a scheme, a cunning trick, a subtle deception, an unexpected reversal, something like that. He was a master of such things, after all. But he was sincere when he said that there would be no tricks today. There was no point in destroying the symbol of valor with a trick. There would be no satisfaction either. His hatred would not be quenched. No, he was going to defeat her with nothing except his own body and blade, because even after they had discarded him, Mordred was still stronger, strong enough to destroy them all. And they needed to learn that. "Come, sister, give it your all." His laughter drowned in the rain. Morgan obliged. For a few seconds, the two of them clashed, their swords singing a sharp and deadly song. The clangor of two blades striking against each other fused into one continuous, sonorous melody. They were too fast, too skilled. Neither could overpower the other, and those who got in their way could only flee and stare in terror and awe. But eventually, inevitably, Morgan obliterated his defenses. Her sword broke through his armor, impaling him through the chest. If it was anyone else, their heart would have been pierced. Oh, but he must have shaken her a fair bit. Enough for her to forget that her brother had been born with a rare condition that caused the position of one's organs to be reversed. So she missed his heart. Still, having a sword driven through your lung hurt a lot. It hurt terribly. Not that he cared. Instead of recoiling from the strike, Mordred pushed forward and grabbed Morgan by the neck. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly tried to twist the sword in the wound. Her other arm was already moving to block the potential strike of his own sword. Instead of trying to use it, Mordred simply headbutted her and felt her nose crack under the force of the unexpected blow. Morgan staggered back. Blood was flowing from her broken nose, painting the lower part of her face red. "You vile scum!" Her sword, which was still lodged in his chest, scattered into a whirlwind of scarlet sparks. He couldn't help but stagger and let out a pained yelp. She was, without a doubt, going to summon it back, but that would take a few seconds at least. Not caring, Morgan lunged forward. Her leg whipped into the air, aiming to take his head clean off. Mordred blocked it with his sword and felt his sword crack. His sword broke. There was more pain. Morgan's shin cut through his sword, his armor, and his forearm. The bone broke, the muscles split, and the tendons tore. His bleeding hand fell to the ground. Not paying it any attention, Mordred stepped forward and drove his broken sword into the narrow crack between her breastplate and the segmented steel skirt protecting her lower waist. The jagged blade plunged into his sister's side. Even though her flesh seemed as durable as steel, he pushed it as deep as he could before the broken memory disintegrated into a rain of sparks. She let out a stifled groan and pushed herself away. I'll kill you." She tried to hide it, but there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Morgan was winning. She was definitely winning. She had only received one serious wound, while her enemy already looked half dead. He looked like a walking corpse, so why? Why was he so calm? What was wrong with him? She felt a chill run down her spine. Her sword was already manifesting itself back into reality. Mordred was summoning a new weapon as well. He glanced down at his severed hand and stepped over it indifferently. "No, you won't." There was a hint of finality to his words. Gritting her teeth, Morgan blocked out the pain and attacked once again. Chapter 1, 1197, Battle of the Black Skull. 11. A booming thunderclap shook the world, but the bestial roar that tore through the clangor of the battlefield was much more deafening. It rolled across the ravaged land like a physical force, sapping the strength of the warriors and making them sway. Sunny, who was very close to the source of that roar, cursed under his breath as he pushed the pain aside and twisted his body to avoid being sliced by the monstrous claws of the rampaging saint. Dire Fang's hand flew past him, and while Sunny was trying to bring the sin of solace down on the creature's monstrous limb, Nephis attacked from the other side, her sword turning the whipping streams of rain into boiling vapor. The two of them were like hunters fighting against a powerful beast. They circled around him and used their cooperation to make up for the gap in power, acting with the cunning and foresight that made humans so deadly. Nephis was fighting in a way that would have made all the other ascended freeze in stunned silence. She was just too fast, too strong, and too destructive. Her incandescent sword was hot and sharp enough to incinerate the world, and her skill and battle sense seemed to transcend the concept of limits. Sunny was no less frightening. Hidden in the tenebrous embrace of the shadow shell, he fought with the ferocious power of a true-born fiend and used his inhuman physique to move in a way that no human could repeat and no opponent could predict. Much more importantly, despite the stark difference between the two of them, one shrouded in burning darkness, the other suffused with beautiful light, they fought and acted as one. That combination was too lethal for a mere beast to survive. However, their enemy was not a beast, no matter how animalistic his form appeared. Deer Fang's transformation ability allowed him to become a strange hybrid between a wolf and a man. His claws, his fangs, his bestial eyes, his thick fur, as well as his inhuman rage, his savage bloodlust, and his primal might. All of it made Sunny feel as though he was fighting a nightmare creature, but the saint was not a nightmare creature. Behind all these monstrous traits hid the cold, calculating mind of a human, and as a human, he had benefited from the vast legacy of accumulated knowledge and insight that all humans were the inheritors of. In other words, Dire Fang possessed the body of a powerful abomination, but fought with the sublime skill of a gifted human warrior. Because of the nature of his transformation, the saint was using a strange mix of a hand-to-hand martial art and a knife-fighting technique. Only in his case, sharp claws were playing the role of the knives, and he had 20 of them. He had a maw full of terrifying fangs as well, and the level of skill this transcendent possessed, or any transcendent really, was truly stunning. Sunny was not sure if he had ever faced an enemy with such mastery over their weapons of choice. If he did, they could probably be counted on one hand. In any case, despite the best efforts of Sunny and Nephis, they simply couldn't bring the saint down. They couldn't even seriously wound him. Really, they were barely managing to stay alive. There were several cuts on the massive beast's body, but the two of them had received much more damage than Dire Fang. Both of their armors were battered and dented, and Sunny could taste blood on his tongue. Feeling a hint of despair crawl its way into his heart, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward to capitalize on the small window of opportunity Nephis had created and deliver a vicious blow. The attack missed. "He's a monster." A moment later, his body shook as it was batted away by an unexpected but perfectly executed elbow strike. The breastplate of the mantle dented and almost cracked. Nephis launched into a reckless attack in order to buy him a little time to recover. She was going to pay for it without a doubt, but at this point, their battle was not about remaining unscathed. It was about being a little bit less broken than the enemy at the end of it. Dire Fang was powerful, Dire Fang was skilled, and worst of all, Dire Fang was strange. His battle style was too unique, too bizarre, and too deep to be deciphered in a short amount of time. It had been perfectly tailored for his monstrous, transcendent form, with its contradictory physical traits and attributes, which were both human and not. He displayed a level of essence control so intricate, deliberate, and ingeniously applied that it made Sunny question his own talent. No, it was not a question of talent. It was simply the innate superiority of a higher rank multiplied by the amount of effort put into integrating essence into a combat style, both by Dire Fang himself and many battle masters of Clan Song. It was the benefit of being a vassal of a great clan. This was possibly the first dedicated essence technique Sunny had a chance to study. He had not even known that such things were possible, or existed. And if all of that was not enough, Dire Fang's aspect abilities were flawlessly blended into his battle style as well. It would have been much worse if Sunny had to somehow guess the Saint's abilities first. Luckily, he had already learned them from Cassie. Dire Fang's dormant ability enhanced all his senses, especially his hearing and the sense of smell. He could even feel the tiny vibrations spreading through the ground. As a result, he had no blind spots. He also seemed to be able to predict the actions of his opponents by observing the tiniest changes in their stances, muscle contractions, eye movements, and other things Sunny had no knowledge of. His awakened ability was a physical augmentation tied to his emotional state. The angrier he got, the more pain he felt, the more powerful he would become. Things like that were usually unreliable and impossible to control, sometimes even detrimental. But Dire Fang seemed to possess absolute control over his emotions. He could summon the most murderous rage at will, while remaining perfectly cool-headed and composed. Dire Fang's ascended ability was the debilitating sonic attack, and his transcendent ability, well, it was self-evident. So, with the knowledge of that, Sunny had to come up with a way to kill him, a master killing a saint. That had never happened in history. But it had to happen today. He was going to make it happen. Chapter 1, 1198, Battle of the Black Skull, 12. The three of them were like an obliterating hurricane. The bloody fight between Dire Fang, Sunny, and Nephis was no less furious and destructive than the clashes between the other saints that were happening on the battlefield, or maybe even more so. Any awakened, echo, or enthralled abomination that dared to enter the sphere of destruction created by their fight was instantly torn apart, and so, soon, no one dared to anymore. All the soldiers could see were dark shapes moving with dreadful speed within the rain, and billowing clouds of scalding steam that were sometimes illuminated by bright flashes of beautiful white radiance. Maybe only Kai could make out what was happening inside, due to his awakened aspect ability. I hope the fool does not rush here to help us. Sunny was trying to dismantle Dire Fang's battle style to shadow him, but his progress was too slow. Every second they spent fighting against the terrifying saint threatened to be their last, and even if they continued to remain alive, their fates would be sealed due to simple exhaustion, both of their bodies and their souls. Sunny and Nephis possessed astonishing endurance, and their pools of essence were many times larger than those of ordinary masters. However, they still could not compete with a saint. Saints were monstrous not only because of their power and aspect abilities, but also because of how potent and vast their reserves of essence were. To masters like them, these reserves appeared nearly inexhaustible, especially to Sunny, who was burning through his essence fast due to the shadow shell. He was never going to win the war of attrition against Dire Fang, so he had to dismantle the saint's battle style faster, much faster, even though he could not concentrate on this task, since simply staying alive demanded almost all of his attention. Not good, he grunted as Dire Fang delivered a powerful backward kick with his wolf-like hind leg, almost ripping Sunny's shell to pieces. He managed to deflect the blow, and even tried to scratch the saint with the sin of solace, but the jade blade got tangled in the thick fur, shearing some of it off, but leaving no trace on the enemy's skin. Sunny had already delivered a shallow cut to Dire Fang before, so the sinister whisper was supposed to be driving the saint mad. However, he showed no sign of being affected by the curse. It seemed that breaking the mind of a transcendent, which was the sharpest of weapons in and of itself, would not be easy or possible at all. Mind. The mind of a transcendent. Sunny possessed a powerful mind himself. His cognitive ability and willpower were both abnormal, There was the blessing bestowed upon him by the Shroud of Dusk as well, and yet it was not enough. Well then, suddenly he thought of something very simple. If his mind was not enough, wait, why the hell was he trying to solve the problem with only his own efforts anyway? He had a perfectly fine partner right there, summoning chains of shadow to try and bind the savage saint. He saw most of them miss the mark, while the rest were easily torn apart and destroyed. At the same time, he sent Nephis a mental message through the blessing of dusk. The message contained no words. There was no time for that. Instead, it was a much more crude, but also faster form of communication containing a mix of images, half-formed thoughts, and emotions. For anyone else, it would have appeared as pure chaos, but Nephis knew him too well. They were so familiar with each other that even such an unadulterated stream of concepts was enough to form an understanding. It was a bit like finishing each other's sentences or guessing each other's feelings from body language, but elevated to a completely different level. And yet it worked. Nephis seemed to understand his intention instantly, and reciprocated. A flood of concepts and images poured into his head. Sunny's intention, of course, was very simple. Since his own mind was not enough to dismantle Dire Fang's battle style fast enough, he wanted to join their minds together to accomplish that task faster. Mostly metaphorically, but also a bit literally. Nephis might not have possessed the unnatural ability to peer into the very essence of a being through shadow dance, but she had been doing the same thing as Sunny this whole time, without a doubt. She had been studying the enemy, trying to discern the patterns of his battle technique to circumvent them. More than that, her insight, while not supernatural, was in no way lacking in value. It was absolutely the opposite. Neph was a genius of combat, after all. She was born and bred for battle, and there were very few people in the world who possessed the same chilling level of affinity to bloodshed and destruction as her. Sunny had his own insights about the way Dire Fang fought, and she had hers. By combining them, they would be able to enhance each other's understanding of the enemy in the same way that their powers were augmenting each other beyond the usual limits of their aspects. Hopefully. Sunny growled and continued to fight. The Shadow Fiend sometimes moved like a human, and sometimes like the creature that he was. He bent in strange ways, used his long arms to dash on all fours like a wild animal, and delivered attacks with the onyx spike at the end of his tail, his sword, his claws, his teeth. And his horns were all weapons, so he used them all in tandem. When that was not enough, he summoned shadows or stepped through them to attack the saint from an unexpected angle. Nephis was pushing her body to the limit as well. Her flames burned and danced, trying to envelop their enemy or coalescing into incinerating jets that could cut through flesh and bone with frightening ease. She seemed to possess an authority over the battlefield that was almost frightening, and while they did that, they also exchanged a torrent of thoughts and concepts at tremendous speed. Sunny was sharing his knowledge while Nephis was sharing hers. The pieces of the puzzle were flying into his head, slotting into the grand picture with satisfying clicks. Some of them he had figured out himself, but some were new and unexpected. It seemed that Nephis possessed a perspective that was both similar and different from his own, but no less keen. She paid attention to things that Sunny would have never thought about, and arrived at conclusions that he might have missed. The same was true in reverse. But together they missed nothing. They saw everything. It was as though they were omniscient, and with that omniscience, everything clicked in place, and the essence of Saint Dire Fang was revealed to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, and then sent actual words to Nephis for the first time. He said, or rather, thought, "Do you trust me?" Chapter 1, 1199, Battle of the Black Skull, 13. Sunny had done it. He had dismantled Dire Fang's astonishing battle style and peered into the very essence of it. The core of the Saint's combat technique was laid bare, with all its components, the body, the mind, and the soul. revealed to Sunny with stark clarity. With that knowledge, he could predict what Dire Fang would do. He could even perform some of the same things despite the difference in their aspects and physiques. And armed with that understanding, Sunny finally realized that there was no way for them to win. The fearsome saint was just too powerful, skilled, and intelligent. He held the outcome of the battle in a firm grasp, biding his time until the perfect opportunity inevitably presented itself. And their own strength was not enough to change that outcome. Even if Sunny knew that a strike was coming, he would not necessarily be fast enough to dodge it. Even if he knew the enemy's intent, he would not be strong enough to survive it, and neither would Nephis, at least if their level of strength, already unthinkable for mere masters, remained the same. But it did not have to, did it? Do you trust me? What a loaded question. Sunny had his reasons, but it was true that he had gone against Neph's wishes in pretty much every instance where it mattered. He had abandoned her in the Dark City, refused to leave her in the Crimson Spire, and then fled from her again at the Grand Ball of Clan Valor, just to end up by her side anyway. It was a bit funny, and a bit sad. But most of all, Sunny wasn't sure if she did actually trust him. He wasn't even sure if he himself would have trusted him. The same was true the other way around. And yet, as far as he could see, that was their only chance to emerge from this fight alive. If he could only prove to her somehow that, "I do." "What?" The calm answer came almost instantly. It startled him. "Huh." Sunny dashed away to avoid being caught in the saint's maw, dove under lightning-fast claws, and barely managed to get out of the way of a stream of billowing white flame that covered his retreat. "Well, that makes things easier." He called upon a certain memory, and sent Nephis a short thought. Then, in about 5 seconds, "Give it all to me." 5 seconds was the amount of time needed for the memory to manifest itself. It was not a very large amount of time, but in a battle against a saint, it was like an eternity. Sunny had long pushed himself to his limits, and then well past them. Even while empowered by the shadow shell and augmented both by his shadows and Neph's flame, he could feel the terrible strain of the battle slowly breaking his body down. It was already in a bad state, and would only continue to crumble as time went on. However, it had not broken yet. Gritting his teeth, Sunny threw himself into the furious crucible of battle. Dire Fang's massive body moved with dreadful speed, each of his limbs posing a fatal threat. His attacks were vicious, devastating, and explosive, but also perfectly timed and chillingly calculated. Sunny knew when they would come and from where, but despite that, it was not easy to withstand the savage barrage of lethal blows unleashed by the monstrous beast. The ground split and trembled around them, and the clouds of steam created by Neph's flames obscured everything around, and yet he did withstand it. Exactly 5 seconds later, Sunny pushed himself off the muddy ground with 3 hands and flew forward, the tip of the Sin of Solace aimed at Dire Fang's neck. The saint easily dodged it and retaliated with a powerful blow, which Sunny awkwardly blocked. He let out a pained scream and was thrown backward in the direction where Nephis was rising from her knees. Sunny landed on his feet and struggled to maintain his balance as he slid through the mud. He might have fallen, but she stepped forward and supported him from behind, placing a hand on his back. Both of them were standing, but they had lost the advantage of surrounding the enemy from 2 sides. Worse than that, they were both in the single line of attack now. Nephis hidden behind the towering figure of the Shadow Fiend. Dire Fang's bestial eyes ignited with satisfied malice. And at the same time, Sunny's 5th shadow, as well as all of Neph's flame, poured from her hand and into his shell, leaving her entirely exposed, but gifting him with twice the amount of physical augmentation. Instantly, his power exploded. His strength, his speed, his endurance, his agility, all of it soared to heights that Sunny had never experienced before. The two of them had experimented with augmenting each other in his basement, but he had not invented the shadow shell yet back then. Now, all the parts came together to create a truly terrifying combination. Of course, it was not the smartest of tactics. By making one of them exceedingly strong while leaving the other one weak, they were giving Direfang a perfect opportunity to get rid of the weaker enemy first, and then deal with the other one without being encumbered by the numerical disadvantage. But that was only true if the Saint survived long enough to figure out what happened. Sunny was not planning on giving him such a chance. He had to finish this fight in one exchange. So, I don't just need to kill a Saint, I also need to kill him with one strike. Well, isn't it wonderful? There was no more time to think, only to kill. Sunny cleared his mind of all unnecessary thoughts, except for one, an axiom he knew too well. The essence of combat is murder. He was going to murder Saint Direfang, the vassal of the great clan song, right here and now. There was no doubt or hesitation, no room for failure, only certainty. The terrifying, towering beast in front of him opened his maw, ready to let out a deafening roar. Feeling the polished ivory of the bone singer manifest itself into his hand, Sunny flooded his body with smoldering essence and lunged forward. Chapter 1, 1200, Battle of the Black Skull, 14. Time was moving very slowly. No, it was Sunny who was moving too fast. It almost felt as if the world had frozen. The rain was suspended in the air. The fountains of mud had grown still. The distant figures of dying awakened were like grotesque statues. In this nearly static world, only two things seemed unbound by paralysis. The monstrous saint in front of him, who was no slower than Sunny himself, and a bolt of lightning that was crawling across the sky, extending toward the ground as it forked and illuminated the bloody battlefield. Faster! Suddenly a deafening roar exploded from Direfang's mouth, strangely distorted and haunting. It would have hit Sunny like a wall. But he was prepared. The silenced enchantment of the emerald bone flute activated, creating a dome of absolute silence around him. Sunny passed through the sorcerous roar without being struck by its crushing power. However, behind him, Nephis had to endure its full weight without the protection of her flames. Stripped of their augmentation, she couldn't resist it like she had before. Erasing the image of her falling figure from his mind, Sunny concentrated on the task. If anything, the importance of success had only become more stark now that his partner was debilitated. If he failed, both of them were going to die. But he had already rejected the possibility of failure. He was going to win. He was going to do what he promised to do. He was going to kill a damned saint. At that moment, Direfang was more than a chance adversary to Sunny. He was the embodiment of everything Sunny wanted to destroy. The rotten authority of the great clans, the vile curse of the chain of nightmares, the torturous brand of powerlessness that he bore on his soul ever since Falcon Scott, the inescapable shackles of fate. He was the enemy, a terrifying enemy, an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, an enemy that was nearly impossible to defeat. But if Sunny somehow did manage to defeat him, then maybe he would be able to overcome the other impossible obstacles that pressed him into the ground one day. Sunny was tired of losing. He had lost in the Antarctic Center, and now, because of Mordred and his cursed schemes, he was on the verge of losing here in East Antarctica as well. And so, he was willing to bet everything on this one strike. He had no choice but to finish it all with one strike, not only because Nephis was weakened and vulnerable right now, but also because of the nature of the aspect powers Direfang possessed. The saint's already terrifying physical might was augmented by rage and pain. If Sunny delivered him a serious wound but failed to make it fatal, then that augmentation would only explode further, turning his enemy into a truly unstoppable monster. He only had one chance. Sunny had already accomplished 3 incredible feats to earn that single chance. He had learned the secrets of Direfang's aspect, deciphered the battle style of the transcendent monster, and found a way to counteract his debilitating sonic attack. Now, all that remained was to cut him down with a sword. Not that it would be easy. The saint was not waiting passively to be killed. He was already moving, rushing forward with speed that exceeded all reason. His claws were ready to tear Sunny apart, and his fangs were ready to sink into Sunny's flesh. Even though the gap of power between them had narrowed tremendously, Dire Fang still had an edge in terms of strength, weight, and sheer size. But that was all right. As a survivor of the Forgotten Shore, Sunny was a master of killing things that were larger and more powerful than him. And while he had absorbed the essence of Dire Fang's battle style into Shadow Dance, the saint had not gotten a firm grasp of his own technique yet. How could he, when Sunny's technique was as formless and shapeless as shadows? All Dire Fang could do was try and predict how his enemy would act, based on his formidable experience of participating in countless battles. However, there was a problem with that approach, too. That was because the saint had never fought a shadow spawn before. He was still judging Sunny as if Sunny was a mere human, but while Sunny still considered himself a human, he was also a bit more. As the two of them closed the distance, prepared to strike, Sunny used the inherent flexibility of a shadow dance practitioner to bend his body in an extreme and almost unnatural way. At the same time, he used the physical characteristics of his fiendish shell to switch from running on 2 feet to a low, beast-like gait. As a result, the saint's claws tore through the raindrops above his head while his momentum remained the same. Sunny gritted his teeth and let out a bestial growl as he used all his prodigious strength to push himself off the ground and leap into the air. Dire Fang was too fast and skilled to allow the unexpected attack to reach its mark, though. A split second before Sunny could bring his sword down on the saint's neck. A massive clawed hand pushed forward, catching him in the chest. The power of that blow was too terrible. The onyx of the mantle cracked and exploded, as if struck by 5 transcendent swords. The manifested shadows comprising the Shadow Fiend shell were instantly sliced and torn apart. In an instant, the shadow spawn was mutilated beyond recognition. The upper portion of his torso was entirely destroyed, exploding into a fountain of darkness. His horned head was severed and flew into the air. 2 of his 4 arms were ripped off. The entire mangled carcass was thrown back. The sin of solace slipped from his fingers. That was the thing, though. The shell of the Shadow Fiend was a towering monstrosity that stood at almost 3 meters of height. Sunny, meanwhile, was a young man of a rather modest stature, so he could easily change the internal structure of the shell in a way that would allow him to sacrifice the upper portion of it while remaining perfectly unscathed. Almost at the same time as Dire Fang's claws tore through the upper chest and neck of the Shadow Fiend, the whole shell suddenly lost its coherence, starting to dissolve back into the ethereal shadows, and just below the harrowing cut, the top of Sunny's head was revealed. The dissipating shell was thrown back by the strike, but his own body, freed from its embrace, continued to fly forward like a bullet. Time stood still. Catching the hilt of the sin of solace with his own human hand, Sunny used the tremendous augmentation of shadow and flame to fill his muscles with dreadful strength, and drove the tip of his sword into the saint's bestial eye. Under the relentless onslaught of rain, blood was being washed off the shattered armor of a beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes. She swayed, trying to lash out with her cracked sword, but slipped in the mud and fell heavily to one knee. Her breathing was hoarse, and her lips were painted crimson with blood. Mordred looked much worse than his sister. One of his eyes was gone, turning his face into a grotesque mask. So was one of his hands. His armor was on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks, and terrible wounds covered his body, revealing flesh and bone, and yet his expression was calm. "Ah, it hurts. I haven't felt pain like that in a long, long time." He was growing weak because of blood loss, his vision turning blurry, but he was so close to his goal. After long, excruciating years, the first true taste of his revenge was so near. So, Mordred took a step forward, and then another. His sword rose. His hand was firm and unshaken. Morgan looked up at him, and the look in her eyes was sweeter than nectar. Confusion, indignation, and hidden behind them, a hint of fear. "How?" How are you still standing, monster? Mordred smiled. Barely. He was not going to engage in a lengthy conversation with her. Not yet. He knew that his sister was just trying to buy time. Using one of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself. Her wounds were already closing, and she was not bleeding nearly as heavily as she was supposed to. It was not going to save her, though. Morgan might have been able to heal herself, but she couldn't replenish her essence, her focus, and her stamina. She was tired, and that fatigue was only going to get worse. It was going to seep into her bones and into her mind, dooming her. He just had to last a little bit longer than that. His sister gathered what little remained of her strength and dashed forward with a furious growl. Her sword flashed, sharp and cunning, aiming for his neck. Mordred knew that he wouldn't be able to block or evade it, so he didn't. Instead, he just shifted his torso slightly, allowing the sharp edge to cut into his clavicle instead of his neck, endured the blinding flash of pain, and drove his own sword into a crack in her armor. Morgan groaned. Before she could do anything, he swung the bloodied stump of his right hand, hitting her in the temple with the torn edge of the steel vambrace. His sister was thrown back, dazed. Mordred felt a bit lightheaded, too. A long sigh escaped from his lips. Ah. Through the veil of rain covering the battlefield, he could see what was happening around them. Clansong was losing. The titanic worm was battered and mutilated, but 3 out of the 4 of his reflections had already been destroyed. The last one, the one wearing Whispering Blade's face, was not going to last much longer either. Saint Maddock himself was close to prevailing in his harrowing battle against Beastmaster. Silent Stalker and Summer Night were still fighting, both stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. At this rate, both of them would perish, and even if the taciturn daughter of Ki Song prevailed, she wouldn't be able to continue participating in the battle. Even the reflection of Sir Gilead seemed to be failing against one of Nether's children that Sunless had somehow made his. The scoundrel himself, meanwhile. Mordred felt the desire to raise an eyebrow, but he was too weak and tired to do that. Direfang is dead? Sunless and the Dreamspawn killed a saint? This was a terrible, disastrous piece of news, but he couldn't help but feel impressed. Good for them. Morgan tried to stand up, and he pushed her into the mud again with a cruel strike of his sword. There was more pain, and it was suddenly hard for him to keep balance. By now, their clash looked nothing like a noble duel between 2 royal descendants. It was simply a brutal, graceless, vicious brawl. But Mordred liked it more that way. It was much more sincere, much more honest. Why would murder look pretty when it was so ugly? His sister was still refusing to give up. They clashed several more times, and each time, Mordred was on the losing end of the exchange. Until he wasn't. At some point, somehow, almost unexplainably, he gained the initiative in this abhorrent dance of theirs, and once he did, his advantage grew like an avalanche. No matter how many wounds he had accumulated, no matter how terribly Morgan hurt him, Mordred was unshaken. His one remaining eye glimmered, reflecting her dwindling confidence, and then after a while Morgan fell and failed to stand up again. Growling, she struck the ground with her first. I don't understand. How? Are you? What trick? He smiled, dragging his aching body toward her. Now was the time to talk. Not only because Morgan had finally exhausted all her monstrous reserves, but also because he was tired as well. He needed a few moments to catch his breath and prepare for the final strike. You don't understand? Oh, but it is so simple. There is no trick. Yes, you are stronger than me, faster than me. You are maybe even more skilled than me. However, dear sister, I am infinitely superior to you in one aspect, the most important aspect. He struggled against the weight of his sword, which was suddenly unbearable, and gritted his teeth. It's desire. Don't you know that everything has its beginnings in desire, and my desire, it's infinitely more powerful than yours. That is why I am more powerful than you. That is all there is, sister. Oh, And my desire is also much more pure. Can't she see? Well, she's young after all. Mordred reached the spot where Morgan was trying to get up from the mud and ruthlessly kicked her in the side with his armored boot. She yelped and fell back down. He looked at her coldly. You see, my only desire is to kill you. But you want so many things. You want to kill and imprison me. But you also want to survive killing and imprisoning me. You want to protect your neck from being cut, your heart from being pierced, your skull from being crushed, your eyes from being gouged out. All these countless desires weigh you down. They are a burden that reduces your strength, dulls your skill, and diminishes your speed. But me, I have no such burden. I only care about one thing. I only want to kill you. That is why you are weak, and I am strong. Mordred used his one remaining eye to glance at the bloody stump of his right hand, at his broken armor, and at his mangled body. His gaze was indifferent. And that is why my wish will come true. But yours will not. Without wasting any more time, he smiled bitterly and raised his sword. His goal was so close. He just had to bring the sword down. However, he never did. Chapter 1, 2202, Battle of the Black Skull, 16. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a sword made of pure darkness pierced a figure made of blinding sunshine. The radiant knight staggered, while the tenebrous knight stood calmly, looking at him with two indifferent crimson eyes. Saint twisted her sword, and the darkness contained within it seemed to expand, hungrily devouring the shine of her enemy, the reflection of summer. Night grew dimmer and convulsed, as if trying to scream. However, no scream could be heard. The radiant figure grew bleak and translucent. A moment later, a net of cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the dying light. And then, with a faint sound of breaking mirrors, the reflection exploded into countless shards of silver glass. Saint indifferently retracted her sword and shifted her gaze, searching for a new opponent. Separated from her by a vast distance, a gargantuan worm brought its monstrous weight down and then twisted, catching something invisible in its maw. The countless creatures comprising the echo slithered, grinding the invisible foe into dust. In the heart of the battlefield, obscured by rain, a beautiful demoness screamed as her face was cut by an unseen blade. She staggered back and fell, crimson tears rolling to the ground. In front of her, a vague silhouette was suddenly outlined by the streams of falling water and the brilliance of flashing lightning. A cold, ruthless voice came from the rain. "Stupid girl, you should have stayed sweet and innocent, like you were before." Beastmaster gritted her teeth. I'm not done yet, old man. You haven't won yet." The rain laughed. "Die now. This little scuffle of ours was fun. You have slain a transcendent human, Dire Fang. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received." The towering monstrosity swayed, the spark of life disappearing from his eyes. Sunny, who had driven the sin of solace into the saint's skull up to the hilt, was perched precariously on the beast's snout, holding on to the gray fur with one hand. He froze for a moment. "I won?" The body of Dire Fang tilted and then toppled. Since the saint's transcendent form was quite high, there was considerable distance to the ground. Sunny rode it all the way down, still holding on to the hilt of the sin of solace. The giant beast crashed, causing the ground to tremble. Still in shock, Sunny retrieved his sword and stood up, glancing at the battlefield from atop the felled giant. "I won." Then, he lost his footing and rolled into the mud. The mud felt cool and pleasant to the touch. Behind him, the massive carcass rippled and shrunk, slowly turning into the corpse of a man. Sunny lingered for a few moments, trying to comprehend the fact that he, lost from light, had really slain a saint. It was so strange. He could still vividly remember the day when the Night Temple had been destroyed. Back then, the appearance of St. Cormac had filled his heart with indescribable dread. The following battle between Cormac and Skytide was even more terrifying. He felt like an ant that had gotten stuck in the middle of a clash between two gods. The entire island had been destroyed by their ferocious battle. It all had seemed apocalyptic. And now, Sunny had killed a similar being himself. He had killed a saint with his own 2 hands in combat. Of course, he didn't do it alone. Nephis! Suddenly startled, Sunny jumped to his feet and dashed to the spot where he had seen her last. She was still there, struggling to stand up. Her helmet was gone, and he could see drops of blood falling from her ears, her nose, and even her eyes. Her face was pale, with damp hair sticking to it in thin strands. Neph! He slid on the mud and fell to his knees near her, placing his hands on her shoulders. She let out a raspy breath, and then shakily rose to her feet with his help. Sunny felt the warmth of the white flame flowing from his body into hers. Slowly, her skin ignited with radiance, and wisps of white flame escaped from beneath it. The scratches on her face disappeared, and the streaks of blood evaporated, leaving it pale and pristine. A pained groan escaped from her lips, and Nephis swayed. He supported her. She remained silent for a bit, trying to contain the pain, and then asked, "We won?" Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "Yeah, he's dead." She winced. "Good." He wanted to laugh. "Good? Good? That's all you have to say?" Nephis looked at him for a few moments. Her face was too close, but Sunny didn't mind. Then a corner of her mouth slightly curled up. Why make a fuss? It was just a saint. He stared at her, feeling a sense of triumph flood his heart. But then, the smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's face. Separated from them by the wicked havoc of the battle, a blind girl was standing in the middle of a vast circle of corpses, drops of blood falling from her rapier and her armor. Behind her, a woman with golden hair and amber eyes was leaning heavily on a spear. Suddenly, the blind girl shivered and lowered her sword. Her shoulders fell. Turning around, she ignored the rushing enemies and looked up at the cloud-ridden sky. Her exquisitely beautiful face was solemn. Mordred raised his sword, ready to strike his sister down, but then he froze. His strange, mirror-like eyes trembled. As if forgetting about Morgan, he slowly turned around and looked at the sky with a grim expression. The smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's lips. The wind was cold. In the flash of lightning, he suddenly looked paler than a ghost. His face fell. Nephis frowned. "Sunny? What's wrong?" He looked frightened. Without answering, Sunny slowly turned away from her and looked up with an expression of utter terror. I don't know. Something is wrong." His voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Neph hesitated for a moment, then traced his gaze and looked up at the sky. There didn't seem to be anything there, except for a strange, rippling darkness. For a few moments, the battlefield seemed to grow still. And then, the sky crumbled and split apart, devoured by an abyssal rift that seemed to be leading to the very depths of hell. A gargantuan nightmare gate tore the world into pieces, dwarfing the battlefield as it cut through the sky and manifested itself into existence. Warning. Personal novel recommendation. If not interested, ignore this. Otherwise, don't cry in comments. Erdiul's notes. Just wanted to recommend a novel from WebNovel that was recently added on this website called The Primordial Record. Started reading it recently, and I was actually surprised how interesting it was. Have read up to 200 chapters in, and I'm actually still hooked. If you're a fan of eldritch horrors, bloodborne and extraterrestrial stuff, then I think you'd like this. The MC is quite very OP. He's literally a titan. I would usually never recommend a novel like this, but I genuinely think this novel shouldn't be left to rot. It has potential. That's it. Cheers. For Shadow Slave readers, I tried something new with the text. I had to manually edit this chapter, like adding the stars. For the scene transition, do report if you find any issues. Don't spam report, please. If you do, I will not put effort into better readability for you guys. Chapter 1. 1203, Battle of the Black Skull, 17. The sky parted, sliced through by a narrow vertical rift. Behind it, the fabric of reality made way for a dark, harrowing abyss of nothingness. Both light and darkness seemed to be twisted and changed near the gate, breaking as they were destroyed. The rift dwarfed the entire battlefield, stretching for hundreds and hundreds of meters into the shattered sky. The abandoned outpost, and the black fissure of the nightmare gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull, looked tiny and insignificant in front of it. An invisible shockwave rolled outward from the point where the gargantuan rift touched the ground, exerting an almost irresistible force. Sunny braced himself, but still staggered as the wave passed through him, barely managing to stay on his feet. His mind was drowned by the deafening, cacophonous howling of the call. It was many times louder, more unbearable, and maddeningly demanding than it had ever been before. Sunny desperately resisted the overwhelming desire to submit. All around them, the awakened warriors screamed as they grabbed their heads and fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open, but unseeing. Some were bleeding, and some seemed to be crawling toward the gate. Some were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. The invisible force made no distinction between those serving valor and those serving song. They were all the same in the face of the harrowing rift. Mundane humans, if any had come to witness this battle, would have been outright killed by the pressure of the gate. Sunny staggered back and looked up at it in terror. His lips moved. 4. It's a Category 4 nightmare gate. And just as he said those words, the world shook again, and another rift tore through the sky. The world convulsed, and one more sliced the fabric of reality apart, like 3 dark pillars holding up the heavens, or 3 vile spears cruelly thrust into the flesh of the world. 3 colossal nightmare gates surrounded the battlefield, cutting out all paths of retreat. Not that there was a way to escape them. The 3 armies, the valiant warriors of Clan Valor, the fearless soldiers of Clan Song, and those awakened of the evacuation army that had come as escorts of St. Cor, were trapped between the abhorrent black rifts. And then, something vast moved in the abyssal darkness of the first gate. Those who had enough presence of mind left to see witnessed something shift within the nightmare gate. A moment later, giant fingers suddenly pushed from it into the waking world, each as large as a tower. There were dozens of them, all dark and strangely human-like, with black, broken fingernails and torn, calloused skin. The fingers felt around blindly, then grabbed the edges of the vertical rift and strained, as if trying to pull it wider. The most horrifying part of it all was that they succeeded. The world trembled, and a net of black cracks seemed to spread through the sky. Then, the gaping wound of the nightmare gate was torn open, and a seething mass of the same dark flesh flowed out of it like an appalling avalanche. The flesh expanded, turning into gargantuan black tentacles, which then shot forward with stunning speed. Sunny took a step back. His eyes widened. Somewhere far away from him, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the towering tortoise echo was ripped apart with a single swing of a black tentacle. The awakened, sheltered in the stone fort on its carapace, were thrown into the air, and the transcendent creature instantly exploded into a whirlwind of sparks. Someplace else, the tentacles reached the massive figure of the titanic worm. The titan rose its repulsive body into the air to meet them, but a moment later, it was torn to shreds, destroyed, and consumed, disappearing without a trace. A scrawny figure jumped onto the back of a black steed, who then raced away. A split second later, the reflection of Silent Stalker disappeared under the tide of dark flesh, and a faint sound of breaking glass rang quietly. Most shocking of all, not too far away from the gate, Beastmaster suddenly staggered back from the vague figure outlined in front of her, blood flowing from her mangled face. A moment later, a black tentacle whipped through the empty air with terrible speed, and a fountain of blood suddenly bloomed where the vague figure had stood a moment ago. There was no time to react, and no chance to escape. Pieces of torn flesh became visible as they splattered all around, unrecognizable as parts of a human being. Just like that, Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade, brother of the King of Swords and an elder of the great clan Valor, was no more. He was dead. Far away, Sunny and Nephis watched the world end in stunned silence. It's a great terror. A great titan. Sunny shivered, hypnotized by the terrible sight of a great nightmare creature forcing its way into the waking world. Everything he had known seemed meaningless in front of it. The mere thought of trying to resist felt futile. That was when the darkness within the other two gates moved as well. He considered his chances of outrunning the tide of corrupted and great abominations that would enter the waking world in mere moments. Even with Nightmare and Shadow Step, the chances were zero. If even the saints were obliterated in seconds, a master like him had no chance at all. Nephis suddenly shuddered and then grabbed him by the shoulder. Her lips parted. "Realm! Escaping into the dream realm. That is the only way." He stared at her with hollow eyes, trying to understand the meaning of these words. What is she on about? Then, with tremendous effort, Sunny forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He could barely think again. Escaping into the dream realm? That was indeed a chance. No one knew what they would find there, but it could very well be better than being trapped between 3 Category 4 nightmare gates. At least that way there was a possibility of survival. Here, there was only death, or something much worse. The problem was that the process of traveling between worlds was not instantaneous. It took time to open the door between the waking world and the dream realm, and even more time to step through. Would they be fast enough to escape? There is only one way to find out. Staring at the great horror slowly pushing its vast body through the broken abyssal rift, Sunny took a deep breath and tried to feel his dream realm anchor. Chapter 1 and 1204. Battle of the Black Skull. 18. Sunny and Nephis stood side by side as they watched utter devastation being unleashed by creature crawling out of the colossal nightmare gates. The gargantuan black tentacles were still far away, but they were getting closer with every moment. Numerous awakened had already been killed, and more were going to die soon. It was too sudden, too much. There were a lot of things that Sunny needed to comprehend, accept, and think about. The future. Cassie, Effie, and Kai. Jet. But there was no time to think. It was almost impossible anyway. The call was roaring in his mind, making any kind of thought difficult. All he could do right now was concentrate on his own survival. One thing Sunny did do, however, was dismiss his shadows. They would be of no help against the great being, but losing them to this catastrophe was just too easy. Ruin. It's all ruin. Sunny tried to sense his connection to the dream realm. As a master, he could leave the waking world at will. It took some time to activate the connection, and usually he would be transported to his anchor citadel in a matter of minutes. That was not going to happen today, of course. Being in close proximity to a nightmare gate disturbed the anchor, so entering the dream realm near them meant being pulled by the call and entering the area surrounding the seed instead. Currently, Sunny was in the area of effect of 4 different nightmare gates. He didn't even know which seed he would be pulled to, but anything was better than remaining on the desolate plain that was going to be flooded with indescribably powerful abominations very soon. Hurry! 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 In front of him, a scene out of a nightmare was playing out. No one on the battlefield was strong enough to resist the being unleashed by the nightmare gate. All they could do was try to run, fail, and die. Those who succumbed to the call could not even run. Scores of awakened, echoes, and enthralled abominations were all being torn apart and pulverized. The seething mass of dark flesh, meanwhile, continued to squeeze itself through the gate. The black fingers continued to hold the rift apart, but there was also a gargantuan hand that had emerged from the abyssal nothingness entirely, plunging down to grab a fistful of screaming humans. I need to succumb to the call as well. Sunny had spent it was close to 8 months by now. The last 8 months having his mind almost constantly assaulted by the insidious whispers of the call. Sometimes they were loud, and sometimes they were quiet enough to seem nearly absent. It had been hard to deal with the maddening pressure at first, but slowly he developed a sort of resistance to the call. He had learned how to fight it. But now, in a bizarre turn of events, he had to surrender to it. It was a frightening and uncomfortable feeling, the feeling of releasing control. There, he sensed it, his connection to the dream realm. Strange and distorted, it was still there. In fact, it was much stronger than before. The whispers of the call grew even more deafening, screaming, demanding for him to make use of it. Feeling a strange ecstasy and an immense sense of relief flood his mind, Sunny submitted to their will. Concentrating, he pulled on the connection and felt the border between the two worlds becoming weaker and more ethereal. Before, it had been like an impregnable wall, but now it was more akin to fog. And he was slowly entering that fog. It was as though something was pulling him from the other side, or maybe expelling him from this one. And that was it. That was all he could do. Now, Sunny just had to hold on to that feeling and hope that he would leave the waking world before the great and terrible being entering it squashed him like one would a bug. The 3 colossal gates stretched into the broken sky like festering wounds. The dark tentacles were rampaging on the battlefield. Some whipped around, obliterating the armies of the great clans. Some plunged into the soil and grew taut, pulling more and more of the great abomination into the waking world. Sunny and Nephis stood motionless amidst the harrowing destruction. They did not try to run or search for shelter. There was nowhere to run anyway, and no shelter to be found. The spot where they had fought Dire Fang was as good as any other. It was all up to chance now. Turning away from the black tentacles that were getting closer and closer, they looked at each other. Sunny felt the ground under his feet quake, the tremors growing stronger and stronger. It was as though something was approaching them, shaking the world with each heavy step. He didn't even look to see what was appearing from the other 2 gates. Instead, he just looked at Nephis. She was pale and weakened, but seemed calm. She always seemed calm, even when she wasn't. After a few moments, Sunny opened his mouth, which was suddenly excruciatingly dry, and said, "I'll see you on the other side." Nephis looked back at him, something grotesque and lumbering reflecting in her striking gray eyes. She nodded. "Yes." Then she hesitated for a second and took a deep breath. "Sunny, I need to tell you something." He gritted his teeth, suddenly frightened that what she was going to say would sound like a farewell. Nevertheless, he forced himself to ask, "What?" Neph lingered for a bit. Then, as the ground under them trembled violently, she suddenly looked away. What she said next was entirely unexpected. "The projector, back in your house, it didn't really explode by itself. I lied. Actually, I broke it. So, I'm really sorry." Sunny stared at her in disbelief, his mind short-circuited for a moment. How is her tone so? What? He blinked, and then scoffed. Why the hell? However, he did not finish the sentence. Suddenly, the world disappeared, and Sunny saw, or rather, perceived, a boundless void. It was the familiar, empty void between dream and reality. A moment later, he was suddenly blinded by bright sunlight and assaulted by unbearable heat. Falling on something soft and scorching, Sunny rolled and frantically tried to sense the surrounding space through the shadows. The battle was now behind him. He had reached the Nightmare Desert, Chapter 1, 1205. Into the fire heat. It was hot, lethally hot. A mundane human would not have lasted in this suffocating heat for long. Even as a master, Sunny was struggling to breathe. His skin was burning. Sitting on the sand, hunched, he covered his eyes and looked up at the merciless white sun. The sun was like a small silver coin that hung high in the cloudless azure sky. White sand, azure sky. This was indeed the desert Nephis had once tried to cross. The one that lay east of the forgotten shore, stretching far and wide along the hollow mountains. He couldn't see the dreadful black peaks, though. Either this part of the nightmare desert was much further north than the small fragment Nephis had traversed, or much further east, where the hollow mountains were no more. In either case, Sunny was in big trouble. Nephis had told them that the further one went into the desert, the more dangerous it became. Eventually, she could not advance anymore and chose to take her chances in the mountains instead. Just how deadly was this desert? For Nephis to decide that venturing into a known death zone was a better choice. There was one more thing, too. If it was the same desert, then he had to find shelter before the night came. Failing to do so meant death. Death. Sunny sighed. He was sitting on the white sand, casting 5 stark shadows. A few dozen seconds had already passed since his arrival in this cursed land, and very soon, something was bound to find and attack him. He had to move, but his mind was plagued by too many thoughts. It's useless. It's all useless. Just a few minutes ago, Sunny had been full of a sense of triumph. He had defeated a saint. He had won. His desperate plan had come so close to fruition. With Dire Fang's death, the balance on the battlefield had been bound to shift. Mordred's reflections would have been destroyed. The remaining 2 enemy saints would have been either killed or forced into retreat. Clan Valor would have achieved a sweeping victory. None of its key figures would have perished, and plenty of Awakened would have remained alive to continue defending East Antarctica until the winter solstice. None of that had happened, of course. Everything had ended in ruin. He had lost. Once again, he had been utterly defeated. It was so tiring to always have victory slip through his fingers at the last moment. Curse it all. Sunny was being crushed by the weight of failure. 2 great clans had clashed with each other, but the only victor was the nightmare spell. These 3 Category 4 gates. It wasn't hard to imagine what was going to happen next in the southern quadrant. Both armies were either already annihilated or would be soon. Oh, and more than a few government elites, too. All the Awakened of Valor and all the Awakened of Song were as good as dead. The only ones who had a chance to survive were the Masters, the Saints, and a handful of people those Saints could drag with them into the Dream Realm. Even then, it was not a guarantee that they would have had enough time to escape, and those who had would still have to survive the nightmare desert. The siege capitals would be left without the most powerful defenders. And much worse still, there would be swarms of corrupted and great abominations roaming the continent now. Everyone was going to die. Don't think about it. Don't think about it yet. Sunny gritted his teeth. There was a lot on his mind. But if he continued thinking about it, he would drown in anger and despair. For now, he couldn't allow himself to lose focus. He had to survive first. Sunny was lost in a region of the dream realm that was much more harrowing than the Forgotten Shore, without any way to get back to the waking world. His friends could be lost somewhere between the White Dunes, too. He had to find them, if they were still alive, and figure out a way to escape this hell. Well, it was not his first time escaping hell, was it? Where there was a will, there was a way. What a bunch of crap. He felt a slight tremor run through the sand beneath him and grimaced. Escape. How could he escape the nightmare desert? There were 4 ways. The first one was to cross the desert and find a path through the hollow mountains. Needless to say, surviving a journey through 2 entire death zones was highly improbable. The second way was to find one of the saints who had survived the nightmare gates and successfully escaped into the desert. Saints could travel back to the waking world without the help of a gateway, and they could even bring a person or 2 with them. Sunny was not sure that he could convince anyone except for Saint Tyrus to save him, instead of all others. And there were still Nephi's, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet to think about. Any saint that left would not be coming back to this corner of the desert, since that would require returning to the proximity of the gargantuan nightmare gates. So, that way would most likely not work either. The third way was to become a saint himself. That was, of course, even more suicidal than trying to traverse both the nightmare desert and the hollow mountains. Sonny had barely survived the second nightmare. He had been beheaded, had his heart ripped out of his chest, barely survived thanks to stumbling on Noctis by pure luck, almost lost himself in the endless sea of nightmares, fought against an entire army of awakened, and even faced Mordred at the end. The third nightmare would be much more harrowing, and even if he somehow transcended, there was a high possibility that the Sovereigns would make him disappear as a result, which left only the fourth way. The only plausible one. Sonny had to find the Black Skull Citadel and use its gateway to return to the waking world. That, too, was more easily said than done. The nightmare desert, after all, was vast, and full of all kinds of horrors. The main problem, though, was that only 2 people knew the location of the citadel. One of them was Morgan, and the other one was Mordred. So he had to find one of them first. Either one will do. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly jumped back. A split second after he did, the sand under him exploded, and countless hands rose from beneath it, clawing at the air. Here we go. It's starting. Chapter 1. 1206 Nightmare Desert. A tenebrous black steed was flying across the white sands of the Nightmare Desert, pursued by an unseen horror. Sonny was leaning from the saddle, shielding his eyes against the scorching wind as he brandished the sin of solace. A hand that shot from beneath the ground was cleanly severed and dissolved into a swirl of ash. Curses! That thing is persistent. Behind him, a vast swath of the desert was changing. It was almost imperceptible unless one knew what to look for. The minute tremors running through the sand, the slight tilt of the dunes, the subtle shifting of the shadows. Something enormous was moving beneath the sand, following him. He had already used 4 out of his 5 shadows to augment Nightmare, leaving only 1 to strengthen the enchantment of the memory of fire through the underworld armament. That allowed him some measure of relief from the unbearable heat of the desert, at least. But even with the help of the 4 shadows, his mount was not fast enough to outrun the creature. Much worse, it was not the only abomination in this part of the desert. In fact, Sonny was surrounded by nightmare creatures. There were too many of them to count, all moving in the same direction. They were responding to the call, pulled to the blooming seed of nightmare by its sweet promise. Luckily, most abominations seemed to be in a strange state. It was as though they were hypnotized, forgetting about everything except for the goal of reaching the seed and entering the waking world through it. As long as Sonny did not get in their way, most paid him no attention. It was deeply disturbing, really. Sonny had only ever seen nightmare creatures in the throes of murderous frenzy. Having them walk past him with detached indifference was somehow more frightening than facing them in a bloody battle. Crap, crap, crap. The desert was wide and flawlessly white, and the towering figures of abominations were moving across it with measured steps, separated from each other by a considerable distance. Their shadows were like long lines of stark blackness. The length of the shadows meant that the sun was already low. The night was not far away. Cursing, Sonny guided Nightmare to the left, aiming at the nearest of the walking figures. From the looks of it, it was a corrupted monster. The thing was massive and ghastly, with 4 mighty paws and a tail like that of a scorpion. Its insect-like eyes were staring at something hidden far beyond the horizon. The creature was dangerous, but Sonny was more dangerous. As Nightmare flashed past the monster at stunning speed, the Sin of Solace swung, cleanly severing the abomination's head. They shot past the beheaded creature and continued forward without ever slowing down. A few moments later, countless hands rose from beneath. Rushing away, Sonny turned his head and watched as the hands grabbed the bleeding carcass and pulled it into the sand. Soon, Only a few drops of boiling blood remained on the surface. It was as though the massive monster had never existed. The unknown horror stopped following him after that, at least, its hunger seemingly satiated by the morbid offering. Damnation. After a while, he could finally allow himself to slow down. Stopping Nightmare at the crest of a tall dune, Sunny breathed heavily, then wrapped 2 more shadows around himself, enhancing the effect of the memory of fire. That way, he was almost comfortable. Summoning the endless spring, he drank deeply, allowing the cool water to breathe some life back into his body. Then, he stared at the beautiful glass bottle in his hand. Suddenly, this dormant memory of the 4th tier was the most precious thing in his possession. Who would have thought that it would be so important one day? Water was important, but usually there were many ways to procure it. During his wilderness survival courses, Sunny had learned many ways of finding or creating drinkable water in a variety of environments. But none of them would work in this terrible desert. With a sigh, he dismissed the endless spring and looked around. From the height of the dune, Sunny could see far and wide. He could send his shadows to explore, too, if need be. However, that would be risky. He wasn't sure that he was ready to part with even a single shadow in this dangerous and unpredictable land. There was no need to, anyway. There were white dunes around him as far as the eye could see. Countless nightmare creatures could be seen as well, moving in the same direction. There were also black ruins peppering the desert, half buried in sand. Those ruins did not really seem like the remains of buildings. Their shape was too strange, and their dimensions were all wrong. The structures, whatever they had once been, all differed in size. A smaller ruin would not be much of a shelter, but some of the larger ones he saw could save him come the night. Of course, there was also the Black Pyramid. Sunny held his breath as he looked at its ominous silhouette. The tomb of Ariel was always in view, far in the distance. However, no matter how long one moved in the direction of the perfectly symmetrical black edifice, it never grew closer, remaining out of touch like a mirage. That thing might not even be real. But Sunny felt that it was. He also knew that there had to be a way to get closer to it. Nephis had never seen the Black Pyramid before, after all, which meant that it could only be seen from certain parts of the desert. Which also meant that there had to be a path to it. Who cares? Sunny certainly didn't. He had no ambitions of conquering the tomb of Ariel. In fact, he wanted to avoid it at all costs. All he wanted to do was find his friends and escape the cursed desert as soon as possible. Grimacing, Sunny chose one of the larger ruins that rose from the sand many kilometers away, and sent Nightmare into a gallop.